Yo, what's up guys, this is your favorite fanfic YouTuber, the Fanfic Majesty. Become a member of the channel to access more content, the link is in the description. 7ls. Chapter 171 What? Tuo Yu wants to single out the tailed beast. 174-258. Chapter 171 What? Tuo Yu wants to single out the tailed beast. Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes widened in shock, unable to believe what he saw. Kakashi and others outside the formation were also shocked. This is impossible, why are these two here? What exactly did Orochimaru do? Are you Sarutobi? It looks like a long time has passed, but I didn't expect to meet you again in this way. Senju Hashirama looked bewildered. It seems that the younger generation in the village is full of talents, but he seems to be a little rebellious and he even abuses my skills. 99. Senju Tobarama looked back at Orochimaru with no emotion in his eyes. If you want me to say, it's you who created these messy spells, and if you don't create this spell, we won't cause trouble to little Sarutobi. 35. Senju Hashirama looked at his younger brother with dissatisfaction. You two should talk less. Orochimaru took out two kunai with special sigils and stuffed them into the back of Senju Tobarama's head. This sigil can help him forcibly control the ninja's being reincarnation by impure world. Sorry, it looks like we're going to cause trouble for Konoha. Senju Hashirama said apologetically, but there was no wavering on his face. First generation and second generation. Kakashi looked shocked. The might guy next to him was just stupid. A face that was only seen on the Hokage rock in the past is now appearing alive in front of you. Am I dreaming? Might guy pinched himself hard. It hurts. Not dreaming. Do you really want to fight the two Hokages from the previous generation? Is Hokage-sama really okay? Might guy looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen with a worried look on his face. At this moment, he is not optimistic about Sarutobi Hiruzen. That is the legendary first generation and second generation. No matter how strong the third generation is, I am afraid it will be hard to resist. Don't look around. Hurry up and find a way to save the old man. Sarutobi Hiruzen is crazy inside and shouts 110. His face was so gloomy. Although he is called Dr. Ninja. But facing these two, he was just a baby. Others may not have seen their strength. But Sarutobi Hiruzen, who lived in their time. Let me fight them both. Do you look down on me too much? What should we do, Kakashi? Are we going to save the third generation? Might guy asked anxiously, but Kakashi said calmly, with our strength, it's just to die if we go in. Believe in Lord Third Generation, he is known as the strongest Hokage, so he shouldn't lose to two puppets. Sarutobi Hiruzen at this time. There are 10,000 grass and mud horses running through my heart. Depend on Kakashi the white-eyed wolf. Are you really going to let yourself die? Also the strongest Hokage, that's all blown out. Do you believe me, Xiaoqiang? Can you have some brains? Although he was panicking, Sarutobi Hiruzen still had to do enough on the surface. Otherwise, if you let others see through your guilty conscience, then you don't need to start the battle, you've already lost. Orochimaru, you scoundrel, how dare you treat your master like this? 99. If I knew earlier, I should have decisively cleaned up the portal. 99. At this time, Sarutobi Hiruzen was full of regrets. If I had known today, when the accident happened in Orochimaru, I should have killed him. Gia tilde operator. Don't say that, Mr. Sarutobi, isn't it fun to hurt your own teacher? 35. Saying that, Orochimaru gave him a look. The manipulated first generation and second generation immediately killed Sarutobi Hiruzen. The other side, Tuo Yu chased all the way, seeing that he was far enough away from the village, he accelerated and rushed in front of Gaara. Gaara stared blankly. How did he, CACG, get ahead of me? But then, a fist quickly enlarged in his eyes. Boom. One punch knocks Gaara into the air, and accompanied by a violent explosion. It's Senior Tuo Yu. Feeling the explosion, Deidara charged with excitement and accelerated. Watch out for concealment, Conan exclaimed helplessly. Also followed. Can't let Tuo Yu kill Gaara. Otherwise, One-Tail Shuhei wouldn't know where to go to resurrect. This voice, doesn't that guy know how dangerous it is to provoke Gaara now? 35. Tamari clenched her silver teeth, and she couldn't help trembling with fear when she thought of what happened after Gaara's runaway. Never let Gaara run wild. She immediately accelerated and rushed over. Standing on the thick branch, Tuo Yu looked down at Gaara, who was in an increasingly strange state. At this time, Gaara became more and more monsters. It seems that he may run wild at any time and become One-Tail Shozuru. Hurry up and release Shuhei, there's no point in fighting you. Tuo Yu waited patiently. The people chasing behind also appeared one by one at this time. Tamari looked at Gaara, who was screaming in pain on the ground. A complex expression of distress and fear appeared on his face. No matter what, Gaara is always her brother. Even if Gaara's various actions make her feel scared. But Gaara is still her family. What are you trying to do? If you provoke Gaara again, he'll go crazy. Tamari stared at Tuo Yu and shouted, are you trying to destroy Konoha? Destroy Konoha? Tuo Yu looked disdainful. I don't think he has this ability. That's terrifying, you've never seen a tailed beast. Tamari trembled at this moment, as if thinking of some terrible scene, and his eyes were full of fear. If the tailed beast sealed in Gaara's body appears, the entire Konoha will be razed to the ground. Tamari put his hands on his shoulders, shaking uncontrollably. Konkuro's face on the side was also extremely ugly. He also thought of the same scene. That time, they, Sand Shinobi, suffered heavy losses in order to suppress the rampant one-tail Shukaku. Yes, Tuo Yu didn't give a damn, didn't wait any longer, and jumped straight down. What do you want to do? Tamari paled in shock. Husband Tuo Yu, dangerous. 35. Black Soil also exclaimed. Her title has also successfully attracted a lot of attention, especially little Sakura and Ino. Their eyes looking at the Black Soil seemed to be able to shoot out scorching flames. If eyes can kill, I am afraid that the Black Soil has been reincarnated 10 or 8 times. Hey, smelly woman, what are you yelling about? That's right, Tuo Yu is not your husband. He is all of us. Ino and little Sakura retorted loudly. Hearing this, the scene of the tense confrontation suddenly had a strange atmosphere. Conan, who was watching from a distance, and Tamari, who was on the side, looked at Tuo Yu in surprise. What's the situation? How come so many people like this Tuo Yu? Everyone wants him to be her husband. It's all right, I have it in my mind. Tuo Yu raised his head and glanced at the Black Soil, and after showing her a perfect smile, he raised his hand and hit Gaara hard in the face. Boom. Fierce power coupled with a powerful explosion. The dust and fog in the sky immediately flew up, obscuring everyone's sight. Tuo Yu, are you crazy? Tamari shouted in horror, but did not dare to step forward to stop Tuo Yu. Tuo Yu didn't answer, but silently punched Gaara heavily. Gaara's sand kept pouring out of her body, but it still couldn't stop Tuo Yu's fist. It can only become more and more violent, and the shape of the tailed beast is getting heavier and heavier. Senior's art is really amazing. Not only the power of bombs, but also the elegance of taijutsu. 35. This is wonderful, I have to reach the level of seniors in the future. Deidara looked ecstatic, her face full of contentment. There is only one thought in his mind now, I wonder if Senior Tuo Yu will accept apprentices. It would be nice if you could. If it weren't for him and his predecessors standing on the opposite side. I'm going to be a teacher already. What on earth are you trying to do? Do you intend to release the tailed beast? 55. Tamari shouted anxiously as he listened to the terrifying explosion. She is not worried about Gaara's life. Because she knew that Shuhei would protect Gaara, because Shuhei didn't want to die. And after Gaara passed out, it could be released from the seal. But once Shuhei comes out, it will be a disaster for everyone. This Tuo Yu will definitely be killed. What should I do? Tuo Yu stopped his hand, and then raised his hand. The violent wind disperses the dust mist, revealing Gaara's body that has almost completely turned into a monster. Since the tailed beast in his body is not obedient, then pull it out and hit it until it is obedient. Tamari looked at Tuo Yu in shock, as if hearing the Arabian Nights. She never imagined that Tuo Yu's idea was so simple and rude. Does he know how terrifying the tailed beast is? How reckless? How to do? It seemed that Gaara was out of control. Just get out of here now. Tamari gritted his silver teeth, and then dragged Konkuro back frantically. Gaara can't hold it anymore, Shuhei is coming out. She whispered to Konkuro, and Konkuro knew immediately that this was going to be a place of right and wrong. Tuo Yu looked down at Gaara. He could feel something coming out of Gaara. You lunatic. Gaara's slightly frantic voice entered Tuo Yu's ears. Surprised Tuo Yu a little. At this level, is he still conscious? Since you want to die, then I will fulfill you. Let the whole Konoha be buried with you. Gaara no longer insisted, he slowly closed his eyes. The moment he closed his eyes, ferocious chakra erupted from him. Countless sands quickly converged and turned into a hill-like figure. In the blink of an eye, the sand mountain gathered into a civet cat with purple stripes. It is one-tail Shukuru. Quack quack, I'm free. My Shuhei is finally back. Sho Crane, who has regained his freedom, is so excited that he roars wildly. Its huge size instantly knocked down the surrounding trees and created a clearing. The people who were watching all retreated to a safe distance. Naruto and Sasuke looked at the huge one-tail Morizuru in shock. They've never seen so strong. Such a big monster. Especially Sasuke, who turned on Sharingan, watching the amazing amount of chakra. The whole person was completely stunned. What kind of monster is this? Naruto yelled, backing away frantically. Now is not the time to take care of this, absolutely must not let this monster get close to Konoha, otherwise Konoha will be destroyed soon. 5. Fang's face was solemn, and Akamaru shrank in his arms and shivered. As a beast, Akamaru was even more afraid of Morizuru. Tuo Yu, is he going to fight Morizuru head-on? Conan said as he stepped back, frowning. Don't you know the strength of the senior? Deidara looked proud. Senior will definitely be able to deal with that tailed beast. Husband Tuo Yu. Chapter 172 forcibly summoned the great toad sage and attack one tail. 175 258. Chapter 172 forcibly summoned the great toad sage and attack one tail. The Black Soil screamed, and she wanted to help. But the Lois held her hand tightly and wouldn't let her go. Black Soil, you can save me worry. At this juncture, it will cause trouble for your father and me. Next time I come to Konoha, I can't bring you with me. And on the ground, facing the tall Shuhei. Is this the tailed beast? Tuo Yu raised his brows slightly, that's how it feels. Tilde operator, as a congratulations on the restoration of freedom, let me cheer up. Practice empty bombs. Whoosh, boom. The huge wind bomb flew out at a very fast speed, destroying an entire forest. Whoosh whoosh, Shuhei released several training empty bombs in a row, and the fierce power shocked Naruto and other small players. This monster is so strong. I've never seen such a powerful force. Naruto stared blankly. Never let it get close to the village. Shikamaru's face was gloomy. If this monster is allowed to attack the village, I am afraid that the village will turn into ruins after a few moments. Huh, why are there so many ants? After Shuhei celebrated, he finally found the little people around him. As a tailed beast, it naturally looks down on humans. Although it was sealed by humans, it hated humans very much. But it doesn't look down on humans at all. He didn't dare to fight it head on at all, and would only use despicable means to seal it. Just in time for an appetizer for you. Then go to that BD fourth cage and kill him yourself. 35. Shuhei said, aiming at Tuo Yu and releasing an empty bomb. But Tuo Yu just tilted his head and avoided it easily. With such a large physique, hey, let me experiment with my newly acquired abilities. It always feels like I can get it done without my hand. 35. He stretched out his hand and immediately locked the target for summoning. Summoning. Bang, bang, bang. In the distance, Jiraiya, who was cooperating with Bumata to deal with Sand Shinobi, felt his feet light up, and his whole body suddenly fell from the air. What's the matter? Why did Mrs. Wen leave without saying a word? Jiraiya is puzzled, but Sand Shinobi, who has come under siege, won't let him continue to think. Back to Tuo Yu's side. As the white fog dissipated, 3 huge figures on par with Shuhei appeared. What, this time? Toad. Naruto looked at the 3 huge figures and opened his mouth in surprise. This is summoning. Temari saw it at a glance. 18. To be able to summon such a big summoning beast, and only 3. How strong is this Tuo Yu? Seeing the 3 big toads, not only did Temari's eyes widen, Sasuke bit his lip. X7. At every critical moment, Tuo Yu will come up with some bizarre ninjutsu, and the power is huge. You obviously want to catch up, but why do you feel pulled further and further away? Am I not a genius, just an ordinary person? How am I going to chase that person? This is summoning, and summoning 3 summoning beasts of this size at once. It's about the same as Pain's brutish way. Conan's pupils contracted. She couldn't help but look deeply at the boy on Toad's head. Is there a limit to his strength? Why does he show new abilities every time we see him? Who the hell is he? Just when everyone was terrified. On sight. Huh, what's going on? How could I be here? 35. Toad Wentai looked dazed. It was just now teaming up with Jiraiya against the enemy. Unexpectedly, it suddenly appeared here. And, seems to have been summoning here by someone else. But the only person still alive who signed a contract with their clan is Jiraiya. Who exactly did it? Brother Wen, have you been summoned too? Is that Jiraiya? 35. The green-skinned Toad hero looked at Toad Wenta with a blank expression on his face. Jiraiya is more of summoning Toad Bunta to fight together, and the number of times it is summoned can be counted on one's fingers. You too. Toad Wentai was stunned when he saw Toad Hero. Although I am stupid, I will do my best. 35. Tojian said its mantra, but couldn't find Jiraiya after looking around. Also stunned. Tojian, even you were summoned. Toad Wenta was stunned again. What on earth is it? Who the hell called us? It's me. Tuo Yu's voice entered the ears of Toad Bunta. Toad Bunta turned his head and saw that a young man was standing on his shoulders. Who are you? I don't remember signing a contract with you. Not really. Tuo Yu shrugged, but it doesn't matter, I called you to let you deal with that big guy. Haha, you just summon these 3 waste frogs. I'm a dignified beast, how could these 3 frogs be my opponents? Shuhei looked disdainful. After saying that, Shuhei threw out an empty bomb. The 3 toads dodged immediately. Shuhei's words made Toad Bunta angry. What is this stinky guy? Is that Shukaku? I'm going. Why is Shuhei here? 55. As Jinchuriki out of control, Toad Wentai wants to ask clearly, but if the other party is a tailed beast, I am afraid he has to think about it. Because I can't beat it. Although everyone has the same physique, the tailed beast is much stronger than the summoning beast. Although I don't know who you are, but you haven't signed a contract with our family, there is no need for us to fight for you. 5. Although that guy looks like a slap in the face, I have other things to do. You should find a way by yourself. Go, Toad Jien, Toad Hero, go and help Jiraiya. Toad Wentai said to Tuo Yu while dodging Morzuru's attack. He also invited its 2 brothers to help Jiraiya together. No problem. 35. Although I am clumsy, I will try my best. 99. Toad Hero and Toad Jien responded immediately, and at the same time dodged Shohei's attack. The 3 giant toads went in the direction of Jiraiya while hiding. Seeing that the 3 of them had no intention of staying at all. Hey, won't you stay and help me? Tuo Yu's voice entered the ears of Toad Bunta. Of course, we haven't signed a contract with you, why should we help you? 99. Oh, then I'm afraid I have to think of a way to get you to force me to pull it. Tuo Yu's words are full of inexplicable meanings, with a tinge of mischief, also with a hint of hope. Toad Wentai felt inexplicably nervous. I have a bad feeling. As I said, we won't help people who have never signed a contract, what you say is useless. If you don't save little Jiraiya, he will be killed. Toad Bunta answered again. It's not that I don't help, it's that I don't want to help. Who would like to fight a tailed beast? That's no joke. Okay then. A playful smile appeared at the corner of Tuo Yu's mouth. Then he jumped off the shoulders of Toad Bunta, and then, quickly forming a seal in the air, stretched out his hand to the open space. Katakana middle. 0 flowers. Summoning. 39. Boom. Appears and disperses with thick smoke. A giant toad with a bigger physique, with a bucket hat and an old-fashioned toad appeared. Seeing this toad, Toad Wentai immediately opened their big mouths and their faces were sluggish, as if they had seen a ghost. Because, this time Tuo Yu summoning came out, it turned out to be their Mount Myoboku's handle, Great Toad Sage. Big, big, big. Great Toad Sage. All the toads were dumbfounded. This is not so. It's the Great Toad Sage. Am I dazzled? Not just the three-headed toad, on the ground. A group of Xiaoqiang also looked dumbfounded. Hey, what's the matter with that big toad? Why does it look so old? Yeah, it feels like I'm dying. I'm going. How did Tuo Yu summon another toad? And he seems to be the leader of those toads. Xiaoqiang naturally did not understand the status of the Great Toad Sage. But next to Conan, it's different. The Great Toad Sage, could it be the legendary Great Immortal in charge of Mount Myoboku? Point 0. Conan's fingers trembled slightly, and a cold sweat broke out from his back. Great Toad Sage, this is no ordinary summoning beast. This is a godlike existence in the summoning world. He was also summoned by Tuo Yu. What the hell is he about? My mom, isn't that the Great Toad Sage? In the forest, after finishing San Shinobi, Jiraiya who noticed the figure of Toad Bunta happened to arrive. Then he was shocked to find that the Great Toad Sage was summoned out. Not only him, but also Tsunade who appeared with him was shocked. This is the Great Toad Sage. What's wrong? How come even he was brought here? Tsunade was seeing the Great Toad Sage for the first time. This shocked her. These Sanins don't look at the huge summoning beast summoned, but in fact, when the contract was signed, the other party was also a small man. It's just that the contract has not been broken for decades, so it has grown bigger and bigger. But the Great Toad Sage, Jiraiya who has been to Mount Myoboku knows it best. This isn't a FG summoning beast. It's a fairy, a mortal, was actually greeted. At this time, Battlefield Center, the Great Toad Sage was still asleep. It's too old, and has become very confused, often forgetting things. However, its strength is also very strong, but it has not been used for a long time. What's your answer now? Tuo Yu sat cross-legged on Great Toad Sage's head with a smile on his face. You rude person, quickly get off the head of the immortal. Toad Wentai had blue veins popping out of his head, but it was afraid of awakening the sleeping Great Toad Sage, so it could only try to lower its voice. It lowered the voice, but there was a loud voice that kept making noise. Another toad summoned. What use is this old toad? Watch me kill it. Shuhei didn't know that his words stabbed the hornet's nest. Toad Wentai and the others immediately turned to look at Shuhei when they heard the words, their eyes filled with a dangerous aura. However, Shuhei, the second or fifth boy, spit out a training bullet without hesitation, aiming directly at the sleeping Great Toad Sage. Boom. Toad Jian immediately ran a few steps in a row, blocked in front of the Great Toad Sage, raised his shield to block it, and the powerful force of the empty bomb forced it back a few steps. But its size is huge, just a few steps, there is a distance of hundreds of meters. Chapter 173 Senju Hashirama, what? My brother was blown away with one punch. 176 258. Chapter 173 Senju Hashirama, what? My brother was blown away with one punch. Never hurt the Great Toad Sage. Toad Bunta also ignored Tuo Yu's rude behavior of sitting on the head of the Great Toad Sage. At this time, he must protect the Great Toad Sage from being attacked by Shuhei. If the Great Toad Sage takes a little damage, for them, it's not an insult that can't be washed away, but the whole Mount Myoboku is going to be a big deal. I'll help you, Mrs. Wen. Jiraiya, who was rushing over, jumped on Toad Bunta's head and looked at one-tail Shukaku with a solemn expression. What the hell is going on here? The three of you were suddenly summoned out, so how come even the Great Immortal? Jiraiya said he had never seen such a scene. Special. Great Toad Sage in person. I've never seen this battle before. I don't know, we were all brought out by that kid summoning, and it is estimated that the same is true of Great Toad Sage. Jiraiya's eyes narrowed when she heard Bunta Toad's words. What? Get out by Tuo Yu summoning. You are my summoning beast, how could you be summoned by him? Ah no, is there a mistake somewhere? You haven't signed a contract with Tuo Yu, how can you be summoned out by him? Jiraiya looked bewildered. He was riding on the head of Toad Wenta just now, but with a bang, Toad ran to Tuo Yu's side. Ming robbery, still unreasonable. Wentai wiped the sweat from his head, but couldn't figure it out. I don't know, 1-0, anyway, we were forced to come over by him, and the other three were the same. It seems that the boy has the ability to forcibly occupy other people's summoning beasts. Ability, $71. Hearing this, Jiraiya suddenly had a strange feeling. Has this been NTRED by someone? How could such a thing still happen? Forcibly snatch someone's summoning beast and ride it under his feet, how can the ninja world have such an ability? Stop talking, you came just right, Jiraiya, you mustn't let this BD hurt the Great Toad Sage. Otherwise we will have an accident at Mount Myoboku. With Jiraiya's help, Toad Wen was so relieved. The three toads immediately formed a formation, protecting the Great Toad Sage behind them. Tuo Yu's move is really bad enough. Other toads didn't want to help him, so he forcibly summoned the Great Toad Sage. No help, it should be okay to leave it to them here. With Jiraiya there, and three mighty toads, it's definitely no problem to deal with a show crane. I should go back and have a look. Tuo Yu looked back in the direction of the ring. There's still a battle waiting for him there. Sarutobi Hiruzen isn't dead, right? After all, It took more than a dozen episodes to die in the animation. Tuo Yu is still worried about third generation. Now Sarutobi Hiruzen cannot die. If he died, Danzo would definitely jump out and make trouble, and he was secretly manipulating his will, so he couldn't let his previous efforts go to waste. Thought here, Tuo Yu jumped off the head of the great toad sage, and then hurried towards the battlefield on the other side of the ring. And saw Tuo Yu leave. Others are like sheep following the lead, one after another. Husband Tuo Yu, wait for me. Seeing an opportunity, the black soil broke free from the loess and flew directly into the air to chase Tuo Yu away. Hey, you stinky girl, it really doesn't give me peace of mind. The loess sighed helplessly, looking back at the fight between Jiraiya and the three toads and Morizuru. He knew there was no room for him to intervene. There is no point in staying here any longer. Might as well go and see how the battle on the other side is going. Let's go, there's no chance here. Konan took a deep look at Jiraiya, the teacher who taught them ninjutsu but left them. Yahiko wouldn't be dead if Jiraiya was still with them. Pity, there is no if in this world. Konan turned around and was stunned. Where is Deidara behind her? Looking up, Deidara quickly chased Tuo Yu away. This guy can't be saved. Konan shook his head helplessly and smiled wryly. I always feel that there is no one reliable in Xiao's organization. Soon, the group chased Tuo Yu back to where it all happened. The roof of the ring. Fortunately, Sarutobi Hiruzen seems to be able to hold on. Seeing that the four purple flame formation was still not far away, Tuo Yu knew that Sarutobi Hiruzen was still supporting. But things were not going well for Sarutobi Hiruzen at this time. At the same time facing two brothers Hashirama and Tobirama, as well as his proud disciple Orochimaru. Even he couldn't resist. Although Hashirama and Tobirama, who were controlled by Orochimaru, could not use their full strength, their strength was still beyond the ability of the old Sarutobi Hiruzen to deal with them. Damn, these bastards are still out there watching. 35. Kakashi and the others are still standing outside the barrier, waiting for the result of the battle inside. Sarutobi Hiruzen was indignant. This is so special, don't call people, but you are still here to watch the battle. And there's no sign of trying to help remove the barrier at all. Do you really want to watch Lao Su die here? Sarutobi Hiruzen growled in his heart. He silently made up his mind that when he got out of here, he would definitely look good on these guys. Forget about pensions. Salary cut in half. How is the situation? Kakashi-senpai. Tuo Yu came to Kakashi and asked what was going on inside. What are you doing here? Why is no one going in to help Lord Hokage? Several Anbu looked serious. This is the four purple flame formation. The surroundings in the sky are surrounded by a barrier. If you break in rashly, you will be burned by the flames. Kakashi also explained. Sir Hokage is in a bad situation right now. His opponents are first Hokage Senju Hashirama and second Hokage Senju Tobirama, and Orochimaru, one of the Sannin who defected. They all look strong. We may also die when we go in. 99. Tuo Yu's brows furrowed. My dear, the people of Konoha really want the third generation to die. What's more, this barrier is very dangerous. Have you finished the layout of the person who created the barrier? Can't solve the problem and can't solve the person who asked the question. You all let me go, I'll go play with Orochimaru. Tuo Yu acted immediately. A charge, boom, bounce into the air, your body jumps high. 5 meters, 10 meters, 20 meters. It flew to a height of 30 meters, and then crossed the border of the enchantment. Jump from the middle. After jumping off the roof, he estimated the distance and rushed up. Boom. Inside the barrier, Tuo Yu slammed heavily on the roof. Seeing Tuo Yu, Sarutobi Hiruzen almost cried with joy. Tuo Yu, Sarutobi Hiruzen exclaimed with joy. Almost on my knees for Tuo Yu. Coming. Finally come. At critical times, Tuo Yu is the most reliable. I'm here to help you, Lord Hokage. 5. Tuo Yu looked righteous and dignified. Then waved his hand to make third generation step back. Be careful Tuo Yu, they are the first Hokage Senju Hashirama and second Hokage Senju Tobirama. These two are no ordinary strong men. They are the strongest fire. The delighted Sarutobi Hiruzen did not forget the current situation. Although he could see it, Orochimaru couldn't play to the full strength of Hashirama and Tobirama. But still a very formidable opponent. And Tuo Yu was here. Ah, the strongest Hokage, isn't the third generation Samayu. Hearing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen's face twitched, revealing a hint of embarrassment. Cough, then, that was before, now I'm old, and Shangfeng is gone. And these two are impure world reincarnations bodies, with unlimited chakra, and they can't be killed, so be careful. Don't worry, I will try my best. Tuo Yu nodded seriously. At the same time, he was also a little excited. That's Senju Hashirama and Senju Tobirama. If you can defeat them, your reputation will spread throughout the entire ninja world. Then, I'm going to start. Tuo Yu took 2 steps forward. Senju Hashirama Senju Tobirama also frowned and said suspiciously. Ah, why is there a kid who wants to compete with us? Monkey, quickly get this kid away, he has no eyes and fists, the two of us can't guarantee that he will survive. Both Hokages are speaking seriously. Not to mention Tuo Yu, even third Hokage can't beat them, isn't this a death sentence? But the next second, whoosh, a strong wind blew by. Reflected in Senju Tobirama's eyes, is a gradually enlarged fist. Boom, a huge shock wave blew out. Senju Tobirama was punched straight out. Click, click, click. The powerful force instantly made Senju Tobirama fly upside down, but soon Senju Tobirama adjusted his posture in the air and fell smoothly. I depend. Seeing this sudden move, Senju Hashirama was stunned on the spot. What's the origin of this kid? The power is too fierce. Brother, you are still saying that people can't do it, and they will blow you away with one punch. Senju Tobirama got up from the ground, also a little dumbfounded. What's the matter with this kid? 8-door Dunjia, you can actually knock me out. However, 35. Senju Tobirama looked at his body. With just this kind of power, there is no way to stop us, you have to be mentally prepared. 55. Tuo Yu smiled slightly. As expected of second Hokage, its strength is indeed different from ordinary enemies. But, he raised his brows, and then, squeezed with one hand to perform air blasting. The moment his fist touched Senju Tobirama, he had already injected the blasting chakra into Senju Tobirama's skin. Boom! A huge explosion resounded, countless smoke and dust flew out of the entire enchantment. Senju Tobirama is fried whole. Seeing this scene, it's not just Senju Hashirama, Orochimaru, Sarutobi Hiruzen, and the four of them, as well as the commentary group outside, they were all dumbfounded. Damn it, this is too fierce. 2.6. What the hell is this kid about? Break out my brother with one punch. Senju Hashirama's eyes widened in disbelief. You must know that although their current strength is not as strong as when they were at their peak, they are above cage level casually. Third generation has been with them here for a long time, and occasionally let them take some minor injuries. This Tuo Yu blew up his younger brother with one punch. Don't be so fierce. Is this the strength of Tuo Yu? The 4 yin ninjas who were in the 4 weeks of the enchantment were also stunned at this time. The last time they were beaten too fast, they couldn't see Tuo Yu's strength clearly. He didn't even see what skills the opponent used. Take a look this time. Good guy, too strong. It's no wonder that the great god is so eager to get his body. The dust gradually gathered, and then, Senju Tobirama slowly recovered. What a powerful fist, but useless. Tuo Yu, your strength is indeed strong, but the goal of impure world reincarnation is immortality, and there are endless chakras to use. You can't beat them both. 39. Although Orochimaru had a smug look on his face, he was talking nonsense. But in fact, my heart is full of blood. Too strong. This is the strongest body. Struggle as much as you can, and show me with all your strength. Then, give your body to me, Tuo Yu. Chapter 174 Tsunade, Tuo Yu. I know your physical strength, hold on. 177 258. Chapter 174 Tsunade, Tuo Yu. I know your physical strength, hold on. On the battlefield, the two sides launched a fierce tug of war. The first generation and second generation are hard to deal with, but Tuo Yu's side is full of hangs. Unlimited physical strength in hand. There is also a limit of dodge. Tuo Yu is not afraid of consumption at all. Anyway, his abilities are not particularly draining chakra. Even he could not consume chakra at all. And, he has already mastered the way to win. Even if the impure world reincarnation body has no chakra restrictions, what about immortality and immortality? Hashirama Dahanan, they are immortal. Can you Orochimaru be immortal? If you can't solve the problem, solve the person who asked the problem. And Orochimaru here, equally overjoyed. Orochimaru is unaware of Tuo Yu's various magical abilities. Now as the battle deepens, all kinds of bizarre abilities are displayed. Orochimaru looks drooling. As long as you get this perfect body, you will definitely be able to reach a higher peak. Thinking of this, Orochimaru trembled with excitement. Hashirama and Tobirama under his control also increased the frequency of attacks. Wood style, the tree world is coming. Finally, after some fighting, Hashirama's famous stunt, the long-lost wood style, was revealed. The huge group of trees grew suddenly, indenting the originally small space even more. Water style water rush. Tobirama also uses the sea escape ninjutsu that he is best at. The cyclone-like waterspout has a strong suction force, and the destructive power is amazing. But Tuo Yu stood there and didn't move, just reached out and aimed at the attack from the impact. Then squeezed the open palm into a fist, just like when Gaara performs ninjutsu. Explosion style Big Bang. Boom. A violent explosion roared within the narrow enchantment. 20. The continuous blasting set off a large amount of smoke and dust, blocking everyone's sight. It took a while for the smoke to dissipate. This power. Kakashi and the others widened their eyes in shock. What is arrival of the tree realm? That is the long-lost wood-style ninjutsu, and it is the arrival of the tree world displayed by the first generation. However, where is the shadow of wood in the enchantment now? All of them turned into sawdust. But what is even more impressive is Tuo Yu's control. With such a huge explosion, the roof was not damaged at all. The ability to control the explosion is really amazing. Too strong. Senior Tuo Yu, Deidara, who was hiding in the dark, had her eyes gleaming, wishing she could hug Tuo Yu's thigh tightly now. This FK, even with first Hokage second Hokage, is it still human? How much power does this Tuo Yu have? Conan shook his head helplessly. She was also shocked by how powerful Tuo Yu showed, to be able to fight that first generation and second generation to such an extent. And Orochimaru can't be underestimated. When he was in the Shao organization, he thought he was just a pervert scientist. But where did he expect that he would be able to use this kind of ninjutsu to revive the dead? Sure enough, Orochimaru is not to be underestimated. Here you go, as expected of my Konoha's rising star. Qualified to be Hokage. On the roof, Sarutobi Hiruzen was ecstatic in shock. The stronger Tuo Yu showed, the greater the hope that he will survive. How could he not be ecstatic? What first Hokage, second Hokage? What the FK Orochimaru? The most important thing is that he can survive now. Just keep me alive. 20 years, no, 10 years later, Tuo Yu is the next Hokage. Sarutobi Hiruzen cheered wildly in his heart, but he didn't dare to make a sound, because he was afraid of attracting the attention of Orochimaru and first generation, second generation. He is now seriously injured and his combat effectiveness has plummeted. If you are involved in the aftermath of the battle at this time, I am afraid that this pair of old bones will not last long. Within the boundary, matter like ashes slowly condensed into the figures of first generation and second generation again. Although the two people are still conscious at this time, they are in a state of being controlled. They can only be ordered by Orochimaru. Damn, what the hell is going on with you? You actually blew the two of us up again. Senju Hashirama looked shocked. When I fought against Madara, I never saw this kind of power. Senju Tobirama also had an unbelievable look on his face. Even if our strength is not as good as before, we can even fight against the arrival of the tree world. Kid, you are a little too strong. Hear praise from two people. Tuo Yu's face was calm. On the other hand, Orochimaru in the distance started to panic a little. Hateful, how did this guy even crack the tree world? That's first generation's housekeeping ninjutsu. A trace of sweat oozes from Orochimaru's cheeks. He didn't expect that Tuo Yu would be able to directly destroy the tree world of the first generation. Is his strength still above first generation? Do not. Perhaps the enchantment limited the play of first generation. Legend has it that first generation can create a forest with a single ninjutsu. But now the narrow space in the enchantment limits this possibility. Naturally, it also limits the play of first generation. Yes, it must be so. Otherwise, if you tell me that the man you are targeting is actually stronger than first Hokage, then hit a hammer. Hurry up and vote. Orochimaru was very nervous, but he didn't dare to lift the barrier at this time. A group of Konoha shinobi were watching outside, and if he unlocked the barrier, he could be under siege at any time. First generation and second generation are strong. But if Tuo Yu was held back, the others would be enough to take him down and even kill him on the spot. So confused. What should I do? Continue to fight. But this guy's strength seems to have exceeded expectations. Are there any other spells for first generation and second generation? Is there a stronger tree than wood style? Orochimaru began to tangle. I wondered if I wanted to create some confusion, let the two brothers go up and entangle, and slip away by myself. But after thinking for a few seconds, this concern was dispelled. No, the Konoha crash plan has failed. Tuo Yu will take it no matter what. Otherwise, the loss will be too great. Orochimaru made a ruthless attack, and immediately urged the first generation and second generation to continue their furious attacks. Can't die anyway. He admits that Tuo Yu is very strong. But since it is a living person, there will always be a time when chakra will run out. It's wasted. Consume you. Orochimaru gave a sinister smile. This scene happened to be seen by Kakashi outside the barrier. It's troublesome now. Kakashi was a little worried. What's wrong? Didn't Tuo Yu have the upper hand? Might Guy doesn't quite understand. You muscular idiot, don't you see it? 35. Tsunade jumped over. Even if the grandfather and the second grandfather are broken, they can reunite, and they can still use chakra with high intensity. This should be the legendary impure world reincarnation. The resurrected people have the property of being undead, and the chakra is infinite. 99. On the other hand, Tuo Yu, although he is very strong, he is a human after all. As long as Orochimaru continues to consume, his chakra will be consumed sooner or later. Tsunade's face was extremely gloomy. Orochimaru, UBD. Not to mention playing with the corpses of my grandfather and second grandfather, it also consumes my man's physical strength. In this world, the only one who can consume Tuo Yu's stamina and energy is my mother. Waiting for you to come out. The old lady will definitely slap you to pieces. After hearing Tsunade's explanation, Might Guy understood and his face became solemn. What do we do now? Are we just watching? Might Guy pointed at the four purple flame formation in front of him. Isn't there a way to break this barrier? Yes, there is, but if the barrier is broken, Orochimaru manipulates a big job to kill us, or other civilians, then there is no room to fight back. Tsunade looked at Tuo Yu with hope in his eyes. Just hold on, Tuo Yu. I know your stamina, you must consume Orochimaru first. Within the boundary, the battle is still very fierce. Wood style the tree world is coming. Water style water dragon bomb. The first generation and second generation performed the same move again. Tuo Yu did not use blasting this time, but avoided the attacks of the two with extremely fast movement. Seeing this scene, Orochimaru looked happy. It seems that the blasting ninjutsu is also very expensive for him. That's right, that level of control, and the explosive power that can destroy the tree world. The consumption of chakra is definitely not less. It seems that the winner will be decided soon. Does Tuo Yu have no chakra? Not really, although the amount of chakra accumulated after many simulations is not as huge as the tailed beast. But there is also a small amount. At least this kind of blasting can be used hundreds of times without any problem. But Tuo Yu didn't want to do that anymore. He hit 110 in another way to destroy Orochimaru's confidence. In a suspicious way, illusion darkness technique. First generation used an A- level advanced illusion. But for Tuo Yu, it doesn't work at all. First generation rushed forward and punched Tuo Yu. But the backhand was punched by Tuo Yu and flew out. Water-style water-severing wave. Second generation seals quickly, and then spit out a tiny water jet with amazing power like a water jet. Whizzing. The high-pressure water jet cuts everything it touches in half. However, the water column is very fast. But Tuo Yu is faster. With a twist, he dodged the second generation's attack. When he turned back, he even gave Orochimaru a contemptuous look. Orochimaru is so angry. Kill him for me. Orochimaru was so angry that he forgot his true purpose. Controlling the first generation and second generation, powerful ninjutsu is one after the other. But no matter what the attack is, Tuo Yu ducked away easily. Tuo Yu also seems to know that hard consumption is not acceptable. Tsunade frowned. As long as we can drag the time until Orochimaru's chakra is exhausted, it will be our victory. The four people who were huddled in the four corners of the barrier listened to Tsunade's speech, and cold sweat broke out on their foreheads. They couldn't help but make eye contact with each other. What's going on? Didn't Orochimaru-sama say it would be over soon? Why do you feel a little unsure about this, Tuo Yu? Although the chakras of the first generation and second generation are still enough, if they continue, those who are responsible for maintaining the enchantment, the chakras will be exhausted sooner or later. What should I do then? Hey, what do we do now? Are we? Zuo Jin asked. Gatong Wan. Don't worry about it so much, let's do our own work. 99. Jirobo. I believe that Orochimaru-sama will definitely take care of that Tuo Yu, and then we can retreat smoothly. Tiyuya. Persistence is victory. After making a firm look at each other, they once again steadily conveyed chakra towards the enchantment. On the battlefield, the battle between the two sides intensifies. An hour has passed in no time. Whoosh. Chapter 175 Orochimaru. I beg you, surrender. 178 258. Chapter 175 Orochimaru. I beg you, surrender. Previous. Next. A man fell from the sky and landed next to Tsunade. Tsunade glanced at him with his arms crossed. How about Sand Shinobi's one-tail Morizuru? It has been resealed. Jiraiya looked at the battle situation in the barrier and suddenly looked confused. What's the situation now? Why did I see first generation and second generation? We'll talk about this later. Forehead. Only then did Jiraiya realize that Tsunade's face was not very good. Think about it too. The relatives who have been dead for a long time are now summoned by the enemy Orochimaru in some unknown way. He could fully understand Tsunade's mood at the moment. Orochimaru, didn't you expect you to degenerate to such an extent? Jiraiya looked at Orochimaru with regretful eyes. They used to be close teammates. But I have seen more wars, and I have seen more lives in wars. Everyone took a different path. In order to pursue immortality and research forbidden technique, Orochimaru finally betrayed and left the village. Jiraiya also left the village in order to chase Orochimaru and also to gather intelligence around. Tsunade's heart collapsed because of the successive deaths of his lover and his younger brother. Finally, he was forced to leave the village. Konoha's famous Sannin all left. If it weren't for the support of Namikaze Minato, the huge Konoha would have already become a candle in the wind. The situation is very complicated now. We can only wait for Tuo Yu to defeat Orochimaru and Grandpa, or for the four people who maintain the barrier to run out of chakra. Tsunade's face was extremely gloomy, staring at the four of them with terrifying murderous intent. When the time comes, first save Tuo Yu and the old man, and then arrest the BD Orochimaru. 99. It is good, Jiraiya agreed in a deep voice. Then, Kakashi, move aside. He also stood aside and began to watch the battle. Seeing this scene, Kakashi, Might Guy, and a group of Anbu commentators on the side were all straight-eyed. Good guy, here are two more to watch the show. They didn't go in because I wasn't strong enough. The two of you, Sannin, who are on an equal footing with Orochimaru, are also watching a play here. Damn it, Tsunade and Jiraiya, these two bastards, didn't even shoot. Sarutobi Hiruzen had hoped that Jiraiya and Tsunade would come to save him before, thinking that these two are his favorite disciples, and they are powerful, so they shouldn't leave him alone, right? As a result, the commentary table added another member. Now Sarutobi Hiruzen's hope can only fall on Tuo Yu. Every time Tuo Yu dodged a dangerous attack, his face jumped a little. Great, this is our chance to hold back time. Procrastination is victory, and in the battlefield, Tuo Yu is still at ease. He didn't have a way to completely wipe out the impure world reincarnation. He also doesn't have any moves like sealing. So it's just that, it's time consuming. Anyway, he also wanted to fight more with first generation second generation. Soon, another hour passed. Under Konoha's counterattack, Sand Shinobi also noticed the truth of the matter. Baki and the others were dumbfounded. Obviously a good plan, but they now find themselves being played as monkeys by Orochimaru. Can this be tolerated? All surrender. They all ran to the roof of the arena to watch this big show. Soon, an hour passed again. More and more Konoha shinobi came around. Ordinary people who were caught in the illusion were also woken up one after another. Thousands of spectators gathered around. The battle is bigger than the previous official game. Damn, why can't I hit? Orochimaru gritted his teeth and was puzzled at the same time. Under the indiscriminate bombardment of first generation and second generation without the limitations of chakra, even he has no confidence that he can survive. However, nearly 3 hours passed. Tuo Yu is still unscathed. This is so incredible. Why? I have already summoned the first generation and second generation. Why can't I get a little Konoha genin? When did Konoha's kid become so strong? Tuo Yu, is he really human? Orochimaru fell into deep suspicion. He had never seen someone so evasive and resistant. As time passed, the sky gradually darkened. How long has it been? Tsunade's face was stiff, and he looked at Tuo Yu with worried eyes. 6 hours. Tuo Yu's spirit must be in a trance too. 5. Jiraiya and Kakashi and others were all shocked. Even myself, it is impossible to maintain concentration for such a long time. Although not the first generation and second generation in their heyday, but with such a frenzied fire bombardment, it is impossible for even oneself to survive, right? Tuo Yu, you've done enough. As long as you persist, the other party should not be able to hold it anymore. Tsunade's eyes turned to the 4 of them. Their faces gradually turned pale. Obviously, they didn't expect this battle to last for so long, and Chakra, who maintained the barrier, could no longer support it. Hey, what to do? Why isn't it over yet? 35. Tuo Yu also turned his eyes to the left and near. There's no other way, let's get out first. Otherwise, we'll all die here. Zuo Jin's face was very ugly. You go away first, leave it to me here. Orochimaru's voice was hoarse. He didn't go to see the crowd of 4, but he knew how strong the crowd of 4 was. It's not easy to sustain until now. It took a lot of effort to train these subordinates on their own. It would be a waste to let them die here. Yes, the 4 of them were relieved, looked at each other, and then released the barrier at the same time. It's now. Tsunade shouted loudly and rushed forward. It was at this time. First generation under Orochimaru's control slaps both hands. Wood style, the tree world is coming. 39. There is no bondage of the enchantment. The tree world of the first generation descended and grew savagely. Almost in the blink of an eye, hundreds of giant trees and giant tang appeared, surrounding the fighting Orochimaru, first generation, second generation and Tuo Yu. The swollen giant tree expanded rapidly. Tsunade rushed too fast and was directly knocked out. The other Konoha shinobi fighters who followed along were also knocked into the distance. Some were even injured. Some of the slower ones are very lucky. When they saw the tragic state of their companions, their expressions changed drastically and they retreated madly. This guy Orochimaru is still not giving up. It turned out to be an enchantment made by the descent of the tree world. 39. Jiraiya's face was dignified, and she quickly retreated while supporting an injured ninja. After the arrival of the tree world has always covered the entire arena, it stopped expanding. But these trees, each of which is several meters wide, cannot be cut off by ordinary force at all. Seeing this, Tsunade stood up with a dignified expression on his right arm with his left hand. Is this the real tree world coming? Seeing this huge vine barrier, Kakashi and the others widened their eyes in shock. No, this is far from Grandpa's limit. Don't forget, how did those forests in Konoha come from? I listened to Tsunade. Kakashi immediately thought of the legend about the Konoha forest. It is said, the forest of Konoha was created by a ninjutsu performed by the first generation. Originally, he thought it was a bit exaggerated. But now it seems that the legend is not exaggerated. Turning the Valley of the Winds into the Land of Trees is not a problem as long as first generation wants to. In that case, we won't be able to get in at all. Quote, Jiraiya looked distressed. How to save Tuo Yu? And what about the old man? Cough. I'm fine. 35. Sarutobi Hiruzen got up from the ground coughing. It turned out that he immediately retreated the moment the barrier was lifted. It's just that the body, which was already seriously injured, was even more serious due to being knocked into the air by the rapidly expanding tree world. At this point, all combat power has been lost. You guys, hurry up and find a way to save Tuo Yu. He is the future of our Konoha, and there must be no accident. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at the huge forest with a worried expression on his face. Tuo Yu, you can't have an accident. I still need you to take over my position 10 years from now. I also intend to take good care of this position for you until you fully grow up. You must come out alive. Don't worry, I won't let anything happen to Tuo Yu. Tsunade said in a deep voice, pinpointed the gap, and rushed in. However, within 10 seconds of entering, Tsunade was knocked out at a faster speed. No, the battle inside is too fierce. Tsunade coughed and stood up from the ground, not seriously injured but a little embarrassed. What about Tuo Yu? How about Tuo Yu? Sarutobi Hiruzen asked anxiously. I didn't see it. As soon as I got in, I was kicked away by the punches. Well done. What, is the battle going on inside? A group of spectators were dumbfounded. This has been playing for 6 or 7 hours, and it is still playing. It's really tenacious perseverance. Even after fighting for so long, you can still fight. Tuo Yu is too strong. That's the first generation and second generation. There seems to be only one person in history who has been entangled with first generation and second generation for so long, and that is Uchiha Madara. A group of audience, all shocked. Surprise, emotion, disbelief, all kinds of emotions fill my heart. Tsunade couldn't help but sigh. Just now, she saw the powerful ninjutsu frantically raging inside. She was only hit by the aftermath, and she was sent flying so far. You can imagine how crazy the battle is inside. Don't go to the theater. Use ninjutsu to cut the trunks and vines. Don't use fire style, or you'll burn the people inside. Third generation ordered everyone to start to rescue. And inside the battlefield, at this time, Tuo Yu is still fighting with the 2 of them. Relying on the limit dodge. And hypersonic speed. Neither the wood style of the first generation nor the water style of the second generation can cause any damage to him. Orochimaru was stunned from behind. How could he escape from such an indiscriminate bombardment? Is he really human? Even the legendary sage of 6 paths can't hide like that. Chapter 176 Fight to Fame. Shocking the whole ninja world. 179 258. Chapter 176 Fight to Fame. Shocking the whole ninja world. Boom, shabu, boom. As the battle deepened, various loud noises entered the ears of the audience. More and more Konoha village residents who joined in the fun arrived at the scene and watched from a distance. Although you can't see what's going on inside, but seeing the wood style, which has been lost for many years, reappears, it is also very meaningful for the villagers of Konoha. The sky gradually darkened, the night lights are on, but the battle continues inside. My god, Tuo Yu is still fighting inside. 35. Naruto eats a big popsicle and looks incredible. Tuo Yu, his physical strength is too good. Inazukaya also looked surprised. It's okay to fight for so long, Tuo Yu he. Little Sakura and Ino thought of other directions. Especially Ino, can't help drooling. This guy is simply not human. Gaara and Temari, who had regained their sobriety, were also deeply moved. They even felt a little scared. How could he be the enemy of such a monster? As the night deepens, exhaustion swept the crowd, but in order not to miss the wonderful moment, almost no one slept. Wait until the sun rises. Everyone took a look at the wood-style barrier. Good guy, still fighting, not just the villagers. Konoha's ninjas Go Numb, and Rock Shinobi, Suinin, Rain Shinobi, etc., have all gone from shock to numbness. This is too strong. That's facing first Hokage and second Hokage. To be able to fight for so long. Usually ninjas encounter these two people, I am afraid they will not even have the strength to resist. But Tuo Yu actually fought hard for a day and a night. In the woods, Orochimaru's face is getting ugly. Is this guy really human? It's been a day and a night. Why? Orochimaru's spirit was a little dazed. What did he see this night? This Tuo Yu first continued to output ninjutsu, and then used 113 body techniques to fight against the two of them, and the score was 55. But in the second half, there was no more shots, and the audience evaded. Why can't I hit once? How could anyone possibly be able to do such a thing? It must not be true. It must be my hallucination. Snapped. Orochimaru slapped himself hard. It hurts. This made his face even gloomier. What? Can't you hold on? Just say it if you can't hold on, don't hold on. Seeing this scene, Tuo Yu couldn't help laughing. I didn't expect that one of the dignified Sannin would not be able to hold it all night. Aren't you too strong? Thank you for being the legendary Sannin. Tuo Yu's words made Orochimaru's face flush red. But he couldn't do anything about Tuo Yu. Shut up, I'm going to arrest you today. Orochimaru's eyes were red, as if he had lost his mind. Under his control, first generation and second generation are like tireless machines, madly performing various powerful ninjutsu. Tuo Yu didn't care, and even closed his eyes after this attack. Tuo Yu's action of dodging without looking at it really made Orochimaru unable to fix it. Why did he dodge without even looking? He has neither eyeballs nor Sharingan, why? I'm not Miss Lee. Orochimaru's inner cries of madness. Time passed quickly again. The sun rises from the east and reaches its highest point. It's noon. Finally, Orochimaru couldn't take it anymore. This kind of continuous attack, but unable to solve the target for a long time, brought him huge psychological pressure. Much more trauma than the body. If you fight again, I am afraid you will doubt your life. Summoning technique. Orochimaru clapped his hands and summoned the snake out. Take me out of here. 35. Play the snake with a big mouth and swallow the Orochimaru. Then he swallowed the first generation and second generation who stopped attacking, and then disappeared into the ground. Seeing Orochimaru leave, Tsunade, who was watching the battle, immediately jumped down. Tuo Yu, are you alright? 39. Tuo Yu nodded. It can't be said that there is nothing at all, it is quite tiring to continue fighting for so long. Saying that, Tuo Yu immediately activated his blasting ability, blowing up the surrounding vine barrier. Seeing that Tuo Yu was standing still and Orochimaru was forced to retreat, the whole Konoha village was boiling. Damn it, win. OMG, Tuo Yu won, the hero who saves Konoha. Konoha's star of hope, quickly send our hero to rest. Quick, make way for the hero. Hurry up and let the hero go to rest. The people were boiling, the other spectators were also shocked. Sarutobi Hiruzen was very relieved, and happily took out his cigarette and lit it. Well, as expected of the person I value, Konoha's future must be yours. 5. Hero. As expected of my husband, he is too strong. Heitu's excited shouting made the face of Huangtu's suggestion suddenly full of helplessness. He really can't have this daughter. It's all this time, and I don't know how to think about it for the village. Just thinking about chasing the man. I don't know if Iwagakure will be able to lead Iwagakure well in the future. The future of Iwagakure is really worrying. Tuo Yu, he's just too strong. Maybe, he can really be the one who destroys the organization. 99. What, do you want to kill Senior Tuo Yu? Quote. Boom. Before Deidara could speak, Conan knocked him down with a punch, then spread his wings and left the scene. This information must be submitted to Lord Raikage as soon as possible. This is outrageous and exaggerated. 35. He will surely become our Cloud Shinobi's toughest enemy and must be eliminated before he can grow up. The Cloud Shinobi who have been hiding in the dark, waiting for an opportunity to carry out the tasks assigned by Fourth Raikage. After watching the whole process, I couldn't help looking at each other. In the second round of exams, they also waited for an opportunity to assassinate Tuo Yu. But they did not expect to witness such an amazing thing. Tuo Yu was able to tie the two Hokages. Fortunately, I stabilized my hand before, otherwise, it would not be enough to die a few times. Under the careful care of Tsunade, Yuhika, Nohara Rin, and a group of strong girls, Tuo Yu got up from the bed after 3 full days of training. Certainly, he wasn't really hurt, he just wanted to enjoy the life of this kind of clothes, where he could stretch his hands, eat and open his mouth, and even had someone to take care of. But these days can't go on forever. If you lie down for a long time, you will easily lose your life. So it still doesn't work. And after learning that Tuo Yu finished his training, Sarutobi Hiruzen immediately announced that Tuo Yu would be awarded medals and various rewards. Soon, the villagers of Wood Kasi leaves are gathered in the square. On the high platform of the square, Sarutobi Hiruzen was wearing a Hokage robe with a smile on his face. Beside him is Tuo Yu, who was standing upright, waiting patiently. A few days ago, we were attacked by a hateful sneak attack, and our former partner, Orochimaru, one of the now rebellious Sannin, planned such a terrifying plan. 5. And also deceived our ally Sunagaku's ninjas to launch a crash plan against our Konoha. He almost made it, but we Konoha will never lack heroes. 35. At this critical moment, it was Genin's Tuo Yu-kun who stood up. He first led the Jinchuriki of San Shinobi away to avoid causing harm to the people. Then go back to the main battlefield and fight Orochimaru on your own. 9. All of us have witnessed this great battle. It was his hard work and tenacity that made Orochimaru come back in vain. 35. In recognition of Tuo Yu who did all this, I awarded him the Hero Medal as Hokage, and I hope he can make persistent efforts and continue to shine for my Konoha. At the same time, I announce that Tuo Yu-kun will be specially promoted to Elite Jonin, whose merit and strength are enough to bear this title. After Sarutobi Hiruzen gave an impassioned speech, he solemnly put a polished medal on Tuo Yu's chest. Come on, my position in the future must belong to you. Sarutobi Hiruzen whispered next to Tuo Yu's ear. Tuo Yu also naturally cooperated with the acting, facing the villagers, showing the medal on his chest, and also gave a brief award speech. I am honored to receive this honor, but it is not my work alone to get through this crisis, but the joint efforts of all of us. We Konoha are such a united family. I hope everyone can live happily and harmoniously in the future. It is good. Tuo Yu-kun, you are good. Come on, we will always support you. Tuo Yu-kun, you are Hokage. Tuo Yu, let Konoha shine again. Make Plus great again. Tuo Yu is amazing. No, I have to work harder and don't let him leave me too far. Naruto was full of fighting spirit, and he played no role at all in this fight. It really made him feel unwilling. Also unwilling as Sasuke, but even as proud as Sasuke, he had to show admiration. After all, Tuo Yu's opponents this time are Konoha's myth, first Hokage and his younger brother second Hokage. This strength, Sasuke has to admit. Hey, Tuo Yu-kun is really handsome. When will the legal age for marriage be reached? Little Sakura held her flushed cheeks in both hands and looked at Tuo Yu on the high platform obsessively, falling into some kind of fantasy. Beside her, Ino also looked the same. Even Hinata's face was flushed, and he bowed his head shyly, occasionally peeking at Tuo Yu, and then quickly lowered his head. Tuo Yu-kun's current strength, I'm afraid we can't match it, right? Kakashi sighed in shock. He has seen many geniuses. He is a genius himself. But he had never seen such a genius as Tuo Yu. What's more, at the age of 12, he was able to draw a tie with first Hokage. What kind of power is this? Is that human being? Anyway, among the people Kakashi knows, no ninja can do such a thing at this age. As expected of a miracle boy, either he is creating a miracle, or he is on the way to creating a miracle. Might Guy was all smiles, showing his trademark thumbs up to Tuo Yu on the high platform. I'm old, ahem, Tuo Yu really isn't an ordinary person. Kurenai Yuhi also said with satisfaction. Finally, an hour later, the long award ceremony is finally over. A group of people immediately crowded over. Today is a day to celebrate, let me treat you to a meal. Kakashi said with a smile. If you're a guest, let me come, I'm Tuo Yu's team captain. Kurenai Yuhi glanced at Kakashi and squeezed in front. A former captain, Tuo Yu is now an elite jonin, higher than yours, red. 55. Kakashi was still smiling, but this time he was a little dark. Hong Yuhi's face suddenly boasted, but there was a proud light in his eyes. Who is she in Tuo Yu? Even if she is not the leader of the team, her relationship with Tuo Yu is extraordinary. I'll treat you this time. It just so happens that Lord Hokage has rewarded me with a lot of money. I don't know what to say. 5. Tuo Yu said with a smile. Okay, I'm going to have a good meal. Naruto suddenly cheered. Delicious choji is also a burst of cheers. I want to eat barbecue. I want to sit next to Tuo Yu. What? Sitting next to Tuo Yu is me, Ino Pig. You wide forehead, do you want to fight? It happened that there was no winner last time. This time I will show you the power of my Yamanaka clan. 99. Don't fight the two of you. Fight up, ha ha ha. What a rowdy two women. Chapter 177. The big bosses in the whole ninja world are panicking. Konoha does not allow such an awesome existence. 180-258. Chapter 177 The big bosses in the whole ninja world are panicking. Konoha does not allow such an awesome existence. Land country, Tsuchikage building. What did you say? Onogi frowned. That boy named Tuo Yu is really so fierce. I saw it with my own eyes, father. Lois's simple and honest face is full of solemnity. He is still so young and so powerful. If he grows up completely, he will definitely be a character not inferior to first Hokage or even Uchiha Madara. We must treat it carefully. If it's really what you said, then this child must not stay. 35. Onagi's eyes were ruthless. I leave this matter to you to handle. At present, the only person in Iwagakure who is familiar enough with that boy is you, and only you can formulate a feasible assassination plan. Konoha is not allowed to have such an awesome existence. I will try my best. Lois's face was full of determination. I'm sorry, dear girl, but this is for our sake, Iwagakure. Keeping Tuo Yu alive will only be a problem for our Iwagakure. So, just marry another one. Cloud Shinobi Village. Boom. A bunch of trash. Fourth Raikage slapped the table angrily, and the group of people kneeling in front of him were the assassins he sent to Konoha to secretly attack. In the end, these guys came back in such a disheartened way. Even without killing Tuo Yu, who recently rose to fame in Konoha, couldn't the others be killed? Are you stupid? Just killing two small strongmen can also cause heavy losses to Konoha. Get down, Lord Raikage. 39. Azabuye stepped forward and said, the most important thing at the moment is the information they brought back. If it is true, it will indeed be a huge trouble for us. 5. Is Tuo Yu to be able to tie first Hokage and second Hokage? I don't believe it. Ai's face was solemn. Although he has never seen first generation and second generation, who in the ninja world does not know the legend of Senju Hashirama? Able to face Senju Hashirama head-on at the age of 12 or 13 without falling behind. This strength can already be said to be the top in the entire ninja world. How could there be such a person? However, doubt is doubt. These assassins, but professional ninjas of the Land of Thunder, should not lie. Maybe, Konoha really came out to be such a terrifying moth. Add manpower. This dangerous seed must not let him blossom and bear fruit. Be sure to kill him in the cradle, otherwise it will cause endless trouble for his Cloud Shinobi. 99. Konoha does not allow such an awesome existence. I made a very decisive decision. Tuo Yu will definitely be the biggest obstacle to our Cloud Shinobi becoming the leader. He must be completely strangled before he grows further. This time you can only succeed, not fail. Rain country. The top of the tallest building. Pain, as always, stood in the icy rain curtain, looking at the lifeless land of rain. Conan. He spoke suddenly. Behind him, pieces of paper gathered together to form Conan's figure. Looks like this farce is over. What's the result? Pain turned around, a pair of emotionless Rinagons making the scalp tingle. Conan had already seen enough of those eyes, and naturally there would be no reaction. But her face was still very troubled. Tuo Yu he has grown up again. Conan's face was gloomy, and Orochimaru also appeared in Konoha and attacked Konoha with Sand Shinobi. Oh, looks like something interesting happened. What's the situation? Pain's eyes became focused. Subsequently, Conan recounted everything that happened after the attack began in great detail. You mean, Tuo Yu, who is only 12 years old, goes head-to-head against first generation and second Hokage without falling behind? 99. Pain frowned. Since it came from your mouth, I believe it should be the case. In this case, the existence of Tuo Yu must be eliminated as soon as possible, otherwise it will definitely become the biggest obstacle to our plan. 5. But, I'm not too worried about other people right now. Nagato felt a pain in his head when he thought that the people who faced Tuo Yu were not normal when they came back. Fortunately, there are also two people who have never faced Tuo Yu and are strong. Let Itachi and Kisame go. With their strength, if they secretly attack, they should be able to take down the Tuo Yu. Pain turned and continued to look at the rain screen, making his decision. Konoha is not allowed to have such an awesome existence. Okay, I'm going to inform them both. Conan nodded, his figure turned into pieces of white paper, and left the place. Water country, Kurigakure. Konoha is really talented. After listening to Chojiro's report, Terumime couldn't help sighing. Mizukage-sama, what should we do? Changjiro asked curiously. Now that we've just come out of a period of unrest, it's not appropriate to go to war outside. Terumime said, her eyes twinkling. The current Kurigakure is too weak to bear Konoha's wrath. I can't believe that Konoha still has such an awesome existence. I don't know what that kid looks like. Is he a handsome guy? Terumime brooded with her hands crossed at her chin. Nagajiro stood across from him a little bewildered. Well, what should I do now? Am I a bit redundant? Country of Wind, Sunagakure. Gaara's condition has stabilized, and Sand Shinobi, who remained in Konoha, has returned safely. Baki reported the plan for this operation. It seems that Konoha still cares about their decency. Shio hummed and said weakly, this time we were deceived by Orochimaru, and even our Kazekage was assassinated by Orochimaru. Katakana middle. 0 flowers. We Sunagakure have lost all face. Gaara is the most important person in our Sunagakure, and he will definitely resist the banner of leading Sunagakure forward in the future. 99. During this weak period, the alliance with Konoha must not go wrong. Shio opened his eyes suddenly. That boy named Tuo Yu is too powerful. Once he grows up, I'm afraid he will become the next Senju Hashirama, or even stronger. At that time, I'm afraid that all shinobi villages will be subject to Konoha. So, when Chiyo said this, everyone could not help but tense their nerves. So what? To kill him, to catch him alive, under the watchful eyes of the crowd. Afterwards, Chiyo closed his eyes again and slowly said, so, everyone should hold Tuo Yu's thighs tightly in the future and try to please him as much as possible. Otherwise, our country of wind will be in jeopardy. Yes, Chiyo-sama. Baki bowed his head, others had sweat on their foreheads. Good guy, he really deserves to be the think tank of the land of wind. Seeing the wind has a hand at the rudder. Country of field, some hidden secret laboratory. Orochimaru smashed things frantically. Why is it like this? What kind of monster is that guy? Is he really human? Orochimaru's eyes were red, and he didn't have the indifference and elegance of a researcher. Appears irritable, continuously being slapped in the face by Tuo Yu. His mood was a little unbearable. In short, Orochimaru's mentality collapsed. Lord Orochimaru, what are we going to do next? Yakushi Kabuto knelt at the door, turning a blind eye to the mess. That body is very important to Orochimaru-sama, so let's find a way to take him down. Of course, I won't just give up. Orochimaru turned his head and stared at a pair of red eyes with anger. Even if I pay any price, I will get that body. As long as I have a strong body that can fight against the first generation and second generation, I will definitely exert the greatest potential of that body. 55. Gather everyone. I'm going to announce the next step. Konoha village. Early in the morning, after eating Yuhika's love breakfast, Tuo Yu sat at the dining table and thought. It's been quiet recently, and I don't know how countries will react after the news spread. Will you become famous in this battle? Tuo Yu touched his chin, feeling that he's been a little too calm recently. It was like the calm before the storm. Gives a sense of unease. Well, at this time, the system needs to appear. 35. System. Conduct a fixed point simulation. The time limit is 8 days. Simulation starts. Loss. Chapter 178 Tuo Yu. I'm too hard, the whole ninja world wants to kill me. 181 258. Chapter 178 Tuo Yu. I'm too hard, the whole ninja world wants to kill me. Simulation starts. At 9 o'clock, when you go out, everyone on the street sees you with a look of admiration. The adults sent their sincere greetings to you, and the children dressed up as you and played. At 10 o'clock, you got rid of the young ladies who asked for your autograph and came to Nohara Rin's house. At 12 o'clock, after lunch at Nohara Rin's house, you went back to wander the streets and met little Sakura and Ino who were waiting patiently. At 1700, after finishing training with little Sakura and Ino, you return home. Yuhika has already prepared dinner and is waiting for you. The next day, you will always be welcomed when you appear on the street. The aunts introduced you to you affectionately, and the uncles praised you for being a good person with a look of relief. Countless people have become your fans, and they have come forward to communicate with you, even if they just listen to you. You maintain your humility on the surface, but your heart is already ecstatic to ultimate. At night, you and Yuhika are doing physical training until late at night. It still feels very peaceful. Is there no other reaction? I do not believe. Tuo Yu frowned. On the third day, on a whim, you came to the training ground to experiment with the cooperation between your abilities. But at this moment, someone secretly killed 113, and the familiar Shongen uniform made you instantly recognize their identities. It is Uchiha Itachi and Hoshigaki Kisame of Akatsuki's organization. Faced with two powerful enemies, you immediately put out 100% of your spirit and narrowly avoided Uchiha Itachi's Amaterasu. Hoshigaki Kisame took the opportunity to sneak attack and was knocked away by you. Uchiha Itachi performed illusion, but it didn't work for you. You took the opportunity to attack, and Uchiha Itachi who was caught off guard was successfully attacked by you. After the two of you fought for a while, Uchiha Itachi was seriously injured. Hoshigaki Kisame couldn't do anything, and immediately escaped with the seriously injured Uchiha Itachi. Ah, is there really an enemy attacking? This development is in line with the normal trajectory. After all, in the original book, after Chunan's exam was over, Shao organization immediately sent people to Konoha to obtain information. Well, after defeating Uchiha Itachi and the others, it's almost a safe period. 35. Tuo Yu breathed a sigh of relief. However, the next second, the development in the simulation exceeded his expectations. On the fourth day, you were on a patrol mission, but unexpectedly encountered a large number of Cloud Shinobi attacks led by Killer Bee. Killer Bee used the power of 8 tails to cause a lot of damage, and caused heavy casualties to Konoha's patrol. Seeing this, Tuo Yu was a little confused. Killer Bee, what is he doing? It stands to reason that there should be no such task. With your blasting ability and various rare abilities, you fought against Killer Bee. The perfect Jinchuriki strength is not a blow. On the 5th day, the Lois led an elite team to sneak into Konoha and raided Konoha at night. 99. 39. Your house was suddenly dragged into the ground, and the rock walls squeezed from all around will squeeze you to death. But you used the power of blasting and successfully broke through. The Lois saw that the plan failed, and immediately led the team to retreat. On the 6th day, you were training at the training ground with little Sakura and Ino, but were suddenly attacked by a mysterious ninja team. Mysterious ninja team kidnapped little Sakura and Ino to threaten you and successfully angered you. You rescued the 2 women at supersonic speed, and successfully killed the mysterious ninja team, and handed over the corpses to the torture department to obtain the information in their brains. Unfortunately, their brains have been banned and cannot obtain any information. On the 7th day, Sunagakur Baki Jonin led the team to come to make amends and apply for a new alliance. You attended the alliance ceremony as elite Jonin. Afterwards, when you are eating, you feel a strange smell in the meal, but there is nothing abnormal about your body. Baki sees that the poison is ineffective against you, and immediately retreats. On the 8th day, Yakushi Kabuto came to the door with a kind face and invited you to his residence on the grounds of learning medical ninjutsu. As everyone knows, you already knew Yakushi Kabuto's spy status. But you pretended not to know, and then after walking to the unmanned trail, you subdued it with a thunder strike. How is this going? Tuo Yu's face was stunned. What's the matter? After co-authoring a show on the Chunin exam, did you become a target? Now the masters of the whole ninja world are going to assassinate themselves. Tuo Yu people are stupid. He is so strong, shouldn't he be afraid? Why are they all coming to assassinate me? This, can't understand. Sarutobi Hiruzen is a fool. Your father, I'm about to be killed by you. Tuo Yu muttered silently. Originally, Sarutobi Hiruzen's public commendation was to announce to all countries how powerful Tuo Yu was, so as to deter Xiao Xiao. But now, there seems to be a backlash. Every ninja village can't wait to kill Tuo Yu. They don't allow Konoha to have such an awesome existence. Therefore, the assassins and masters from all sides are only one after another. 55. No, you can't sit still. Who can withstand such waves? I can't stand it even with iron. After thinking for a few seconds, Tuo Yu made an immediate decision. You can't fight hard, you have to hide. Since they all found Konoha, then I'll leave Konoha. At least, go out and hide for a while. Even if someone comes, they have to come one by one. After making up your mind, Tuo Yu went straight out. Where are you going? Hong Yuhi, who was cleaning the dishes, heard the movement and turned around and asked. I'm a little restless and want to go to activities. 99. Tuo Yu said without looking back. Then you pay attention to safety, your physical strength has just recovered, it is better to pay more attention. Hong Yuhi showed a pampering smile and asked with concern. I see. Tuo Yu waved his hand, pushed open the door and left. Tuo Yu-kun, you are so diligent to go out so early. Tuo Yu-kun, sign me, sign here. Tuo Yu-kun, keep working hard, be sure to become the next Hokage. We all support you. Tuo Yu-kun, Tuo Yu-kun. As soon as he left the house, Tuo Yu felt his current popularity in Konoha. Everyone has to say these 2 words when they see themselves. In order to maintain the character he currently maintains, he also had to respond with a business-style smile. Where is it? Not as good as uncle. That's not quite right. 35. I will, thank you for your support. It only took 10 minutes to walk. Tuo Yu froze for an hour. After walking into the Hokage building, he couldn't help taking a deep breath. Oh, it's so hard. Is it very enthusiastic? Just wait until you get used to it. Kakashi, who happened to be walking out of the office, patted him on the shoulder. Kakashi-senpai, have been resting long enough recently, it's time to go out to work. 0 inches. Kakashi said with a smile. Blind training is not a solution. Ninjas still need to experience enough actual combat to improve faster. 5. Tuo Yu, although you are ahead of me now, I will catch up with you soon. Sasuke looked at Tuo Yu with determination, expressing his determination. Although there is a huge gap between us now, but there won't be such a big gap forever. I will definitely catch up with you, then find the man and kill him. That's right, I'll catch up with you too, and it's me who's going to be the next Hokage. Naruto shouted too, his deep blue eyes very serious. Naruto, forget it, how can you compare to Tuo Yu-kun? Little Sakura pushed hard, and Naruto was pushed out far away, and he fell into a mess. Then little Sakura grabbed Tuo Yu's arm, his face full of reluctance. I don't know how long this mission will take. You must wait for me to come back, Tuo Yu-kun. What is your mission? Tuo Yu was a little curious. Because of his appearance, Orochimaru did not plant a spell on Sasuke. Naturally, there is no plot where Sasuke is seduced by Orochimaru, and then Shikamaru leads the team to pursue it. So Tuo Yu was a little curious. What quests will Sasuke and the others take on at this time? It's an escort mission, escorting a female movie star. 35. Kakashi said with a smile. As for the specific content, I won't say anything. Actress. Is it a breeze? It was this task. Okay, I understand. Tuo Yu nodded and watched as Kakashi and the others left before he walked towards the door of Hokage's office. Just as he was about to push the door in, he suddenly heard someone mentioning his name inside. The outstretched hand paused. This voice is so familiar. Is it Asuma? What does he bring himself to do? Tuo Yu was a little puzzled, but his instinct told him that Asuma would definitely not say good things about him. When he put his ear to the door and listened carefully. Really, Asuma really didn't say anything nice. Inside the office, A2.6 put both hands on the table, leaning forward and pressing down on his father, Sarutobi Hiruzen. I admit, Tuo Yu is really strong, even stronger than us Jonin. 9. But is it okay to just let him get promoted to elite Jonin? Is it right? He's only 12 years old now. If people from other villages knew about it, what would they think of our Konoha's Jonin? Will they think our Konoha Jonin threshold is too low? Tuo Yu is strong enough, I admit, but he has performed too few missions and is seriously inexperienced. I think that the current Tuo Yu is completely unqualified to take on the position of elite Jonin, so let him exercise for a few years before talking about it. Asuma continued to be aggressive, although his eyes were very serious. But as long as the discerning person can see, he is out of jealousy. And the reason for jealousy is naturally related to Yuhika. Who doesn't know that Asuma is pursuing Yuhika in the whole Konoha? But Hiroshi Yuhi has been ignoring him, and he has also taken great care of Tuo Yu. Certainly, the close relationship between Yuhika and Tuo Yu is currently unknown. Asuma didn't know either, but he was just unhappy. Why does the woman I like keep revolving around that kid? This is not fair. Chapter 179. The mission begins. Escort the Snow Country Princess. 182-258. Chapter 179. The mission begins. Escort the Snow Country Princess. Humph. Sarutobi Hiruzen snorted coldly, and his eyes flashed a hint of coldness. I am Hokage, how to appoint is my responsibility. You are not qualified to make irresponsible remarks here. Sarutobi Hiruzen was merciful, but he had already scolded Asuma in his heart. How dare you speak ill of Tuo Yu-kun? Even if you are my son, it is unforgivable. Not to mention when I was trapped by Orochimaru. You idiot is watching from the side, and you have no intention of making a move at all. I can't wait to have a son like you. Old man, you actually. Asuma looked shocked. He didn't expect his father to say that to him. He was just explaining the truth, but Sarutobi Hiruzen showed such an arrogant attitude. It really puzzled him. Who is your son? Tuck tuck tuck. At this moment, a knock on the door just happened to ease the tension between the two. Please come in. Sarutobi Hiruzen eased the look on his face and returned to a gentle smile. Tuo Yu pushed in the door, paused quite naturally when he saw Asuma, then nodded and said, Good morning, Lord Hokage, Senior Asuma. Hearing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen immediately cast a contemptuous look at Asuma. What a polite child. See you again. It's really worthless. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Tuo Yu with satisfaction, then glanced at his son with disgust. Good morning. Asuma answered reluctantly. What are you doing here this time? Tuo Yu-kun. Sarutobi Hiruzen turned to Tuo Yu with a kind smile on his face. Tuo Yu secretly stared at Sarutobi Hiruzen's skilled face-changing technique. When I looked at AC-20 just now, I still had a look of disgust. When he looked at him now, his expression changed immediately. This face-changing ability, you still have to learn. It's like this, I've been staying at home for too long recently, and I'm going to take up tasks to continue exercising myself. Tuo Yu made a random excuse. The Chunin exam has just ended, and your body has just recovered, don't you take a few days off? Sarutobi Hiruzen had a concerned look on his face. Moreover, there are enough people in the village, you can rest and rest. Now for the village, as a hero, your recovery is the most important thing. How can that be possible? Tuo Yu said righteously, as an elite Jonin of Konoha, although I have just been promoted, I have to fulfill my corresponding responsibilities, otherwise how can I be at ease? As a Konoha shinobi person, I have to contribute to the development of Konoha, how can I stop and even enjoy it in advance? This is an insult to my ninja. Please send me a quest, Hokage-sama. Hear this. Not only Sarutobi Hiruzen, but also Asuma was shocked. This is Konoha's most eye-catching man. After going through such a big event, he didn't stop for a moment, but re-engaged in the mission. What kind of spirit is this? Sarutobi Hiruzen on the office chair was shocked, unable to speak for a long time. He was moved as if to cry. Tuo Yu's obsession is indeed what a good ninja should have. However, he was reluctant to let Tuo Yu-kun go on a dangerous mission. Can perform simple tasks, presumably Tuo Yu-kun is also not happy. After thinking about it for a while, Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes suddenly lit up. Exactly, there's a good mission here, Kakashi and the others took it, but I'm still a little worried, since you insist, let's go together. Tuo Yu's eyes lit up. Originally, I was thinking of finding a commission to leave Konoha. Unexpectedly, doze came. Sarutobi Hiruzen sent the pillow directly. Are you escorting that actress? I just ran into Kakashi-sensei outside. Tuo Yu made a mouthful. Fenghua Xiaoshui looks beautiful. It is different from the two airports of Little Sakura and Ino. This is a kind between a girl and a royal sister, and it is very rare. Rest assured, Hokage-sama, I will definitely complete the task successfully. Tuo Yu is righteous. Well, it happens that there are many talents in the younger generation. Except for those who are injured and have other tasks, you should also bring them over to gain some experience. With you, I can rest assured. Sarutobi Hiruzen thought about it and sent some companions to Tuo Yu. The escort is a woman, and she doesn't seem to cooperate very well. If there are more female ninjas, it should make her feel more at ease. 5. It's just an escort mission anyway, except that it takes some time on the road. Basically no danger, and with Tuo Yu's current strength, what if he encounters danger? Tuo Yu is invincible. Sarutobi Hiruzen is very satisfied with his arrangement. Tuo Yu is also very satisfied. Wait until after Tuo Yu leaves. Sarutobi Hiruzen's smiling face suddenly changed, and he turned to look at Asuma's full of disgust. Look at others, and look at yourself. Jealous, ugly, I only know how to squeeze out my companions, but I don't see what I am. How could I give birth to such a worry-free thing? FK me, I don't want to see you now. Asuma's face twisted for a while, and his face turned green. Just as he was about to refute something, he saw Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes were full of malevolence. In desperation, he had no choice but to snort and walk out of Hokage's office angrily. Quote. Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed, and his entire face became much older. Asuma, when will you be able to mature? If you have a good toe, Tuo Yu, I won't scold you. The other side. After Tuo Yu left the office, he immediately went to meet Kakashi. He can't wait to leave Konoha now, otherwise countless assassinations will be waiting for him in 2 days. It's okay to come one by one, but to come together, or take turns, he can't stand this kind of day. Soon, at the Leaf Gate, Tuo Yu finds Kakashi team to join him. Sarutobi Hiruzen had already told Kakashi first, and asked him to regroup. In the end, Kakashi simply let Naruto and the others play at home. Little Sakura is the only one left in the 7th shift. Tuo Yu, 35. When little Sakura saw Tuo Yu, she immediately jumped up. Great, I didn't expect to be able to perform this mission together with Tuo Yu-kun. I didn't expect it, but Hokage-sama said that this mission is very important, we must work hard, little Sakura. There was a gentle smile on Tuo Yu's face. Next moment, his other arm was also held tightly. Tuo Yu turned his head. Is Ino. As soon as I heard that I was on a mission with Tuo Yu-kun, I ran over immediately. What a blessing. Ino's face flushed with excitement, and he hugged Tuo Yu's hand tightly and didn't let go. Humph. Ino pig, what are you doing? Little Sakura felt a strong hostility, and lightning flashed in his eyes, staring fiercely at Ino through Tuo Yu. Broad forehead, I don't need you to worry about what I do. Not to be outdone, Ino's eyes gathered in front of Tuo Yu. Tuo Yu felt his body numb. The person who performed the mission this time, except Kakashi Squad and Tuo Yu, Sarutobi Hiruzen also arranged Ino, Tenten, Hinata, and Nohara Rin. All female. Not sure if Sarutobi Hiruzen arranged it on purpose. Think of Sarutobi Hiruzen and Jiraiya, the same old ruffian. Tuo Yu felt that Sarutobi Hiruzen should have been intentional. Because it is precisely this to plan to further win over myself. However, Tuo Yu did not resist this arrangement. The more you come, the better. Enjoying the warm embrace of little Sakura and Ino, Tuo Yu looked at ease. And right now, sorry to disturb you all, but we are still in a hurry. The film shooting schedule is still a little tight. I wonder if we can leave as soon as possible. An uncle with a beard said with a smile. We're the ones who are sorry for the delay of the two of you, so let's go quickly. Kakashi returned to his senses and said apologetically. Tuo Yu also regained his senses, and then looked at the woman on the horse. Wind and snow. Of course, she is now under the alias of Fuji Fengshui, in order to avoid the pursuit of the enemy. But at this point Tuo Yu couldn't help but want to complain. Since it is to avoid the enemy's pursuit, isn't it better to hide? Instead, he became an actor and made a movie with great fanfare. Isn't it easier to get locked up by enemies? I really don't understand what the brain circuit of this woman is. But if you look closely, although this woman has an indifferent face, her appearance is indeed very good. Tuo Yu has not seen her movies, but she still knows that she is also a very famous actress. And Fenghua Xiaoshui's life experience is also very pitiful. He lost his father when he was young, and was chased by his own uncle. All the way to escape the country of snow, incognito, paralyzed himself, in short, very miserable. Sweeping Fenghua Xiaoshui's eyes, Tuo Yu couldn't even see a trace of light in her eyes. It was as if this woman's life had turned into darkness. As for Fenghua Xiaoshui, although he looked at Tuo Yu, his eyes were floating and his eyes were out of focus. Don't know what to think. Neither care about their chats nor the progress of the filming. It doesn't matter to her anyway. Why does this woman feel gloomy? Kakashi frowned slightly when he looked at Fenghua Xiaoshui's appearance. He is not dissatisfied, but feels that Fenghua Xiaoshui's state is not right. Please don't mind, Ms. Yuki is just tired from filming. Mitafu stopped Kakashi with a smile. Why don't we hurry up? Filming is really stressful. Good. 35. Kakashi nodded and stopped asking. He's also just a ninja on a mission. There is no need to know too much about the employer's situation. A group of people set off. But no one noticed. Not long after everyone left, a pitcher plant slowly emerged from a tree outside the village. The pitcher plant opened, revealing the figure of Black Zetsu. Target has left Konoha. Go get your clone to tell Uchiha Itachi and Hoshigaki Kisame the news. Black Zetsu spoke hoarsely to White Zetsu. No problem, leave it to me. 99. White Zetsu happily agreed. The two then dived underground again. On the other side, in the forest of the Fire Country, Uchiha Itachi and Hoshigaki Kisame who were heading towards Konoha stopped. A White Zetsu emerged from the ground. What's wrong? White Zetsu, Hoshigaki Kisame asked. The plan has changed. The goal is to leave Konoha, and it is very likely to head towards the Snow Country. White Zetsu said. Oh, it seems a bit unfortunate. Hoshigaki Kisame turned to look at Uchiha Itachi. We have to turn around. Chapter 180 Double Black Talent. Fire Players. 183 258. Chapter 180 Double Black Talent. Fire Players. Uchiha Itachi responded indifferently, then turned around silently and walked towards the Snow Country. It's really cold. 35. Hoshigaki Kisame couldn't help but complain, but it took so long. He was also used to the emotional indifference of his partner. All the way, soon we arrived at the place where the first film was filmed. Fenghua Xiaoshui's filming is completely different from the usual time. At least the eyes became shiny instead of dead. This has to make people wonder, is this acting? Or is this the real her? Soon, one day of filming is over. The actors began to rest. The crew performed the second day of the scene. It always feels like it's not a professional crew. 5. Kakashi couldn't help but complain. Where is it not professional? Sante Asama came over and asked. Shouldn't kanjing be prepared in advance? Where is the preparation now? 35. Kakashi said it bluntly. But it's none of my business. I'm just a ninja. I just need to be responsible for my responsibilities. It is estimated that Kakashi was afraid of the director's scolding, and Kakashi immediately killed a carbine to clear the relationship. And the other side, although little Sakura and Ino usually like to pester Tuo Yu very much. But now it's a mission after all. They still know the priorities. So at this time, he did not entangle Tuo Yu, but was on guard around him. In order to prevent the enemy that may appear at any time. Soon, the filming has also been completed. During breaks, Fenghua Xiaoshui took the initiative to come to Tuo Yu. Fenghua Xiaoshui, who is wearing a costume and has not removed her makeup, is very delicate and beautiful. I heard that you are Konoha's hero. Fenghua Xiaoshui raised her head and asked Tuo Yu who was standing on the tree. Tuo Yu jumped down from the tree and said indifferently, it's just that the people in the village love me, I'm just an ordinary ninja. Yes, Fenghua Xiaoshui was non-committal. She has seen firsthand how popular Tuo Yu is on the street. Good guy, much stronger than her star. But she wasn't someone to be jealous of. She was just curious about Tuo Yu. How do you feel? The feeling of being a hero. Fenghua Xiaoshui continued to ask. It's too exaggerated to feel something. 35. Actually, I just did what I was supposed to do. By the way, Miss Fujika's, you look sharp and energetic when you're acting, which is different from what you usually do. Not the same. Fenghua Xiaoshui was stunned for a moment, her eyes slightly complicated. Yes, you usually look very dull, and you never talk to us. Tuo Yu described Fenghua Xiaoshui's performance along the way, but when you are acting, your eyes are shining, how can I put it, it's very beautiful. Really, do you like me that way? Fenghua Xiaoshui asked strangely, but as soon as I asked it out, I felt rude. Why am I asking him this question? I am so weird today. It's okay to talk to him. This question is fine too. Not at all like the usual me. Is acceptable, Tuo Yu said calmly. Is acceptable. Did he like it, really like it? Fenghua Xiaoshui looked a little nervous. Don't know why, she felt her heart beat a little faster when she was talking to Tuo Yu. The reaction caught her off guard. After thinking for a few seconds, Fenghua Xiaoshui felt that it was difficult to answer. She turned around and left. It looked like he was running away. Tuo Yu, what did you say to her? Little Sakura jumped down from the tree and looked curiously at Fenghua Xiaoshui running away, but her acting skills are so good, no wonder she is so popular. I do not know either. Tuo Yu also looked blank. Fenghua Xiaoshui's sudden turn made him unexpected. He didn't say anything. Why did she react so much? Did he say something wrong? Impossible. It doesn't make sense. Tuo Yu was puzzled. At night, the crew goes to rest. Tuo Yu sat silently in the carriage. The place I went to this time seems to be not very friendly. 35. In that case, let's take this opportunity to conduct a simulation. 5. Let's see if we can get something good. System, start the simulation. Squatting on the sofa, Tuo Yu gave orders to the system in his mind. Ding, talent is being drawn for you. The roulette wheel of the system turns. After 3 seconds, the pointer stops. Ding, extraction is successful. You have drawn talents. You have a father, black, a time machine, black gold, a fire player, black. Double black, it's really rare. Tuo Yu frowned, although not carefully calculated, but the double black seems to have not appeared for a long time. And the father of the black level, I don't know whose son this simulation will be. Could it be Uchiha Madara's son? After all, there is a black level fire player, although it is not clear what this talent is. But when it comes to fire, Uchiha is famous. Uchiha is everyone's grandmaster fire style. Fire player. You like high temperature and high heat, flame is your toy, and you will be obliged to encounter anything related to flame. Black is a very high talent. After reaching the top level, the temperature you release can even be comparable to the sun. Comparable to the sun, Tuo Yu's eyes widened. If it is really able to control the temperature of the sun, I am afraid it is not the level of Yamamoto Yuanyajai. Who else is the opponent? I'm afraid that I can't even get close and I'll be vaporized, right? Tuo Yu couldn't help but look forward to it. Simulation starts. Talents have been carried. You have a father, a time machine, a fire player. The sun is scorching hot and the sun is shining brightly. The earth is burned and cracked, and steam rises from the river. On the hottest day of the year, you were born. Good guy, the appearance is not the same, it is really in line with the talent of playing with fire. 39. Tuo Yu complained silently. Black class dad, don't know who it will be. A sharp-edged perseverance hastily appeared in front of you. You were stunned and recognized his identity. He is the current patriarch of the Senju clan, Senju Butsuma. Beside him, there are 2 Han-Han boys. You recognize the boy with his sister's head at a glance. He is the #1 Han-Han in the ninja world, Haxi Spicy. I became a member of the Senju family, or the brother of Hashirama and Tobarama. You are very excited to be born in this powerful family. But you also immediately realize that it is still in a period of turmoil. Shinobu village has not yet appeared, and even Hashirama and the others are just children. FK, it's Senju Butsuma. It's a bit arrogant now. Tuo Yu was also surprised. He could understand why he was a black-level dad. The important thing is not Senju Butsuma, but Hashirama and Tobarama. They are the main reason that makes this talent black. You quickly understand that you are the youngest brother of Senju Hashirama and Senju Tobarama. As a younger brother, you have been favored by the two older brothers. But you have been very naughty since you were a child, either urinating on their faces, or giving them a big surprise while changing diapers. But the biggest trouble is the strong desire in your heart. When you see the flame, there is a strong desire in your heart, and you want to reach out and touch it. Backquote that can't be touched. Hashirama blocked your outstretched hand and asked softly. Hashirama just thought you were curious when you saw the throbbing flames, and didn't pay much attention. Haha, it's starting again, right? Tuo Yu chuckled, watching the young Hashirama and Tobarama get tossed. He couldn't help but be happy, especially when I think of the fact that I had a fight with these two people before. I was filled with a feeling of revenge. Although you are always vigilant, there are times when you make mistakes. Hashirama and Tobarama quarreled over a few pieces of fruit. You, who was on the side, didn't pay attention to it, but looked at the water cup with the warm air floating next to it. You slowly crawled over, then stretched out your hand involuntarily. Be careful. Hashirama caught a glimpse of your movement out of the corner of his eyes. His face changed drastically. He quickly pulled you back and looked at your hand. However, your hands don't show any burn marks, which makes Hashirama relieved. You can't be so naughty in the future. Hashirama reprimanded you softly, but you didn't care, but looked at your little hand thoughtfully. You touched the scalding boiling water, but your hands did not feel any scalding, as if the temperature did not exist for you. At this time, you realize that you have a unique talent that is different from ordinary people. Didn't expect fire players to have this effect. Tuo Yu looked surprised. When looking at the talent description, Get Zhao, he thought he was an arsonist or something. Unexpectedly, it is similar to the ability of flame affinity. However, in this way, the upper limit of talents such as arsonist is much higher. Moreover, this can also show why the talent can control the temperature of the sun after reaching the top level. An arsonist can't master this level of temperature. I'm afraid it will evaporate if you get close. Hashirama didn't notice, but Tobarama saw it, but he thought it was his dazzling eyes, and he didn't care either. The days go by, and you still make trouble with your two brothers every day. Let them accompany you on your size every day, and their bodies are fully stained with your scent. By the time you are 2 years old, you can walk on your own, and you can run slowly. Yes. You can make trouble now, and, because of your instinct, you especially like to run to the fire. Hashirama had to tie you up with a rope, lest you actually run into the fire and get hurt when he wasn't looking. But accidents always come unexpectedly. While Hashirama was talking to others, you secretly took out the hidden sharp stone blade and cut the rope. Hashirama found this scene and was shocked. He hurriedly wanted to stop, but at this moment you just cut the rope. His outstretched hand did not grab you, but accidentally pushed you away. Dabba. In Hashirama's split eyes, you fall over the fire. Chapter 181 Fire Style that surpasses all fire styles. Great fireball with a diameter of 300 meters. 184 258ths. Chapter 181 Fire Style that surpasses all fire styles. Great fireball with a diameter of 300 meters. The flames rose up on you immediately, and Hashirama immediately brought you out and put out the flames on you. Then, he was dumbfounded. Although the flame burned your clothes, it did not cause any damage to your body. It's great, you're not injured, ha 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 ha, you're really lucky. Hashirama's face looked like the rest of his life. But aside, Tobarama looked at you with a thoughtful expression. It's really disturbing. Tuo Yu was somewhat ironic. But it's also a matter of talent. If it wasn't for this talent, little Tuo Yu wouldn't have died. It won't come up with so many things. Tobarama sees that you may have a unique talent, and he proposes to test your talent by experimenting with you. Then, Tobarama was beaten hard by Hashirama. He is our younger brother, you want to experiment on him. Hashirama was very angry. Although he was beaten by his brother, Tobarama stubbornly believed the facts he saw and still tested you. And you don't resist his test content, but enjoy it very much. Initially, Tobarama burns your palm with the flame of a torch. The temperature of the flame is very high, but you do not feel it, and your body does not have any burn marks. Tobarama immediately increases the power of the fire. First with firewood, then with fire for forging, and finally with fire style ninjutsu. Tobarama found that no matter what kind of flame you use, you cannot do any harm to your body. Tisk tisk, this talent. Tuo Yu pursed his lips. Naturally not afraid of fire style, a little restrained Uchiha's meaning 117. However, I don't know if I can handle Amaterasu. Amaterasu claims to be able to burn anything. I don't know what kind of performance will be on the little Tuo Yu. Tuo Yu had some expectations. If you can resist it, Uchiha Itachi's Amaterasu, he doesn't need to worry. By the age of 2, you are already very obsessed with flames. Hashirama also knows your immunity to fire and is no longer worried about your actions. At this time, you awakened another kind of talent. The ability to control fire. With one move, you can suck the flames in the brazier. The flame is like a naughty elves, jumping at your fingertips, and can form various shapes under your command, attracting attention. But occasionally, you will make mistakes and let the flames ignite your clothes, and even almost set the house on fire. Because you burned too many clothes, your father deprived you of the right to wear a shirt from now on, and you can only wear shorts for your pants. You don't care, you are still obsessed with flames. Whenever this happens, you will be kicked out of your house so as not to set your house on fire. But even so, you still accidentally set fire to other people's houses. Every time you will be taught a harsh lesson by your father, but you will never change. The ability to control flames. It smells like a fire fist ace. It is a pity that the body cannot be elementalized. Nor can fire be created out of thin air. But still small, it will definitely become stronger in the future. What talent is a little bit enhanced? It takes hard practice. It is a privilege to be born into this family. CACG grow up under the wings of Hashirama and Tobirama, and will be able to grow up safe and sound. As long as you don't kill yourself. When you were 3 years old and began to refine chakra, you naturally began to practice fire-style ninjutsu. Naturally you were taught by your two good brothers, Hashirama and Tobirama. Start with the basic Great Fireball technique. Tobirama just showed it once, you have learned to perform, and you can successfully perform it the first time. Hashirama and Tobirama were surprised, but you showed a stronger talent from an early age, so they quickly accepted the reality. You can also learn other basic fire-style ninjutsu in one go, because Hashirama and Tobirama are not surprised because of the lessons learned from Great Fireball. Subsequently, Tobirama increased the difficulty. The difficulty of the ninjutsu you want to learn this time will increase. You carefully look at the order of my seals, and then try it. I believe that with your talent, you will be able to learn it soon. Tobirama said to you seriously. Yes, you answered seriously, then carefully looked at the order of Tobirama's seals, and then made the seals according to the gourds and scoops. Although it is the first time to cast a seal, the speed of the seal is not fast, but after you complete the seal, you still successfully release the ninjutsu with increased difficulty. How long fire technique? Tobirama's mouth widened in surprise, Hashirama also looked incredulous. But you are not satisfied with the speed of your seals, and you start to try to speed up the speed of seals, or even shorten the number of seals. Top talent for fire control. Learning fire-style ninjutsu is also very talented. Remember that the dragon fire technique is class B ninjutsu. Just watch it once. Tuo Yu is somewhat envious of this talent. But then he was a little proud. Hey, after the simulation is over, this talent will be mine. Tuo Yu believes that this simulation will definitely get a high score. Joke. Hashirama and Tobirama are there. Can the rating be lower? That must not be possible. Even low, there will always be an A grade. So, Tuo Yu is very proud. Little Tuo Yu performed better. The happier he is. Tobirama thinks he has high enough opinion of your talent, but you still amaze him with the talent you show while studying. Tobirama starts to take it seriously, expecting to see the limits of your talent. He keeps searching for all kinds of fire-style ninjutsu, and he will teach you to learn every time he finds one. And you are worthy of his expectations. No matter how difficult the fire-style ninjutsu is, you can easily do it once. This learning speed made Hashirama and Tobirama stunned. Finally, after a year, you have learned all the fire-style ninjutsu you can learn. At least all the fire-style ninjutsu in your memory have been learned by you. The learning phase is over, and the actual combat phase begins. Your opponents are still Hashirama and Tobirama. Because you are still young, you don't compete with taijutsu and illusion, you only compete with ninjutsu. But your aptitude in other ninjutsu is mediocre, and all ninjutsu other than fire-style have been abused by the two brothers without exception. Only in fire-style ninjutsu, you can overwhelm your two brothers, making you only 4 years old and becoming a powerful fighting force of the Senju clan. Able to go head-to-head with Gradual and Tobirama. Although there are limitations, but it can also be seen that the little Tuo Yu is not weak at this time. But Tuo Yu believed, little Tuo Yu will definitely not be satisfied. Because now little Tuo Yu master's power has no problem against normal ninjas. But in the face of a top-level powerful enemy, it is still not enough to see. And, all fire-style ninjutsu has been learned, how to improve next is an important question. It took you only 1 year to learn all fire-style ninjutsu, and you can even beat 2 genius brothers in fire-style ninjutsu. 1. Only Amaterasu, the most powerful fire-style, you can't learn, because this is not an ability that can be learned through learning. This makes you quickly realize that you have reached a bottleneck, and your strength can no longer be improved if you have nothing to learn. You need to improve your strength through other methods. This reminds you of the great fireball technique like a wall of fire performed by the future Uchiha Madara. Since he can, then I can too. You have an inexplicable confidence in your talent, and immediately began to try to strengthen the power of ninjutsu. The first choice is naturally the Great Fireball technique, one of the basic ninjutsu techniques. The diameter of the ordinary Great Fireball technique is only 2 or 3 meters, and even a fire-style expert can only reach 20 or 30 meters at most. But under your unremitting efforts, you quickly broke this record and reached the 200 meters that no one else can reach in the future. When the Great Fireball technique like a wall of fire is shown by you, Hashirama and Tobirama's faces are completely dull. Good guy. Madara's Great Fireball technique is impossible to reach this diameter. 200 meters. What a concept. Bigger than 2 football fields. With this ninjutsu, little Tuo Yu can do it as one husband and 10,000 husbands. It's the ultimate hockey. When you think of Uchiha Madara, you also think of Uchiha Madara's other powerful fire-style ninjutsu. For example, The arrogant fire is extinguished, the arrogant fire is extinguished, etc. Future Uchiha Madara's arrogant fire has reached a width of 300 meters. But you immediately raised the width to 500 meters. The diameter of the fireball that was extinguished by the arrogant fire exceeded 100 meters, you directly lift it to 300 meters. Once you use the Fengxianwo technique, you will have thousands of them. Haolongha technique has 10 more faucets directly under your reinforcement. There are dozens of flame dragons summoned by Long Yan Fang Song technique. In a short period of time, you have strengthened all kinds of commonly used ninjutsu, reaching a level that is impossible for ordinary people to achieve in a lifetime. This scale, don't say it's normal, even Madara can't reach it, right? That's the power. Little Tuo Yu alone can face an army of ninjas, right? Ninjutsu is too powerful. Tuo Yu couldn't help but stunned. But more and more excited. It's all mine from now on. The conflict between the Senju clan and the Uchiha clan broke out, resulting in an all-out war. Although you are only 4 years old, your talent and strength have convinced the clansmen and followed Hashirama and Tobirama to the battlefield. The Uchiha clan on the opposite side burst into laughter when they saw that there were still young children like you in the Senju clan. Even such a small child is sent out, it seems that your Senju family has nowhere to go. Uchiha Madara, who was still a teenager, sneered. Closing square bracket dot. Chapter 182 Tuo Yu. In order to become stronger, I decided not to be a human being. 185 258. Chapter 182 Tuo Yu. In order to become stronger, I decided not to be a human being. Ah, Dawa, Uchiha, Madara. You raised your brows and walked to the front of the tribe. Seeing you walking forward, the people of the Uchiha clan even sneered at you, looked at you with disdain, and looked at you with contempt in their eyes. However, you just don't care, and slowly seal the seal. After years of training, your knot seal speed has been extremely fast. This slow knot seal is intentional, to let the Uchiha family watch you perform their most proud fire style ninjutsu with their own eyes, completely shattering their pride. Uchiha Madara and others immediately recognized that you were about to perform the great fireball technique, and the disdain in their eyes was even greater. However, when you lean forward, put your left hand in front of your mouth and blow hard. Suddenly, a giant great fireball with a diameter of more than 200 meters appeared immediately. The fireball that covered the sky immediately shocked all the members of the Uchiha clan. They were stunned as they watched the huge fireball approaching rapidly. Your sudden blow made the Uchiha clan rout and flee. My dear, this is simply crushing. And he was able to bully Uchiha Madara who bullied him when he was young. It's sour, so simple. Tuo Yu couldn't stand it anymore. Especially the terrified expression of the young Madara. Tisk tisk, I must find a chance to show him in the future. Your appearance greatly exceeded the expectations of the Uchiha clan. Because of your powerful fire-style ninjutsu, the Uchiha clan's front lines are losing ground. The Uchiha clan sensed your threat and immediately carried out a careful plan to try to assassinate you. But Hashirama and Tobirama are by your side, no matter whether it is illusion or siege, they are blocked by them and they have not been able to touch you one bit. And you are pressing step by step with your powerful fire-style strength. The Uchiha clan discovered that they actually needed 50 people to perform water-style ninjutsu at the same time to block your attack. This huge gap makes the Uchiha clan have to retreat, but you feel that you have reached the limit again, which makes you very dissatisfied. You still want to become stronger. Seeing his own fire-style killing in the simulation, Tuo Yu couldn't help but look forward to the next progress. That's it, it's just a small great fireball technique, far from reaching the temperature of the sun. The potential of this talent has obviously not been fully stimulated. And how old is little Tuo Yu now? How to say it will take more than 10 or 20 years to fully stimulate the talent. But even so, this talent is too powerful. Tuo Yu stared at the big eyes of envy, and tears were left from the corners of his mouth. You try to continue to improve the power of ninjutsu, but you get very little. You quickly realize that human beings have limits. You have learned from your short life that the more you play tricks, the more you discover that human beings have limits. Unless, beyond human beings. Therefore, there is only one way to improve your strength, and that is, I'm not a human being. You shouted loudly, and at the same time, you began to think about the powerful flame-controlling powerhouse in your memory. The first thing that comes to your mind is Fire Fist Ace, but the physique that can transform into flames is affected by Devil Fruit, so you can't refer to it. Then there is the famous first team captain Yamamoto Genryusai and his residual fire sword, but the power is very strong. But people play Ryutsu, the fields are different, there is still no method worth learning, because you do not have Zanpakuto. Then, you think of Natsu, the Dragon Slayer magician, who can improve his ability by swallowing it. You know, your physique in Natsu can't be generalized, but your talent of not being afraid of flames makes you think you can give it a try, at least it's more reliable than the other two options. FK, swallow the flames. It's not very reliable, right? How much? Tuo Yu frowned slightly. Can you become stronger by swallowing fire? This seems to make sense. Anyway, it's more reliable than the other two. Tuo Yu stabilized his mind and decided to believe in himself. After all, little Tuo Yu knew nothing about his talent. Even Tuo Yu himself doesn't know enough about this talent. Maybe this talent can really become stronger in this way. Just do it. You start trying to devour the flames. In the beginning, you stop at first taste, light a match and swallow it in your stomach. You immediately felt a pain in your body, which you have never felt before. You want to stop this way subconsciously, but you immediately feel that your body is absorbing the swallowed flames, and you can feel your body temperature rising a little. Although it is weak, you immediately caught this change because of your keen sense of temperature. Can do. You immediately showed a happy expression, but the pain just now made you vigilant, and you did not swallow a lot of flames because of this, so as not to be unable to absorb it in time, causing damage to the body. You are not impatient, but devoured the flame little by little, and you lit the matches one by one. You find that you get used to this level of fire very quickly, and you no longer feel the pain. So, you try to increase the amount of flame. FK, is it really okay? 35. Tuo Yu was stunned. What is this? Does a blind cat meet a dead mouse? Can you just try it? After the shock, Tuo Yu looked surprised. If you can get stronger by swallowing the flame, then you can keep swallowing it and raise the temperature. Maybe you can make your body surface temperature reach the level of the sun. By then, it will be absolutely invincible. You take out a torch and carefully control the flame to swallow it. Severe pain appears, but it is still within the range you can bear. Each swallow takes a while for digestion and pain relief. However, as the number of swallowing increases, the pain gradually diminishes, and the speed of digestion is also a little faster. Soon, the flame of the torch can no longer satisfy you. You look at the lit brazier beside you. It is still severe pain, and a relatively long digestion time. Although it is painful, you can clearly feel the changes in your body, and you will never get tired of it. Soon, the brazier will not be able to satisfy you. You look at the burning fire. The pain of burning in the body is very intense. Look at that twisted and painful face. Tuo Yu felt the same way. But after gradually getting used to it, that pleasant little expression made Tuo Yu speechless. Dude, are you here for a snack? It still tastes delicious, right? Tuo Yu couldn't help rubbing his stomach. Mingming ate a lot in the evening, but it turned out that little Tuo Yu was eating flames with relish. He looks hungry. The roaring fire is also quickly conquered by you. You have successfully cultivated and stepped into the battlefield again. Without your powerful firepower suppression, the Uchiha family has a faint tendency to counterattack. You can't tolerate this. Although you haven't achieved great success yet, now you have to go out and stop the Uchiha clan's attack. 0 flowers. Your appearance has successfully contained the offensive of the Uchiha clan. Your powerful fire style immediately formed a crushing effect, causing the Uchiha family to stagnate and even keep retreating. But you did not follow Hashirama and Tobirama this time, and Uchiha Madara took a chance. Go to hell, kid. Uchiha Madara hid in the dark, looking at you with your back to him, with a fierce look in his eyes. Fire style. The great fire extinguished. 99 Like the tide, the surging flames hit the unsuspecting you. But you just turned around indifferently, then opened your small mouth and took a hard breath. The raging flame was suddenly sucked into your mouth, and you burped slowly. Nani, he actually swallowed my ninjutsu. Uchiha Madara was at first dazed, then felt absurd. He has never seen someone who can swallow someone else's fire-style ninjutsu. This is really incredible. Even if you don't smoke, fire-style ninjutsu can't hurt little Tuo Yu. But Xiao Tuo Yu's re-entry operation is really eye-opening. Seeing Uchiha Madara's stunned expression with wide eyes in disbelief, Tuo Yu couldn't help but want to laugh. You have today too, Lord Madara. Seeing this goal, the Uchiha family were all stunned, and then they were easily crushed and defeated by you, and the Uchiha family retreated for dozens of miles. The battle line has gradually stabilized, and the Senju clan no longer expands too much, because there are not enough people to control the expanding land. But without the Uchiha clan, there are other ninja clans around. In order to survive in this troubled world, the battle will never stop. You walk in the battlefield and continue to devour the flames, and when you go home to rest, you do not forget to light the bonfire and devour it. In this way, 2 years have passed. You notice a huge change in your body. You have flesh and blood, but you can turn your body into flames, and your body is also full of unique chakra. You have a unique and special physique, just like eating mara fruit. This discovery makes you ecstatic, so that you have achieved the original goal of the plan. You are no longer human. Forehead. Tuo Yu has a black line. Although so planned, but improper person. Doesn't this mean that we have to live alone forever? Otherwise, what should I do if I do sports with my sister in the future and get excited and burn the other party to death? On the battlefield, the cooperation between Hashirama, Tobirama and you is getting more and more delicate, and no one can stop your attack. On this night, sitting in front of the bonfire, the three of you sat in groups, watching the bonfire silently, while you swallowed saliva from time to time, resisting the urge to swallow the bonfire. I'm going to the toilet, are you going, Tobirama? Hashirama slowly stood up and asked Tobirama. Tobirama nods and follows the footsteps, and you follow in order to divert your attention. The three of you stand side by the tree, unbuttoning your trouser belts. I think back then, I was still farther than that kid Madara who urinated, but now, things are different. Hashirama sighed suddenly. Suddenly, a group of slender fire dragons instantly illuminated their cheeks, and the source of the fire was below them. Unknown Hashirama and Tobirama bowed their heads and suddenly widened their eyes. The liquid he and Tobirama urinated, but you urinated a fire dragon. This scene is so unbelievable that it even made them temporarily lose their ability to think. Deficit. Chapter 183 The High Temperature of 6,000 Degrees, See Who Kills Who. 186 258. Chapter 183 The High Temperature of 6,000 Degrees, See Who Kills Who. Quote, Not only Hashirama and Tobirama were shocked. Tuo Yu was also very surprised. People pee and spray water. Your pee breathes fire. Is this the Ghost Rider? Tuo Yu couldn't help but start complaining. Now he started to breathe fire at such a young age. If the temperature is higher in the future, will he be able to breathe blue fire? It seems that in this life, I really want to be a single dog. The constitution has been changed, and you find that you no longer need to cast fire style, the flame can appear as you wish and form as you want. At this moment, you seem to have become a fire fist ace, and you can turn your whole body into flames. You even simulated Ace's various tricks and had a lot of fun. After a long time, you will continue to strengthen your body. You believe that you still have the ability to continue to become stronger. You ignite the flaming firewood, and the flames 5 or 6 meters high are frightening to watch, but you swallow them all without hesitation. You ran to the blacksmith shop and devoured the charcoal fire recklessly, further increasing your own temperature. But these will improve you very little. The slow ascension speed makes you a little anxious, and you start to look for a new source of fire. After some searching, you finally settled on an unbelievable place. Yes, it is a volcano. Fire. 7 inches. The flames in the mountain can be said to be the highest on the surface at present, and the amount is large enough, which can definitely greatly improve your flame physique. You tell the two big brothers Han what you think, and they immediately reject it, because in their eyes, this is simply playing with fire and setting yourself on fire. But how can their opinions stop you? You just inform them and don't let them look around after you disappear. You ignored the dissuasion and ran to the crater and jumped into the lava. You started to absorb the lava. High temperature. This kind of high temperature magma is simply the best in the world, and its deliciousness exceeds any flame you have absorbed before. You can clearly feel that your temperature is rising rapidly. 1 day, 2 days. You are swimming in this crater, swallowing like a duck in water. When you react, you find that the lava of the volcano has been sucked up by you. Good guy, jumping in the lava to take a bath. As expected of an inappropriate operation. This kind of operation is really amazing. Tuo Yu was also stunned. Dislike the slow speed of promotion, and even go straight to the volcano. Still swimming in a volcano. Aren't you afraid of being roasted? It seems that my body has made a qualitative leap. 35. Tuo Yu squeezed his fist silently. Can't wait to finally get what this fire player's body feels like. At that time, I will be the first person of fire style in the ninja world. You continue to look for the next volcano, and after absorbing this volcano, go to find the next volcano. Until you have absorbed 20 volcanoes, the temperature of the flames you released has reached 1200 degrees. You have achieved something, you have returned to the clan. Because of your departure, the strength of the Senju clan has been greatly reduced, which coincides with the decisive battle between the Senju clan and the Uchiha clan. The two sides are fighting fiercely, and you are falling from the sky, as if the sun in the sky has fallen to the ground. The extremely high temperature evaporates the water quickly, and all the people close to you are turning into mummified corpses at an extremely fast speed, which makes them have to retreat. Nani, what happened? Senju Hashirama shouted in horror, because the wooden golem he summoned was actually set on fire. Uchiha Madara is also terrified, and his Susanoo is melting at breakneck speed even in front of you. Your great strength shocked everyone, and you forced Uchiha Madara to surrender. Uchiha Madara had no choice but to declare surrender. Subsequently, under the leadership of Senju Hashirama, Konoha village was established. Peace has been restored in this area, and other areas have followed suit. The major ninja villages have appeared one by one, and the ninja world has gained a rare peace. What? You made Uchiha Madara surrender just by standing like that? This is too strong. Tuo Yu was dumbfounded on the spot. This is so special, I have evolved to the point where I don't need to use ninjutsu, I can kill people just by standing there. As soon as you think about it, you can get this ability. His eyes gleamed. Hurry up, you don't need to continue anymore, it's enough to end your life here. This is the first time Tuo Yu wants to end his life in a hurry. After resting in the village for 2 years, you still can't control yourself after all. Because you feel that fire is where you belong. You look forward to light and heat in your heart, and only the environment deep in the volcano is suitable for you to survive. You come to a crater, jump in and follow the lava downstream, all the way to the center of the earth. The temperature here makes you very satisfied, and your temperature is also rising rapidly. Unconsciously, a year has passed. Unconsciously, 40 years have passed. You are in a trance and feel that you should go out and take a look. After your constitution has been changed, you no longer have the problem of longevity, but staying in the center of the earth all the time makes you lose your sense of time. You want to go and see, what time is it now? So, you left the center of the earth, swam all the way along the river, and then climbed out of a volcano. The scorching high temperature radiates from your body, the plants begin to wither wherever you pass, and the ground cracks. You sit in the river, and the water immediately boils. You go to the land of rain, trying to use the rain to cool you down. But you are like a red-hot soldering iron, and the rain will only evaporate immediately when it hits you. Tuo Yu's worries came true. Really want to be single forever. And it seems that, let alone women, ordinary people can't even get close, right? If so, how do you stick to a girl? Didn't this happen? Just let the girl steam it. On the way, you happen to meet Hanzo of the Salamander and lead the Rain Shinobi Siege organization. Your appearance shocked them, because they have blocked this area. But what shocked them even more was that when you appeared, the sky stopped raining. What's up with that guy? The temperature is too high. Countless people shouted in horror and fled one after another, and those who have no time to escape will be instantly roasted by your high temperature. The gloomy weather makes you unhappy. You control the flame to form a huge fireball and throw it directly into the air. With a loud bang of boom, the flames exploded like never before, and the land of rain ushered in the sunshine after a long absence, and the thick clouds were actually evaporated by your fireball. Hanzo of the Salamander, Konan, Yahiko, everyone is dumbfounded. Sanjiaoyu's troops immediately launched an attack on you, but whether it was a kunai or a shuriken, it turned into molten iron before touching you. On the ground. Your appearance makes Hanzo of the Salamander unable to proceed with the plan and can only retreat. Yahiko breathed a sigh of relief and planned to thank you. However, when he got close to you, the scorching temperature immediately made his mouth dry, and his skin and internal organs were roasted at a very fast speed. Point 0. Yahiko died on the spot. When the rest of Akatsuki's organization found out about this scene, they immediately attacked you, but everyone who came close to you ended up in the same fate as Yahiko. Even Konan is cooked by you. You were slightly shocked, but you didn't expect that you would bring a finale directly to the ninja world, but everyone died, and there was nothing you could do. You want to see if Konan is like her title in the legend, you go to lift her clothes. But as soon as the hand touched it, Konan turned to ashes. You finally realize that you are no longer a human being, and you are no longer fit to live in a human world. The high temperature on your body will kill all the creatures around you. After some thought, you still decided that you can't stay on the ground. You go back the same way and return to the scorching center of the earth. Subsequently, I went through a long time that I don't know how long. Your life is not limited by description, but your thoughts are being consumed little by little. Decades, hundreds of years, thousands of years have passed. In the end, your will dissipates, and your body melts, becoming one with the surroundings. Your life ends here. Simulation is over. Seeing this final ending, Tuo Yu was also a little shocked. It was so easy to destroy the Akatsuki organization, and it is no longer possible to survive on the ground and can only return to the ground to integrate with the planet. So it's a bit miserable, but for this kind of talent, the ending should be pretty good. He breathed out silently. System, start settlement. In the process of settlement. Please wait. Ding. This simulation, the score is S. Did not reach double S. Can also understand, although successfully helped the Senju family to suppress the Uchiha family, and took the lead in establishing Konoha village. But that's all there is to accomplish. Even reaching an S rating has surprised Tuo Yu enough. He thought it would be an A. The whole simulation process, it can be said that success also plays with fire, and defeat also plays with fire. In the early stage, because of the talent of playing with fire, it can be said to be smooth sailing. But to be honest, it was so smooth, there was no setback at all. As for defeat, play with fire. 2.6. Because in the end it became too strong. Too strong to keep others close. So he can also accept the S-level rating. Ding. Given that your simulation evaluation reached S this time, you can choose 2 from the following rewards. 1. Flame physique can be turned on or off by itself. The temperature of the body surface can reach 6,000 degrees after turning on, and the power of the fire style released is greatly enhanced. 2. Fire style ninjutsu learned in a lifetime. 3. The amount of chakra accumulated in a lifetime. Can it be turned on and off? Tuo Yu looked surprised. If so, why hesitate? The first must be chosen. As for the second and third, Tuo Yu didn't hesitate too much and chose the second one. Fire constitution enhances fire style. It just so happens that there are few fire styles that he knows. Choosing the second one is just right. And the assassins of the snow country use ice shields, right? Isn't fire style just right to restrain the opponent's ninjutsu? This is called attribute suppression. Tuo Yu, what's wrong with you? On the side, a surprised voice came. Turning his head, it was Naruto, looking at himself with a puzzled expression. Tuo Yu's expression suddenly faded, and he said indifferently, "You are wrong." But next second, Tuo Yu was dumbfounded. Naruto, why are you here? Chapter 184. What? Tuo Yu actually hit a woman. 187 258. Chapter 184. What? Tuo Yu actually hit a woman. Hey, this kind of opportunity to travel is so rare, of course you can't miss it. So I followed along. Naruto looked harmless, and pulled over Sasuke with a gloomy face next to him. No matter how strong the enemy is, Sasuke and I will definitely kill them. Tuo Yu rolled his eyes involuntarily. Good guy, as far as the strength of the two of you is, you will be thankful if you don't hold back. Well, since you're here, pay attention to safety. Don't fall into the hands of the enemy. Over time, the escort team moved all the way towards the snow country, and there was no idle time on the road, followed by the shooting team to take pictures along the way, and shoot new movies while walking. Okay, very good, Miss Yuki. The director excitedly held the guide tube and looked at the beautiful wind and flowers in the lens. When performing, Fenghua Xiaoshui can always express the emotions and expressions required by the director very smoothly. So there is almost never a case of shouting because of her performance. More because of props or the weather. This made the shooting progress very smoothly. But after the camera is turned off, Tuo Yu keenly observed the panic in Fenghua Xiaoshui's eyes. This is also normal, according to the shooting progress. In a few days, we will arrive in the country of snow. There, Fenghua Xiaoshui is equivalent to the nightmare land. The closer she gets, the more restless she becomes. Because there is an enemy who wants to kill her. What's the matter? You don't seem to be in a good mood. Tuo Yu stepped forward and asked softly. You don't need to worry about it. Fenghua Xiaoshui glanced at Tuo Yu and left quickly. I'm very sorry, Miss Fujika's is a little unwell, please forgive me. Director Mitafu nodded and bowed in apology, and then quickly chased after him. Tuo Yu squinted and watched, knowing that the woman who had escaped most of her life was about to start her escape journey again. Really, after an hour, the set is completed, but Fenghua Xiaoshui, the protagonist, is gone. Miss, where are you? San Teifu looked panicked and shouted anxiously. This is what happened. Kakashi looked helpless, the target of the escort disappeared, and we didn't even notice it. He looked at little Sakura and Ino, aren't you supposed to be inseparable? Little Sakura and Ino looked at each other with a bitter expression on their faces. Just after filming, Ms. Yukie ran into her room and didn't come out. It's not good for us to forcefully rush in, maybe it was at that time that we escaped. Bayan. Hinata immediately opened Bayan, wanting to use Bayan's powerful search ability to find Fenghua Xiaoshui. But soon, she saw Fenghua Xiaoshui being carried back by Tuo Yu. Don't worry, Tuo Yu-kun found her and is bringing her back now. Kakashi breathed a sigh of relief when he heard it, and then said with a smile, it's really reassuring to have him around. But me too, because the mission process was too easy, I also lost my vigilance. We are. Little Sakura and Ino bowed their heads in shame as the candidates who did not watch the escort target. But luckily Tuo Yu found it. The eyes of several people glittered with small stars of worship. As expected of Tuo Yu-kun, we just found out that the target was missing, and he found the person. I heard that you found Xiao. Miss, right. San Teifu hurried over. Yes, Tuo Yu found it and is bringing her back. Kakashi said with a smile. It's great, it's great. San Teifu sighed in relief, and he swayed twice and almost sat on the ground. The other side, Tuo Yu carried Fenghua Xiaoshui, his butt rested on his shoulders and swaggered towards everyone's position. Although I don't know why you are leaving, and I don't want to know, because it has nothing to do with my duties. But you do nothing but cause trouble. 99. Tuo Yu naturally knew why Fenghua Xiaoshui was running. But he can only pretend not to know now. Because he was born in Konoha since he was a child, he had no way to know what happened in the snow country. Even Kakashi, the first witness, didn't recognize Fenghua Xiaoshui. Not to mention him, who was impossible to know. HMPH, you don't understand at all. Fenghua Xiaoshui pressed her cheek against Tuo Yu's back. She didn't understand why. She ran into the mountains, how could Tuo Yu find her? Are these ninjas so sharp? Miss, that's great, it's great that you're okay. San Teifu cried with joy, wanting to reach out to hug Fenghua Xiaoshui, but hesitantly didn't dare to reach out. Because he knew Fenghua Xiaoshui's true identity. In his capacity, it is really abrupt to embrace Fenghua Xiaoshui who is a princess. HMPH, what an eventful bunch. Fenghua Xiaoshui did not appreciate it, but snorted coldly and returned to her special car. It's really rude, it's a shame I liked her role before. Naruto muttered in dissatisfaction, and squinted at Fenghua Xiaoshui who was leaving. Naruto, don't speak ill of your employer. Kakashi reprimanded, then looked at Tuo Yu, thanks to you this time. But how did you find her? Clearly Kakashi wondered why Tuo Yu reacted so quickly. Only then did they realize that Fenghua Xiaoshui had escaped. Tuo Yu brought people back. I have observed that she seems to be a little uneasy before, although I don't know why she is uneasy, but it makes me a little concerned. Tuo Yu said the prepared reason. So I was staring at her car outside, and she actually ran away. Are you upset? Kakashi thought thoughtfully. Anyway, you've done a good job, you should take a break and leave the man marking to Naruto and Sasuke. Tuo Yu nodded, then jumped to a tree and closed his eyes to rest. Because it was captured by Tuo Yu, Fenghua Xiaoshui had no idea of running away for the time being. After filming the scene here honestly, the crowd rode in carriages. But when it was just dawn, little Sakura ran out screaming. That woman, she ran away again. Nani? A group of people rushed out to search. Hinata immediately opened his eyes and searched around. Found it. After only a few minutes, Hinata pointed to the distance and shouted. It's Tuo Yu-kun, who brought her back. In the distance, in the forest. Let go, let me go. Fenghua Xiaoshui shouted and struggled frantically. But Tuo Yu carried her so tightly that she couldn't move at all. UBD, why did you find me again? I ran away last night, how could you find it? Fenghua Xiaoshui wanted to cry without tears. She ran all night, at least dozens of kilometers, but she was caught again. Are you playing people? Running alone all night is tiring. All in vain. Tuo Yu, you did a good job. Kakashi looked at Fenghua Xiaoshui speechlessly. This is the first time he has encountered such a difficult employer. The group packed up and drove to the next shooting location. However, to the next destination, everyone was just getting ready to rest. It was found that Fenghua Xiaoshui had disappeared again. Feel sorry. Sasuke looked ugly. He and Naruto kept staring, but didn't notice when Fenghua Xiaoshui disappeared. I'm going to find her now. Naruto said and turned to run. The result was caught by Kakashi. Rest assured, Tuo Yu has brought people. Kakashi pointed to Hinata who rolled his eyes, but you guys are really careless, so you should pay more attention in the future. Yes, Kakashi-sensei. Naruto lowered his head. Sasuke's complexion eased a lot, but it was still ugly. The other side, Fenghua Xiaoshui, who was carried by Tuo Yu, looked helpless. Hey, why do you always find me? At this time, I obviously walked around your eyeliner. 35. Can you let me go? The little snowman is numb. In order to escape this time, she also deliberately chose when everyone was busy. It was obvious that Tuo Yu was talking to someone at that time, so he probably didn't notice her, but she found out again. I also want to ask, why are you always discovered by me? Besides, why are you so big? You're all in my face. Tuo Yu rolled his eyes. His words made Fenghua Xiaoshui's cheeks redden. I want you to take care of it. Fenghua Xiaoshui snorted coldly, and was about to jump off Tuo Yu's back. But Tuo Yu just carried Fenghua Xiaoshui hard and fixed her firmly on his shoulders. Don't move, or I'll shoot. You. Fenghua Xiaoshui's face suddenly turned red. No one has ever been so rude to her. Really, I have poor physical strength, and I have to run away. Does this make people addicted to vegetables? Tuo Yu said, and he brought Fenghua Xiaoshui to find the big army. 117 inches. It's reassuring to have you here, Tuo Yu. Kakashi said with a smile, then withdrew his expression and looked at Fenghua Xiaoshui seriously. Miss Fujikas, can you explain why you want to run away again and again? What is the reason? It's none of your business. Fenghua Xiaoshui avoided Kakashi's gaze, her face still blushing. But there was fear and panic in her eyes. But aren't you wasting everyone's time by saying this? 35. Naruto exclaimed, you don't know how worried this uncle is, he even cried. It's none of my business. Fenghua Xiaoshui didn't even look at it. I don't want to shoot anymore, I want to quit the group. What? Santeifu looked at Fenghua Xiaoshui in surprise, not understanding her sudden choice, but, we signed a contract. Then give him liquidated damages. Fenghua Xiaoshui said firmly. This time, everyone looked at her with a headache. Kakashi scratched his head helplessly. It is not easy for them to intervene in this kind of employer's own affairs as the hired object. Little Sakura and Ino wanted to persuade them, but they were forced back by Fenghua Xiaoshui with one look. Just when everyone was at a loss. Snapped. A crisp sound entered everyone's ears. It's not good. Kakashi looked helpless, but he didn't stop. The others stared at him in disbelief. Even Fenghua Xiaoshui herself widened her eyes in surprise, and then covered her flushed cheeks. Because Tuo Yu actually gave Fenghua Xiaoshui a slap. Hey, if you want to be self-willed, look at the time, everyone is caring about you, what are you going to do with this look? Do you want to make enemies with everyone? Tuo Yu said coldly. I don't know why you are running, but why did you hire us? Isn't it just to protect your safety? Since you hired us, you must give us enough trust, and as long as we are still alive, no one will hurt you. If I run away again, I'll have to pay more. The sudden slap not only stunned Fenghua Xiaoshui, but also Kakashi. The good guy directly shot the employer. The other party is also a female star. You are so cruel. Kakashi quickly came out and rounded up the game. Chapter 185 Tuo Yu kills and kills the heart. Fight against Snow Ninja, the country of snow. 188 258. Chapter 185 Tuo Yu kills and kills the heart. Fight against Snow Ninja, the country of snow. Tuo Yu is right, although I don't know what you are afraid of, our purpose here is to protect your safety. Please believe us, Kakashi said sincerely. He is now a little afraid of this wind and snow, and after this mission is over, he will give them a bad review. Yes, miss. Santeifu also came back to his senses and tried his best to dissuade him. This journey will end soon, let's work harder, miss. Fenghua Xiaoshui gradually recovered, but her eyes were still extremely cold. You don't know anything, so don't talk nonsense. Don't understand anything, I don't think it's you who don't understand anything. 35. Tuo Yu said in a serious voice, I don't care why you want to run away, but no matter what, you shouldn't do such a thing that drags others down. Since you don't want to go, then you shouldn't take this job at first. Since you have taken over the job, then go and complete it well. This is the responsibility of a person. Just like us, you paid us to guard your safety, so even if we face an opponent that we cannot resist, we will not back down. At least we won't let the enemy touch you one bit until the enemy steps on our corpses. If you don't even have this kind of consciousness, then you should refuse to work in the first place, and hide in your home like a gopher. A series of words from Tuo Yu made Fenghua Xiaoshui unable to refute. Or Fenghua Xiaoshui was still immersed in the fact that Tuo Yu slapped her. Although Tuo Yu-kun is not right to hit you, but what he said is right. Kakashi sighed and stood up and said, no matter what kind of difficulties you have, please trust us, we will definitely protect your safety. Yes, we are ninjas, don't underestimate ninjas. 35. Naruto folded his hands behind his head and said with a smile. HMPH, idiot. Sasuke snorted coldly, but his face was also very serious. Don't worry, Miss Fujikas, we will ensure your safety, and Tuo Yu-kun is very strong, no one is his opponent, you can rest assured. Ino and little Sakura also stepped forward and spoke softly. Fenghua Xiaoshui stared blankly at the crowd, wondering if she had listened. You don't understand at all, how dangerous it is there. Fenghua Xiaoshui murmured, her voice was so small that she thought no one could hear her. But everyone is a ninja, and it's not far from her. Dangerous. 35. Tuo Yu frowned. Ninja is a profession with a dangerous life, what is the mission we perform? Infiltrating enemy camps, assassinating, escorting, and even participating in wars, these are all accompanied by dangers, and these dangers are all enough to kill. Then will we not go to work because of the danger? Of course not. You may have experienced terrible things when you were a child, but terrible things can only be said to be everyday to us ninjas. 35. Speaking of horrific experiences, do you know what this guy's experience is? Tuo Yu pulled Sasuke over and said solemnly with a blank expression on his face. When he was 6 or 7 years old, his own brother slaughtered all his clansmen, and killed him with his own hands in front of his eyes. Parents, what do you think your experience is compared to his? Sasuke's face changed suddenly. The deepest wound in his childhood was so abruptly pulled open, he couldn't help but put on a stinky face and look at Tuo Yu. Tuo Yu. Kakashi also changed his face. Tuo Yu, you are too careless. That thing is taboo for Sasuke. I'm sorry to say this, but I don't think blindly escaping is a problem. You have to face your hatred to make a more rational choice. 39. Tuo Yu looked at Sasuke apologetically, and then said with a stern expression. Humph. Sasuke turned his face away, but his expression softened a lot. Funghua Xiaoshui looked at Sasuke with an inexplicable expression. Like what happened to me? But worse than me. Funghua Xiaoshui was about to make a few more quibbles, but Tuo Yu pulled Naruto away again. This one is even more heavyweight. Sasuke at least still has a family and has felt the warmth of his family, but Naruto's parents died when he was born, and he has been living alone until now, and he often suffers from others in the village. Rolling eyes and ridicule, but haven't they survived? 99. Naruto touched the back of his head cheerfully, feeling a little embarrassed. 66. 99. Funghua Xiaoshui was silent, not daring to say a word, because she was afraid that if she said anything bad, she would be beaten. She lowered her eyes to prevent others from seeing her unyielding eyes. After being silent for more than 10 seconds, she raised her head and stared at Tuo Yu's face seriously. How about you? Tuo Yu wondered. Yes, what happened to you? Funghua Xiaoshui swallowed nervously. You seem to be their boss, and you can easily tell the tragic experience of the two of them, presumably yours will be even more tragic. No, I am a winner in life. Wind and snow. Kakashi. Sasuke. 66. Little Sakura. 66. 99. The atmosphere at the scene immediately froze. Seeing her like this, Tuo Yu knew that he should be convinced. There was no further questioning. After all, Funghua Xiaoshui would be so resistant to returning to the snow country, just because she did not understand the strength of ninjas. Because when I was a child, I witnessed the murder of my father with my own eyes. Therefore, her impression made her think Funghua Nudao was the strongest person in the world. But in fact, it's just because she has too little knowledge. There are people outside people, and there are mountains outside mountains. How can Funghua Nudao be an opponent of a forced team? Well, it seems that you are more obsessive than me. Then I'll take a bet once to see whether fate is stronger or you are stronger. The farce subsided. The crew moved on. This time Funghua Xiaoshui is honest. No more running away. However, unnoticed, behind the carriage, there are two people in Shongyun uniforms, who are quietly following. Is that the target of the assassination? It feels righteous. 55. Hoshigaki Kisame put one hand on Samahata, his face full of eagerness. When Tuo Yu was educating people just now, Kisame and the others had been silently hiding and peeking. I didn't expect that the other party dared to fight even a woman, and he was so good at preaching. The point is, in addition to preaching, he is also very good at killing people. The phrase, winner in life, really breaks people's hearts. Wait a minute, Uchiha Itachi reached out to stop Hoshigaki Kisame. Tuo Yu, they are on a mission, we might as well see how strong he is. Don't forget his previous record, those people are helpless against him, we must not act recklessly. That being said, Uchiha Itachi was actually thinking of something else. My dear brother is still here. If he is accidentally killed by you, wouldn't the things I do be in vain? So, just stay with me. A few dozen times, you are really cautious as always, but that's okay, I also want to see how much strength he has. Hoshigaki Kisame released his hand, and a smile appeared on his shark-like cheek. As the group gradually approached the snow country, Funghua Xiaoshui's unease became stronger and stronger. Soon, a merchant ship sailing on the ice sea is about to arrive near the border of the snow country and is preparing for a shooting mission. An emergency has arisen. Looks like there's something going on. Hinata rolled his eyes and saw a few strange chakras in the distance. The enemy is here, everyone is ready to take their place. Tuo Yu used observation haki to spot the enemy's attack as soon as possible. He immediately shouted, and Sasuke, Naruto and the others immediately ran to Funghua Xiaoshui's side. There are 3 enemies in total, pay attention. Kakashi also immediately noticed the approach of the enemy. Hinata immediately rolled his eyes and quickly observed the location of the attacking ninja. 66. 2 are above and 1 is underground. Naruto and Sasuke looked up immediately and saw a figure flying in the air. Without waiting for the two sides to greet, the other party immediately started to attack. Ice Shield Yan Kueishui. A large number of shuriken turned from ice flew in, and everyone quickly blocked them with their magical powers. Don't worry, with me, you'll be fine. Tuo Yu said softly, blocking all the enemy's attacks with ease. Funghua Xiaoshui deflected her gaze and did not continue. I didn't expect little snow princess to appear here, we found you very hard. Langya Avalanche stood halfway up the mountain, holding his elbows with both hands, and looked at Fenghua Xiaoshui with a smile on his face. Finding the target, he didn't pay too much attention to others. This also shows his confidence in his own strength, and he is not at all cautious because of the gap in ninjutsu. Little Snow Princess. Kakashi looked surprised and looked back at Fenghua Xiaoshui. At this time, he finally figured out Fenghua Xiaoshui's identity, and also understood why he felt that things were a bit complicated. And the Wolf-Tooth Avalanche, he has also met face to face in the past. When he was young, he did an escort mission. It is to escort this Fenghua Xiaoshui out of the Snow Country. No wonder she is so rebellious now. I understand, you are planning to kidnap the princess of the Snow Country. Kakashi immediately took a stance. Just when everyone's attention was attracted by the Wolf-Tooth Avalanche, a man approached quickly from the ground. Get Zhao, be careful. There is another enemy underground. Hinata's swift warning. Naruto and Sasuke immediately looked behind them. Dongshang Frozen Rain found that he could no longer get close, and hurriedly got out of the ground. Ice Shield Katakana Middle. Icicle. A large number of icicles emerged from the ground, and the sharp spikes had powerful penetrating power. Naruto and Sasuke slid out of the way. Sasuke jumped in the air while his hands were immediately sealed. Fire-style Great Fireball technique. The fierce flames immediately burned on the icicle and attacked the freezing rain of Winter Bear. The freezing rain of the Winter Bear immediately formed a seal, and a wall of ice blocked Sasuke's attack. At this moment, Crane Wing Fubuki in the sky dropped a few grenade-like things. After it touched the ground, it exploded suddenly. Countless sharp ice thorns spread rapidly. Sasuke and Naruto were pushed back again. Good job. Dongshang Dongyu saw that there was only one ninja left between him and Fenghua Xiaoshui, and immediately shouted and rushed over quickly. Tuo Yu's eyes narrowed. Two figures flew past behind him and stopped in front of him. Leave this person to me, Tuo Yu-kun, protect Miss Fujika's. Little Sakura spoke without looking back. Her face was a seriousness that Tuo Yu rarely saw. Although she and Ino always looked like Nympho when they faced Tuo Yu. But they are ninjas after all, and they also know which is more important when facing the battle. Ino Pig, I cover you. Chapter 186 Tuo Yu, if I win, you will be my 8th girlfriend. 189 258. Chapter 186 Tuo Yu, if I win, you will be my 8th girlfriend. Ino nodded slightly. Little Sakura and Ino are not likely to be opponents of the other side, because the other side looks fat, but the mobility is not bad. Ino's secret technique is difficult to hit the opponent, so we have to let little Sakura go up and sell first and create opportunities for her. Two hairy girls, get out of my way. Winter Bear Frozen Rain smashed the ground with a punch, and countless ice thorns emerged. Little Sakura and Ino jumped away quickly, and Ino made a quick seal in the air. Separate technique. Several clones appeared, and her body quickly retreated, looking for a suitable opportunity. Little Sakura took out a handful of kunai and rushed over from the other side. Ino's secret technique is too slow, you must limit the opponent's movements. Little Sakura quickly thought about how to keep the place in place. HMPH. Bug carving trick. Winter Bear Frozen Rain looked disdainful. He punched the ground again, and the ice spikes immediately pierced Ino's clone. 3 bangs. Ino's clones all turned into white smoke and disappeared. Little Sakura took this opportunity to get close to the freezing rain of the Winter Bear quickly. The kunai in his hand was fast. But Winter Bear Frozen Rain looked strong, but agile. Sideways dodged Little Sakura's attack, then grabbed her and threw her far away. Boom. After being thrown out for more than 10 meters, he landed heavily, and it was difficult for Little Sakura to get up for a while. After all, Little Sakura is just an ordinary ninja. She has not yet been taught by her teacher and said that she has learned magic power and medical ninjutsu. Her strength is indeed vulnerable. Little Sakura. Ino screamed anxiously, but did not notice the attack of the Winter Bear Freezing Rain. I saw Dongshang Frozen Yu's left palm with several white ropes, quickly wrapped around Ino, pulled her back, and smashed her to the ground. Ino fell into a coma immediately. As I said, no matter how hard you try, you can't beat it. 995. Fenghua Xiaoshui turned her head away, her eyes full of fear. The other side, Kakashi and the wolf-toothed avalanche fought fiercely together. Water-style Water Dragon Bomb. Ice Shield, Dragon Breaking Tiger. The Water Dragon Bomb in the west of Kaka 120 was frozen by the opponent, and Kakashi could only retreat. Isn't it escaping this time? Like last time. 35. Wolf Fang Avalanche with a contemptuous smile, full of disdain for Kakashi. He rushed up to fight with Kakashi. He believed in the strength of his subordinates, and the other party seemed to have more people, but they were all just little ghosts who had just graduated from the ninja school. Insufficient strength. Even your strongest person can't beat the others, and what if you beat the 3 of them? Behind them, there is an even more terrifying person. As if thinking of Fenghua Nudao's figure, Fenghua Xiaoshui's eyes were full of fear. Who says it's impossible? Tuo Yu chuckled. If I get rid of these people and the people behind them, what are you going to do? What to do? Fenghua Xiaoshui stared blankly at Tuo Yu, not understanding why this young man showed such a confident smile at this time. Well, if I do, how about you promise me to be my 8th girlfriend? 39. The 8th. Fenghua Xiaoshui looked sluggish, but looking at the confident face of the other party, she had no reason to feel that the other party could do what he said. It doesn't matter if I can't, doesn't that prove what I'm saying is true? How terrifying the storm is, you can only know if you have faced it in person. It is good. Fenghua Xiaoshui gritted her teeth and nodded, agreeing to Tuo Yu's request. If you can really defeat Fenghua Nudao, I will be your 8th girlfriend. Tuo Yu smiled slightly. If that's the case, let's find some unlucky guy to solve it first. 5. Done. Tuo Yu turned to look at the wolf-toothed avalanche that was fighting Kakashi. As for the freezing rain of winter bears, Naruto was entangled and could not get close for a while. Kakashi-senpai, leave this person to me, and Miss Fujika's to you for protection. 35. Tuo Yu blocked the attack of the wolf-toothed avalanche for Kakashi and turned his head to him. Okay, then I'll leave it to you. Kakashi couldn't solve the wolf-toothed avalanche for a while, and he fought with the opponent for a long time, and it was only 55%. So he made a decisive decision and immediately retreated to Fenghua Xiaoshui's side. He glanced at Fenghua Xiaoshui with complicated eyes, and then his eyes fell on Tuo Yu's battlefield. Although Sasuke and Naruto fought hard, they couldn't tell the difference for a while. In his opinion, the only person who can decide the winner is Tuo Yu. Cut. Wolf Fang Zubeng pouted and threw out a row of ice needles to force Tuo Yu back, then quickly retreated, and then stood on a high place and looked down at Tuo Yu. I didn't expect that the dignified Konoha shinobi had also fallen, and let a little devil like you come up and die. Kakashi, I'm so disappointed in you for letting a kid come up to die and you're running behind. 35. Little devil, don't blame me when you die. If you want to blame, you can only blame your lack of strength. Looking up at Tuo Yu slightly, Wolf Fang Avalanche's words were full of icy coldness. Enough talking nonsense. Tuo Yu was expressionless. Come on when you're done, my girlfriend can't wait. Damn brat. The blue veins on the forehead of the wolf-tooth avalanche came out, and the anger went straight to the brain. You will pay the price for your arrogance. Ice shield, dragon-breaking tiger. The ferocious tiger made of ice charged forward with a fierce momentum. However, Tuo Yu just stood there and didn't dodge. Tuo Yu. Kakashi was surprised, but he knew the power of this move. After all, even his water dragon bomb can't stop it. However, the next scene made everyone's eyes widen. I saw the icy tiger exuding violent cold air. Before rushing to Tuo Yu, it suddenly melted and turned into steam. It disappeared without a trace. Kakashi froze for a moment, then felt that the surrounding temperature seemed to be rising. Why does it feel a little hot? Fenghua Xiaoshui also squeezed her fist in shock. Really, the uncle of the director, who was wearing a scarf, had a deep understanding. In just a short while, his forehead began to sweat. How is this possible? Wolf Fang Zubeng couldn't believe it. His proud moves had disappeared so inexplicably. What did you do, kid? You guess. Tuo Yu gave a wicked smile. And then, something even more incredible happened. I saw that around Tuo Yu, the snow was melting fast. Visible speed. Little devil, what kind of magic is this? CACG. Wolf Fang Avalanche is also in shock. It seems that I underestimate you. No wonder you were so arrogant. Wolf Tooth Avalanche looked at Tuo Yu angrily, but this next move, you can't stop it. Ice Shield, Beluga. 35. The ice surface suddenly broke, and the huge beluga whale made of ice blocks appeared, and the long ice horns on its head stabbed towards Tuo Yu. Gorgeous. Tuo Yu still stood there and didn't move. This time, even with ease, he folded his hands on his chest. What is he doing? Fenghua Xiaoshui was shocked. She had never seen anyone attacked and standing still. And hug your chest, so leisurely, are you begging to die? However, an unbelievable scene appeared again, and that huge beluga whale melted from scratch at a speed visible to the naked eye. It didn't turn into water, but turned into steam directly, and it completely disappeared. This is impossible. Wolf Fang Avalanche widened his eyes, face full of disbelief. Kakashi and others also stared wide-eyed. What's the trick again? High temperature, flame. When did Tuo Yu develop this move again? What's impossible? Tuo Yu chuckled, looking up at the sky with disdain. If you have any other moves, just use them. Since you dare to speak ruthlessly, you probably won't have only 2 or 3 three-legged cat moves. You. The wolf-tooth avalanche gnashed its teeth. Since you won't come, it's my turn. 35. Tuo Yu stretched out his hands and started to make the seal without any hassle. With this speed of printing, are you underestimating me? 99. Wolf Fang Shui Beng was even more furious. He quickly formed the seal and used his most proud move. Ice Shield Wolf Fang Avalanche. 35. The snow on the top of the mountain fell, forming a huge avalanche, and the wolf shadows made of snow galloped on the avalanche. The pack of wolves came on the snow with a powerful momentum. Here is the proud move of Wolf Fang Avalanche. But Tuo Yu just finished the seal, and then unhurriedly used his ninjutsu. Fire-style Great Fireball Technique. Moment. There is only fire in everyone's eyes, and there is no room for anything else. The scorching heat wave swept through the body, leaving no trace of coldness. Oversized Great Fireball with a diameter of over 500 meters. 1+. Wolf Fang Zubeng's eyes widened, and his proud skill was swallowed by this giant Great Fireball with a diameter of more than 500 meters in an instant. And he himself couldn't even run, and was directly wrapped in flames. Under this fierce temperature, glaciers melt, snow melts. The ice under my feet is also starting to crack. Quick, go back to the boat. Kakashi was the first to come back to his senses. If you continue to stand still, they'll be fine, but it's not the ninjas Kazuya and the others. They can't stand on the water. Although the temperature is very high now, the water is ice water after all, and the temperature must be very low. After these ordinary people fall into the water, it is easy to cause various diseases. This picture, is it all recorded? The director murmured and looked at the shocked scene in front of him, and then immediately looked at the person who was filming. The man nodded again and again. I got it all. 99. Okay, let's hurry back to the boat. The director didn't ink, since all such precious pictures were captured. Continuing to stay in the future will only add some danger to yourself. And it also distracts the ninjas. Far away, Hoshigaki Kisame stared at the huge fireball in amazement. Everyone was dumbfounded. I rely on. Just, what happened to the drum just now? That's the great fireball technique. But, why is it so big? Is there really such a huge great fireball? 39. He looked at Uchiha Itachi as if to verify, but found that the other party was also a little dazed. Apparently Uchiha Itachi has never seen such an exaggerated great fireball. It seems that it's not that I don't know, but that this is indeed beyond the common sense of ordinary people. Hoshigaki Kisame came back to his senses, his face became a little ugly. This is the... It's too exaggerated. With such a powerful fire-style ninjutsu, can we really beat him? 99. Just wait and see what happens. Uchiha Itachi also regained his senses, looking at the young man in the distance with a complicated expression. Tuo Yu, who are you? Chapter 187. He is not a person at all, but a monster. 190-258. Chapter 187. He is not a person at all, but a monster. A great fireball technique solved the wolf-toothed avalanche, and Tuo Yu turned to look at the other two. Hei Kueishui and Dongshang Frozen Rain recovered and immediately retreated. Damn it, what's the matter with this guy? Is he really human? Killed. Wolf Fang Avalanche was killed so easily. That fire style just now, so is that fire style too. Both are about to pee. Konoha shinobi are strong, they know it. Of course, I never thought that it would be so outrageous. With just one move, they killed one of their companions. Who can resist this? Did not dare to stop at all. The remaining two, one person flying in the sky, one person escaping the ground, the thief runs fast. Tuo Yu turned off his flame physique at this time. Otherwise, if you continue, there will be no place to stand under your feet. He came to the stunned Fenghua Xiaoshui and chuckled. One has been resolved, and there are 3 left. Fenghua Xiaoshui regained her senses and looked at Tuo Yu with a complicated expression, not daring to say a word. What the hell is this? Is he really a ninja too? Why is the strength so different from others? The wolf-toothed avalanche who fought with Kakashi for a long time was actually killed by him so easily. What the hell is going on with this guy? Tuo Yu-kun, you've become a lot stronger. Hinata next to him, looking at Tuo Yu's terrifying fire style, also looked adored. It's okay, a little progress. Tuo Yu smiled lightly, then said with a serious face, first deal with the injuries of little Sakura and Ino, and then let's go. 5. Leave this kind of minor injury to me, anyway, I'm also a medical ninja. Nohara Rin stepped up and said, Lin, the two of them will get rid of you. After Kakashi finished his instructions, he turned to look at Tuo Yu with an expression on his face. The Chunin exam has just passed, and your strength has improved so much. 35. This is the first time I have seen such a powerful fire style. 35. Tuo Yu pretended to be embarrassed and smiled and said, it's okay, it's normal. FK. Sasuke looked at Tuo Yu with a constipated face, and his heart was full of unwillingness. So, Great Fireball has always been my Uchiha signature ninjutsu. Tuo Yu displayed such great power. Is he also from Uchiha? No, impossible. Uchiha is just me and that person left. There will never be a third person. Besides, even Uchiha's clansmen would never be able to use such a big great fireball. Can a fireball with a diameter of 500 meters be released by humans? Wow, so strong. Naruto stepped forward and said, hundreds of times stronger than Sasuke's fire style. Naruto's mouth kills the ghost. These words were like a sharp sword, directly piercing Sasuke's heart. But he couldn't refute, he could only look at Naruto with hateful eyes. Hateful, sooner or later I can do it too. Thanks to Tuo Yu this time, it would be difficult for us to protect everyone in this terrain. 35. Kakashi sighed with emotion, watching the melted water under his feet gradually solidify. Let's get out of here first, just as I also have something I want to ask clearly. 35. He said, looking at Fenghua Xiaoshui's body. Everyone returned to the boat and headed towards the destination of the snow country. The Crane Wing Kueishui and Dongshang Frozen Rain, who escaped, had returned to the capital of the snow country at a very fast speed, and found their boss, Fenghua Nudao. What? Avalanche is dead. Fenghua Nudao frowned, and the enemy is just a kid. It seems that Shui Bang has been too slack recently, he can't even handle a kid. But, that kid is not an ordinary person. Crane Yibuki's body was still trembling. The huge fireball that Tuo Yu spit out was like the sun falling on the ground, bringing her unparalleled enormous pressure. This was something she didn't face head-on. She even had a hard time imagining what the wolf-toothed avalanche that faced the fireball was thinking at the time. Maybe no idea at all. It was evaporated in an instant. Anyway, have you met Little Snow Princess? 35. Fenghua Nudao looked down at the two of them kneeling on one knee. Yes, Lord Nudao. Crane Wing Fubuki lowered her head lower, but we don't know if she was carrying a hexagonal crystal. You don't need to worry about that, she will definitely carry such precious things with her. 99. Fenghua Nudao said with certainty, the most important thing now is to catch her. Well, This time I'll go out in person. Shui Beng, that waste, can't even handle such a simple task. It seems that he is also degenerate. Listening to Fenghua Nudao's words belittling the wolf-tooth avalanche. Although Hei Kuishui had the heart to refute, she still did not open her mouth to refute because of the deterrence of the wind, flowers and angry waves. She just prayed silently, and she would know when Fenghua Nudao saw the boy. He is not alone at all, but a monster, when crane wings blowing snow and winter bear freezing rain were reporting. Kakashi's side also revealed the true identity of Fenghua Xiaoshui. Naruto fell to the ground in shock. She is a princess. He pointed at Fenghua Xiaoshui with a look of disbelief. Yes, she is the princess of the snow country, Fenghua Xiaoshui. Kakashi said indifferently, then turned to look at Fenghua Xiaoshui, as that suited him to avoid the pursuit of Fenghua Furious Dao. You know what to ask. 99. Fenghua Xiaoshui said disdainfully. Kakashi shook his head, feeling one head and too big. Concealing the true identity means that the mission is full of uncertainty. And Fenghua Xiaoshui's attitude made him a little dissatisfied. If Tuo Yu hadn't temporarily joined this mission, they wouldn't necessarily be able to protect Fenghua Xiaoshui in the hands of the trio. In my opinion, since he knows the information about Princess Xiaoshui here, he will definitely not do nothing. Kakashi said about the situation he analyzed, since Tuo Yu has made up his mind, we might as well take the initiative to fight back directly against Fenghua Nudao, maybe we can catch the opponent by surprise. With Hinata there is no need to worry about the investigation. I'll try. Hinata bowed her head shyly. But then the operation becomes dangerous. Kakashi looked at the director of the crew, so, we can't take everyone to the next action. That won't work. The director shook his head and said, our film has not been finished, and we will not leave until it is finished. Moreover, being able to actually record the battle scene is the most worthwhile thing for me, even if it costs my life. 35. But, Kakashi scratched his head, but seeing the resolute look on the director's uncle's face, he had no choice but to say, okay, but I hope you can follow our instructions. Rest assured, I don't want to die before the filming is complete. The director said with a smile. The group reached an agreement. Soon arrived in the country of snow. They took a vehicle specially designed to walk in the snow and began to head towards the depths of the snow country. His Royal Highness, we have been waiting for your return. San Teifu looked at Fenghua Xiaoshui with respect and joy. Zero seeking flowers. As an agent, he specially let Fenghua Xiaoshui participate in the filming of this film, just to let Fenghua Xiaoshui leave a memory along the way and return to the country of snow step by step. Then lead them to resist the tyranny of Fenghua Nudao, and restore the snow country to a bright future. Maybe the movie will make a lot of money when it finally comes out. But Fenghua Xiaoshui has not fully trusted Kakashi and them. In her opinion, the Konoha shinobi who escorted them might be strong. But it is absolutely impossible to be the opponent of Fenghua Nudao. The scars left by the shadows of childhood are enormous. That kind of fear will haunt her for a long time. Unless the person who terrified her was gone. Soon, the convoy goes through a tunnel. The sky is also getting darker. Let's rest here next time. Kakashi said. Find a hidden place, we can't reveal our whereabouts yet. And many more. Hinata rolled her eyes and tried to find a suitable place, but she saw a strange thing rushing towards them. Something is coming, it's big. At this time, railroad tracks appeared on the ground. 0. San Teifu's expression changed, and he immediately squatted up and felt the vibration of the railroad tracks. They are here. The three Teifu raised their heads with absolute certainty, quick to protect her Royal Highness. 39. Naruto, Sasuke, little Sakura. Kakashi waved his hand, and the trio immediately surrounded Fenghua Xiaoshui. Tuo Yu also stood beside Fenghua Xiaoshui. The enemy's target must be Fenghua Xiaoshui, and Fenghua Nudao's target is hexagonal crystal. Being able to brutally kill his brother, Fenghua Nudao would definitely not care about Fenghua Xiaoshui's life safety. Soon, with a rumbling sound, a train rushed out of the tunnel. At the end of the train, the wind and flowers in a coat stood solemnly. Looking at the familiar face that woke her up from countless nightmares, Fenghua Xiaoshui immediately fell into a state of panic. Yes, it's you, Xiaoshui, it's been a long time no see. Fenghua Nudao with a slight smile, like a genial elder. But Fenghua Xiaoshui was completely in a state of panic. No, don't come here. I can't beat it, I can't beat it, I can't beat it. Snapped. Seeing that she was about to fall into a state of bewilderment, Tuo Yu was agile and pulled over with one hand. Hey, do you remember our previous agreement? Kill this guy, and you'll have a shot with me. Hearing this, Fenghua Xiaoshui was stunned for a moment, and her face flushed red. Hey, what nonsense are you talking about? The agreement between the two of us is not this kind of content. Isn't it about being your 8th girlfriend? Tuo Yu looked indifferent. I've already become my girlfriend, so it's definitely going to be a haircut. 35. This moment, Fenghua Xiaoshui only feels that she has been fooled. What? This Tuo Yu actually changed his mind and forcibly changed the content of the agreement. And this time, San Teifu stood up abruptly. Fenghuantao, UBD. Today, under the leadership of Little Snow Princess, we will completely overthrow you. 9. As his voice fell, many figures appeared on the mountain peak on one side. They were not too young, but everyone wore armor and weapons. HMPH, a bunch of incompetent guys. Fenghua Nudao looked disdainful. Come on. San Teifu led the charge and rushed over with those people. At this time, On the side of the train, there are dense holes like honeycombs. Loss. Chapter 188. Turn the camera on Tuo Yu. Give me a hard shot. 191 258. Chapter 188. Turn the camera on Tuo Yu. Give me a hard shot. Be careful, Hinata shouted. That's the organ. However, it was too late. Kill them. As Feng Hua Nudao's cruel voice fell, countless kunai were launched, instantly drowning San Teifu and the others. Like a hail of bullets. However, after a wave of smoke and dust, all they saw was a tall earthen wall in front of them. Block all the misery, Kakashi-sensei. Naruto and little Sakura shouted excitedly, just saying that Kakashi used the earth-style soil wall to block the attack. And after Kakashi used such a large-scale earth-style, his body was hollowed out immediately, and he began to gasp for breath, and then half-kneeled. Kakashi, it's time for you to make up. 39. Tuo Yu rolled his eyes, then reached out and aimed at the train. Huh, what are you going to do? Feng Hua Nudao raised his brows. Do you want to use the ninjutsu to kill Shui Bang? Seeing Tuo Yu's actions, the others retreated, especially those closer to the train. Feng Hua Nudao didn't know what Tuo Yu was doing, but Naruto and the others are very clear. This is Tuo Yu's big move. Hoshigaki Kisame, who was watching from a distance, frowned. What is he doing? Reach out, is this a ninjutsu release? In Hoshigaki Kisame's eyes, he couldn't understand. But in the eyes of Uchiha Itachi's Sharingan, the 120 situation is completely different. He's unleashing chakra, and the control is very subtle. It's like a net that has spread throughout the space. Uchiha Itachi repeated what he had observed and frowned. Could it be that this is what Deidara and the others reported before, his blasting ninjutsu? Itachi guessed in his heart. Free chakra, what does he want? Hoshigaki Kisame looked puzzled. Keep watching and you'll know. Uchiha Itachi said, since you are all so capable of fighting, then I have to resort to tough methods. Feng Hua Nudao saw that everyone else was retreating. Although he didn't understand why, he knew that there must be some reason. Whatever you want to do. In front of my invincible train, you can't do anything. I'm still thinking of giving you a chance to be loyal to me, but it seems that I'm just a dead brain. Then you die here. He raised his hand, just about to wave it down. But the next second, boom, there was a huge explosion. Then, boom, 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 the train exploded violently, and a carriage was instantly blown into powder. Damn it, what happened? How could it suddenly explode? 35. What happened? All the people are dumbfounded. Because in front of their eyes, the train exploded without warning. When Feng Hua Xiaoshui saw this scene, she was sluggish and stood in the same place stupidly. Is this also your ability? How can there be such a strong ability? This is incredible. This train is loaded with countless hidden weapons, and it is no problem to wipe out a small army. But it was actually detonated by Tuo Yu from the air, instantly smashed into scum. At this time, a figure was blown out from the carriage. It's winter bear freezing rain. Whoosh, the figure of Tuo Yu disappeared instantly, then appeared in the air and punched suddenly. Boom, a dull crash. Tuo Yu punched directly and pierced through the opponent's chakra armor together with his body. Kill each other on the spot. The camps of the eyes are splitting when the wind and flowers are angry. At this moment, he felt the feeling of his heart beating faster. That is fear, the fear he hadn't tasted in a long time. Quickly turn around, he shouted quickly, and under his command, the train immediately accelerated and rushed out. In just a few seconds, he ran and disappeared without a trace. I'm going. This is too strong. Little brother, you are the one leading the team. Damn it, isn't that winter bear freezing rain? He was killed with one punch. This is not a joke. One punch, just one punch. Killed one of the big three. Numerous ninjas from the snow country, watching Tuo Yu in shock. It feels like I've seen a ghost. The power shown by Tuo Yu is far beyond their cognition. The other party came with an army, and he alone killed the other party. Far away, Hoshigaki Kisame's face became extremely ugly. I seem to understand why the Deidara guy called him senpai. This kind of strength is completely unreasonable. A layer of cold sweat oozes from Kisame's forehead. Fortunately, I didn't have the urge to run down and fight him just now. Otherwise, I am afraid that I will be killed by one punch. Hey, a few dozen, can you beat this guy? Uchiha Itachi was expressionless. No nods or shakes, thanks to Amaterasu and Tsukuyomi. Itachi is very confident in his own strength. Although his eyesight has been declining in recent years, his strength is indeed very strong. Unfortunately, he didn't know what type of ninjutsu Tuo Yu was using, so he didn't dare to go up rashly. I don't know, maybe we need to continue to observe, this time we can't take it lightly. Uchiha Itachi is sanctimonious on the surface. But in my heart, I silently praise Tuo Yu for doing a good job. Well, continue to show great strength. That way I don't need to show up, and I don't put little Sasuke in unnecessary danger. Now it's not time for us to meet, my fish lips Aududo. Below, the power of the explosion is a little stronger, your strength is really improving all the time. Kakashi looked at Tuo Yu who had just finished the battle and ran to treat the uncles non-stop, and couldn't help but sigh. Special, he now has a deep feeling, that is, Tuo Yu alone is going to take on an army. Scouting, search, combat, and medical units. Very professional too, whose ninja had just repelled the enemy and immediately ran to save people. I'm far from enough, I still have a lot to learn compared to my predecessors. Tuo Yu showed an indifferent smile, and then continued to stop the bleeding for the uncles. Hearing this, Kakashi wanted to dig a hole and bury himself. Is this far from enough? Do you still call me senior? I should call you senior. Fenghua Nudao seems to be frightened, so it seems that you won't worry anymore, little snow princess. Kakashi turned back and looked at Kakashi Koyuki with a complicated complexion. Fenghua Xiaoshui never expected, her childhood nightmare like wind, flowers and raging waves, will actually run away. She really remembered that look. Even with her fear of the wind, flowers and raging waves subsided a lot. Thank you, thank you. Fenghua Xiaoshui struggled for a while, then stepped forward and thanked Tuo Yu softly. You're welcome, just don't forget the agreement between us. Tuo Yu chuckled. Fenghua Xiaoshui was stunned for a moment, then thinking of the content of the agreement before, her face suddenly turned rosy. She had thought that Tuo Yu would never be able to do it. But now it seems that Tuo Yu wants to do it with ease. Could it be that my future husband Kun is him? Fenghua Xiaoshui couldn't help but take a closer look at Tuo Yu. Although he is younger, he is a superior choice in terms of strength and appearance. That's fine, even if it's taken away by him, it doesn't seem to be a loss. Soon, the injuries were dealt with. Santeifu was covered in bandages, kneeling down with a face ashamed, with his head on the ground facing Fenghua Xiaoshui. It's all about our incompetence. If we have enough strength, we will never let Her Royal Highness suffer any harm. But now, with Tuo Yu-kun here, Kakashi here, and several other reliable ninja lords, we will be able to overthrow Fenghua Wudao and restore the former peace to the Snow Country. Fenghua Xiaoshui was also full of hope at this time. The strength that Tuo Yu showed, and the appearance of fleeing in a storm, allowed her to restore her basic judgment ability. That is, the advantage is mine, since there is such a powerful husband as Tuo Yu, such a powerful guard. Then why hesitate? Rush and you're done. Tuo Yu and his party went all the way. Under the leadership of Santeifu, they soon arrived at the castle of Fenghua Nudao. At this time, inside the castle, Fenghua Nudao and Hei Kuishui's aftermath. His own strongest combat weapon train was actually blown up by the opponent. The sturdy chakra armor, which can withstand ninjutsu and illusion, was even punched by Tuo Yu. It is these circumstances that make Fenghua fled in rage. It's okay to stay here, right? The castle is very strong. Fenghua Nudao seems to be comforting Hei Kuishui, and it seems to be comforting himself. Damn, I didn't expect Fenghua Xiaoshui to find such a strong person. If I find Fenghua's secret treasure, I can easily deal with that kind of guy. 99. But the reality is not if. Fenghua Nudao angrily hammered the handrail. But the next second, the entire castle suddenly trembled violently. What's the matter? Is it? Fenghua Nudao was stunned. The FK, did you hammer the castle yourself? Crane Wing Kuishui shivered. There was fear in her eyes. Because of this breath, she is very familiar. It's Tuo Yu. I've played him twice myself and completely remember his chakra. He actually came to 2.6. Hurry up and escape. Where does Crane Wing Fukiyu still have fighting spirit? The fear of Tuo Yu's arrogant power almost made her urinate. That man can't be provoked by himself. If you run into him, it will be a punch. In the violent tremor, the wall cracked, and a broken stone wall fell from the head. The castle is collapsing fast. Where have you seen such a scene? Dozens of stories of castles collapse. Run away from the castle immediately. Crane Yibuki quickly followed. Outside, Tuo Yu was very busy waiting for Fenghua Nudao to appear. Beside him is Fenghua Xiaoshui with a calm face. At this time, she no longer has the fear of the storm. But she now has a bunch of questions that she wants to ask Fenghua Nudao. Kakashi and the others stood behind them. The director is still dedicated to filming the content of the film. It's all big scenes, all big scenes. Just record it for me. Focus on Tuo Yu. Shoot me hard, shoot carefully. The director is very excited, and the crew is also very excited. This is a huge scene I have never seen before. No special effects are needed, it's completely real. With these big scenes alone, the movie will definitely be very popular. In the future, it must be screened in the 5 countries in turn. Chapter 189 You Fight for a Heater. 192 258. Chapter 189 You Fight for a Heater. Rumbling. As the castle came crashing down, 2 figures rushed out of the ruins. It is Fenghua Nudao and Crane Wing blowing snow. Tuo Yu raised his brows and said to Hei Kuishui, I usually don't do anything to women. If I don't want to die, I will surrender. Hei Kuishui was stunned for a moment, then turned his head and quickly glanced at Fenghua Nudao. A trace of anger flashed in his eyes. Then she pushed aside without hesitation, holding her hands high. I surrender. Don't hurt me, you. The wind and flowers glared at her. Man, this is too fast. Without any struggle, just cast. But under Tuo Yu's eyes, he did not dare to act rashly as he was alone. Fenghua Xiaoshui stepped forward. She looked at Fenghua Furious Dao, and found that the person who killed her father was just an ordinary person, who would also be afraid and afraid. Not the invincible demon she remembered. Why, uncle, why did you do this? Fenghua Xiaoshui asked softly, why did you kill dad? Why? When Fenghua Nudao heard her words, his inner fear was temporarily suppressed, but instead his anger continued to rise. Just because he is the elder brother, he can become the lord of the Snow Country. Just because he is the elder brother, he can possess the secret treasure of the Snow Country. I'm not reconciled. I'm obviously better than him, but in the end I always have to lower him. 35. I cannot be reconciled. Fenghua Nudao was like an irritated beast. His eyes were red and bloodshot with anger. Looking at Fenghua Xiaoshui, he wished to swallow her alive 20 times. And Tuo Yu and Kakashi and the others frowned slightly when they heard each other's roar. Good guy, are you jealous because the other party is your elder brother? You should really let Hyuga Hazashi teach you a lesson. Yes, Fenghua Xiaoshui had infinite sadness in her heart. Just because of these reasons, did you kill your own brother? This is what you want, right? Fenghua Xiaoshui took out the hexagonal crystal, and Fenghua's angry eyes suddenly read on it. Did you kill my dad just for this? 99. Fenghua Xiaoshui gritted her teeth, and was about to break it with force. At this moment, a hand stopped her. Don't break, do you want to ruin your father's dream? What? Fenghua Xiaoshui looked at Tuo Yu blankly. She was a little confused. I don't understand what Tuo Yu is talking about. Tuo Yu opened his mouth, just about to explain. On the opposite side, Fenghua Nudao shouted excitedly, quick. Give it to me. 35. Fenghua Nudao tore up some of the tattered clothes on his body, revealing his chakra armor. Do you know what this is? Tuo Yu looked at the wind and the raging waves playfully. At this time, Fenghua Nudao still didn't know what the hexagonal crystal represented. If he knew that he had pursued for years, and even killed his own brother, what he got was just a heater. That scene must have been enjoyable. Of course I know. That is the key to the treasure of the Fenghua clan. I must get it. Fenghua Nudao's face was full of madness. Quick. Give it to me, otherwise I will. What are you doing? Tuo Yu shook his head, then looked at him with a caring look like a mentally retarded. You know what? Actually, this thing is just a start key for a heater. Plus, heater. Fenghua was stunned for a moment, then roared and said, what are you kidding? What do you know as an outsider? That's the secret treasure of the Fenghua family. The secret treasure that allows me to conquer the entire ninja world. Fenghua was furious, and he felt that his IQ had been insulted. Then he quickly tied the seal. Ice escaped Black Dragon Blizzard. The pitch black ice turned into a dragon and roared. Z, you don't believe me if I tell you the truth. Tuo Yu shook his head. Then he dragged Fenghua Xiaoshui behind him and stepped forward to face Fenghua's furious attack. Give me death. Fenghua Nudao saw that Tuo Yu actually wanted to use his body to resist his attack, and immediately showed an excited look. This is a unique trick that has been augmented by chakra armor. It's just wishful thinking to use your body to resist. However, the pitch black ice dragon, which he had high hopes for, gradually melted, evaporated, and disappeared without even getting close to Tuo Yu's body. It's really a pleasure to be able to feel the warm air in this environment. Kakashi closed his eyes and felt the warm breeze. Seeing Fenghua Wudao's attack melt away, he knew there was no need to worry about Tuo Yu. The same goes for everyone else. The powerful strength that Tuo Yu showed was enough to make them appreciate the next battle with confidence. Hurry up and shoot. Aim at Tuo Yu and shoot. 35. The film crew was so excited, they even forgot that it was on location. All real fights. If you're not careful, it can really kill you. This is impossible. Fenghua Nudao's eyes glared angrily. He was proud of his moves, but he couldn't hurt Tuo Yu at all. He doesn't believe it. Black Dragon Blizzard. 35. He kept attacking with knots. But all the attacks, when they approached Tuo Yu, turned into hot steam and dissipated in front of him. Tuo Yu released his hand and slowly walked towards Fenghua Nudao. One step at a time, slow but steady. Fenghua Nudao was still attacking frantically, ignoring the rapid descent of chakra in his body. Damn, Ice escaped Double Dragon Blizzard. Seeing Tuo Yu approaching step by step, and his own attack can't hurt him, he can't even stop him. Fenghua Nudao's heart is breaking down a little bit. Why are you so strong? Why stop me? Fenghua Furious Dao with scarlet eyes, injected all the chakra into the bodies of the two black ice dragons. The blackness is extremely huge, and it rushes straight down with a compelling oppressive force. But even powerful, but still did not avoid the ending of being melted. Is it over? Then it's my turn. Tuo Yu has a steady pace, one step at a time. But this time, as his footprints fell, the snow on the ground was rapidly melting and evaporating, revealing the color of the earth. And this range is spreading a little bit. With Tuo Yu's footsteps, it is getting faster and faster. When Tuo Yu came to Fenghua Nudao 3 steps away, the surrounding snow has all melted. Tuo Yu stopped and looked at each other like that. Fenghua Nudao felt that his mouth was dry, his eyes gradually became dazed, and his power was disappearing from his body. What did you do? Is it an illusion, or poison? I'm so thirsty. The spirit of the wind and flowers quickly collapsed and disintegrated. And in the eyes of others, Fenghua Nudao's body was gradually withering at a speed visible to the naked eye. The moisture quickly drained from his body and evaporated. In just a few seconds, the sturdy wind and waves turned into a shriveled corpse. With a wave of Tuo Yu's hand, he turned him into a pile of wind and flower debris. He died, roasted alive. This scene is cruel though. But think of everything Fenghua Nudao has done. Others don't have much to say. It's just that Hinata and the others couldn't help but turn their heads, not daring to look at the cruel scene. Thanks. Fenghua Xiaoshui stepped forward and took the initiative to hold Tuo Yu's hand. She looked at the wind, flowers and angry waves that turned into human beings with complicated eyes, and finally she was relieved. She turned to look at Tuo Yu, her eyes full of gratitude and coyness. She still remembers the bet with Tuo Yu. Well, from now on, no one will hunt you down. Tuo Yu held her slender palm with a backhand and smiled slightly. Well, by the way, what do you mean by what you just said? Fenghua Xiaoshui bowed her head shyly, suddenly thought of something, raised her head and asked curiously. Want to know? Then come with me. 35. Tuo Yu took the hexagonal crystal from her hand and took them to the seal. Tuo Yu brought a group to the sealed land. It was a sacrificial altar, and it seemed to be a sealed dry well. At the top, there is a slot. Tuo Yu inserted the hexagonal crystal, which fit perfectly. After doing all this, Tuo Yu took a few steps back. Come to Fenghua Xiaoshui. Feel it carefully. He spoke softly. The altar glowed. The dark clouds in the sky dissipated and the sun appeared. Afterwards, several things like mountain peaks around the sacrificial altar glowed with colorful light under the sunlight. The surrounding temperature is rising little by little. 120. The snow is melting fast. So warm. Fenghua Xiaoshui said in a daze. She still didn't understand what was going on. For this thing, Fenghua Nudao did not hesitate to kill her father, and kept chasing her for several years. When she thought about it, this must be a very powerful thing, that's why Fenghua Nudao is so relentless in pursuit. But now, it doesn't seem to be the case. She remembers, Tuo Yu said before that the hexagonal crystal is the key to the heater. She also thought that Tuo Yu said that just to provoke the wind. But now it seems like what Tuo Yu said is true. But why would he know? How would you know? Fenghua Xiaoshui's eyes were full of curiosity. It's a secret. Years. Tuo Yu smiled slightly, but the point is not this, but the meaning of what your father left behind. The meaning of father. Fenghua Xiaoshui looked around. The snow melted little by little, gradually revealing the earthy brown color of the earth. Although it is barren, it is more pleasing to the eye than the white one. That piece of white, although beautiful, is also deadly. And this earthy brown, although it looks ugly, it can give birth to life. The country of snow falls all year round, and a bumper harvest is naturally impossible. And your father made this heater so that the country of snow can become a place like spring all year round, so that the citizens of the country of snow can eat enough food. 99. No more cold and hunger. He is a really great Kun Lord. It's a pity that he was killed by the wind and flowers before he successfully put this device into use, which is a pity. But it doesn't matter. You are still here. I think you will inherit your father's will and make the snow country a rich and prosperous country. Let the people not be hungry or cold. Listen to Tuo Yu. Fenghua Xiaoshui stared blankly at the sacrificial altar in front of her, and seemed to recall many things for a while. At this time, the pillars emitting the light of the equipment gathered in the air of the sacrificial platform, and a phantom appeared. And the ground they were standing on was quickly covered with green. Chapter 190 Pain. What? Kisame is crazy again. 193 258. Chapter 190 Pain. What? Kisame is crazy again. This. Fenghua Xiaoshui looked up. That phantom was her when she was a child, and there was a person opposite her, but she had not yet entered the phantom. But she knew that it was her father. The country of the previous generation of snow, the master of Kun, the wind and flowers are early snow. Xiaoshui, when spring comes, what are you going to do? A gentle voice appeared, and Fenghua Xiaoshui, who was a child in the phantom, crooked her body and said playfully. Xiaoshui wants to become her royal highness. What kind of princess do you want to be? The gentle voice continued to ask. Xiaofeng Hua Xiaoshui thought for a moment, the gentle, strong and righteous princess. Fenghua Xiaoshui looked at the phantom in a daze, and muttered to herself, I said that before. That's right. Tuo Yu held her palm tightly. This is the promise you made with your father. Now, it's time for you to fulfill the promise. Be a gentle, strong, righteous princess. Looking at the father who appeared in the phantom, Fenghua Xiaoshui's tears finally appeared from her eyes again. Thanks. Fenghua Xiaoshui lowered her head and choked. I will work hard to do what I should do. That's good. Tuo Yu smiled and whispered in her ear, but don't forget the agreement between us. Fenghua Xiaoshui's pretty face flushed, and the original emotion disappeared a lot, but turned into more shyness. She couldn't help patting Tuo Yu's chest, but her palm was on his chest, feeling his solid body, but she couldn't move her palm away. Quick, take a photo. The only person who noticed Tuo Yu and Fenghua Xiaoshui was the director's uncle. Although he was also amazed at the change of scenery. But his director's intuition allowed him to find the protagonist of the film at the first time. Therefore, he immediately urged the cameraman who was obsessed with the scenery to move his target to shoot Fenghua Xiaoshui and Tuo Yu. This moment, full of warmth, it turned out to be a love movie. 99. This movie will definitely sell. 95. The director uncle looked excited. There are big scenes, and you have defeated a strong enemy, and you have also gained love. All the elements of success are complete. He really couldn't think of the possibility that the movie could not be successful. Over time, quickly, days passed. In the past few days, little Sakura and Ino have been walking around the streets of Snow Country. And Tuo Yu stayed with Fenghua Xiaoshui and did some things he loved. Early the next morning, Kakashi and his party were all ready. Thanks to the joint efforts of the heater and Tuo Yu, the snow in the Snow Country has all melted. And when the heater is always on, no snow will continue to fall. Tuo Yu-kun, it's time to get ready to go. Kakashi asked Tuo Yu, then glanced at Fenghua Xiaoshui in front of him, shook his head and left. As a man who has been admiring Jiraiya's masterpieces all the year round, he can naturally see that Fenghua Xiaoshui is unusual to Tuo Yu. I'm afraid I'm already in love. But he obviously didn't realize what they had been through together these days. Really can't stay. Fenghua Xiaoshui held Tuo Yu's hand with reluctance in her eyes. I can't stay now, I still have a lot to do. Tuo Yu shook his head slightly, then smiled and said, don't worry, I will come to see you often in the future. Well, that's fine. Fenghua Xiaoshui nodded reluctantly, I will go to Konoha to find you when I have time. Well, you are welcome anytime. Tuo Yu hugged her in his arms, don't worry, our relationship won't change because of distance. Yeah, Fenghua Xiaoshui Xiaonao put her cheek on his chest like a human, listening to his heartbeat. Calm voice, make her feel very secure. Lingering for a while, Tuo Yu let go of the reluctant Fenghua Xiaoshui and followed the army. Yes, come and see me often. Fenghua Xiaoshui looked at Tuo Yu and the others who had turned into small dots in the distance, and the reluctance in her eyes seemed to overflow. And after they left, the dried persimmon and Uchiha Itachi, who were hidden aside, appeared. FK me, how did this woman get along with that kid? Kisame observed very carefully. The way Fenghua Xiaoshui said goodbye to Tuo Yu just now is obviously just like a couple. This TM, come on a mission, and by the way, also pocket the princess of another country. I don't know, maybe it's because the other party saved her life. Uchiha Itachi doesn't care about these men and women. Because he only saw Sasuke. As long as Sasuke is healthy and happy, as long as he can be with Sasuke, what woman do you want? Women only affect his relationship with Sasuke. Cough, so what, I think the assassination of Tuo Yu needs to be reconsidered. 35. Hoshigaki Kisame scratched his cheek, at least until we find a secret technique to deal with the high temperature emanating from him, it's better that we don't trouble him. Well, Itachi nodded, even if I use illusion to control him, if he keeps using that kind of high temperature ninjutsu, we can't get close to him. 99. That's right, let's go back this time, at least think of a complete countermeasure, and then we'll come back to him. Hoshigaki Kisame breathed a sigh of relief. He didn't want to go up there and be grilled into dried fish. I'll wait until I find a way to deal with the abnormally high temperature on his body. Uchiha Itachi is also going with the flow. He wasn't planning to appear in front of Sasuke just yet, mainly because there are too many people, and there is the unknown factor of Tuo Yu. He worries about losing control of the situation and hurting Sasuke. So, it's better to retreat like this today. Wait, Odudo of my fish lips. We will meet again sooner or later. But not now. Palpable. The icy rain has been falling in this icy country. This is a country where the sun cannot reach. Clouds are always looming, as if the backlog of despair in people's hearts, people can't breathe. On the tallest building in the city, a person stared blankly at the rain curtain in front of him. This continuous rain curtain, it is a unique feature of this country. It is also the result of his dominance behind the scenes. That's right, the person who was silently soaking in the rain was Pain. And this rain is what he uses to monitor the entire Rain Shinobi village. Yuhu free technique. Under his watch, no one can infiltrate Rain Shinobi village. But this has also kept the people of Rain Shinobi village living in this rain curtain. It is said that many people in Rain Shinobi village will have various rheumatism at a very young age. Maybe it has something to do with this ninjutsu. Watching the rain screen, but Pain was thinking of other things. And the thing that can make him worry about at present is naturally Tuo Yu, a confidant. There should be no problem if there is a weasel. Uchiha Itachi's illusions, as well as that weird pupil technique are extremely difficult to deal with. Not to mention that when he exerted his full strength, the Susanoo released was extremely powerful. In addition to Uchiha Itachi, there is also Hoshigaki Kisame, who can be called a humanoid-tailed beast. With the two of them around, this mission will definitely be no problem. Pain was thinking. A familiar rustling sound came from behind. It's Conan. They're back. Conan's voice was low. Pain felt Conan's voice was wrong, but he didn't turn around. How are things? Did they do it? Conan didn't answer right away. Instead, he fell into a brief silence. Conan exhaled a long breath, and then said with an ugly face, I think it's better for you to go and see for yourself. 99. Pain turned his head and saw Conan's ugly face, and he couldn't help but groan in his heart. What's the situation? Did these two fail too? Or, they died. Is Tuo Yu so powerful? No time wasted. Pain and Conan immediately came to the base below. Soon, he saw the two people who were going on the mission. Uchiha Itachi stayed silent as usual. It looks like the ferret is fine. Then Pain turned to look at the other person. At this time, Hoshigaki Kisame's actions caused a black line to appear on his forehead. Hey, you guys should be very good at this. I wonder if there is any ninjutsu that can withstand high temperature. It's the kind of art that can withstand a 500-meter great fireball. There is also the kind of high temperature that the body naturally releases, and even people can be roasted into mummified corpses. Hoshigaki Kisame haunts Kakuzu and Sasori, trying to find a way to restrain Tuo Yu. But Kakuzu and Sasori didn't see it with their own eyes. At this time, I was entangled by Hoshigaki Kisame, and when I heard him say some incredible ninjutsu, I only felt very irritable. Don't bother me, I don't have time to talk to you. Kakuzu used the abacus to calculate the account of Akatsuki this month. At this time, if anyone dared to disturb him, he would not hesitate to take action against him. HMPH, high temperature resistance, shouldn't you look for it from the water style you are good at? Sasori gave a direction, but if water style could do it, Hoshigaki Kisame would have gone to learn it long ago. The problem is that it can't be done. That weird high temperature can turn the enemy into a human-like high temperature within a few seconds. Can this be blocked with water style? I said, it's not an ordinary fire style, it's a huge fire style. Have you ever seen the Great Fireball at 500 meters? Kisame, are you kidding me? How could there be such a big fireball? Is that something a human can set off? 39. Hidan looked incredulous. It's no use telling you. Kisame didn't intend to deal with the rookie Hidan at all. In his eyes, apart from the leader and Itachi, only Sasori and Kakuzu can be trusted. Turning to look at Sasori. Is there any technique that can keep the fish alive in hot water? I mean, like I use water style, he boiled my water, and I'm still going to keep fighting his way. When you make puppets, you should always be exposed to high temperatures, right? After all, you need to be sterilized. Being pestered by Hoshigaki Kisame, Sasori was immediately speechless. What are you trying to do? How can fish survive in hot water? Even if the other party can boil the water, you still have to fight. Isn't that boiled fish? Sasori ignored Hoshigaki Kisame, but Hoshigaki Kisame is a man of perseverance, and Sasori was the only one who responded to him just now. Of course he wouldn't let Sasori go. If that doesn't work, is there any material that can insulate heat? As long as you apply or coat your body with a film or something, it can resist high temperatures and the like. You're a puppet, you should be familiar with these materials, right? Chapter 191 The Three-Term Mizukage, Encircling and Suppressing Tuo Yu. 194 258. Chapter 191 The Three-Term Mizukage, Encircling and Suppressing Tuo Yu. Hoshigaki Kisame changed direction and stopped pursuing ninjutsu, but want to use the help of props. No, Sasori rolled his eyes. For a temperature that even you can't compete with, it's definitely useless to rely on those materials that resist high temperature, you should give up. Quote. Before Kisame could ask, Kakuzu's gloomy voice immediately reached everyone's ears. Shut up. If I hear your voice again, I'll sew your mouth shut. You won't be able to say a word. Clearly, Kisami's raucous voice clearly disturbed Kakuzu's calculations. He was clearly aggrieved. I'm clearly asking a serious question. Why are you all so resistant to answering? And this question is very important. It's a matter of being able to defeat Tuo Yu. Hoshigaki Kisame looked aggrieved, but he didn't notice it at all. The questions he did ask were all about how to fight Tuo Yu. But crucially, he didn't explain to the others why he asked these questions. Because even if he said it, others might not believe it. Great fireball at 500 meters. The temperature to melt the snow mountain. What a fool. Kisame just didn't want to explain more to these idiots, so he asked directly. As a result, when others heard him suddenly ask this question, they would only think that he was suddenly ill. Seeing the presence of people did not want to ignore him, Kisame felt extremely lost, and this time, in the sky, Pain and Conan descended slowly. Saw the two coming. Kisami's eyes lit up. Pain is so strong, there must be a way, right? He excitedly ran to Pain. Just as he opened his mouth to speak, he paused to look back at Kakuzu, and found that Kakuzu was immersed in arithmetic. He turned his head in relief, lowered his voice and asked. Leader, what if you encounter an enemy that can spit out a fireball with a diameter of 500 meters? What if you encounter an opponent whose body temperature is so high that he can turn a living person into a human in a matter of seconds? 5. If the opponent's ninjutsu is very restrained by water style, what should I do with 120? Hoshigaki Kisame looked serious. Opposite him, Pain was expressionless, but the corners of Nagato's mouth hidden behind the scenes couldn't help twitching. Is it Tuo Yu again? What's going on this time? Hot ninjutsu, can't even handle the sea escape ninja like Kisame. Seeing Kisami's insane look, Pain's eyes moved slightly. How many is this already? They know the organization, do they want to send them up one by one, and then all are driven crazy by Tuo Yu? Tuo Yu, if this child is not eliminated, there will be endless troubles. If I let this kid continue, I'm afraid the entire Akatsuki organization will become crazy except me. No, you have to think carefully about a countermeasure. Country of Field, a secret laboratory somewhere. What? Ow, kill me, stop torturing me. Creepy screams came from the depths of the laboratory. When the sound of the 5 people heard this voice, except for Kimimaro, all of them shivered involuntarily. What's going on in there? Gatonmaru said. He didn't even notice his voice was trembling. This voice is even more miserable than those who failed to plant the spell. 99. Don't ask if you shouldn't know. Kimimaro glanced at him. This is Orochimaru-sama's secret. Shut up if you don't want to die. Kidomaru closed his mouth immediately. Although he usually disagrees with others. But Kimimaro had to obey. Although there is a gap between the 4 of them, it is not big. But the gap between Kimimaro and them is very big. Otherwise Orochimaru wouldn't take Kimimaro to assassinate 4th Kazekage. It can be seen from this that Orochimaru trusts and values Kimimaro. If it wasn't for Kimimaro's genetic disease caused by bone hyperplasia, Orochimaru would have used Kimimaro's body long ago. The screams continued. The people who were waiting outside had different expressions when they heard the penetrating scream. But Kimimaro was expressionless. The screaming meant nothing to him. But everyone else had more or less fearful expressions on their faces. Perhaps it was because of the feeling that life was better than death when they were first planted with the curse. After a long time, the screams stopped. Orochimaru and Yakushi Kabuto came out in white lab coats. The coats of the two of them were covered with bright red blood, and the smell of blood was tingling in their nostrils. Fortunately, this bloody smell was nothing to the four of them. At least it's much better than the infiltrating scream. Master Orochimaru. Seeing Orochimaru, who came out as if he had killed a pig, the group of five knelt down on one knee. Afterwards, Kimimaro raised his head and asked, "My lord, why didn't you bring your subordinates in this plan?" He was taken in by Orochimaru when he was homeless and had nowhere to go. Then he was brainwashed by Orochimaru. Since then, I have followed Orochimaru with all my heart. Even after countless human experiments by Orochimaru, he was willing to do anything for Orochimaru. And this time, Orochimaru didn't take him there, which really puzzled him. Kimimaro, I appreciate your willingness to do anything for me, but now is not the time. Orochimaru licked his lips, at least not now, but don't worry, there will always be a time for you to make a difference. Yes, Orochimaru-sama. Kimimaro bowed his head and said nothing. That, my lord, the scream just now. Jirobo looked up and asked curiously, is there anyone else who wants to join us? It's not a curse. Yakushi Kabuto stepped forward and explained, Your Majesty is here to improve impure world reincarnation. Improved impure world reincarnation. The sound of the five people couldn't help but raise their heads in confusion. They have already seen this forbidden technique. The power is extremely powerful. Orochimaru can even summon first generation and second Hokage. It's a pity that it was stopped by Tuo Yu, otherwise Orochimaru's plan would definitely succeed. Their barren brains can't imagine that this extremely powerful forbidden technique needs to be improved. That's right, improved. Master Orochimaru's eyes twinkled. Although Tuo Yu is very strong, how could he defeat the first generation, known as the god of ninja world, at that age? So there is only one truth. Yakushi Kabuto pushed up his glasses so that the reflections blocked his view. That is, the first generation and second generation of impure world reincarnation cannot play to his full strength. They only played less than half of their original strength. Otherwise, how could the first generation, who left behind an invincible legend, lose to Tuo Yu? It was so. The sound of the five people was suddenly stunned, and Kimimaro looked up and asked, then has the improvement been successful this time? Certainly, the improvement was very successful. Orochimaru stuck out his tongue and licked his lips excitedly. The impure world reincarnation body resurrected this time, with at least 80% strength, will definitely be able to capture Tuo Yu back. Several, I'll leave this to you. He turned his head and said to the dark void behind him. The five people raised their heads, and then saw three figures walking out of the darkness. A mustache with blonde hair, a middle-aged man with closed eyes, and a little boy. These three people are exactly the second and third fourth Mizukage of Kuritaker. Hey, you actually want to make second Mizukage abduct and sell children? Are you underestimating me too? 35. Ghost Lantern Wanyu was dissatisfied and walked in the front swaggeringly. Behind him are third Mizukage with closed eyes, and fourth Mizukage Yagura with a baby face. Orochimaru, I didn't expect you to have such a big hatred for Konoha that you would not hesitate to use us outsiders. Yagura looked at Orochimaru with a look of indifference. And Orochimaru just didn't see it at all, and introduced to several other subordinates. These are second Mizukage, third Mizukage and fourth Mizukage. 35. That's right, the screams you heard just now were made to summon them. 99. Yakushi Kabuto pushed his glasses and said to Orochimaru, Sir, do you want to take a test, just to see if their strength is enough to bring Tuo Yu back? All right. Orochimaru turned his head to look at the three Mizukages. Why don't you all show off your skills? Me. Citrus Yagura frowned slightly. Why should I listen to you? Yakushi Kabuto said with a calm expression. If you don't obey our orders, then we will manipulate the three of you to slaughter the people of Kuritaker. I have to say that this Yakushi Kabuto looks very gentle, but acts like a gentle scum. In one sentence, the three of them were tamed at once. Damn, to be used like this. The wolf orange Yagura complained very dissatisfiedly. Quick nod in hand. Water-style water mirror technique. A huge mirror of water appeared in front of him, reflecting the appearance of the five people of Yinan. Then, the five people in the mirror walked out of the mirror and rushed towards the five people. After a fight, Yagura released the ninjutsu and looked at Orochimaru. Is it alright? 35. Enough. Orochimaru nodded and looked at the other two Mizukages. I don't need my words, I'm afraid you will all die here. Ghost Lantern Wanyu laughed. Orochimaru, who had heard of him, nodded. If Ghost Lantern Genyu was really allowed to perform his unique skills here, I am afraid that all the people present except him and Yakushi Kabuto would not be able to get out alive. Even Kimimaro is the same. The power of Ghost Lantern and Magic Moon is really strong. And it's very broad. Later, third Mizukage, who had no sense of presence, also showed a powerful water-style ninjutsu. The five people were washed their faces again. Orochimaru looked at the three Mizukages with satisfaction, confident in this action. Then go, for me, and bring me Tuo Yu. Cut. What a boring job, can't you just call me out and do something meaningful? Ghost Lantern Wanyu looked disdainful, but his body walked outside uncontrollably. He was helpless about this. The same goes for third Mizukage and Yagura. A dignified Mizukage, but so controlled by others. For them, it was a great shame. But there is no way. They now have no control over their bodies, only their minds are theirs. And if he didn't follow his instructions, he would be controlled to kill his family. I didn't expect that I would end up in this field. It's really not peaceful when you're alive, and it's not peaceful when you die. When he walked out of Orochimaru's experimental base, Yugura looked disappointed. Back then, he rebelled to reform Kuritaker and became Mizukage, but was later controlled by Obito as a puppet. The famous blood mist also came from this, and the top power of Kuritaker was Exodus in large numbers. Only one of the 7 ninja swordsmen left in the village. As a filmmaker, he was really a failure. Chapter 192 Tuo Yu, Orochimaru, you made me a model worker. 195 258. Chapter 192 Tuo Yu, Orochimaru, you made me a model worker. By the way, I haven't asked, what happened to Kuritaker after I died? Ghost Lantern Moon seems to have just remembered, as this little guy Mizukage too. Don't look at me like this, I already have grandchildren. Yugura has black lines all over his head, he just has a baby face. It doesn't mean he is young. So that's it. By the way, I haven't said how Kuritaker is. Ghost Lantern Huan Yu laughed. Kuritaker was fine until I died, at least after the war, we didn't have much to lose. Third Mizukage still closed his eyes, it's also related to our geographic location. It is true that our location is difficult to invade, but it is not fertile, except for the abundance of aquatic products. Ghost Lantern Moon nodded and looked at Goji Orange, Yugura. Kuritaker has fallen, at least in my hands. Yugura sighed, eyes full of loss. He launched a judgment to change Kuritaker, but in the end he did nothing, instead causing Kuritaker to fall into a dead end. Yes, Ghost Lantern Wanyu gave him a careful look. Anyway, we're already dead, so it's useless to worry about that. By the way, do you know who succeeded you? I can only guess. After all, I didn't choose the 5th Mizukage before I died. Yutaki Yugura looked up. If it was her, she would definitely not fail like me, and she would definitely be able to carry forward Kuritaker. She, Ghost Lantern Wanyu raised his brows. Yes, her name is Terumi Mei, a lovely junior. The corner of Yugura's mouth couldn't help showing a smile. However, Ghost Lantern Wanyu was numb. After the blind man and the kid, Kuritaker has another woman in power. Looks like God is going to kill me, Kuritaker. In the broken thoughts of Ghost Lights and Magic Moon, the three followed Orochimaru's instructions and headed towards Konoha village. Orochimaru and Yakushi Kabuto quietly followed. Sir, are you sure they can do it? Yakushi Kabuto asked the doubts that had been pressing in his heart. Even if they can use the power of their heyday, they are not necessarily stronger than first generation. 39. Although they may not be able to fight head-on, they have an advantage, they are mist shinobi ninjas. Orochimaru explained a little, the ability to hide and assassinate. They Kuritaker are first-class ninjas, which is not worse than first generation. I see. Yakushi Kabuto nodded suddenly. This time, it should be foolproof. 35. A smile appeared on the corner of Orochimaru's mouth, as if he had seen the scene where Tuo Yu was caught in front of him. At the same time, Konoha village. Tuo Yu just finished his mission in the snow country and returned to Konoha with Kakashi and his party. After so long, those people should give up the assassination plan and go home. Just after submitting the mission and being complimented by Sarutobi Hiruzen, Tuo Yu was walking home and couldn't help but think so. No, let's simulate it. The system starts the fixed point simulation, the time of the next day. Tuo Yu gave the order, at least today, he wanted to rest. I don't know if this opportunity exists. Simulation starts. An hour later, you return home, full of passion with the long-awaited reunion with Hong Yuhi. 2 hours later, you are strolling on the street refreshed, and you are warmly welcomed by Hanbeat and Calamus at a ramen. 3 hours later, the thick fog blocked Konoha village, causing vigilance, and 3 faces, familiar or unfamiliar, appeared in front of you. You recognize 2 of them, the 2nd Mizukage and the 4th Mizukage, from which it is deduced that the unidentified person is the 3rd Mizukage. And at present, the only person who can call the dead is Orochimaru of Master and Pure World Reincarnation. After a fierce battle, 4th Mizukage used the ninjutsu water mirror technique to summon a clone with the same strength as you, while 2nd Mizukage used the steaming power to cause huge damage to Konoha. 4 hours later, other Konoha shinobi fighters arrived, but whoever won the powerful blasting ninjutsu against 2nd generation suffered heavy losses. 5 hours later, I finally found Orochimaru and forced him back, even with 3 Mizukages. After the battle, Konoha suffered heavy losses and many buildings were destroyed. At night, Orochimaru repeated his old tricks and attacked again with 3 Mizukages, again causing great damage and a lot of damage. Simulation ends. I rely on. Why are you here again? Tuo Yu frowned. This is so. I thought all the people who assassinated me had gone home, but a new wave of people came again. Moreover, this time it was more troublesome. It turned out to be the Impure World Reincarnation body of 3 album powerhouses. 2nd Mizukage's Steaming Danger Explosion is a powerful and wide-ranging infinite blasting ninjutsu. If he is successfully cast in Konoha village, it will definitely cause a lot of damage. 4th Mizukage is also a nuisance. It is perfect in itself, not to mention Jinchuriki. The water mirror technique is also very difficult to deal with. As for 3rd Mizukage, he is not familiar with this man. But being able to become the shadow of a village must not be a good character. Therefore, the battlefield must be limited to outside the village. He wasn't worried that he would get hurt. But in the village, there are still Red Yuhi and the others. But how could he watch the girls who had skin-to-skin relationship with him die? Quote. I just came back from a long journey, but I didn't expect to face such a situation. Tuo Yu sighed helplessly. I thought this Orochimaru was a scourge. I was stunned to force myself to be the first model worker of Konoha. Just when Tuo Yu was thinking about countermeasures. In the forest outside the Land of Fire. Another group of people are coming quietly. UBD, why did you pull me here? Kakuzu was dissatisfied. He had just finished checking the accounts when he was dragged out by Hoshigaki Kisame. Hihi, Kakuzu-senpai is a senior who has been active in the ninja world for decades. I want to come and experience a lot of ninjutsu. Hoshigaki Kisame accompanied the smiling face. I just want to use the wisdom of seniors to help me find a way to deal with that Tuo Yu. Tuo Yu. Kakuzu's face darkened, thinking of his own dark history. That kind of powerlessness that no matter how you attack, you can't hit the opponent. Now that I think about it again, I am also aggrieved. Okay, since that's the case, then I'll try to help you find a way. Thinking of this, Kakuzu immediately agreed, but it can't be delayed for too long. I have to find a few bounty targets, and the organization's funds seem to be in short supply recently. Thank you so much, Kakuzu-senpai. Hoshigaki Kisame looked satisfied. He and Kakuzu immediately headed towards Konoha. But quite coincidentally, when they rushed to the territory of Konoha, they found another group of people who went to Konoha. It was 3 Mizukages, and many more. Hoshigaki Kisame was taken aback. That's the 3 Mizukages of Kurigakure. How is that possible? Didn't they all die? Kakuzu was also taken aback, but he quickly reacted. The information that Conan brought back before said that Master Orochimaru used a forbidden technique that can bring the dead back to life. I think this is Orochimaru's handwriting. 99. 0 flowers. Kakuzu looked at the 3 Mizukage with a solemn expression. Kakuzu, who has been active since the war, has naturally seen many cage-level powerhouses. And among these 3, only second Mizukage can make him feel jealous. I didn't expect that bomber to be there. Explosive. Hoshigaki Kisame is unknown, so, when he was born, second Mizukage had already been dead for an unknown number of years. That's right, don't confront that idiot if it's alright, his technique is too difficult to deal with. Kakuzu said with a warning. Okay, Hoshigaki Kisame replied blankly, and then showed a smile, but it's just right, they are also heading to Konoha. Maybe I can take this opportunity to test out Tuo Yu's ninjutsu, and senior can help me confirm how to fight. Well, much safer than risking it ourselves. Kakuzu nodded too. The 3 Mizukage didn't find Akatsuki to organize the duo. They chatted all the way, and soon came to the border of Konoha village. Coincidentally, they encounter Asuma who is on patrol. Because Ino Shikacho is incomplete, Asuma is the only one on this patrol. Hey, who are you? Asuma's eyes narrowed. Look at the dress, it looks like Miss Shinobi's ninja. What's the matter with our Konoha? Although Asuma was only one person, he stopped 3 people. Sarutobi Asuma, son of 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen. As the youngest of the 3, Yagura took the initiative to introduce the identity of the person in front of the other 2. Sarutobi Hiruzen. Ghost Lantern rubbed his chin and thought, I always feel that this name sounds familiar. Oh, by the way, isn't this the disciple of that fellow Hashirama? 99. I didn't expect him to be the Hokage, I thought it would be the gloomy guy. 39. What should I do? If you want to carry out the task, you can't startle the snake. 3rd Mizukage asked, since you have encountered it, there is nothing you can do. Yagura took out his weapon, let's get rid of him first. It seems that the visitor is not good. Asuma immediately took out his 2 chakra knives, although I don't know who you are, this is Konoha, if you don't want to be arrested and tortured, you'd better leave quickly. Asuma looked relaxed, he did not recognize the identity of the 3 in front of him. If he had known, he would certainly not be so careless. At least one flare will be put out. Brave boy, let me meet you. Second Mizukage is a fighting maniac, otherwise it would be impossible to perish with second Tsuchikage. Quick fight, don't waste too much time. Seeing this, Yagura took 2 steps back to give up his position. Don't worry, soon. Ghost Lantern Moon had a contemptuous smile on his face. It's really underestimated. If that's the case, then try my greatness. 5. Fire-style ash accumulation burning. Asuma spewed out a large amount of high-temperature dust, shrouding Ghost Lantern and the others. Ghost Lantern Wanyu few people do not dodge, let the dust surround them. Asuma bites hard. The dust exploded suddenly. How? Do you still dare to look down on others? Asuma was triumphant. However, when the dust of the explosion dissipated, the 3 were shrouded behind the water wall, unharmed. Hateful. Asuma's face suddenly darkened. Is it my turn next? Ghost Lantern Moon raised his hand and pointed his index finger at Asuma. Water Iron Cannon Technique. More. Whoosh. A drop of water was shot out like a bullet. Chapter 193 The 3rd Mizukage. What's the situation? Our ninjutsu doesn't work anymore. 196 258. Chapter 193 The 3rd Mizukage. What's the situation? Our ninjutsu doesn't work anymore. Puff. Asuma was knocked flying by a huge force, and water droplets with a huge piercing force penetrated from his chest. What is this? 9. It's so powerful. Asuma suddenly felt bad. These 3 people are not ordinary mist ninjas. The strength is very high. At the Jonin level, feeling the danger, Asuma immediately took 2 steps back. However, Ghost Lantern's attack did not stop there. Water Iron Cannon Technique burst. 39. A large number of water droplets sprayed out from the index finger of Ghost Lantern Moon. It just turned into a hail of bullets in an instant. Done. Asuma was desperate and could only try to reduce his size to reduce the possibility of being attacked. But the intensive attack still hit him all over in an instant. The son of the dignified Hokage, I didn't expect to have only this kind of strength, and I am really disappointed. Ghost Lantern Moon came over and looked at Asuma condescendingly. Confused Asuma couldn't see Ghost Lantern's face, but he could feel the disdain in the other party's eyes. Your movement is still a bit loud, and someone is approaching. Yagura said with dissatisfaction. He turned his eyes to the right, where several ninjas were coming at a very fast speed. There's no way, my ninjutsu is like this, with great momentum. Ghost Lantern Moon's face is narcissistic. You did it on purpose. Third Mizukage suddenly said, to make Konoha vigilant. He's really, 1, 2, 3, good people. 99. Haha, were you seen? Ghost Lantern Wanyu is not annoyed when it is dismantled, but admits with a laugh. Made, these guys, do the extra stuff. Orochimaru, who was watching secretly, couldn't help clenching his teeth. If I had known, I would not have given them several personalities. How could he resist himself in this way? Don't forget this mission, Yagura said. You don't want to be completely controlled, do you? Now we can control our bodies, but if we annoy Orochimaru, we can't even control our bodies. Cut. 95. Ghost Lantern Wanyu pouted. I know, what an unlovable junior. The veins of Yagura's forehead are sprouting. What the heck, this unremarkable guy turned out to be second Mizukage. I can't imagine it. Anyway, the distance here is almost the same, so let's start directly. Third Mizukage said, it is good. Ghost Lantern and Yagura nodded. Then the three of them tied the seal at the same time. Water-style mist shinobi technique. In an instant, the fog that obscured the sight spreads at an extremely fast speed. In just a few seconds, it began to spread from the forest towards Konoha. The speed is very fast, and within a few minutes, the entire Konoha is wrapped in it. This is the effect of the three Mizukages performing the mist shinobi technique at the same time. Yes, this is the effect. Orochimaru excitedly looked at the fog that filled Konoha, take advantage of the chaos brought by the fog, and bring Tuo Yu, who was caught off guard, directly. 99. That's a good plan, as expected of Orochimaru-sama. Yakushi Kabuto joined in, and this time, in Konoha village, see the fog all over the sky. Countless villagers took to the streets in astonishment, and began to discuss in doubt. What happened? Why is there such a big fog? I've never seen such a big fog. I can't see anything 2 meters away. Not good. Could it be that the enemy is attacking? Notify Hokage-sama. The enemy is coming. It is clear. This level of fog is not caused by ordinary weather. Konoha has never seen such a big fog since the village was built. So someone must be playing tricks. Come yet. Tuo Yu looked up at the sky and his expression froze. Then, with light footsteps, he jumped high into the air. Subsequently, demonstrating his flame physique, with him as the center, the lunar mist like white milk is evaporating and dispersing at a speed visible to the naked eye. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. It only took 10 seconds, and a transparent sky was baked directly above Konoha. The villagers of Konoha village were still panicking because of the sudden fog. Suddenly, a big hole appeared in the middle of the village, and the sun re-illuminated the land of Konoha. And above that big hole, Tuo Yu, like a chivalrous man, was covered in dazzling brilliance. It's Tuo Yu. Tuo Yu cleared the fog. Someone found Tuo Yu and pointed at Tuo Yu, who was slowly falling in the air. As expected of our hero. Always be able to stand up at critical moments. 99. We can always trust Tuo Yu. With him, Konoha is fearless. Tuo Yu, the god of Konoha. 99. The villagers screamed wildly. The panic just now was transformed into pride for Tuo Yu and pride for Konoha. Look, this is our Konoha's strongest ninja. This enemy's ninjutsu has not survived for a minute before it was directly broken. And this time, Hokage office. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded in relief. Just when he was peeping at the women's bathroom with the telescope technique, the fog suddenly filled the air. He stared blankly, but before he could react, the fog was dissipated. Then I looked again, and sure enough, it was Tuo Yu who shot. As expected of the 5th generation Hokage, he made such a decisive move. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded in satisfaction. But I am glad to be glad that the enemy has come to the door. But this slap in the face still made his old face a little embarrassed. His grandma's. Don't Lao Su take Lao Su as a sick cat. No matter who comes this time, I will keep you all. Come on, he shouted in a low voice. In an instant, 3 Anbu appeared behind him. Call all the Jonins in the village. The rest come with me. Saying that, Sarutobi Hiruzen put on a Hokage robe and quickly jumped out of the Hokage building. And the other side, the 3 Mizukages, who were preparing to arrest people outside the village, were dumbfounded. What's going on? What about our technique? Looking at this clean, Konoha village at a glance, the ghost lights and the moon are stunned. Do not know. Third Mizukage's answer was very succinct, and even the closed eyes opened a line. The temperature has risen a little bit, but nothing else is out of the ordinary. Yagura frowned, sensing the situation around him. However, no other news about cracking the mist shinobi technique has been found. Like wind style or something. Orochimaru was also taken aback, although he didn't know what happened. But he instinctively felt that it must be Tuo Yu's hands and feet. In his knowledge, no one in the entire Konoha village can dispel such a huge mist shinobi technique in such a short period of time. What's going on? His strength has grown again. But, how did he crack this technique? It doesn't make sense. Orochimaru was a little dumbfounded. How long has it been since the last fight? Is there such a big improvement? There is no movement. Directly crack the fog shadow technique of the three Mizukage. This is too scary, right? Orochimaru's face was full of disbelief. This rate of growth. His face changed, and the look on Orochimaru's face turned to greed. How to do? I want more and more. No, make sure to get Tuo Yu's body this time. Try again, Yagura said. Just this time we focused on at least figuring out how the opponent dispelled the fog. It is good. Ghost Lantern nodded. The three tied the seal again. Water-style mist shinobi technique. 55. Three Mizukage team up. 0. The fog spreads quickly again. And faster than last time. But, in just a few seconds, the mist completely evaporated. Damn it, what happened? Why did the fog disappear again? The other party cracked it too fast, I didn't feel anything. Ghost Lantern Wanyu looked blank, he just noticed it carefully. But the fog disappeared too fast, not giving him time to feel it carefully. I didn't gain either. Third Mizukage shook his head. But I can sense that the temperature has increased a little bit, but can this alone crack the mist shinobi technique? Citrus Yagura felt a little abnormal, but just based on this little increase in temperature, it was really difficult to pinpoint the opponent's real way to disperse the fog. No, let's take a look again. It's not good news for us at Kurigakure if the mist shinobi technique is so easy to crack, advises Yagura. It's already dead, you still have that heart. Ghost Lantern Wanyu stared at the dead fish, but you're right, if you don't understand it, you're really not happy. 39. Maybe it's because I care so much that I can't let it go. Citrus Yagura smiled bitterly. Ghost Lantern Wanyu nodded. Okay, let's continue. I don't believe that I can't figure out how the other party cracked our method. Water-style mist shinobi technique. The three Mizukages are in full force. The mist spread again at an extremely fast speed. Again, Sarutobi Hiruzen and a group of Konoha Jonin, who were walking out of the village, frowned. Is your head so hard? Have used this technique 3 times and still not give up. But since the other party continued, Tuo Yu was not used to it. Really, this time, Tuo Yu didn't let the fog spread into the village. A few people just released it, and it was estimated that they had run less than 5 meters before they evaporated. Quote. The three Mizukages were completely dumbfounded. What's the situation? What skills are they using? What's more, mist shinobi technique is released 3 times, all lying in the nest. The last time the fog didn't even fill the village, it was evaporated as soon as it appeared. It seems to be some kind of high-temperature ninjutsu, this is too exaggerated, and the fog is evaporated in an instant. Third Mizukage shook his head. He found this goal extremely difficult to deal with. It seems that trying to sneak in with the 2.6 mist shinobi technique is completely unworkable. Yuju Yagura shook his head helplessly, but if we are so aggressive, can we find that person named Tuo Yu? Since it's impossible to sneak in, then go in properly, I don't have to be afraid. Ghost Lantern Wanyu raised his feet and was about to move forward. The other 2 Mizukage didn't stop. They are all dead anyway. I don't care if I die again. And their current bodies can't die. And when the 3 Mizukage recklessly walked towards the village. On the other side, in the woods. See there, Kakuzu, this is what I'm talking about. 99. Do you have a way to break this spell? This. Hearing Kisami's words, Kakuzu was dumbfounded. He had never seen such an outrageous technique. I mean, is this really magic? Such a high temperature is released in a large area, and it can be freely controlled. Is there such a technique? First, observe and observe. Kakuzu let out a ha-ha, then carefully observed Tuo Yu's methods. And while watching him, he was still thinking about countermeasures. What should I do if I face this high-temperature ninjutsu? Even Hoshigaki Kisame, a water-style expert, dare not step forward. Water style is definitely not acceptable. Can other escape techniques work? But this time it was fine. There just happened to be other cannon fodder in front. You can take a look at the actual combat effect of this ninjutsu. Chapter 194 Big Fight. All Konoha ninjas join. 197 258. Chapter 194 Big Fight. All Konoha ninjas join. This moment, Kakuzu was thankful that Orochimaru and the others were ahead of them. Otherwise, he will face Tuo Yu, a strange high-temperature ninjutsu. What's going on? Sarutobi Hiruzen came to the Konoha gate and asked about the situation. Because of the fog, the whole Konoha ninja acted spontaneously. After all, they were beaten to their hometown. How could it be indifferent? Lord Hokage, the gatekeepers Izumo Shenyu and Gang Ziti immediately straightened their backs and said respectfully. Forget about these falsehoods, let's talk about the current situation. Yes, Lord Hokage. Izumo Kamizuki hurriedly explained what they had observed. The enemy's position should be in the southwest. The number of people is unknown, but mist shinobi technique was used, and in this range, the strength and number of the enemy are definitely not weak. But don't worry, Lord Hokage. Gangzi Tai added the information. The surrounding patrol members are on their way, and the results should be available soon. This time, the old man has no patience to wait here. Sarutobi Hiruzen said solemnly, let's go. 35. He took Anbu and disappeared in front of the 2 Konohador gods in an instant. What do we do? Gang Ziti asked in surprise. Lord Hokage said we're going, so let's follow. 35. Shenyu Izumo was also a little confused. As door gods, it is their duty to guard the Konoha gate. But Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was Hokage just now, personally told us to go. What should they do, is to comply with responsibilities, or obey Hokage's orders. After a brief consideration, the two immediately followed. Anyway, it's what Lord Hokage said, we're not AWOL. 5. Azumo Kamizuki found an excuse to comfort himself. Whoosh whoosh. 3 figures stopped in front of the 3 Mizukages. 20. Come on, stop. Might Guy had a solemn expression on his face. He had seen Asuma, who was seriously injured and unconscious not far away, and knew that the visitor was not good. Going further is Konoha, not a place where you uninvited guests can go. Yes, this is Konoha's territory, and we Konoha shinobi will never allow you to go any further. Lockley followed in the footsteps of his master. Neji opened his eyes and immediately noticed the strange situation of the 3 people on the opposite side. Be careful, there's something wrong with their bodies. It's a pity that Neji was seriously injured last time, so he didn't know the condition of the impure world reincarnation body, otherwise he would have recognized it immediately. However, after Tuo Yu's medical ninjutsu treatment, he and Rock Lee's bodies recovered very quickly. It has come to the point where the mission can be performed. Indeed, the eye color looks odd and not human. Locke snorted. Might Guy frowned. I've seen this kind of eye color before, wait. Could it be? Might Guy's eyes widened, he recognized the black eyes. I advise you not to stop us, for the sake of your little life. Ghost Lantern Wanyu looks like a condescending child, but that confident look makes people very fearful. BD, don't underestimate people. Lockley rushed out suddenly, at a very fast speed. Wait, Xiao Li. 9. Might Guy stretched out his hand in vain, and Locke had already rushed out. What's the matter, Mr. Guy? Neji did not rush out, but took out a few shuriken, ready to support Locke at any time. Mainly because he felt that the other's body was too strange. He didn't dare to rush over rashly. You heard about the last time Orochimaru attacked Konoha. It was the battle that turned the miracle boy Tuo Yu into a hero. Might Guy looked solemn and said quickly, the eyes of those 3 people are the same as those of the first generation and second generation summoned by Orochimaru. In other words, they were also summoned by Orochimaru. Neji grabbed the point right away, they must be great characters to be summoned by Orochimaru, one of the Sannin. 35. From the previous Mist Shinobi technique, it can be seen that their strength is very strong. Might Guy said, and rushed up with a loud shout, Little Li, I'll help you. Neji was helpless and could only rush up. Xiao Li, who rushed out first, directly kicked the provocative Ghost Lantern Moon. However, his footprints slipped out along Ghost Lantern Huan Yu's face. Luo Li was surprised, and his whole body slipped to the side. My body has a layer of oil, and it's always slippery. It's impossible for me to be hurt by a physical technique like yours. 5. Ghost Lantern Wanyu still looks like a fool. Water-style water mirror technique. Yagura summons a water mirror. The mirrored Might Guy and Neji were immediately entangled by the clones that rushed out of the water mirror. This clone is a little weird. As soon as Might Guy fought, he immediately noticed the weirdness of Shui Jing's clone. They don't immediately turn white-eyed and disappear just because they are attacked. Instead, they will continue to fight, and can use the same ninjutsu as us. 55. The white-eyed Neji observed more. This kind of ninjutsu of pasting and copying can be said to be a ninjutsu that the stronger the enemy, the stronger the power. But replicas are replicas after all, and they are quickly defeated. Let you all have a taste of my water iron cannon. Ghost Lantern Moon raised both hands and aimed 2 index fingers at them frantically. Countless water droplets with strong penetrating power swept in. Revolving Heaven. Neji immediately turned in circles, and maximized the use of Revolving Heaven to resist the water and iron cannon of the Ghost Light and the Moon. Might Guy is the first to dodge at an extremely fast speed. As for Rock Lee, he was entangled by 3rd Mizukage. Water-style Water Dragon Bomb. The giant water tap threw Lock Lee into the air. Little Lee, I allow the restrictions to be lifted temporarily. Might Guy knew that the opponent was good. He didn't want to use 8 inner gates so early in his return from injury. But in the current situation, if you don't use it again, I'm afraid that your life will be explained here. Yes, Mr. Guy. Locke's face was determined. The 4th gate opened in an instant. This is also the cap that Might Guy allows him to open. And the aftermath of the last time he opened 5th gate was still vivid in his mind. He didn't want to be in a hospital bed anymore. Duman, open. Might Guy also opened to 5th gate in an instant, and the speed increased very quickly. Puff. Neji can't have 8 inner gates, not as fast as 2 people. Although Revolving Heaven's offensive and defensive capabilities are top-notch, it also consumes a lot of chakra. After performing it 10 times in a row, he couldn't hold it any longer. He was hit by the water and iron cannon of Ghost Lantern Wanyu and fell to the ground unable to move. Water-style water-severing wave. The penetrating power is like a high-pressure water blade, and the sweeping momentum is full. 3rd Mizukage may seem ordinary, but how could he be weak as a Mizukage? The strength is very strong. Might Guy's physical fitness has improved greatly, and his speed is so fast that ordinary people can't even see him. But he faced 3 Mizukages. Their eyesight is much stronger than that of ordinary people. Summoning. Ghost Lantern Moon immediately cast summoning his summoning beast, the Big Clam. The moment the Big Clam was summoned out, a large amount of faint mist was immediately created. What is this? Out of caution, Might Guy backed away immediately. He was afraid that the mist was poisonous. Lock Lee had the same idea and quickly retreated. Xiao Li, you take the wounded and evacuate first, and I will break it here. 35. Might Guy said decisively. No, after I interrupted, Mr. Guy was much faster than me. Lockley decisively refused. Idiot, you'll die if you stay here, but I won't. Might Guy scolded, and Asuma's injuries are very serious. If not treated as soon as possible, I am afraid that his life will be in danger. Huh, Asuma. Locke was stunned for a moment, and he turned to look, only to find that Asuma was lying in an inconspicuous corner. He thought Might Guy was asking him to bring Neji back, but at this sight, he was also surprised. It is unknown how many blood holes were pierced through Asuma's body. The blood flowed non-stop on the body, and it was already more air out and less air in. If there is no treatment, I am afraid that it will really die here. Okay, Mr. Guy. He knew the situation was urgent and there was no time to waste. He immediately dodged to Asuma's side and carefully helped him up. Mr. Guy, I'll be back when I go. 35. Hurry up, I'll stop them. Might Guy didn't turn, just gave him a thumbs up. Neji, who was lying on the ground, was speechless. At this time, they also put on pause. As expected of you, Mr. Guy. Neji wasn't anxious, because he has seen the rescue coming. Why, don't you attack? Ghost Lantern Wanyu's voice 123 came, with a cheap feeling. Humph, I wouldn't be fooled like that. Might Guy stared straight ahead. Be careful. 35. Neji exclaimed. Might Guy leaned back immediately. Swish, a stick swept across him. If he hadn't leaned back, the stick would have hit him directly on the head. Might Guy couldn't help breaking out in a cold sweat. How is this going? Apparently there is no one. Why is there an attack? It's illusion. Neji immediately noticed the anomaly. He has white eyes and can directly check the opponent's position through chakra. But Might Guy doesn't have such handy eyes. That white fog is an illusion, a mirage. They are not in their original positions. 35. Neji immediately informed Might Guy of the situation. I see. Might Guy narrowed his eyes and had a headache. He's not good at dealing with illusions. After all, he's good at gymnastics. Originally, when 8 inner gates were turned on, ordinary illusions would not work on him. Because illusion is usually disrupting the chakra in the enemy's body, so that he can see the illusion of the situation. But the big clams from summoning are not so much an illusion as they are a blind eye. It just uses the mirage formed by sunlight on the fog to deceive other people's eyes and hide its own figure. This is the case for Might Guy. Not an easy thing to do. So that's the way to deceive the eyes. Then I'll close my eyes. Might Guy closed his eyes and concentrated on hearing and feeling. There. 35. He punched out violently. Then the whole person flew out directly. It's really a powerful force. If I hadn't been the first to transform into a tailed beast, I wouldn't necessarily be able to beat it. The body is covered with a huge tailed beast, chakra, and Yagura is a little surprised. Might Guy sensed Yagura's footprints, but didn't understand the opponent's strength. The hasty attack made her misestimate the strength of both sides, caused him to be knocked out far away. Guy, we're here to help you. At the critical moment, Kakashi and other Jonin arrived in time. Chapter 195 Tuo Yu, 1 hit 3, I don't even have to lift my hand. 198 258. Chapter 195 Tuo Yu, 1 hit 3, I don't even have to lift my hand. Be careful, the enemy will use blindfolding. Guy lifts 8 inner gates. With so many people around, there is no need for him to continue to use this secret technique that can easily damage himself. It seems that the enemy is very difficult to deal with. Kakashi turns on Sharingan and observes the chakra on several Mizukages. I know 4th Mizukage, and the strength of these people is close to him, and they are impure world reincarnation. Maybe all 3 are Mizukage. After figuring out where the 3 came from, Kakashi couldn't help sweating. Number 71. 3 Mizukages are impure world reincarnation, who can beat that? And right now, swoosh, a strong wind came. Tuo Yu was long overdue. Let me handle it. You came. Kakashi turned his head and glanced at him. You were the one who dispelled the mist before. Well, yes, you all step back, these are not things you can deal with. 35. Kakashi nodded, and Tuo Yu then took 2 steps forward and said, who are you? Why are you attacking us, Konoha? Although Tuo Yu knew the origin of these 3 people for a long time, but for the sake of reason, he still pretended not to know. Me, I'm a famous person, I can't change my name or my surname. 2nd Mizukage Ghost Lantern Moon. Ghost Lantern Wanyu proudly reported her name. Next to 3rd Mizukage and Yutaki Yagura speechlessly shook their heads and covered their faces, as if they didn't want to know this guy. We came here to be assigned by Orochimaru to catch you. Yagura said seriously. Orochimaru had already shown them pictures of Tuo Yu, so it was confirmed that Tuo Yu was their target as soon as Tuo Yu appeared. Sure enough, Orochimaru. Might Guy's face was solemn. They are indeed the ones who came out of Orochimaru Impure World Reincarnation. 2nd Mizukage. Those 2 should be 3rd Mizukage and 4th Mizukage. Tuo Yu turned to look at the other 2. They nodded silently. Hey, hurry up and kill us, I don't want to go on with this kind of controlled life, it's too embarrassing. 99. Ghost Lantern Wanyu shouted, but I can't control myself now, so you must defeat me head on. I can tell you my weaknesses so you can beat me. What is this BD talking about? Hearing this, Orochimaru, who was hiding in the dark, gritted his teeth and was going to die of anger. Orochimaru really didn't expect it. 2nd Mizukage turned out to be such a character. This is so special, isn't it for nothing? If you haven't even started a fight, you will automatically admit defeat. If he had known this was the case, he would not have summoned such a guy. Do you want to call him back? Yakushi Kabuto asked. No, it doesn't matter, as long as he uses that ninjutsu, he will definitely be able to bring Tuo Yu back during the chaos. That ninjutsu? Yakushi Kabuto looked puzzled. Steamed up, the infinite blasting ninjutsu of second Mizukage fame. Orochimaru explained slightly, you'll know in a while. Infinite, blasting ninjutsu. Yakushi Kabuto opened his mouth in surprise. Ninjutsu that can blast infinitely. Is this too strong? Although powerful, it also has flaws. Orochimaru said. But as long as the BD doesn't say it, it's not easy for the Konoha guys to find their weakness. But he seems to really want to say it. Yakushi Kabuto said helplessly. Orochimaru's face darkened immediately. Goddamn BD, it seems that Impure World Reincarnation still has room for improvement. At least they can't let them say too much useless information at will. Battlefield, tell us about weaknesses. Kakashi looked solemn. You are our enemy now, and you are still under the control of the enemy. 99. How can we be sure that what you're saying is intentional misinformation to induce us? Ghost Lantern Wanyu was stunned for a moment, then touched her chin. That's what you said too. Besides, you are Impure World Reincarnation body, you can't help but not die, and there is an infinite chakra, which is still by the river, which is very beneficial to you no matter how you look at it. 39. Kakashi continued, in this case, what are we going to do with you? Don't worry, just leave the three of them to me, senior guy, send Neji for treatment as soon as possible, his injury is not light. Tuo Yu said aloud, good, Might Guy nodded, then picked up Neji on his back, and disappeared in a flash. Forget it, anyway, you'd better get rid of us here. Ghost Lantern Wanyu was distressed for a while, and after thinking of no good solution, she simply gave up and shouted, if we let us go to Konoha village, your losses will be great. 39. If I was alive, I wouldn't mind consuming your Konoha's vital energy. Yagura said, but now we are being controlled and we are being forced, which makes me very uncomfortable. Fourth Mizukage is really upset. It was controlled by Obito not long ago. Now that he is dead, he will be resurrected and controlled by others. Anyone who has an experience like him will be unhappy. Stop talking nonsense, come on. Tuo Yu shook his head, took a few steps forward, and the surrounding temperature gradually rose. It's like one person is going to hit the three of you. Although self-confidence is a good thing for young people, too much self-confidence is conceit. 35. Yagura's face darkened. He felt that the three of them were really underestimated enough. One pick three, do you want to be so arrogant? After talking so much, don't you want to read the real chapter in the end? 35. Tuo Yu crooked his neck. Let's start quickly, let me see what the strength of Mizukage is in all dynasties. 5. Ghost Lantern looked around, and the white mist exhaled by the big clams was quickly dissipating. The white fog dissipated, and naturally the illusion also disappeared. Ghost Lantern Moon hidden behind a tree, and Yagura, a half-tailed beast. As for third Mizukage, it's still the same. Coral Palm. The moment Yagura appeared, he rushed up immediately. But Tuo Yu gently sideways dodged, and the high temperature on his body turned into a huge heat, which immediately forced Yagura back. What's the matter with his body temperature? It's like a searing oven. Yagura shouted in surprise, and Tuo Yu was also a little surprised. The tail beasts are gone, can you still change into Jinchuriki mode? Waiting for both parties to figure it out. Next second, water and iron cannon technique sweeping. Ghost Light Genyu took out the pistol ninjutsu that he was good at. Whoosh whoosh, countless water droplets swept away as bullets. However, those water droplets turned into steam and disappeared 1 meter in front of Tuo Yu. Water-style big waterfall technique. Under the control of third Mizukage, the river behind them soared into the sky and rushed down towards Tuo Yu with great power. But just like the water and iron cannons of Ghost Lantern and Magic Moon, they all turned into water droplets and disappeared. I rely on. What's the situation? Not only the three Mizukages, but the Konoha people on one side, seeing the scene in front of them, also felt very bizarre. It's all evaporated. How is this possible? Ghost Lantern Huan Yu looked sluggish. It's the unusually high temperature on his body. Yagura immediately sensed the problem. But even if he noticed it, he didn't dare to approach it at will. The temperature was too high, and he was afraid that if he got close, he would be evaporated like the water. And this powerful control force can actually control the temperature on his own body, instead of wanton spread. Otherwise the Konoha shinobi behind him couldn't even sweat. See, this is the technique I'm talking about. In the nearby forest, Hoshigaki Kisame pointed at Tuo Yu of Kamui and shouted, that technique is too restrained by water style. Even those Mizukages can't break it. Kakuzu was also dumbfounded. Special, can this be called ninjutsu? Standing still, the water style on the opposite side was directly evaporated. If this can be called ninjutsu, I will eat my heart. This TM can't be called fire style at all. This is tens of thousands of times stronger than fire style. Kakuzu screamed wildly in his heart, and cold sweat broke out on his forehead. He was now staring at Tuo Yu with his eyes fixed, unblinking. And on the battlefield, Tuo Yu stood on the spot and let the three of them continue to use ninjutsu to attack. However, no matter how powerful the water-style ninjutsu was, it couldn't rush to the range of 1 meter in front of Tuo Yu. All evaporated by his body temperature. Does it feel like the game is getting dry around you? A Konoha Jonin couldn't help frowning. Others also noticed the change in the surrounding situation. This is Tuo Yu's art. It's too strong. Directly restrain water style. You don't even need to fight, just stand here and you can crack the opponent's tricks. A group of people looked dumbfounded. 3 dignified Mizukage, Tuo Yu alone is scary enough. He still beats it. The opposite ninjutsu was thrown like a stone, and he was fine the whole time. Didn't even lift a hand. FK, Konoha still has such a strong person. The 3 Mizukages also looked left and right at this time, unbelievable. They now kind of understand why Orochimaru is trying his best. Good luck to catch this kid. It seems that I can only use my strongest ninjutsu. Boy, don't blame me if you die in my hands. 99. Ghost Lantern Wanyu looked helpless. He didn't want to use this ninjutsu. Because the power is too strong and the range is too wide. But now it seems there is no way out. Dangerous and explosive. In an instant, a bizarre-looking clone appeared, like a juvenile and obese version of Ghost Lantern Moon. It looks harmless to humans and animals. It's finally shown. Orochimaru stuck out his tongue excitedly. If they don't know the secret of this trick, they will definitely be tricked. It's the perfect time to take Tuo Yu away. Then congratulations in advance. Yakushi Kabuto laughed alongside him. However, 55. After Ghost Lantern Wanyu displayed it, he immediately realized that something was wrong with his move. But he hadn't realized what was wrong. Tuo Yu stepped forward directly and walked to the clone created by Ghost Lantern Wanyu. In that extremely high temperature, the avatar burst violently, and then turned into a large amount of steam, rising into the servant. This, Ghost Lantern Wanyu was dumbfounded. Orochimaru, who was hiding in the dark, was also dumbfounded. Grown-ups, Yakushi Kabuto also had a blank expression. Don't you mean infinite blasting? Was the first shot a dud? But does ninjutsu still have duds? It's happened. Chapter 196 Sending 3 Mizukages away, Killer Bee is here again. 199 258. Chapter 196 Sending 3 Mizukages away, Killer Bee is here again. Yagura turned around and found that the river behind them had dried up at some point. And as impure world reincarnation bodies, they lacked too much perception. It didn't even notice the massive loss of moisture from the environment. Water style is less powerful. Third Mizukage frowned and realized that something was wrong. Damn it, it just didn't work. Ghost Lantern Moon has not found any abnormality, or he is too focused on the battle and has not observed changes in the surrounding environment. He once again unleashed his steaming power. But the avatar did not appear as he wished. What's the matter? Where is my ninjutsu? My clone? Why can't I use it? Ghost Lantern Wanyu was completely dumbfounded. Idiot, all the moisture around is drained, and water style can't make it out. Citrus Yagura's complexion was solemn. He was already considering whether to perform a full-body tail beastization. But he reckoned that even if he turned into a beast, he wouldn't be able to resist Tuo Yu's bizarre high temperature. The temperature is too high. Looks like you guys are helpless. Tuo Yu crooked his neck and showed a bright smile. Then it's my turn next. Seeing his smile, Ghost Lantern Wanyu swallowed her throat involuntarily. It was a very sunny smile, but he seemed to see an evil spirit. Boom. In just an instant, Tuo Yu rushed in front of Ghost Lantern Wanyu. One punch directly shattered half of Ghost Lantern's body. Citrus Yagura's face was shocked, and he made a decisive decision to activate the complete tail beast transformation. But in the next instant, his body exploded violently and shattered into pieces. Third Mizukage was also blown away by his punch. After the explosion, Tuo Yu waited for the 3 of them to recover. Hateful. After recovering, Ghost Lantern Wanyu subconsciously cursed. He didn't see anything just now, and the whole person's consciousness fell into darkness. However, now that he regained consciousness, he was greeted by a huge fist. Subsequently, he is in the dark again. At such an age of 123, he has such a powerful strength. UBD, what the hell are you doing? Yagura, who has recovered, has a solemn expression on his face. Although he was transformed into a tail beast under the control of Orochimaru, he was beaten up by Tuo Yu every time on the way. This strength made him jealous. It also made him jealous. When will he, Mist Shinobi, also produce such a powerful talent? Don't crowd in Konoha. There are so many geniuses in Konoha. Too much to be jealous of. What the hell is going on with you guy? Why do you have such a strong power? Ghost Lantern Wanyu continued to shout, her face full of disbelief. He really couldn't imagine why a child in his teens had such a strong power. He was the dignified second Mizukage, but in the end, Tuo Yu had no power to fight back. He just couldn't accept it. Isn't it impossible to kill impure world reincarnation with normal high temperature? 39. At this time, Tuo Yu was like a whack-a-mole. As long as someone recovers, he will punch him in the past. I'm so lucky to have him here. Kakashi couldn't help but sigh. Don't look at Tuo Yu playing very easily, but they are all previous Mizukages and their strength should not be underestimated. Yes, but Tuo Yu is the hero of our Konoha, and he should have this strength. Might Guy also nodded excitedly and said, this is the pride of our Konoha. Kakashi glanced at him and said nothing. You are so scary. Ghost Lantern Wanyu recovered for the 5th time, with a face full of panic. With such a strong destructive power, I am afraid that even Uchiha Madara is not your opponent. 39. Tuo Yu didn't say a word, only to break him up with another punch. Like a machine that performs tasks with precision. I depend. Don't mention the grievances in Ghost Lantern Wanyu's heart. He had never encountered such a suffocating time. If it was before, if you die, you will die. But now, he can't die if he wants to. There is no way to resist. There is not much moisture around, and it is impossible to perform water-style ninjutsu. In this case, he could only helplessly gather, and then was beaten up again by Tuo Yu. Can't survive more than 2 seconds each time. Not even a full sentence can be said. He no longer knew that this was the first time he had been broken up. 10 times, or 20 times, Ghost Lantern Moon is too lazy to count. It's really that the other party is too pervert. He just felt more and more aggrieved. Under the anger in his heart, when he gathered again, he directly shouted, Orochimaru. You must die. Quickly remove the impure world reincarnation. Otherwise, I will tell you where your secret base is. Kakashi woke up suddenly, then quietly backed away and came to Jonin's side. Orochimaru should be nearby, can you find his location? The name Jonin happened to be the branch house of the Hyuga family, and he understood, nodded and opened his eyes quietly. Not good. Yakushi Kabuto was shocked. Those bastards have exposed our existence, and the people of Konoha will definitely find them. Damn, why did I get this guy out? Orochimaru's face was full of unwillingness. I only know that his unique ninjutsu is very strong, but I didn't expect his personality to be so bad. 35. This time, we must learn a lesson, and we must not repeat the same mistakes next time. Go away, Kabuto, there is no point in staying any longer. Orochimaru said, the whole person drilled directly into the ground. Yakushi Kabuto also quickly evacuated. How did you find it? Kakashi asked. Hyuga Jonin shook his head. No, maybe Orochimaru wasn't there in the first place. It shouldn't. If he wasn't around, that person wouldn't say anything threatening. Kakashi shook his head. Orochimaru should have sensed our movement, so he evacuated first. 35. Tuo Yu broke up the three again, waiting for them to reunite. However, after the three Mizukage dispersed this time, they did not reunite. Orochimaru lifted Impure World Reincarnation. Is it over? It seems that Orochimaru should have given up temporarily. 39. Tuo Yu breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the danger did not spill over to Konoha village. Well done, Tuo Yu-kun. Sarutobi Hiruzen is long overdue. In fact, he had come to the vicinity a long time ago, just hiding and observing. Seeing now that the critical situation (CACG) has been lifted, he stepped out immediately. Lord Hokage. The others saw Sarutobi Hiruzen and said hello. Unexpectedly, even Hokage-sama came in person. Kakashi sighed in his heart. Tuo Yu had spotted Sarutobi Hiruzen's movements before. Lord Hokage, fortunately not humiliated. Tuo Yu said with his chest out. You are doing well, do you know who your enemy is? 35. Sarutobi Hiruzen asked with a smile. They call themselves the Mizukage of Kurigakure, maybe the Mizukage of the Orochimaru Impure World Reincarnation. Tuo Yu pretended to be thinking and said guessing. Yes, they are all Mizukages. You just defeated all three Mizukages of Kurigakure. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded affirmatively. Wow, the ninjas around were in an uproar. The people who came first heard the conversation between Tuo Yu and the three Mizukages, and from the ninjutsu power they unleashed, it could be seen that they were not ordinary people. But the latecomers only saw the picture of Tuo Yu blowing a punch. Now I heard that these three turned out to be Mizukage of Kurigakure, and there were still three. They suddenly stopped in Bungbu. IFK, Tuo Yu is too strong. 3 Mizukages. Boys, 3 Mizukages, beaten up like 3 thugs. Except for second Mizukage, the other two don't even have a chance to speak. A group of Konoha village residents. The eyes that looked at Tuo Yu were full of heat. This is Konoha's first hookup. In the face of 3 Mizukages at the same time, he did not lose out at all. Not to mention falling behind, and even completely crushing the 3 Mizukages. Are they really? Tuo Yu pretended to be surprised. It was a fluke to win this time. They seem to have a lot of strength that has yet to be exerted. 35. Don't be humble. No matter whether they have exerted all their strengths, if you can defeat all 3 of them, it is enough to show your strength. 5. Sarutobi Hiruzen said with a smile. Now, go back and rest for a while, and leave the rest to others. It's rare that you just came back from the mission, so you should go to rest. Tuo Yu nodded. Then I will trouble Master Hokage. Soon, the Konoha Jonin gathered at the head of the village all dispersed. And Kakuzu and Kisame, who were watching secretly next to them, were also confused. I thought it was a war. It was a one-sided crush. Let's withdraw. They are all gone, there is nothing to see. Kakuzu casually found a reason. As for his high-temperature ninjutsu, he needs to study it. Hoshigaki Kisame spread his hands helplessly. I'll just say, that thing is too restrained by water style. You just saw 3 Mizukages, but in the end they couldn't even cast water style. This situation is too outrageous. You can figure this out for yourself after you go back. Kakuzu said impatiently, I have other things to do. 55. This is true, Kakuzu is still in a hurry to make money, such as earning bounties. When the time comes to return to the organization, I will trouble you to testify. I am not sick, but the enemy is so difficult to deal with. Konoha Village, Sunset Red's home. According to the last simulation results, no one else will show up today, so Tuo Yu had a good night's rest. The next morning, with difficulty getting up from Yuhi Kane's gentle embrace, Tuo Yu yawned and went to wash up. I only killed 3 shadows yesterday, so it should be able to stop for a while, right? Tuo Yu turned on the system while thinking. He wants to see how things are going today. System. Start point simulation. Simulation starts. At 9 o'clock, I went out to hang out, came to Yil Ramen and met Naruto by chance, and left after chatting for a while. At 10 o'clock, I met Little Sakura, and came to the 4th training ground at Little Sakura's request. At 6 o'clock in the evening, he was ambushed at the 4th training ground. Killer Bee and 40 Cloud Shinobi were ambushed here. Killer Bee is completely Tailed Beast. Tailed Beast bomb destroys Konoha's buildings, and a large number of civilians are killed and injured. The Konoha Shinobi were dispatched collectively, most of Cloud Shinobi were captured or killed, and Killer Bee escaped by relying on the docking clone. Started to organize Konoha's loss report. Tuo Yu couldn't help but have a headache. What? Why are you still here? It's over, isn't it? Just solved the trouble on Orochimaru's side. I didn't expect you, a rap ninja, to come to trouble you too. Chapter 197 Konoha Model Worker. Tuo Yu is on a mission again. 258. Chapter 197 Konoha Model Worker. Tuo Yu is on a mission again. Previous. Next. Although finally defeated, Killer Bee caused too much damage. To avoid trouble, sure enough, I still have to find a reason to go out first. Make up one's mind. Tuo Yu didn't even eat rice. Go straight to the Hokage building. What, are you going to do another mission? Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was smoking on the chair, was taken aback by Tuo Yu's request. Don't you think about taking a good rest? Didn't there just be a battle? It's enough to rest. Tuo Yu shook his head, and then said righteously, how can the ninjas of the Konoha generation enjoy too much? This is the moment when I should make sacrifices. For the peace of Konoha, I am willing to be the pioneer and remove the wood. All obstacles in the way of ye. This, looking at Tuo Yu's serious expression in front of him, Sarutobi Hiruzen was struck by lightning. Moved, shocked, delighted. All kinds of emotions fill my heart. I have understood your will, I will not stop it, but there is really nothing suitable for you recently. He paused and said, well, Orochimaru has launched surprise attacks on Konoha over and over again, and we can't just sit back and wait every time. Why don't you search for Orochimaru? Go find his location and get him back if you can. No problem, wrap it on me. Tuo Yu clapped his chest. Although it may not be possible to catch Orochimaru, the slippery guy, at least he can get rid of the trouble caused by Killer Bee this time. It's up to you who you bring on this mission. 95. Sarutobi Hiruzen took a sharp puff of cigarette and said, you can take anyone you want. In the future, your mission will be arranged by the staff. Then I'll go gather my mates now. Tuo Yu didn't want to stay for a moment. Judging from the simulation process, it won't be long before Killer Bee will appear. He must leave as soon as possible, so there shouldn't be too many people. Exit the Hokage building. The 4 of them happen to be approaching. It's the 7th class. Yo, are you here so early today? Kakashi put away the intimacy heaven and raised his hand to say hello with a smile. Tuo Yu's eyes lit up. Kakashi-senpai, who are you? We're almost at rest, and Naruto is making a lot of noise, so I'm going to finish the mission. Kakashi said, what's the matter? Are you planning to come too? 99. Kakashi-senpai, why don't you rest these days? 39. Tuo Yu said with a smile. I just took a mission. Hokage-sama asked me to choose the team members to go with, and I just met you when I went out. Is it okay if I don't go? Kakashi said. I'm not worried about their lives with you here, but I'm still a little worried that Naruto will cause trouble. Kakashi-sensei. Naruto pushed aside Kakashi's hand on his head in dissatisfaction. When did I mess up? 99 feet. Idiot, you are always making trouble. Little Sakura said angrily, then stepped forward and grabbed Tuo Yu's arm. Then let's go quickly, Mr. Tuo Yu. Little Sakura. 35. Kakashi stretched out his hand dumbfounded. I'm your teacher leading the team. However, Little Sakura simply ignored Kakashi and dragged Tuo Yu to the outside of the village. Wait, where do you want to go? However, Little Sakura's intentions are still not fulfilled. Ino, who appeared at the corner, immediately noticed this scene, and hurriedly stepped forward and hugged Tuo Yu's other arm. What do you want? Wide forehead. Cut. Little Sakura's face turned gloomy for a moment, but soon returned to normal. What are you talking about, Ino pig? I just want to go on a mission with Tuo Yu-kun. What? I'll go too. 9. Ino immediately shouted, I will never let you go on a mission with Tuo Yu-kun. 35. Hey, we're here too. 3 to the power of 9. Naruto pointed at himself helplessly, while Sasuke turned his face away, but out of the corner of his eyes, he stared at Tuo Yu seriously. Recent. The once genius Sasuke found. He has long ceased to be the center of attention. Whether it is the identity of the Uchiha family Yugu, or his genius, it has been impossible for him to win the attention of everyone. And the person who caused all this was the young man of the same age in front of him. Sasuke is jealous of this. But not jealous Tuo Yu took away the sight that once belonged to him. Instead, he was jealous of Tuo Yu's powerful strength, bearing the mission of a prosperous family and the fate of revenge. Sasuke is chasing power frantically. He once thought that as long as he trains hard, he will be able to catch up with that man sooner or later. But under the shadow of such a peer, he found that his efforts were not enough, and his talent was not enough. He had fantasized that if he had the strength of Tuo Yu, has he already completed his revenge on that man? In this case, every time he gets along with Tuo Yu, he will focus on Tuo Yu. It seems that he has a certain attractive temperament, which always makes everyone's eyes focus on him. Tuo Yu noticed Sasuke's gaze. But after he looked back, Sasuke had already looked away. He could probably guess what Sasuke was thinking. Alas, that's not possible either. Although I also want to keep a low profile, my strength does not allow it. Okay, cheer up, let's go. Tuo Yu said. Although this mission is just a probe, it should not be underestimated. The opponent is the cunning Orochimaru after all. It is also unknown how many traps are waiting for us ahead. Once you step into the territory of the land, you must be careful and vigilant, and don't eat indiscriminately, you know. Tuo Yu asked seriously. Got warm replies from Ino and little Sakura, and Naruto's lazy recovery. Sasuke just nodded. Tuo Yu did not continue to waste time, otherwise it would be easy for Hang Seng to change. So immediately left Konoha village with the four of them. Just 5 hours after Tuo Yu left the village, Konoha 4th training ground, Killer Bee, who was hiding in the dark, muttered involuntarily. Bajiya Road, it's wide. Isn't this the training ground where he appears most often? Why hasn't it appeared yet? He is so industrious, how did he gain such strength at that age? Among the group of cloud shinobi who followed, no one could answer Killer Bee's question. They also don't know why Tuo Yu's strength is so strong. Maybe it's a holiday today. A cloud shinobi subordinate added. Damn, I didn't even wait for someone, I want to withdraw. 35. Killer Bee was about to leave, but was grabbed by his subordinates. No way, Lord Killer Bee. This is the highest order issued by Lord Raikage. Unless it is absolutely necessary, we must not retreat. 55. How can it be repaired? Killer Bee gritted his teeth and said unwillingly. Then, just wait for him one more day. If I really can't wait for anyone, I really have to go. 8 Grid Teeth Road, wide down the road. The other side. After 2 days and 2 nights of traveling, Tuo Yu's team arrived at the border of Tianziguo. 0 Seeking Flowers. The front is the territory of Tianziguo, and then we must be careful and vigilant. Tuo Yu looked up and saw the border line between the two countries, and then said, the mission target is Orochimaru, one of the Sannin. Although there will not necessarily be a head-on conflict, you must always have enough vigilance. The group cheered up and stepped into the territory of Tianziguo. Soon, they came to a place like a small tea house. Very run down, but inhabited. Go ahead and see what's going on. Tuo Yu raised his brows and took the lead in walking in. Heard, everyone was alert and walked in. The people inside saw a group of children walking in, and they suddenly showed a strange color. This year, a group of teenagers traveling alone and without adult company can be said to be the best robbery targets. It happened that Tuo Yu and the others took down their respective forehead protectors in order to conceal their investigation, so as not to reveal their identities. This has caused a lot of people to gravitate towards them. As long as Tuo Yu and the others reveal their money, they will definitely attack. How many guests would like to order? A meal or a rest? The boss came out to greet him warmly, led Tuo Yu and the others to an empty table to sit down and poured cups of hot tea. We're just here to rest and order whatever we want, Tuo Yu said casually, as if he didn't notice the wealthy wolf-like eyes of those around him. Sasuke didn't care either, but Naruto, little Sakura and Ino all looked nervous. In terms of quality, Sasuke is still a bit taller than them. Okay, please wait a moment. The boss left with a smile. When he turned his back to Tuo Yu, he opened his eyes and glared at the others viciously. Those people suddenly restrained a little, instead of staring directly, but with the corner of their eyes. There is a problem with this store. Years. Sasuke whispered, what are you going to do? It's good to have a problem. 35. Tuo Yu smiled slightly, his voice also soft. In the place where Tianziguo has problems, do you think there is a high possibility that it is related to Orochimaru? Sasuke understood and roughly understood Tuo Yu's plan. Naruto and the others didn't understand. They looked at each other with big eyes and small eyes, not understanding what puzzles Tuo Yu and Sasuke were playing. Maybe a warning from the boss. The people around didn't do anything until Tuo Yu and others left after eating. We're done eating, here's 1,000 taels, so there's no need to change it. Tuo Yu deliberately left a large note, and then said loudly to the boss before leaving slowly. However, until they left, these people still did not do anything. Just look at his eyes full of greed, or looking at the wallet in his arms. It seems to be related. After coming out, Tuo Yu said affirmatively. There is no problem with the food, and he didn't shoot us when he saw the money, he must have recognized our identity. Sasuke is also sure, he must be Orochimaru's eyeliner in the land, and he will surely inform Orochimaru of the information later. Tuo Yu nodded in relief, moved by Sasuke's IQ online. That's right, so if we just follow that guy next, he will automatically take us to Orochimaru's place. So this is little Sakura and Ino suddenly realize. Only Naruto, still very dazed. What's the matter? What's wrong? What happened? Are you talking about the bad food in that restaurant? 8 LS. Chapter 198 Ding. Found a new wife. 201-258. Chapter 198 Ding. Found a new wife. Tuo Yu was speechless and sighed. Naruto, as a ninja, you need to observe the surrounding environment a lot, which is very critical for judging the situation. Naruto had a cute look on his face. Leave here first, the boss will definitely confirm that we leave before sending the information. Sasuke said in a low voice, while glancing vaguely in the direction of the small tea house behind him. Well, Sasuke is right, you have to do a full set of plays, so that the enemy can be fooled. Tuo Yu said calmly, without any pause in his steps forward. After watching Tuo Yu and his party leave, the owner of the restaurant closed the store with a solemn expression. I didn't expect that the person Orochimaru-sama noticed would appear here. You must report this matter to Orochimaru-sama as soon as possible. The brawny men who pretended to be customers in the store but were actually black shop thugs were puzzled by the boss's behavior. But they don't talk much. Otherwise they will just die without a place to be buried. It's almost time. Hiding in the treetops, with the help of Konoha shinobi, Tuo Yu looked down at the small tea house. Someone came out. 3 people, 3 directions. Sasuke frowned. Which one are we going after? Naruto was taken aback. Just after the explanation, he finally understood what happened. Originally thought that tracking the enemy would be able to find Orochimaru's base. Now the enemy is divided into 3 groups. 1, 2, 3. In which direction is Orochimaru hiding? This one on the east side. After careful observation, Tuo Yu immediately made a judgment. He remembered the size and height of the boss, although he made a disguise such as covering his face and wearing a hat. But apparently it wasn't enough, and neither height nor size had changed much. Although the other 2 have similar body types, there are some differences in height. Good. 55. The others didn't ask much, and followed Tuo Yu after him. Follow far behind, try not to let the other party find you. Naruto was very optimistic on the way. Hey, this time the task is so simple, just follow people and go, this time I must perform well, let Grandpa Hokage see my power. Tuo Yu frowned and stopped. What's wrong? Naruto was caught off guard and almost missed the brakes. Sasuke stopped and looked at the forest on the right. Someone is coming, more than one. 35. Is it an ambush? Little Sakura and Ino immediately took out the kunai, looking wary. No, it should be a coincidence. 39. Tuo Yu sighed, I can't catch up now. If we are exposed, Orochimaru will definitely be evacuated upon receiving information. Sasuke frowned. What should I do next? Look at the situation first. 99. Tuo Yu restrained his expression, and then concealed his breath. Others also held their breaths. Next moment, a masked figure flew out and fell heavily to the ground. There is a wound on the right back shoulder. The wound doesn't look deep, but from the man's limited mobility, it's a clear sign of poisoning. Whoosh! A figure rushed out of the forest very quickly, with a strange weapon like scissors in his hand. Sharp weapons pointed at the wounded masked man. Clang! Crucial moment. Tuo Yu instantly came to the masked man and stopped the scissor man's attack. Who are you? The scissors man asked in a low voice. Only then did Tuo Yu see the other's face. The memory is not very deep, but when he thinks of Tien Ziguo's plot, he immediately understands the identity of the masked person behind him and the person opposite him. A member of the Madman clan of Tien Ziguo. Behind him is Fengmojimu, a lovely wife, girl. As for the person in front of him, I forgot his name. Who I am is none of your business. Tuo Yu said coldly, but I can't stand someone who kills for no reason in front of me, and it's a woman. Unbelievable. The scissors man paper cut snorted coldly, and the scissors in question cut hard. Boom. Tuo Yu's neat punch knocked him far away. Tuo Yu was a little surprised. Although I didn't use all my strength, I used 1 point of force anyway. However, this guy like a dragon set actually resisted his attack. Puff. Zichi lay on the ground and spat out a mouthful of blood, looking at Tuo Yu with horror in his eyes. With just 1 punch, he deeply understood that he was not Tuo Yu's opponent. He took a deep look at the comatose Feng Moshimu behind Tuo Yu, and quickly retreated. Aren't you going to chase? Sasuke jumped down, looking at the direction the paper cut was leaving. Unnecessary. Tuo Yu said. It's just a nobody, but this girl, if not treated as soon as possible, is probably in danger. There is an abandoned temple ahead. Little Sakura jumped down from the tree and pointed to the front. Well done. 35. Tuo Yu picked up the Fumojimu, and his soft body immediately made him confirm that it was indeed a girl. The other side. Orochimaru's secret base. What? After hearing the report of the eyeliner, Orochimaru frowned. Tuo Yu appeared in the land of the land. Are you sure? The owner of the small restaurant lowered his head nervously, and replied quickly, my lord asked me to keep a close eye on the target I'm always paying attention to, and came to report as soon as I saw the target. Orochimaru's face darkened and he was silent. The owner of the small tea house suddenly became more nervous. The silent Orochimaru exuded a strong killing intent. This made him shiver. At this moment, Onitomaru walked in. He shook his head at Orochimaru. For the sake of your not frightening the snake, I'll spare you this time. 35. Orochimaru breathed a sigh of relief, but looking at the stupid eyeliner in front of him was full of anger. Special. When someone appears, you don't know how to find a way to attract him. And they didn't send anyone to follow, just to report. Pig brains are not so stupid. Next time you make a mistake like this, you should know what the consequences will be. 95. Yes, thank you for not killing. The owner of the small tea house kowtowed heavily, then knelt back and left. My lord, Tuo Yu actually chased here, what are we going to do now? Yakushi Kabuto pushed his glasses. Although Tuo Yu is their #1 target, Orochimaru wants it all the time. But what is embarrassing now is that after Orochimaru came back from Konoha a few days ago, because of the high blood, he had a problem with his body. He had just changed to a new body and was still in a very weak period. So now there is no combat power at all. Although he didn't follow the boss, but with his ability, it's only a matter of time before he finds this place. Yakushi Kabuto's complexion was dark. He is very self-aware. Tuo Yu is not something that ordinary people can deal with. He must use the impure world reincarnation body to capture him. If they confront Tuo Yu head-on, it's only a beating. Well, there is no need for us to engage with him now. 35. Orochimaru's voice was hoarse. Let's move our position first. We shouldn't contact him prematurely until we find the next plan. Orochimaru is also angry at this time. This fat is automatically delivered to the mouth, and I can't eat it. If you have a suitable impure world reincarnation body in hand, how can you be afraid of this little guy Tuo Yu? Damn it. By the way, Kabuto, after we leave, you stay here to observe the situation and be careful not to expose yourself. You are still very important to me. Orochimaru suddenly turned his head and said to Yakushi Kabuto. Kabuto's eyes narrowed. Guys, what does Orochimaru mean? Can't beat it by myself and let me stay and attract attention. Really sell teammates decisively. But after a moment of silence, Kabuto bowed his head and said, yes, my lord. 0.0 inches. The other side, country of Field. After rescuing Fumatiamu, Tuo Yu immediately took her to a private residence. I'm going to give her a full body check. Healing is needed next. Sasuke, Naruto, wait outside. Tuo Yu said to the two with a straight face. Why? Sasuke went to the outside world, but Naruto was puzzled. I can help too. I'm going to have surgery and you're not fit to be here. 35. Tuo Yu didn't make it clear. Little Sakura pushed Naruto directly out. Just let you wait outside for your obedience. Quote. Naruto wanted to say something else. But what answered him was the closed door. Boom. Idiot. Sasuke glanced softly at Naruto, then alerted his surroundings. With his eyesight, he had long seen that the injured Fumatiamu was a girl. It was only the stupid Naruto who didn't find out her gender. In the room, Fung Mojimu slowly woke up. You're awake, Tuo Yu said softly. The people who attacked you will talk later. You are a little bit seriously injured. I will treat your injury next. Please take off your clothes. Hearing these words, Fung Mojimu, who was still in a daze just now, immediately woke up. What the hell? Treat, and take off your clothes. Although you are very handsome, this is not the reason for you to be a hooligan. She sat up immediately, but the sudden movement pulled the wound on her right shoulder. The numbness and pain made her understand that if she didn't deal with it, there would really be problems. Don't be afraid. Tuo Yu-kun is the most powerful doctor in our village. Just leave it to him, and there will be no scars left. Little Sakura also smiled. But, you should be able to, right? Fung Moji looked at little Sakura, his eyes full of pleading. The injured area is a bit sensitive, and if you want to treat it, you can only take off your clothes as Tuo Yu said. But undressing in front of a strange man, even if he is a doctor. Thinking of this, the cheeks under the hood of Fung Moji's eyes turned red involuntarily. You are poisoned now, and if you don't treat it as soon as possible, you may have a big problem. Tuo Yu said. You shouldn't want to die here, right? Don't worry, I'm just a doctor, don't think about it, even if a pair of Nikos are placed in front of me, it will be the same as Peaches. 99. This. Fung Moji's face turned crimson. I'm a girl, but I'm being treated by a boy of the same age. And he's a handsome guy. A little confused. After struggling for a while, Fung Motemu finally said softly, then, please close your eyes first. Close your eyes, how can I help you heal? Alright. Fung Mojimu was a little aggrieved, but now the form is stronger than people, she can only obey. She turned around and took off her hood, revealing her long orange hair. Then she slowly took off her coat, revealing a piece of snow-white skin. Just keep it that way, Tuo Yu said softly. The wound is on your right back shoulder, so I can handle it just fine. Ma, I'm in trouble. Fung Moji's voice trembled. She tightly protected her chest with both hands, and closed her eyes resignedly. Soon, she felt a searing touch on her shoulder, whirling along her wound. After the initial pain, a sense of comfort made her involuntarily frown. The numbness of the wound is also gradually disappearing. And right now, boom, suddenly there was a loud noise outside. Chapter 199 Tuo Yu, the original character, the strength is very good. 202-258. Chapter 199 Tuo Yu, the original character, the strength is very good. Tuo Yu's hand froze, and Ino and little Sakura immediately stood up. Let's go check the situation. Don't open the door, the treatment will be done right away. Tuo Yu continued the treatment, it's just a matter of time, Sasuke and Naruto can still do it. 35. Ino walked to the door and looked out through the crack. There are 3 enemies, and one of them is the one Tuo Yu beat back earlier. Well, I see. Tuo Yu retracted his hand and said softly, it's ready, you can put your clothes on. Oh, okay. 35. Fung Mojiu couldn't help but let out a soft moan, and his face turned red instantly after he regained his senses. Tuo Yu smiled lightly, then turned around and came to the door. Fung Moji's face became even more ruddy when she heard this chuckle, as if steam was emerging from the top of her head. Open the door. Tuo Yu saw Sasuke and Naruto get into a tough fight. The few people who had been injured by him before had obviously not recovered. The main battle is the other two. One uses spiders, the other is good at escaping. Here, the spiders using spiders have set up a net of heaven and earth, and the dungeons are waiting for the opportunity to attack. Naruto and Sasuke were overwhelmed. It's hard work, leave the rest to me, Tuo Yu said softly. But we haven't lost yet. Naruto was a little unwilling, he just fell behind and has not been defeated. It is unclear whether the enemy still has backup, and it will only be bad if the situation continues to drag on, and don't forget our mission. Tuo Yu's tone became severe. Sasuke pouted, and immediately stepped back, his eyes full of unwillingness. Just dealing with these two chops and I'd be in misery. If I face that man, I don't have the slightest chance of winning. Sasuke gritted his teeth for 20 levels, hating his own strength more than once in his heart. Why am I so weak? Why? Cut. Naruto also retreated unwillingly. Be careful, it's that person, his strength is very strong. 35. Zichi clutched his chest, still having lingering fears. With just one punch, he vomited blood, and with another punch, he almost died. Don't worry, under my heavenly net, no one. Boom. Tuo Yu instantly came to the ground spider. Then, a sudden punch. Boom. One punch. Tuo Yu used a punch to blow the opposite head. The cruel side instantly silenced everyone. Kagami and Dragonfly's eyes widened. I never thought that the situation would change so much in an instant. He left it. The paper cut first realized this problem. If he can blow the head of the spider with one punch, he can also blow his chest with one blow. Don't mess with this guy. Get out. Paper cut made a judgment, and immediately slipped away without looking back. The dragonfly even escaped directly into the ground and disappeared without a trace. Okay, no one will disturb us for the time being. Tuo Yu flicked his hands and threw off the bloodline above. Looking back to see other people's dumbfounded looks, he couldn't help showing a warm smile. Why are you standing still? Our time is very precious. Everyone nodded. Now that the clues about Orochimaru are broken, what should we do? Sasuke frowned. It can't be said that it's completely broken. Tuo Yu looked at Fengmojimu. At this time, Fengmo Taimu came out of the house and saw a headless corpse not far away. She immediately judged from the clothes that the person was the ground spider that had been chasing her before. What? She exclaimed, then immediately covered her mouth. Who is she? Naruto looked surprised. How did she get out of it? Big idiot. Sasuke shook his head speechlessly. He really didn't expect Naruto to be such an idiot. It was the misfortune of his life to have such an idiot teammate on the stall. Idiot Naruto, she is the masked person just now. My name is Fengmo Taimu, and I belong to the Fengmo family. Fengmo Taimu introduced his identity a little shyly. Thank you for saving me, my purpose is to find my brother who was captured by Orochimaru. 35. Orochimaru. Naruto yelled, and was immediately punched in the head by little Sakura. Don't interrupt. Sasuke asked with a serious face, Orochimaru. How could you have anything to do with him? The people who attacked you before were also from the Fengmo clan, but they all surrendered to Orochimaru's hands, and they all wanted to gain Orochimaru's approval and obtain powerful power from him to revive the Fengmo clan. But my brother was taken away because he is the most talented genius of the Fengmo clan. Speaking of this, Fengmoji's expression changed, full of solemnity. Orochimaru is very powerful, and there are many powerful subordinates. If he can get his approval, the revitalization of the Fengmo family is just around the corner. That's why there are so many people in the Fengmo clan to work for him. My brother knew that there would be danger, but he still couldn't resist Orochimaru, so he had to follow him. I advise you to leave here as soon as possible. If you provoke Orochimaru, it may be dangerous. Originally, everyone listened carefully to the Orochimaru information when Fumitome told the story. After all, that's what they came for this time. But when she said, don't provoke Orochimaru, little Sakura and others couldn't help but look weird. Several people looked at each other, and then couldn't help laughing. See little Sakura, their reaction. Fengmo's eyes were stunned. What happened? Did I just tell a joke? Why are you laughing all of a sudden? Tuo Yu frowned. Don't provoke Orochimaru. But, what is Orochimaru? Ino patted his stomach and laughed. That's right, what is there to be afraid of Orochimaru, and, how can you rely on him, ha ha ha. 35. What are you guys saying? Fengmojimu looked confused, then blushed and said, Master Orochimaru is very powerful. You outsiders don't know how powerful Master Orochimaru is. 39. Sorry. 35. Little Sakura wiped the tears from the corners of his eyes, then grabbed Tuo Yu's arm. The Orochimaru in your mouth has been defeated by Tuo Yu-kun several times. It is better to rely on Tuo Yu-kun instead of relying on Orochimaru. Reality. That's right. Not to be outdone, Ino took Tuo Yu's other arm. Tuo Yu-kun's strength is obvious to all, and he defeated Orochimaru in front of everyone's eyes. If Orochimaru hadn't run fast, he would have died at the hands of Tuo Yu-kun. What? Defeat Orochimaru? How is this possible? Fengmo's eyes were blank. Orochimaru left a deep impression on her mind. That is the actual controller of the entire country of Tien, and his strength is extremely huge. In this place, Orochimaru is like a god. How can someone be defeated? Fengmojiu swallowed nervously, staring at Tuo Yu's face in disbelief. Tuo Yu is the one who just helped her heal her injury, and she looks very strong. No, even if he is strong, he cannot defeat Orochimaru. But looking at the faces of little Sakura and Ino didn't seem like they were lying. This throws her into chaos. Actually, we came here this time to investigate Orochimaru's location and then take him back. 5. Naruto gave the final assist. It's true what we said. 99. Fengmo's eyes were completely dumbfounded. Don't they have to deceive themselves? Orochimaru was really defeated by the boy in front of him. Feng Mojiu fell into a sluggish state, feeling that his beliefs had collapsed. Anyway, once you find Orochimaru, you'll be able to rescue your brother. 35. Tuo Yu didn't say much nonsense either. Continued to move forward with a few people. In the forest, several people walked towards the rumored residence of Orochimaru. At this time, be careful, Sasuke made a loud noise, and already took out a handful of kunai in his hand. Tuo Yu stood in front of the three girls and looked forward. Whoosh, a huge pair of scissors flew out. A thin figure followed behind him. It is Paper Cut. What a reckless attack. Why are you still pestering us? Tuo Yu shook his head. These people are also members of the Fengmo clan, but they were all severely brainwashed by Orochimaru, and now they are only used as chess pieces. Death to me, Paper Cut frantically shouted and attacked immediately. But Tuo Yu didn't dodge. However, just as the scissors were about to be inserted into his body. Boom, a punch smashed the Paper Cut into the air. The punch knocked him unconscious. Next second, a bag suddenly bulged on the ground. The dragonfly emerged from the ground, but he was greeted by a big foot. Boom, the dragonfly was kicked and flew out. But he seemed to be rough-skinned and thick-skinned, and he didn't faint. Paper Cut, dragonflies. Feng Mojiu shouted, what happened to Lan? Quote. The dragonfly coughed and didn't answer the question of Feng Mojiu. Just quickly condensed 127 chakra and began to transform. While transforming, he was still muttering. The planktonic larvae burrowed out of the ground, stretched their wings in the sun, and Zumijien died. This is the way to die by plankton. What is he doing? Sasuke frowned and immediately turned on Sharingan. His chakra has condensed into his body. The body of the dragonfly turned into some kind of crystal, its back split open, and a figure stood up from it. What? Everyone was shocked. Even Tuo Yu was a little surprised. A beautiful girl emerged from the dragonfly's body. Damn it, here again. This time the uncle has turned into a girl. Naruto couldn't help but put his head in his hands. How is this done? It's too exaggerated. I'm going. It's pretty. That's right. Why is it all weird ninjutsu? Unlike Naruto and Sasuke, little Sakura and Ino clearly have different concerns than theirs. How can her skin be so good? This is so jealous too. However, just when everyone was amazed that the uncle became a sister. The dragonfly just grabbed the unconscious paper and ran away quickly. Did you escape? Naruto looked dazed. She transformed so hard, only to escape. Sasuke also has a black line, but he quickly turns his attention to Tuo Yu. The other party will run away, it must be because of Tuo Yu. He sensed the power gap between himself and Tuo Yu. So leave without hesitation with your companions. Calm judgment. No way, the original characters are basically bad. 35 Tuo Yu. What? Cough. Nothing, it's getting late, find a place to rest. Tuo Yu looked up at the sky. It's been a bumpy ride today, but fortunately the clues about Orochimaru have not been broken. He looked at Feng Mojiu, smiled and said, do you mind showing us the way tomorrow? Okay, no problem. Feng Mojiu nodded hurriedly, after finding a good place to shelter from the wind, after setting up the tent. Sakura Jr. and Ino violently made Sasuke and Naruto the first round Night's Watch picks. Then the two of them, left and right, forced Tuo Yu to run into the tent. Seeing this scene, Feng Mo's eyes were suddenly dumbfounded, and the whole person was messed up in the wind. Chapter 200 The Worst Talent. Join the cultist sect, start pulling people into the group. 203 258. Chapter 200 The Worst Talent. Join the cultist sect, start pulling people into the group. Little Sakura, who looks so gentle, didn't expect to be so open. Sleeping with a boy with another girl. Her face gradually turned rosy, as if thinking of something shy. How does this make me sleep? What's wrong with you? Seeing the shocked look on Feng Mojiu's face, Tuo Yu asked in surprise. Maybe, I didn't come at the right time. Feng Mojiu replied with a blushing face. But Tuo Yu just calmly patted the vacant seat on his leg. No, you came at the right time. Hearing this, Feng Mojiu's already blushing face turned even redder. After thinking for a few seconds, she obediently went over and lay on Tuo Yu's lap. Look at the three girls sleeping beside him. Tuo Yu looked helpless. He lay in the middle, and little Sakura and Ino slept soundly with their arms around him. On his lap, there was still a wind demon slumber. This situation, he couldn't even go to the toilet if he wanted to. Forget it, let's find something to do. System, conduct simulations. Seeing that the simulated cooling had arrived, Tuo Yu simply gave the system an order in his mind. As for sleeping, if you don't sleep well in this situation, then don't sleep. Ding, talent is being drawn for you. The roulette wheel of the system turns. After 3 seconds, the pointer stops. Ding, extraction is successful. You have drawn talent. You have a father, white. Waited 3 seconds. Is this gone? Tuo Yu froze for a moment. I wiped my eyes and took a closer look. Discovering is truly a talent. And it's a white talent. Tuo Yu's eyes straightened. This simulation is a bit crap. Worst talent ever. What can this talent do? Seems like a blind opportunity. Hopefully this simulation won't last too long or else it will waste cooldowns. Tuo Yu sighed helplessly. Let the simulation begin. Simulation starts. Carrying talent. You have a father. The steaming heat floats in front of your eyes, and your mouth emits a mechanical cry without passion. Behind you, an honest middle-aged man is busy preparing various breakfasts. You have become the son of a breakfast shop owner in the land of soup. The father of the white class is like that. Tuo Yu shook his head helplessly. Kindness. Soup country. Tuo Yu was taken aback. Isn't this place the cult country of Hidan? A series of ideas immediately popped into Tuo Yu's mind. Although the talent in this simulation is very low, if you use it properly, it will also be rewarding. For example, learn about Hidan's immortality. Tuo Yu recited in his heart and prayed devoutly. Be sure to discover this is the key to the turnaround. The flow of people coming and going doesn't care about you, and you don't care about them either. With no talent and no way out, you know that in this chaotic world, you have to stay away from those chaotic countries if you want to survive. Repeating the boring routine day after day, getting up early every day to prepare the work of selling breakfast. A little bit of time will wipe out the ambition you have come across. Hateful, haven't found it yet. Tuo Yu gritted his teeth. I can't wait to tell myself in the simulation aloud. But unfortunately, he could not interfere with the simulation process. Can only watch. After a few years, one day, you saw a group of ninjas from the country of Yuno pass by your door. Looking at the familiar forehead protector, you seem to remember something. Shao organization, Hidan, the body of immortality. Quote. You muttered, your eyes brighter and brighter. You finally found out that there is the church of the heretic god in this country of soup. And in this church, people who are immortal can be born. My god, you finally found out. Tuo Yu let out a long sigh of relief. It's been quite a few years. Fortunately, I finally found this blind spot. All you have to do next is to find a way to join the church. After the store closed, you immediately inquired about the evil god sect, and soon found the expanding evil god sect. You express excitedly that you want to join the heretic god religion, because joining the religion is a matter of not rejecting anyone who comes, so you join the heretic god religion smoothly. How can you be immortal? After a period of running in, you can't wait to ask your ultimate goal. Only those who have made great contributions to the church can be given the gift of the evil gods, such as helping us poll people and get funds for the organization. The priest's words allow you to determine your goals. You start to try to improve your performance, which is to fool people into joining the evil gods. Good guy, is the Chuan Shao organization. Tuo Yu rolled his eyes involuntarily. Joining went well, but it's obviously not that easy to gain immortality. To pull more members in, gain the trust of the organization, and finally accept the transformation surgery. Tuo Yu was a little worried. I don't know if I can successfully fool enough people. The main reason is that Tuo Yu in the simulation has low strength and is just an ordinary person. Any ninja can be easily killed. So don't make any mistakes. He can only pray that the self in the simulation will not get instant success, it is too eager. You start trying to fool people who come to the breakfast shop. Do you want to join the heretic god cult? Believe in the heretic god and get eternal life. You deliberately find a single customer to preach. Sometimes they succeed, but most of the time they fail. After a week, you only brought 3 people into the club, and they were all ordinary people. This is naturally not enough for the leaders of the heretic god sect, because many believers can pull so many people in one day. You realize that in this case, you will not be able to get the opportunity to transform your body even if you preach for a lifetime. You have to increase your strength. In terms of quantity, you are definitely no match for other people. Those religious believers who have undergone professional brainwashing have better sales skills than the barber who asked you to apply for a card. Therefore, you focus on quality. Other people are pulling ordinary people, but if you are pulling some famous people, such as some powerful ninjas, wouldn't one be worth 100? In order to implement this goal, you decided to take a risky move and go directly to Konoha to carry out missionary work. You first disguised yourself, continued your old business, and opened an elite breakfast restaurant. After passing the test of Konoha Anbu for several months, you successfully stayed in Konoha. Good guy, go straight to the person who pulls Konoha. It's a bit risky. Tuo Yu had worry and anticipation in his eyes. But this is also helpless. If this step is done, it will undoubtedly be much smoother in the future. After a few months of running in, you are already an acquaintance of Konoha. There is no longer Anbu monitoring you, you immediately start to choose the target of mission. Soon, the target appears in your sight, it is Uchiha Sasuke. Once, Uchiha Sasuke came to your breakfast shop alone, and there was no one else in the shop, and you immediately realized that this was a perfect opportunity. Hey, Urzuzi, do you want to know how to become stronger? While making breakfast, you quietly sprinkled the bait. Who are you talking to? Sasuke stopped eating with a puzzled look on his face. Don't you want to surpass your brother? I have a way for you to gain power, do you want it? 39 You continue to throw the bait. What way? Sasuke hesitated again and again, but still couldn't resist his thirst for power. Believe in the heretic god, you can obtain the body of immortality. As long as you don't die, you have an infinite opportunity to become stronger. You immediately said frantically, but you lowered your head so that no one could see your frenzied face. Isn't that a bit too blunt? Tuo Yu frowned slightly. It doesn't always feel so believable. Anyone who comes over and says they believe in a god who doesn't know where they came from can gain immortality. Any reasonable person would think this person is a liar. Can Sasuke believe these words? It's ridiculous. Sasuke didn't believe you, put down his unfinished breakfast and left. You are not discouraged because you have planted the seeds. You wait patiently. On the 3rd day, Sasuke reappears. How do you guarantee that what you said is true? Sasuke's face was gloomy. After 2 days of thinking, he felt that he could give it a try. I can't promise, but if I lie, you can kill me at any time. You bet your life. Also, your brother killed your parents with his own hands and opened the Mangekyo Sharingan, and he did this in front of you to test your mettle. You were talking about something that only Sasuke knows in theory, got Zhao to gain Sasuke's trust. How did you know about this? Sasuke's face was completely ugly. This was something only he knew, but hearing it from your mouth made him feel incredible. All this is what the heretic god told me. You smiled mysteriously and pushed everything on the head of the heretic god. Anyway, the heretic god will not refute. If anything is pushed on the head of the heretic god, let him take the blame. This trick is not bad, and it can increase the weight in Sasuke's heart. Sasuke will definitely think about these words when he thinks about it. And because of Sasuke's desire for power, there is a high probability of success. After all, Sasuke was planted with a curse by Orochimaru, and he went to Orochimaru for power. Knowing that Orochimaru intends to take his body for his own use, he has no regrets. After several days of deliberation, Sasuke finally agrees. You held back your inner excitement, and after careful planning, you brought Sasuke to the headquarters of the evil gods in the country of Soup. The chief priest of the evil gods is shocked that you can bring Yugu of the Uchiha family. If you can bring the 9 tails Jinchuriki of Konoha, I will agree to give you the body of immortality. The priest made another difficult request to you. You took it without hesitation, and lurked into Konoha again. Soon, you will have the opportunity to get in touch with Naruto. Still. Chapter 201 The Big Flicker of the Ninja World. The ability to gain an immortal body. 204-258. Chapter 201 The Big Flicker of the Ninja World. The ability to gain an immortal body. Naruto. It's a little awkward, isn't it? It is 9 tails Jinchuriki after all, although there is not always Anbu around. But Sarutobi Hiruzen is sure to keep an eye out. Tuo Yu was a little unsure. If Sasuke Naruto is fooled by this, then his own merits will be immeasurable. Want to know who your parents are? Want to know why everyone hates you so much? Your words entered Naruto's ears like a whisper of a demon, affecting his ability to think. Do you know who my parents are? Naruto's most worrying question was asked, and he couldn't wait to get the answer from your mouth. It's okay to tell you, but you have to promise me a condition. You lay a trap, and Naruto jumped in without hesitation. I know, tell me, I will agree to any conditions. Naruto's eyes are full of hope, he has been eager to know who his parents are. You smile slightly, and tell Naruto about Naruto's life experience and the reason why he was not welcome in the village. You are the descendant of heroes, but you don't get the treatment you deserve. This is Third Hokage's conspiracy. You tempted him and made him hate Sarutobi Hiruzen in his heart. Simple Naruto was completely blackened after learning that his life experience and suffering for so many years were all related to Sarutobi Hiruzen. You successfully brought Naruto to the cult god sect in the land of Tang. You did a good job. This is the biggest income since the establishment of my school. The priest was very surprised and satisfied with your success, and everyone else was dumbfounded, but someone could bring 9 tails Jinchuriki and Uchiha together. The orphans are brought in, and their business ability is completely unmatched by them. Then, under the leadership of the high priest, the heretic god sect carried out a transformation operation on your body. Done. Tuo Yu looked happy, ventured deep into the enemy's rear, and actually succeeded in fooling Sasuke and Naruto. This time I really have the ability of Undead 127. You have been transformed into an immortal body, and Sasuke and Naruto have also been brainwashed into mad believers of the cult. But you don't think it's enough. How can you just pull 2 male Xiaoqiang? You have to pull other people, so you continue to return to Konoha with Sasuke and Naruto, ready to recruit other people to join the evil gods. And the first target you identified was Sasuke and Naruto's squad member, Little Sakura. Little Sakura, join us, join the big family of the evil gods. 35 Sasuke and Naruto's faces are full of frenzy, and Little Sakura is taken aback. You are crazy. You are brainwashed. Hurry up and wake up. Little Sakura shouted, but she was unable to resist the 3 people alone, and was finally taken back to the evil spirits by force. With the success of the first time, you start to do the second time, the third time. Hinata, Ino, Tiantian, Choji, Tae, etc. were all brought back to the cult by you forcefully for brainwashing. Only Shikamaru noticed the scene and informed Sarutobi Hiruzen of your actions. Late, Tuo Yu was shocked. Something happened. Although immortal, but in addition to being immortal, there is no other ability. It's basically useless other than fighting. Facing Konoha's army of ninjas, there is no possibility of resistance at all. Sarutobi Hiruzen has assembled a manpower to contain you. Don't be obsessed. Evil gods and everything are deceiving people, wake up quickly. Hyuga Hiyashi shouted in a deep voice. Father, the evil god exists. You should also believe in the evil god. Hinata's face was full of enthusiasm, different from the shyness she used to be. Puff, Tuo Yu couldn't hold back. Cthulhu or something is just a scam, don't be deceived. Yamanaka Kaiichi bitterly advised. The great CACG evil gods are everywhere. Father, you are also under the watchful eyes of the evil gods. Come, join me in the arms of the evil gods. Ino opened his hands, his face full of enthusiasm. Ah, this brainwashing ability is absolutely incredible. Don't be stupid, come back quickly, those words are just people fooling you. Akamaiki Dingza frowned and persuaded. Dad, come to the heretic god cult, there are a lot of delicious food, Shoji shoved the food into his mouth regardless. Has this stuff been brainwashed? Wouldn't it be tempted to eat it? Subdue them first, otherwise it will be endless. Sarutobi Hiruzen gave an order, and the assembled ninjas took action one after another. It's really Genin's little strongmen who have been subdued. Evil god does not exist, otherwise why don't you come to help you? Shikamaru persuaded his friends. Everything is just a hoax. There is no such thing as an evil god. If there was an evil god, the world of ninja would have been unified. The adults also persuaded one after another. After the defeat and persuasion, Sasuke and the others became sober one after another. They found that the evil god did not appear to help them, and they did not gain any strength growth. All eyes are on you. Tuo Yu shook his head helplessly. Everything is over, but this achievement is not bad. Starting with that kind of talent, you can still get such a powerful ability. If it is not limited by strength, it is absolutely impossible to stop here. Kakashi came behind you in an instant, with a sharp kunai in his hand, and your head suddenly fell to the side. Hey, it really hurts. Your head fell to the ground, but you still didn't die, and you even started talking. Everyone looks at you in shock, screaming crazy in their hearts. Does the evil god exist? Did my father lie to me? Ino and the others were full of doubts. Kill him. Sarutobi Hiruzen immediately realized that something was wrong, and immediately ordered you to be completely killed. Kakashi casts Reikiri to smash your heart to pieces, but you still don't die. The evil god Sama is real. Sasuke and others who were subdued struggled frantically, and the frenzied look reappeared on their faces. Quick, burn him to ashes. Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyelids jumped and he gave the order again. Several ninjas cast fire style at the same time, completely burning your body to ashes. The simulated picture fell into darkness. Tuo Yu was taken aback. It's over. It seems that even if you are immortal, there is a limit. But that's right, it would be too weird to be able to survive even smashed to pieces. But then, can the rating be good? Tuo Yu was a little worried. Ding, simulation is over, in the process of settlement. Please wait, ding, this simulation, the score is S. S. Tuo Yu was completely stunned. This has an S score. 95. Obviously he only lived a few years, and in terms of achievement, he just learned to be immortal, and then he fooled Konoha's Xiaoqiang over and over again, and he has not finished fooling all of them. Does this get an S grade? Why? Tuo Yu simply asked the system directly. Starting with a very low talent, not only did he obtain an immortal body with a very high rarity, but it also had a very serious impact on the next generation of Konoha. Although he only lived for a few years, his impact should not be underestimated. This is the best example of Xiaoboda. Correct. Tuo Yu was taken aback. There is only one talent drawn this time, and it is still the lowest level of white. The difficulty of getting the score will definitely decrease accordingly. If you look at it this way, it is not too confusing to get an S grade. To small and big, am I going to get immortality? Tuo Yu couldn't help widening his eyes, and even his breathing began to become rapid. Ding. Given that your simulation evaluation reached S this time, you can choose 2 from the following rewards. 1. Obtain the body of immortality. 2. Gain the experience of making breakfast that I have learned over the years. 3. Get the amount of chakra accumulated over the years. The first one without hesitation. But there are 2 left. The second is fairly useful. Waking up to a delicious breakfast for the girls every morning is sure to make them like themselves even more. But third, does it really exist? Tuo Yu in the simulation is either flickering or on his way. The ability to extract chakra was never learned at all. What amount of chakra accumulated over the years? How do you accumulate what you don't have? It looks like this is a trap. I choose the first and the second. Countless techniques for making breakfast were immediately integrated into his mind. In an instant, all kinds of mornings appeared in his mind. A choice is made, but there is no way to test it. But don't worry, the test of the immortal body can be done anytime. But tomorrow morning, you can make a delicious breakfast for the girls. I believe it will definitely make the 3 little Sakura like him even more. Who doesn't love a man who can cook a delicious breakfast? All night, early the next morning, Tuo Yu immediately showed off the breakfast skills he had just learned. Wow, Ino and little Sakura exclaimed. Their eyes glowed as they looked at the steaming, delicious breakfast meal in front of them. Saliva left from the corner of his mouth. Wow, Naruto stared at the breakfast table with bright eyes, and the drool at the corner of his mouth had turned into a waterfall. Even Sasuke looked at this large table of delicious food with a look of surprise. Subsequently, he looked at Tuo Yu with a complicated expression. Is there anything else you can't do? Sasuke, who had already regarded Tuo Yu as one of his targets in his heart, had a very complicated mood at this time. The unreachable Itachi cannot be seen or touched. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't feel whether the gap between the 2 sides had shortened. But Tuo Yu is different. The power of Tuo Yu is obvious to all. A member of Akatsuki's organization who has also been repelled many times. If he can catch up with Tuo Yu, he must be able to catch up with Uchiha Itachi. Sasuke was so convinced. Don't just watch, let's eat. Tuo Yu had a big smile on his face. In the past, when I was out on a mission, I could only eat those military ration pills that didn't taste very good. Now, he can collect enough ingredients to process and make a delicious breakfast anytime, anywhere. You don't need to work your taste buds anymore. I'm gonna start now. Everyone clasped their hands together and said loudly. At the moment they completely forgot that they were on a mission. People who didn't know thought they were having a picnic. Chapter 202 Tuo Yu, what? A beautiful woman uses illusions on me. That's okay. 205 258. Chapter 202 Tuo Yu, what? A beautiful woman uses illusions on me. That's okay. After eating and drinking, led by the wind demon, the group came to a hidden research base in Orochimaru in the forest. A hole in the ground. It's really a research base that fits his identity. Tuo Yu looked at the dark cave in front of him and commented casually. The environment of the last mission to track down a large number of missing persons in Tianzigua was similar, and it was all such a huge cave. All be on your guard, Orochimaru is probably here, the terrain is narrow, and there are bound to be all kinds of traps. Tuo Yu cautiously instructed others, I am exploring the road ahead, all of you follow me, and do not act without authorization. Everyone nodded. They also know how powerful Orochimaru is, although they were talking about how bad Orochimaru was in front of Fumitome. That's because the comparison is Tuo Yu. If it is them, it must not be Orochimaru's opponent. It is also one of the legendary Sannin, and will use forbidden techniques such as impure world reincarnation to summon all kinds of powerful thugs. An enemy of this level is not an opponent they can deal with. But thinking about it this way, the more they feel that Tuo Yu's strength is unfathomable. Even such an Orochimaru was no match for him. It's too strong. Enter the cave. There is a torch on every section of the road on both sides of the cave. At least you can't see the road. Wait, there's a trap. Tuo Yu stopped suddenly, then gently took out a kunai and threw it out. Shish. With the sound of a series of organs being triggered, countless arrows were shot out and nailed to the opposite wall. Gudong. Everyone looked at the dense arrows, and their expressions changed drastically. Be careful. Although he has said it many times, Tuo Yu still insists. Keep going. After breaking a few traps, Tuo Yu and others came to a fork in the road without any risk. There are 3 paths in total. There are 3 paths here. Do you want to act separately? Sasuke frowned and asked, this will be more efficient. No, it's too dangerous. Tuo Yu refused decisively, if you encounter Orochimaru on the fork in the road, what will you do? Still act together. Tuo Yu distinguished it carefully, then pointed to the right and said, go here first, whether it is a dead end or a trap, I am sure to bring you back safely. 99. But we are all ninjas, if we are protected by you, how can we progress? Naruto retorted loudly, don't underestimate us. That's right, if you don't dare to take any risks, what kind of ninja are you going to be? It's better to go home and be a child. Sasuke's face is also not very good looking. Tuo Yu was a little embarrassed, but seeing the two of them insisting on it, he could only helplessly say, well, if that's the case, then the two of you can act separately, little Sakura and Ino follow me, and you too. He finally pointed to Fengmojimu, anyway, it's the same sentence, be careful, you know. Don't worry, I'm not going to die here. 99. A smile finally appeared on Sasuke's face, at least I won't die until I kill that man. Don't underestimate me, I'm going to be a Hokage man. Naruto made a big rant, and went straight to the middle of the road. Sasuke took a look and took the road on the left. Tuo Yu shook his head and sighed, then turned around and said to the 3 girls, let's go this way. Little Sakura and Ino have nothing to do, and even wish each other to go to another fork in the road, so that they can go the same way with Tuo Yu. It's a rare moment of alone time. As he walked, Tuo Yu found that there was something wrong with the road. No longer a warm orange-yellow color, but a cool blue-white color. Not only that, but it also gives a psychedelic feel. Not far away, a hut can be seen. It was already obvious that it was some kind of illusion. But Tuo Yu was not afraid at all. He wanted to see who was so bold and dared to use illusions on him. You wait here, I'll go check it out first. 99. Tuo Yu reached out to stop the others, stay here, if anyone shows up, signal me immediately. Yes, little Sakura and Ino nodded quickly, and then looked around alertly. Tuo Yu gently opened the door and walked in. Humph. With a charming chuckle, a charmingly dressed and graceful woman was half lying on the tatami, with wine and delicacies placed beside her. It's a rare guest, why don't you come and taste the fine wine of the slave family? Tuo Yu raised his brows and looked at the woman carefully. Well, the face and body are original, not the illusion made by the uncle using illusion. You can explore. So he sat down without hesitation. The wine in the glass is clear and transparent, exuding an attractive wine aroma. Needless to say, there are definitely problems. But Tuo Yu is not afraid. He has an anti-toxic physique. Tuo Yu drank the poisoned wine in one gulp, then looked at the charming woman, is that all there is to it? The charming woman's face was almost unbearable. Especially, this is a poison that can poison an elephant. Is this guy all right? As expected of a person whom Orochimaru-sama valued, his strength should not be underestimated. The charming woman was secretly vigilant, but she still had a charming smile on her face. What are you doing in such a hurry? We still have enough time, don't we? She slowly got up, climbed to Tuo Yu's side, stretched out her hand and gently put it on Tuo Yu's cheek. Tuo Yu could feel her chakra intruding into his body, as if planning to perform illusion. But how could the illusion work on Tuo Yu? Tuo Yu looked at the woman as usual. The woman's body twisted on Tuo Yu's body like a snake, but her eyes were fixed on Tuo Yu's eyes. Illusions didn't work. Why didn't his eyes change? The woman's heart was vigilant. But it's too late. Tuo Yu grabbed the woman's arm and said, it seems that your means have been used up, so it's my turn next. Tuo Yu hugged the woman tightly with one hand, and then put the other hand on his clothes. After an hour, Tuo Yu opened the door refreshed and walked out of the hut. Outside was the little Sakura and Ino who were still on guard. Why so long? Little Sakura and Ino asked in surprise. No way, there's a way of life, it took a while to find the way. 99. Tuo Yu explained calmly. Go, this is a dead end, let's meet Naruto and Sasuke. Tuo Yu said to the three girls. What is inside? Little Sakura probed her head curiously, she seemed to see something before the door was closed. It's just an over-the-top enemy that I've already stomped down. As expected of Tuo Yu, too strong. Take the three girls back to the original road and come to a fork in the road. At this time, Sasuke also came out from the fork on the left. He was surprised when he saw Tuo Yu and his group. Is there a dead end on your side? 35. 0 flowers. Tuo Yu nodded. It seems that Naruto chose the right path, I hope he's alright. Why? Little Sakura was stunned for a moment, but did not respond. Isn't it a good thing to find the right way? Then who do you think will be on the right path? Tuo Yu asked back. Little Sakura reacted now, and his face changed suddenly. Then let's hurry over there. If that idiot Naruto really meets Orochimaru, he will. Although little Sakura usually dislikes Naruto, she is a kind girl after all, and Naruto is also a teammate with her. Now that her companions are in danger, it is naturally impossible for her to remain indifferent. Sasuke's expression changed drastically, and he immediately rushed into the middle of the road. And many more. Tuo Yu didn't expect him to be so impatient. Rushed in quickly. I'll take the lead. Tuo Yu suddenly surpassed Sasuke. If I encounter a trap, I can disarm it as soon as possible. Don't worry, I didn't care. Sasuke's face looked very calm. I said, I'm not going to die now. That's right, Orochimaru has set many traps, not afraid of 10,000 just in case. 35. Tuo Yu persisted, but Sasuke didn't slow down. They don't need to slow down, though. Along the way, you can see various traps that have been triggered. Apparently someone seems to have triggered all the traps on the road. I don't know if he is lucky or strong. Tuo Yu couldn't help but complain, this is already the 15th trap, right? The corners of Sasuke's mouth were also twitching. He didn't expect that Naruto could trigger so many traps, and he still looked unscathed. At least no bloodline, nor bodies, were found on the road. And what is Naruto doing at this time? He is being beaten. At the end of this road, he is getting beaten up by Yakushi Kabuto. Hateful. Naruto was so angry that he was punched again and slammed into the wall. I didn't expect that Tuo Yu would take you by your side for a waste like you. Yakushi Kabuto looked at Naruto with a look of disdain. You are obviously just a fuel bottle. Don't underestimate me, Naruto angrily shouted. Shadow clone technique. A dozen or so Naruto appeared at once, but under Yakushi Kabuto's fire style, they all disappeared as white smoke. Naruto was also knocked back, but instead of hitting the wall this time, he was gently picked up. You did a good job, leave it to me next. Tuo Yu gently put Naruto down. Naruto. Naruto turned back and looked at Tuo Yu and Sasuke in surprise. You haven't come for so long, I thought. Think we're in trouble. Tuo Yu smiled lightly. Don't worry, I won't die. That confident smile instantly infected Naruto, and the tears that were about to fall from the corners of his eyes suddenly subsided. I knew it, you sure could. 99. Naruto stood up, then looked at Yakushi Kabuto. Be careful, he's strong. 35. I know. Tuo Yu narrowed his eyes and looked at Yakushi Kabuto in the distance. Aren't you Yakushi Kabuto? Tuo Yu said loudly. Yakushi Kabuto was startled and immediately said, why do you say that? Yakushi Kabuto is good at medical ninjutsu, and he is also better at fighting with medical ninjutsu. And you, the ninjutsu you use is not the ninjutsu he will use, no matter how you look at it, you can't be Yakushi Kabuto. Chapter 203 Change the limit. Sorry, I can't change it. 206 258. Chapter 203 Change the limit. Sorry, I can't change it. Am I Yakushi Kabuto? What does it have to do with you? Yakushi Kabuto had a weird smile on his face. What you're thinking about is how to get out of here. Kabuto, except Tuo Yu, kill everyone else, they are useless. 35. A hoarse voice came from behind. Yakushi Kabuto. Everyone looked at it intently, and was surprised to find that Orochimaru was actually there. Orochimaru. Naruto shouted, finally found you. 39. As he said, he was about to rush over. But he was caught by Tuo Yu. Don't go there, it's fake. Tuo Yu's words surprised everyone. But when they looked at the figure and the voice, it was clearly Orochimaru himself. And there is no trace of transformation technique used. However, they were still very convinced of Tuo Yu, and they continued to charge forward without recklessness. Tuo Yu stepped forward and said, although I don't know why you are disguised as Yakushi Kabuto and Orochimaru, but our target is not you right now. If you can tell us the whereabouts of Orochimaru, I can consider spare your life. 35. Hee. Shameless. Yakushi Kabuto sneered and rushed over instantly. Tuo Yu flashed and punched Yakushi Kabuto directly, knocking him out and hitting the wall. This punch not only beat the opponent to death, but also broke the disguise on her body. Everyone was attentively looking at 130. They were surprised to find that she was the dragonfly who had changed from short and ugly to tall and beautiful. This time everyone was shocked. Fake Yakushi Kabuto. Where is that really? Naruto was completely dumbfounded. He didn't expect it to be true. Where is the real Yakushi Kabuto? And this time, Yakushi Kabuto, who was hiding in the dark, was overjoyed when he saw Tuo Yu's punch just now. The plan was successful. Yakushi Kabuto couldn't help showing a weird smile. He knows the secret techniques of the Fengmo clan. Tuo Yu's blow just hit the dragonfly, but it also gave the dragonfly the opportunity to display the secret technique. And that secret technique can connect Tuo Yu in the hearts of dragonflies. If the other party crushes his own heart, Tuo Yu's heart will die along with it. Now, Tuo Yu's life is equivalent to the master in their hands. No matter how powerful you are, as long as your heart is bound, you can't escape. Thinking about it, Yakushi Kabuto became excited. I didn't expect that I was just being watched by Orochimaru here, and in the end, I was able to bring back Tuo Yu's deity. Now, I should become Orochimaru's most important confidant. Do not move. Below, the dragonfly got up from the ground and said panting. Just now Tuo Yu's punch almost killed her directly. Look carefully and see what's on you. Hearing his words, Sasuke turned on Sharingan immediately, and immediately saw the chakra thread wrapped around Tuo Yu. And that chakra thread is connected to the dragonfly. What made Sasuke even more unpleasant was that the chakra silk thread penetrated deep into the bodies of the two of them, and it was unknown what organs were entangled in the body. Now your heart is connected to mine, do you know what that means? Although the dragonfly was extremely painful, a happy smile appeared on her face. Once my heart stops beating, yours will stop too. You are now under my control. Little Sakura and the others' faces changed drastically and looked at Tuo Yu worriedly. However, when they saw Tuo Yu, they turned into dead fish eyes. Yes, Tuo Yu buttoned his ear holes and blew his fingertips without hesitation. Those indifferent eyes, as if it was not him who was controlling his heart. Hey, do you understand? I said, our two hearts are already connected. As long as my heart stops beating, yours will stop too. The dragonfly panicked, but at this time, Tuo Yu still looked calm and relaxed. How can he be so calm? Does he have a way to deal with this secret technique? The hidden Yakushi Kabuto was also a little surprised to see Tuo Yu's performance. Logically speaking, the heart-connecting technique of the Fengmo family can be said to be a secret technique of one-for-one exchange. But at the moment Tuo Yu's performance, this attitude doesn't care at all. Makes Yakushi Kabuto suspicious. He originally planned to use this method to bring Tuo Yu to Orochimaru. But now it seems that we need to take a closer look. The dragonfly was also puzzled by Tuo Yu's attitude, and even became a little angry. Hey. I said, do you understand? My heart has already connected with yours. Okay, I said so much, who knows if what you said is true or false. Before the other party finished speaking, Tuo Yu said indifferently, how about you give it a try? Give it a try. Isn't he afraid of dying here? Dragonflies are full of absurdities. Isn't this person afraid of death? You forced me to. The dragonfly gritted his teeth, then inserted his hand into his chest and dug out the heart wrapped in chakra's silk thread. As long as I crush it, your heart will stop beating along with it. Then you pinch it. Tuo Yu is like a melon eater who is short of melon seeds. He instigated. If you don't pinch, how do I know if what you said is true or false? Little Sakura and the others looked at Tuo Yu worriedly. Exactly as Tuo Yu said. Faced with a ninjutsu that has never been seen before, it is necessary to remain skeptical about its effect. But what the enemy says should be taken to heart as much as possible. If the heart is really going to be crushed, even with Tuo Yu's strength, it's impossible to survive. For a moment, the entire basement was filled with tension. Everyone looked at the two nervously. The dragonfly remembered the order given by Yakushi Kabuto, so she was slow to take it. But Tuo Yu didn't want to wait any longer. Want me to help you? Tuo Yu took a few steps and came to the dragonfly, then grabbed her heart. Would you like me to help you? And many more. The dragonfly was completely panicked. I depend. This is not as good as it was said. Why don't you play cards according to the formula? But Tuo Yu didn't hesitate at all, just clattered. Crushed the dragonfly's heart. Mom. At the moment when Tuo Yu crushed the dragonfly's heart, little Sakura and Ino turned their heads and closed their eyes, afraid to look, and exclaimed from their mouths. Sasuke and Naruto looked closely at Tuo Yu, fearing that something unexpected might happen to him. However, nothing unexpected happened. It was just that the heart was crushed, and the eyes of the dragonfly quickly dimmed, losing the breath of life. And Tuo Yu, he was so calm and didn't respond. Sleeping. Feng Mote was stunned and almost scolded swear words. As a member of the Fengmo clan, she certainly knew how powerful this secret technique was. But now seeing Tuo Yu hit this trick with her own eyes and she was unscathed, it simply subverted her common sense. How is this possible? Feng Mojiu exclaimed in disbelief. Great, I'll go. No. 35. Little Sakura and Ino didn't hear Tuo Yu's scream, and quickly opened their eyes. Seeing that Tuo Yu was standing there intact, he suddenly cheered in surprise. And Yakushi Kabuto, who was squatting on the side, looked like he had seen a ghost. 0. What am I? What's the matter? Not dead. No, don't say dead, this guy is totally fine. Is there something wrong with this technique? 99. No, I've seen it so many times, there will never be a problem. Yakushi Kabuto didn't understand that the limits of the Fuma clan changed from one ninjutsu to another. But now, it doesn't work for Tuo Yu. I said, I'll be fine. 55. Tuo Yu turned back and showed a perfect smile. To be honest, it is really thanks to the immortality that was simulated before to be able to crack this technique. Otherwise, he can't hide. As expected of the person I liked, Tuo Yu-kun really amazed me with the strength you showed. The hoarse voice of Orochimaru brought everyone back to their senses. Sasuke and the others remembered that there was an enemy there. They immediately cheered up and took out the kunai shuriken and other weapons. Idiot, are you addicted to acting? Yakushi Kabuto next to him complained helplessly. Is this fake Orochimaru really taking himself seriously? What, the fake teammates are dead, you still act. Don't know how to retreat. You are also fake. Tuo Yu did not hesitate to expose the disguise of Orochimaru. Oh, why do you say that? Orochimaru stretched out his long tongue and licked his lips, trying his best to imitate Orochimaru's movements. If it were true Orochimaru, he could not have stood in front of me alone. 39. Because he didn't dare. Orochimaru was stunned for a moment, then his face suddenly became fierce. You are not allowed to slander Orochimaru-sama. He suddenly pulled the wig and mask off his head, revealing his true face. Brother Lan, Feng Mo's eyes exclaimed, his eyes full of surprise and sadness. She did not expect Feng Molan, who had been searching for so long, to be right in front of her. Is that him? Tuo Yu looked back at Fengmojimu. Feng Mo Team Yu nodded, he is my brother. Tuo Yu turned his head and frowned. The state of Feng Molan on the opposite side is very wrong. The breath is messy, and it doesn't look like a person at all. It's the feeling of a lot of people coming together. Elder brother, 2.6 Feng Mo Time Yu rushed forward in surprise. But Feng Molan reached out and stopped her. Elder brother, the wind magic drawer was puzzled. I am no longer your brother Feng Molan. 99. Feng Molan bowed his head slightly, his voice was gentle but not the slightest warmth. With his words, his body swelled suddenly. The clothes on the upper body were torn in an instant. Exposed a large lump on the back. Two faces emerged from the lump on his back, a spider and a paper cut. This, how could it be? Feng Moji covered his mouth in disbelief and stepped back again and again. Her body trembled uncontrollably, and there was a look of fear in her eyes. This is not my brother, this is not. 5. Feng Moji shook his head again and again, refusing to accept the facts in front of him. Others were also taken aback by the sudden change, but it was more disgusting than frightening. Feng Molan's current appearance is like a large piece of meat that has been condensed indiscriminately, with 3 heads on it. It's no wonder that Fuma Tiamu, who is her own sister, is frightened. I have merged the body of the madman Jonin in ninjutsu, and I have been reborn as the strongest ninja. Feng Molan's face was distorted, like a complete monster. Let's show you my strongest ninjutsu, Tiamu. Chapter 204 Tuo Yu, my sister will ask you. 207 258. Chapter 204 Tuo Yu, my sister will ask you. How come? Brother Lan. Feng Moji's face was full of horror. Tuo Yu stopped in front of her, preventing her from continuing to watch the terrifying sight. What should I do, Takuma? Tuo Yu turned back and asked her, however he is also your brother, you decide his fate. Should I let him go, or let me kill him? Fengmojimu suddenly fell into confusion. It's not her brother anymore. Little Sakura said resolutely. If he was the elder brother of Takumu, he wouldn't have said the kind of words that made her sad. Yes, he can't even be called a person now. Ino rarely stands on the same line as little Sakura. We kill him, maybe we will free him. HMPH, even in pursuit of power, I wouldn't choose such an ugly posture. Sasuke snorted coldly, expressing his views on Feng Molan, the strongest ninja. The frog in the well has too little knowledge. There are too many ninjas stronger than you in this world. That's right, just like me. 9. Naruto stood up boldly and pointed to himself. You don't make a mess. 35. Little Sakura threw Naruto away with a gnashing punch, then looked at Tuo Yu seriously and said, Tuo Yu-kun, don't hesitate, this is also to free Feng Molan, I believe he will forgive you. 5. Are you muttering down there, looking down on me? Feng Molan's voice no longer has the slightest gentleness, and it has become crazy. Earth Spider, give it to me. The spider on his left jumped out suddenly, like a person growing out of Feng Molan's back. And this man was able to lengthen his body. Tuo Yu stepped back slightly, hugged Fengmojimu and moved away. Sasuke and Naruto rushed over. Chidori, the lightning style condensed in Sasuke's hands uttered a piercing bird chirping, and then he rushed over with a 20 speed. Paper cut. Feng Molan shouted again, and a person suddenly appeared from his right shoulder, stopping in front of Sasuke. Watch out. Naruto shot at the critical moment and kicked the paper cut with one kick. But Sasuke's attack also failed, and both of them were bound by the ground spider with strong spider silk. It's happened. Sasuke's expression changed. Naruto struggled to no avail. Hey hey hey. Feng Molan let out a penetrating laugh. Aren't you coming? If you don't come, these two will die. Have you considered? Tuo Yu ignored Feng Molan, but looked down at the pale face of Feng Mo's eyes. She stared blankly at Feng Molan, her eyes no longer brilliance. Perhaps, at this moment, her heart was broken. Wake up. Little Sakura patted Feng Moji's cheek anxiously. He is no longer the person you remember. Wake up. 99. The pain in her cheeks and little Sakura's words seemed to reawaken her. There was light in her eyes and tears flowed out. Please, please let him free. Feng Mo's eyes did not dare to look. At this moment, she seemed to have personally pronounced her own brother's death sentence. It is good. Tuo Yu put her down and looked at Fengmojimu. Hey hey, do you think you can beat me? An evil and rampant smile appeared on Feng Molin's face. Just let you see the secret techniques of my Feng Mo clan. Fuma Ninja cursed Mandala. What? Feng Moji looked shocked, and when he looked up, he saw that Tuo Yu was bound by a triangular prism-shaped light curtain that looked like a pyramid. Damn it! This is the strongest secret technique of the Feng Mo clan. The chakra prison will continue to shrink, and finally the trapped enemy will be killed. Feng Moji's face was full of worry. Ha ha ha, Orochimaru-sama would actually like a jerk like you. Die to me. Seeing that Feng Molin had controlled Tuo Yu, he immediately laughed and squeezed his hands together as if he was winning. However, Feng Molin was stunned. What's the matter? Why can't it be compressed? Looked up, he was shocked to find that Tuo Yu was standing straight on the spot. And the chakra prison on him did not shrink in the slightest. No, can't say no. But can't shrink, only to this extent. Tuo Yu looked at the chakra prison where he was trapped, and then suddenly exerted his strength. Click, with the sound of glass breaking, the entire chakra prison was torn apart. How is this possible? Feng Molin was stunned, his face full of disbelief. The more impossible is yet to come. Tuo Yu said, and instantly came to Feng Molin. Boom, one punch. Feng Molin's left arm, along with the ground spider on his left back, was beaten to a pulp. Boom, another punch. Feng Molin's right arm and paper cutter broken. Bang bang, 2 punches in a row. Feng Molin's legs were also broken. All this is done almost instantly. Feng Molin didn't even feel the pain. When his body fell to the ground and he could no longer feel his limbs, the severe pain suddenly hit. What kind of power is this? Obviously, Feng Molin had never heard of such a crushing power. Compared to the pure power of Tuo Yu, the power that Orochimaru gave him is nothing. Even Orochimaru himself, his power cannot be compared to Tuo Yu. Quote. At this time, Feng Mo's eyes were also shocked. Her brother, who is the strongest ninja of the Feng Mo clan, and now has the blessing of Orochimaru's transformation surgery, which means that he has integrated the power of several people of the Feng Mo clan. And this, he was actually killed by Tuo Yu with a few punches. As this, true power. Feng Molin muttered to himself. At this moment, he seemed to have become the once gentle Feng Molin again. But a pity, everything is too late. He slowly closed his eyes, waiting for the last moment to come. This guy Tuo Yu, has his strength increased again? Yakushi Kabuto secretly exclaimed with cold sweat on his face. As an experimental subject, he had personally seen the power of the Fuma clan's ninjutsu. However, Tuo Yu cracked it so easily. It just doesn't talk about martial arts. It seems that this information must be communicated to Orochimaru-sama as soon as possible. Yakushi Kabuto made an excuse for himself, and immediately left the hidden passage before he was discovered. Tuo Yu, on the other hand, walked slowly to Feng Molin. Do you have any last words to say? Tuo Yu asked, raising his fist. Feng Molin raised his head weakly and looked at his sister who was beside him with a sad face. He was full of emotion and regretful at the same time. Can you please take care of my sister? 35. Tuo Yu frowned slightly, and after thinking for a moment, nodded. Okay, your sister will be handed over to me, and I will take care of her meticulously. The next day, the sun was high. Country of Field, outside the territory of the Feng Mo clan. Tuo Yu said goodbye to Feng Mojimu. Are you really not going to stay for a few more days? Feng Moji held Tuo Yu in his arms and asked reluctantly. No, we have more important work to do. Tuo Yu stroked the hair of Fumo Takumu and said softly. Remember to be strong, don't you want to revive the Feng Mo clan? As the new leader of the Feng Mo clan, if you don't cheer up, how can you lead other clansmen? But now I'm the only one in the Feng Mo clan. Feng Mo's face was shy, and he looked at Tuo Yu tenderly. It's okay, I'll visit you from time to time. Tuo Yu leaned gently against the ear of the Wind Demon, with a soft voice. Besides, you have my genes in your body, the Wind Demon clan will definitely be stronger again. Feng Moji's cheeks suddenly became even more rosy. But her eyes became softer. I will. 39. She also spoke softly. The land of Thundercloud Shinobi Village. What happened? Fourth Raikage frowned at Killer Bee as he worked out with heavy dumbbells. Yo, I squatted there all day. As a result, I never saw Tuo Yu. 8 Grid Teeth Road, Wide Fall and Pressure Road. Killer Bee shook his arms and spoke in a strange tone. I's head was full of black lines. You talk to me normally. Seeing that my elder brother was about to get angry, Killer Bee suddenly became more serious. I've been in ambush for 3 days, but the target has never appeared, and there is a danger of being discovered if I continue to stay, so I came back first. Killer Bee quickly reported the situation of this mission. Really, it seems that the intelligence is still insufficient. 35. I frowned, and the movements of raising and lowering his hands were very regular. Then you take a rest first, and then take action after collecting more information. I'm leaving. Killer Bee did not stop at all and went to find his own music inspiration. Rain Country, Rain Shinobi Village, Akatsuki's secret base. Kisame, you have to know that once the temperature of water exceeds 100 degrees, it will turn into steam. Sasori turned into Hoshigaki Kisami's chemistry teacher, telling him the very simple knowledge of the boiling point of water, so you only need to be able to resist the high temperature of 100 degrees, and you can fight freely in the water. Oh, I got it. Good student Hoshigaki Kisame suddenly realized. And there are data that show that when Tuo Yu is in the water, he may not be able to use his unique ninjutsu abilities, such as blasting, teleportation, etc. 55. Conan looked through all the information collected so far about Tuo Yu. If you can control him in the water at the first time, you have a high possibility of defeating him or even killing him. Conan's words caught everyone's eyes. Only Deidara showed dissatisfaction. What are you trying to do to Senior Tuo Yu? He is a respectable senior in explosive art, I won't allow it, bang. Kakuzu supported Deidara, who had fainted, and said in a low voice, continue. Everyone looked back. Sasori continued, Kisame, your chakra is huge, even comparable to a tailed beast. I think it shouldn't be difficult to make a huge water prison to trap Tuo Yu. No problem. Hoshigaki Kisame nodded, admitting that he could do it. So, you just need to take advantage of it and control him. Hidan said, no one can breathe in water except me, who is deeply loved by the evil god. I can too, Hoshigaki Kisame said. Otherwise I wouldn't have come up with the idea of fighting in water. Chapter 205 Tuo Yu's biggest crisis. He was actually killed this time. 208-258. Chapter 205 Tuo Yu's biggest crisis. He was actually killed this time. You monster. Hidan said simply, you're the monster, aren't you? The undead monster. Hoshigaki Kisame couldn't help rolling his eyes. What nonsense are you talking about? This is a gift from the evil god. Immediately dissatisfied, Hidan rushed forward to fight Hoshigaki Kisame. Okay, don't make trouble, business matters. 35. Kakuzu said in a deep voice, and kicked Hidan aside with one kick without the slightest effort. Boom. The crowd ignored Hidan, who was deeply embedded in the wall in the distance. Anyway, this guy Hidan can't die. If the method discussion is over, let's start training. Pain finally concluded. Although that Tuo Yu has a lot of incredible ninjutsu, most of them cannot be performed in water. So, the plan envisaged this time should have some effects. No matter what method is used, Tuo Yu must be killed, or he will inevitably become a hindrance to our plan. Then, Hoshigaki Kisame's heat fighting training begins. Water-style water prison technique. Kisame first made a large water prison with a diameter of 5 meters. Anyway, it was just for training, and it didn't need to be too big. Otherwise, it will be troublesome for others to heat it. As for the candidates for heating, they are naturally Uchiha Itachi, who is good at fire style, and Kakuzu, who is the Grandmaster Wooden Ninjutsu. Fire style Great Fireball Technique. Fire style Head Hard. The two stand to one side and use the fire style to heat the water prison. Hoshigaki Kisame merged with Samahata to swim in the water prison like a shark man. The first time, just heated to 50 degrees, Hoshigaki Kisame couldn't stand it and rushed out of the water cell. After transforming into a shark, the skin of his entire body became sensual, and he seemed to be even more intolerable to the high temperature. 50 degrees can even be endured by ordinary people gritting their teeth. But Hoshigaki Kisame couldn't stand it. After 3 days and 3 nights of training, Hoshigaki Kisame gritted his teeth and endured until 60 degrees. Then 70 degrees, 80 degrees. But at 85 degrees, Hoshigaki Kisame couldn't take it anymore. After a full week of practice, I couldn't get used to it. The training is now at a bottleneck. A group of people began to meditate. Would you like to change your mind? Sasori came up with an idea. Since Hoshigaki Kisame's skin can't handle the heat, how about we put a protective film over his skin? 35. Protective film. Pain frowned slightly. Tell me about your thoughts carefully. My idea is very simple. According to the layer of chakra that Jinchuriki wore when he transformed into a beast. Anyway, Hoshigaki Kisame has a large amount of chakra. Maybe a similar simulation can be done. Sasori reiterated his thoughts. It was quickly recognized by everyone. I think it's worth a try. Kakuzu said, if it doesn't work, I'll leave. I don't have so much time to waste, and there are still a lot of bounty criminals waiting for me to catch them back, and I have to make money. Try it. If it doesn't work, think of other ways. Conan looked at Hoshigaki Kisame. Hoshigaki Kisame is invincible. He controlled chakra to cover his body, and then rushed into the water prison. Itachi and Kakuzu heat the water prison again. Temperatures are rising. 10 degrees, 20 degrees, 40 degrees. Soon, the temperature in the water exceeded 80 degrees. When it was about to reach 85 degrees, everyone was tense. 1 second, 2 seconds. Uchiha Itachi counted in his heart. 5 seconds passed, and Kisame took it. 10 seconds have passed, still bear it. This moment, the members of the entire Shao organization looked at each other, and their eyes were full of expressions they had never seen before, that is, joy. It was a success. With the training that so many of them have worked hard to help, Hoshigaki Kisame has successfully evolved. Overcome the 85-degree heat. Can you hold on? Pain asked with concern. No problem, please increase the temperature again. Kisame also nodded solemnly, and the angle next did, and Uchiha Itachi no longer complain about anything and continue to increase the firepower. This time, under the operation of 2 fire masters, the temperature in the water polo successfully reached 100 degrees. The entire water dungeon burst into white bubbles and became boiling. 3 seconds, 5 seconds, 10 seconds. A full half a minute has passed, and Kisame is still moving freely inside. Completely overcame the 100-degree high temperature. Success! Hidan cried out in surprise. Others were shocked too. 100. Kisame withstood 100-degree heat. He can move freely in boiling water. Pain's eyes were burning, and he finally saw the hope of killing Tuo Yu. Absolutely. Where is Tuo Yu now? With Pain's call, a striking pitcher plant appeared on the ground. Tuo Yu is on his way from Tanokuni to Konoha village and will be back in the afternoon. Black Zetsu said in a dull voice. Okay, now I have Tuo Yu's whereabouts, Kisame, I'll leave it to you next. Pain looked at the restored Hoshigaki Kisame, make sure to kill him. I understand, leave it to me. Having found a way to fight the heat, Hoshigaki Kisame patted his chest and agreed. On the other hand, Deidara, who was next to him, looked puzzled. Wait a minute, did this work? It doesn't feel like a particularly powerful move. Clearly, Deidara did not understand the meaning of this spell. What's so great about just being able to be active in 100-degree water? Will this kill Tuo Yu senpai? Deidara, you didn't listen well just now. Kakuzu rolled his eyes. No matter how hot the Tuo Yu's body is, he can only heat the water to 100 degrees at most. So as long as Kisame can overcome the 100-degree heat, there is a big chance of winning. After being explained again, Deidara understood instantly. The whole person immediately became tense again. Those ninjutsu by Tuo Yu. If it is in the water, it is easy to be restrained. Or not at all. Senior Tuo Yu, you have to be careful. This time, the Shao organization came prepared. Came back. Konoha village. After reporting the mission situation to Sarutobi Hiruzen, Tuo Yu returned to his familiar home with a sigh of relief. This time both solved Killer Bee's troubles, also gained immortality, and also have a lovely girlfriend. It can be said that the harvest is full. But now is not the time to let down our guard. Let me see, is there any troublesome guy coming out next? The system, start the fixed point simulation, and it will be until tomorrow morning. Simulation starts. 1 hour later, you and Yuhika go to Ichiraku Ramen for dinner. 2 hours later, I went home and played a pair of sports with Yuhika. 3 hours later, you came to the 5th training ground as an after-dinner activity. After a short training session, Hoshigaki Kisame, who was hiding in the shadows, raids you. Hoshigaki Kisame releases a huge water prison to trap you, you become flustered because you can't breathe, and floating in the water prevents you from using the hypersonic ability to get out of the water prison. The blasting ability has lost its effect, a large number of abilities have failed, and the panic brought by hypoxia has made you lose your position. You try to increase your temperature, but then a large number of sharks made of water bite your body. Your arms are bitten off, your feet are bitten off, your head is bitten off, you are not dead yet, but you have lost the power to resist. Hoshigaki Kisame continues to attack until your body is broken into pieces. I rely on. See this sudden simulation result. Tuo Yu's eyes widened. What's the situation? This TM was attacked. I'm actually dead. Tuo Yu couldn't believe it. He already has so many exaggerated skills. And he just acquired the ability of being immortal. In the end, he was killed by Hoshigaki Kisame. It came down so suddenly. To be honest, Tuo Yu was a little unresponsive. In the previous simulation, at most, it was to fight with people and at most suffered serious injuries. But this time, he actually died. Just simulate it so flatly, and see the ending of your own death. So surprising. Dragging the chin, Tuo Yu began to reproduce the simulation screen just now. Simultaneously began to think in the brain. Hoshigaki Kisame's trick is really troublesome, the super large water prison can't escape at all, and it will make people suffocated. Quote, Tuo Yu had a headache. This is simply an extremely restrained ninjutsu. I don't have much time left. 35. You have to find a way to crack this technique. Guess it. Tuo Yu frowned, now that the simulated cooling was done. After all, the last simulation didn't live long, so the cooling rate was also fast. But here comes the problem. The result of direct simulation is too uncontrollable. If you don't get the relative ability, you will be finished. Tuo Yu just wanted to simulate, but immediately retracted the idea. If the ability obtained by simulation does not solve the trouble this time, doesn't he mean wasting time? Correct. Tuo Yu's eyes lit up, and a good idea came to his mind. If I max out my luck and run the simulation, it's not guaranteed to get the results I want. 5. Do it if you think of it. This is the best way to save yourself at the moment. Just do what you say. Tuo Yu immediately starts the good luck mode. With the strongest luck blessing, he believes that the system will simulate in the most suitable direction. System, start the simulation. Tuo Yu immediately gave the order. At this time, the roulette wheel of the system appears. He found that the system's roulette wheels were a little different. It's obviously the same as before, but there are certain places that give Tuo Yu an unusual feeling. Ding, talent is being drawn for you. The roulette wheel of the system turns. After 3 seconds. Good. The pointer stops. Ding. Extraction is successful. You have drawn talents. Inhuman, black gold, devour, black. Well, 2 talents that have appeared, can they help me solve my current troubles? Tuo Yu frowned slightly, but he has no choice now. You can only trust your current top luck. After glanced at the talent description, the simulation officially begins. Simulation starts. Talents carried. Inhuman, devouring. Open your hazy eyes, your vision is only cloudy. Instinct makes you open your mouth and eat the little Madara dots in front of you. Instinct drives you and keeps you alive. When your reason takes over a little bit, you finally realize that you have become a fish. Become a fish. In terms of fighting against Kisame, it's really a direction. As long as I can gain the ability to breathe freely in the water, Hoshigaki Kisame's water dungeon won't work for me. Tuo Yu looked excited. Fortunately, talent is indeed the top talent. With this luck, you can even change your life through heaven defying. Hunger has always enveloped you, and you have not let go of all the food you can eat in front of you. Floaters, eat. Small fry, eat. Small shrimp, eat. You are like a bottomless pit, with a stomach that cannot be filled. As you eat more and more things, your attack instinct becomes stronger. You are not satisfied with small fish and shrimp, and you are eyeing those prey that are similar in size to you, or even larger. Claw. Chapter 206 Devouring Talent. Evolving Murloc Form. 209-258. Chapter 206 Devouring Talent. Evolving Murloc Form. You are lurking behind the aquatic plants, and at the moment when the big fish comes to eat, you rush up to attack. Your sharp teeth bit the opponent's caudal fin, but the big fish struggled in an instant, causing you to be thrown straight away, and hit the stone, causing some injuries. You immediately realize that your current attack power is not enough to be lethal, and you still need to continue to grow. You endure the burden and keep eating those smaller fish and shrimp, without a moment's rest. Devouring is equal to the king of big stomachs, and the fish is the After eating, it is immediately digested and discharged, and there are not so many twists and turns. So the body size will grow very fast, especially in the seedling stage. So in the eyes of Tuo Yu, the little fish in the simulation almost cares that the visible speed is increasing. And because he has been eating meat, he has grown sharp teeth since he was a child. You don't know the specific passage of time, and hunger leaves you no time to think about other things. You only know that the sky has dimmed many times and brightened many times. Unconsciously, your body is already bigger than the big fish that hurt you before. Your recipes have also improved, and small fish and shrimp can no longer satisfy your current appetite. And at this time, you also encountered a dangerous challenger, a group of piranhas. This is not an easy role to play with. 35. Tuo Yu's face became solemn. Piranhas are extremely aggressive, and they are also attacked in groups. In chaos, they will even be indistinguishable between us and enemies. As long as they are bleeding targets, they will all attack. It's really a big challenge. But danger and opportunity coexist. As long as these piranhas can be defeated and swallowed, the growth rate will be accelerated. It depends on the specific situation. The battle is imminent. Piranhas are not afraid of your body that is twice their size, and a dozen of them rushed towards you frantically. 1. You are not afraid. Open your big mouth full of sharp teeth and rush up. You bite a piranha in one bite, and the sharp teeth are like serrated teeth that directly tear the piranha in half, but the piranha shoal also left many scars on your body. You realize that you can't keep fighting like this, or you're likely to bleed to your death. You start to detour, using the cover of water plants and reefs to avoid the attack of piranhas, and then take the opportunity to attack with all your heart. This trick was very successful. Just a few back and forth, the number of piranhas began to plummet. But piranhas are reckless fish that don't know how to retreat. They didn't run away because of the decrease in numbers, but kept fighting with you until they all became food for you. Ferocious is brutal, but it is also a muscle. Tuo Yu couldn't help but complain, but then got excited. Eat so many piranhas. The increase in attack power is definitely not small. Devouring is the ability to embody the characteristics of the devoured target in oneself. What are the characteristics of piranhas? Of course they are extremely aggressive. After eating a group of piranhas, you find that your body size has become larger, and your teeth have become sharper and the number has become larger. And as the body size increases, you find that the area that can be moved decreases a little bit. Occasionally, a human corpse down the river makes you understand that you are already so old. How long has it been? It's already the height of an adult. Tuo Yu was very surprised. It doesn't look like it's been a few days. Except the fish themselves grow very fast. More because of swallowing this talent. The river can no longer allow you to swim freely, you need to find a bigger world. Following the river, I don't know how far you have crossed, and you finally came to an incomparably vast world. You came to the sea. The sea water makes it difficult for you to adapt, but after you eat some sea fish, these incompatibility situations will disappear. The incomparably rich food reserves in the sea have become a paradise for you to wreak havoc. In the shallow sea where no one can limit you, you will soon have a body length of more than 3 meters. Looks like I'm a little hungry. Tuo Yu drooled. How long have I not eaten sashimi? I must try it in the future. Think of the deliciousness of sashimi. After all, Tuo Yu's saliva could not be held back, and he stayed unsatisfactory. As you gradually move away from the mainland, enter the deep sea area. Threatening sea creatures also appear little by little. Sharks with sharp teeth like you, floating jellyfish with strong poison, huge king squid, and even sperm whales that hunt king squid, etc. By contrast, you find that your size is not dominant. You are avoiding dangerous enemies, and before you can become the strongest fish, you continue to forbear and develop wretchedly. As you continue to eat, your body shape is also rapidly improving. Unconsciously, you have reached a length of 10 meters. This is still a gap for sperm whales, but compared to killer whales that can hunt great white sharks, it is almost the same. This growth rate is really fast, just need to eat to be able to continue to improve. If only cultivation could be this simple. Tuo Yu was somewhat envious, although he has not practiced seriously. But that didn't stop him from being envious. Who wouldn't want to become stronger by eating? You feel that you no longer need to forbear, and you start a frantic hunting. White-headed shark, eat it. Mako shark, eat it. Bull shark, eat it. Great white shark, eat it all. All the large fish that wander in front of you and cannot exceed your size have become your hunting targets. The blood attracts more hungry sharks, and this sea area is gradually soaked in blood and becomes a blood red, but it quickly returns to its original clarity when the seawater is washed and decomposed. This is really pure eating of the weak. Tuo Yu sighed. The laws of nature are always so cruel. But no one can blame. This is for survival, not like humans, who just kill for pleasure. Tuo Yu in the simulation didn't waste any kills, he ate them all. You also get bigger and bigger, until at the end, when the sperm whale appears in front of you, you realize that you are already bigger than the sperm whale. In the ocean, ordinary fish can no longer cause harm to you. But this is not an ordinary world. There are summoning beasts, the shape of beasts, but they can use chakra. You have encountered a shark that is not big, but can use ninjutsu. It can drive the current to attack you, so that you cannot easily touch it. Finally, you used a strategy to pretend to be dead, and swallowed it when it approached carelessly. Afterwards, you feel like you have a little chakra. Besides your joy, your greedy hunger makes you make an amazing plan. With chakra, there is a qualitative improvement in combat effectiveness. The body size is already huge enough, and now I can fight with chakra, which can be said to be completely invincible in the sea. 99. Tuo Yu nodded in satisfaction. Although it is not known what the so-called amazing plan is. But now it appears that things are moving for the better. The final outcome is not easy to guess, but it will not die silently. In order to carry out that amazing plan, you start looking for sea creatures as summoning beasts, and you also think about refining chakra yourself. After constant pondering, you have figured out the extraction method of chakra, and your huge body can easily provide a large amount of chakra. During this period, you are also constantly eating to fill your insatiable appetite. So, in order to carry out the plan, you came from the deep sea to the offshore, and stayed in the ocean not far from Kurigakure. FK, is it an amazing plan? Tuo Yu widened his eyes in surprise. Then there was excitement in his eyes. If the plan is successful, that one is really invincible. 55 feet. The huge tail was photographed, and chakra set off a huge wave of hundreds of meters. The huge waves hit Kurigakure, and the violent waves destroyed a lot of buildings. Countless people suffered and were submerged by the big waves. The ninjas of Kurigakure were dispatched immediately and found your traces very quickly. You are not afraid, you are still shooting huge waves, and you are quietly controlling the current in it, dragging the Kurigakure ninja under the water surface and swallowing it under sleep. Mist Shinobi ninja suffered heavy losses, 4th Mizukaji Yagura finally shot. The target has emerged, but it has not fully emerged. Tuo Yu's eyes were fixed on the simulated screen. Next, is the most important battle. Whether the plan can be successful or not depends on this battle. Faced with your huge size, Yagura immediately used the power of Three Tails Isofu. However, Yagura, who is only a partial tail beast, cannot hurt you. You have the entire sea as a backing, and you are not afraid of any of his ninjutsu. Even if it is the extremely powerful tail beast bomb, you can dive into the bottom of the sea in advance to avoid it. Unfortunately, Yagura finally underwent complete tail beastization and released Three Tails. The battle between the two giant underwater beasts is about to begin. The real target appears. Tuo Yu couldn't help rubbing his hands to ease the nervousness and excitement in his heart. Three Tails Isofu roars and unleashes the powerful tail beast bomb. You dive into the deep sea, dodging the attack while launching a surprise attack from the bottom of the water. The current is like a water snake under your control, entangling the Three Tails and dragging it into the deep sea. Then you open your bloody mouth, bite off a tail of Three Tails Jifu fiercely, and swallow it in. Chakra of Three Tails Isofu wanted to run wild, but he was digested by you quickly and became your strength. Closing square bracket dot. Chapter 207 Shao Organization Strikes Again. Kisame Sneak Attack. 210-258. Chapter 207 Shao Organization Strikes Again. Kisame Sneak Attack. Previous. Next. The pain of the broken tail made Three Tails Shifu furious, but it was controlled by the current and couldn't break free for a while, and you took the opportunity to bite off a tail again. Three Tails Isofushi just got out of the water's control at this time. Tailed Beast Bomb is launched like crazy without money. Although your size is large, you are full of streamlines and extremely sensitive. With the help of the small obstruction of the seawater to the Tailed Beast Bomb, you successfully escaped the Tailed Beast Bomb attack of the Three Tails Isofu. You flap the giant tail, disturb the ocean currents, and use the chakra in your body to form the seabed Uzumaki to cover the sight of Three Tails. Then you sneaked up to its side and attacked, biting down a piece in its belly. The solid carapace of Three Tails was as crunchy as a cookie in front of you. In just a few moments, you have Three Tails Isofuji pioneering in many places, and you go up and down, improving your chakra by devouring Three Tails Isofuji's body. It's about to be done. Tuo Yu held his breath. Eyes do not blink. Three Tails Jifu's heart resigned, but the sea is your home ground. How can Three Tails Isofu escape without your consent? Finally, after fighting for a long time, until the entire sea was dyed red, you finally managed to swallow most of the body of Three Tails Isofu, and at this time Three Tails Isofu had lost his life. Its body is dissipating as chakra, waiting for rebirth one day. You rushed to the surface of the sea excitedly, opened your big mouth, chakra condensed, and a pitch-black tailed beast bomb appeared. But at this moment, out of the corner of your eye, you see a figure standing in the air, wearing a swirl mask. Your pupils shrink, and you are about to dive right away, but unfortunately you are a step late. The strong suction makes you unable to move freely, and then you feel your body being torn apart and eventually lose consciousness. Tuo Yu was stunned. I was excited to eat three tails just now. In the end, he was killed by Obito. But it's normal to think about it. Obito is in control of Yagura, and he's dead. Obito must be able to sense it. It also makes sense to come over and fix the culprit. Alas, it's a pity, after swallowing three tails, there must be a qualitative leap, but Obito did not give this opportunity. 39. Tuo Yu shook his head helplessly. But so it ends. He couldn't force it either. Ding. Simulation is over. Payment in progress. Please wait. Ding. This simulation, the score is A. Huh, only A. All three tails Isofu devoured, how come there is only A? Tuo Yu was a little dissatisfied. At first, it was only the size of a small fry, and it grew hard enough to eat the three tails Isozuke. Such a huge boost, you tell me only A. Tuo Yu was very unhappy with the result. Hey, system, did you get this rating wrong? How can it be an A? Ding. The system scoring is fair, and there will never be a wrong evaluation. The simulation process did not have much impact on the ninja world, and did not leave any traces that shocked the world. And he was not able to completely digest the power of three tails Isofu, and he did not completely transform his power. The system quickly gave its response. Tuo Yu was speechless. He thought about it carefully, and it really had no effect on the ninja world. After all, there have been waves in the sea, and there has never been a ninja world. At the end, because he was eyeing the three tails Isozuke, he went to Kuritakar, the land of water. After thinking about it, he wanted to look for loopholes, but found that there were no loopholes to refer to. He could only helplessly bow his head and accept this rating. Ding. Given that your simulation evaluation reached to this time, you can choose one from the following rewards. 1. Gain the ability to transform into the final mermaid form. Should it be good luck? Not only is the simulation process extremely targeted, but also the rewards that can be selected. Tuo Yu shook his head and chose the only option. Although this simulation is only A, it is not a loss at all. What I want is the ability to transform into a murloc. Soon, Tuo Yu merged the capabilities of the system. Afterwards, he felt some slight changes in his body. It seemed that he could transform if he wanted to. Try it, I hope it won't be too ugly. Tuo Yu came to the mirror with an uneasy mood. In the science fiction movies he had watched, becoming a murloc, or something related to a murloc, was a little unrealistic to human beings. Hope he doesn't become like that. Black Hing. The body is slightly curved, and a piece of fins grows on the spine. The blue fins shine like metal, and they are very sharp at first glance. Not only the spine, but also the fins grow on the outside of the two arms, like sharp blades embedded in the arms, and there is a sound of breaking wind when waving slightly. Gills appeared on both sides of his neck, indicating that he was able to breathe in water. The fingernails became sharp, and with a light stroke on his arm, a wound was actually drawn on his surprisingly defensive skin. What? Open mouth, full of sharp teeth. Fortunately, it's a similar type to Zaibujian, and it's acceptable. Tuo Yu nodded and breathed a sigh of relief. If it's a spiky tooth, I can't stand it, it's too ugly. 35. Saying that, he couldn't help but shivered. I haven't tried it in the water yet, try it before Hoshigaki Kisame comes. 35. Tuo Yu retracted and transformed, and his body returned to its original state. He went out and walked straight towards the lake at the edge of the village. There are usually no people here. If it is usual, there may be people who come to fish or something. But the damage that Orochimaru and Sand Shinobi caused before has not been fully repaired, so no one comes here. But Rao is so. Tuo Yu still looked left and right to make sure there was no one else before stepping into the water. This is the killer for a while. Since it is a killer, it cannot be exposed in advance. Walking deep into the lake, Tuo Yu immediately transformed. Between the opening and closing of the fish gills, the seawater is removed and the air is left behind. Tuo Yu had fins growing between his palms and soles, shaking his body slightly. Whoosh! The whole person, no, the whole fish, rushed out like a sharp arrow. This speed, so fast. Tuo Yu's eyes lit up. Compared with his speed on land, it is naturally incomparable. But it's also much faster than other fish. The key is that you can move freely in the water, even more flexible than humans in the air. After admiring his state, Tuo Yu looked up and found that all the fish were walking around him. As if he was some kind of beast, he didn't dare to approach at all. He swam over gently, and the fishes fled quickly like frightened birds. I didn't expect this effect. Tuo Yu was a little surprised, thought a little bit, and thought that it was probably because he had been swallowing up in the simulation, accumulating aura of brutality, and finally successfully swallowing the relationship of Three Tails Isozuke. What is Three Tails Isofu? That is a tyrant in the water. Not a good character. After the test is over, Tuo Yu surfaced from the center of the lake. Tuo Yu, why are you here? The sudden sound startled Tuo Yu. He immediately retracted his transformation. Fortunately, only his head was out of the water, otherwise his trump card would be exposed. 0 flowers. He turned his head in shock, and saw Tien looking at himself curiously from the shore. I swim, but you, why are you here? Tuo Yu said, slowly swimming towards the shore. Me, I'm here to practice. 5. Every day is a matter of course. Tuo Yu looked up and found that Tien had been training for a long time. Some self-made targets have been filled with various hidden weapons. Is that so? I accidentally disturbed you. Tuo Yu was made out of water, dripping wet all over. He pretended to be embarrassed and scratched his head, then planned to leave. If there is nothing else, then I will leave first. Wait, I think you'd better go over there. Little Sakura and Ino said they saw you coming in this direction, so they came to you. Tien pointed in the direction of the forest and said, if you don't go to see it, the forest is very dangerous. 39. Forest. Tuo Yu was startled and looked in the direction of the forest. There is not far from the 5th training ground. That said, they're likely to encounter Hoshigaki Kisame. Think of this. Tuo Yu rushed out and didn't even reply to Tien. You're really impatient. It seems that Tuo Yu-kun likes them very much. 0. Tien is not angry, but his eyes are sparkling, as if he had eaten a delicious melon. When will he be so interested in me? Oh, am I not proactive enough? 35. The other end. Tuo Yu was quick and acute, and with his speed, he quickly found little Sakura and Ino. But it was beyond his expectations. Besides little Sakura and Ino, the other little powerhouses are also there. Fortunately, they haven't met Hoshigaki Kisame yet. Tuo Yu heaved a sigh of relief, then took a deep breath, before appearing from behind them. Yo, I heard that you were looking for me every day. It's Tuo Yu-kun. Little Sakura turned around in surprise, and ran towards Tuo Yu. Ino also quickly followed. We originally wanted to complete the mission and celebrate together, but Tuo Yu-kun disappeared after leaving the Hokage building. Oh, I got home and sorted it out. 9. Tuo Yu scratched his head. In that case, let's go back. It's still very dangerous here. 9. It is good. Little Sakura nodded. I want to eat eel ramen. Naruto raised his hand and said aloud his choice. Idiot. Little Sakura punched him in the head. Since it's a celebration, let's eat something delicious. Are you going to let Tuo Yu-kun eat a bowl of ramen? But, eel ramen is really delicious. Naruto held his head and said aggrievedly. Yet at this moment, be careful. Sasuke's complexion changed suddenly, and Tuo Yu's complexion also changed drastically. But it was too late. Water-style blast water rush. The huge amount of water that burst out instantly turned this forest into a lake. Well, are you here yet? When Tuo Yu's face changed, he jumped high, and saw Hoshigaki Kisame not far away, spewing a large amount of water from his mouth. Shift 7 and Ino, who were caught off guard, were washed away one after another. Only the more alert Sasuke, Shikamaru and Shino escaped the attack. But this move, although seemingly ferocious, has limited lethality. But Hoshigaki Kisame made this move, not for lethality. Rather, it is to create favorable combat terrain. Hoshigaki Kisame is a very strong water-style ninja. The clothes on that person. It's someone from Akatsuki's organization. 35. Shikamaru immediately recognized the clothes on Hoshigaki Kisame. Although he is lazy, it is easy for him to memorize information. Shao Organization. 99 losses. Chapter 208 Pain. Why do you have new abilities? 211 258. Chapter 208 Pain. Why do you have new abilities? Sasuke's eyes suddenly lit up. The people in Akatsuki's organization are all powerful ninjas. If I can defeat him, the distance with him will definitely be shortened a lot. Wait a few dozen times. Today's me is different from the past. It has begun. The second pillar has begun again. Just came up with this idea. He took immediate action. Immediately after the seal was formed, an electric ball of electric light appeared in his hand. The electric ball made a harsh sound like 1,000 birds chirping in unison. Children. Sasuke rushed out. Wait a moment. Tuo Yu reached out, but he was too far away from Sasuke to stop him. All I could do was watch Sasuke rush over to give away the head. Yes, send ahead. The current Sasuke is not the Sasuke of 3 years later, and his potential is far from being developed. Naturally, it cannot be an opponent of the long-established Hoshigaki Kisame. Snapped. Hoshigaki Kisame simply grabbed Sasuke's wrist while holding Chidori's, and hung up his arm with force. Kid, is this also an attack? Ah. Sasuke let out a violent scream, but Kisame poured Sasuke into the water, and Sasuke drank several sips of water due to the strong force and the severe pain in his wrist. Damn it, a dozen times. Is that your brother? It's a little fierce. In the distance, members of the Akatsuki organization, who were hiding in the forest watching the battle, were stunned when they saw Sasuke's operations. Good guy, come up and deliver. Yes. 35. Uchiha Itachi nodded with a calm expression. But it was actually heart-wrenching. Outudo of my fish lips. Why are you so reckless? How could you possibly be Kisami's opponent? In water polo. Whoosh. Tuo Yu charged forward and punched hard, which was blocked by Hoshigaki Kisame with Samahata. But the huge force still knocked Hoshigaki Kisame back. Then Tuo Yu pulled Sasuke up and said a little speechlessly, are you okay? Don't be reckless next, he is not an opponent you can deal with now. Saying that, he pulled Sasuke behind him. Tuo Yu didn't see Sasuke's unwilling eyes, and even if he did, he would ignore it. There is a huge gap between him and Sasuke now. At least until Sasuke fully realizes his potential, he doesn't need to take him seriously. So strong, I can't believe you're just a kid. Hoshigaki Kisame flicked his wrist, and the punch was so powerful that he almost let Samahata go. You're not bad. There are not many people who can block my punch. Tuo Yu's face was solemn. It was mainly the little strongman behind him who held him back. If he is the only one, he can be beaten or kept at will. But now he has to protect the people behind him. Black Zetsu, well done. Pain, who was watching the battle from a distance, said indifferently, use those little ghosts to hold him back, so that he has no chance to escape. This is the weakness of the human heart. The so-called fetters may strengthen people's will, but they can also become a drag on people. Black Zetsu said in a hoarse voice. The fun is about to begin. Hidan laughed. Hurry up and kill that guy. Those who dare to disrespect the evil gods will all go to hell. What did UBD say? Deidara's face was full of anger and rushed to Hidan's face, as if he was going to fight Hidan. Don't quarrel, now is not the time for you to quarrel. Sasori whispered. We are here to confirm that Kisame killed Tuo Yu, and if your noise alerts Tuo Yu, then I will definitely kill you all and make my new puppet. 99. Quote. Conan sighed softly, refusing to pay any attention to the lunatics. She looked at Pain, who stared blankly into the distance. Hey, kid, you really appeared. 99. Next, I will send you to hell. Hoshigaki Kisame stuck Samahata on the ground, and then quickly nodded, water-style big explosion. A larger volume of water than just now spurted out of his mouth. All of a sudden, several kilometers in radius were wrapped by this huge water current, forming a huge water prison. This is your burial place. Hoshigaki Kisame looked at the trapped Tuo Yu and Konoha Xiaoqiang, and the corner of his mouth showed a successful smile. Then, he merged Samahata with himself, became a monster like a shark, and rushed into the water prison at once. Tuo Yu swam quickly, and then kicked out the other guys who were struggling to breathe. He was afraid that the strength in his hands would not be enough to let them get out of this big water prison. 1 foot, 1 foot, 1 foot, 1, 2, another. Soon, all Xiaoqiang were kicked out of this huge water prison by Tuo Yu. Only Hinata remains. Without saying a word, Tuo Yu went up immediately and did some artificial respiration first. Tuo Yu-kun, I still have oxygen. Without waiting for Hinata to explain, Tuo Yu had already come up. After a few puffs of oxygen, Hinata's was pushed with both hands, pushing her out of the water polo. Ah, why only Hinata was pushed out? Little Sakura touched her butt and said a little jealously. At this time, Hinata couldn't sit still. Cheeks flushed, dizzy. Hinata, what's wrong with you? Is it because of lack of oxygen and choking water? Naruto paled in shock. No, it's not hypoxia. Hinata responded dazedly. It's too much oxygen. The other side, as expected of Senior Tuo Yu. He rescued everyone else in an instant. Deidara shouted excitedly, and Kakuzu, Hidan and others next to him all had gloomy faces. BD, which side are you on? Hidan scolded. Why are you cheering him on? 39. You know shit. It's like you worship the evil god. Senior Tuo Yu is the god in my heart. Hidan wanted to curse, but when he heard Deidara say it, he couldn't refute it. He doesn't know much about other feelings. But if it is said that he is like the evil god, he will understand it very well. What do you think? How many dozen? Aside, Sasori asked indifferently. Well, a very sharp decision. If you don't get those people out instantly, there will be big trouble later. Seeing Tuo Yu's actions, and thinking of Sasuke's actions just now, Uchiha Itachi only felt panic. Aududo, why don't you learn from Tuo Yu? This battle awareness, the gap is too big. In a huge water prison. Seeing Tuo Yu kissing Hinata, Kisame scolded a lot. Death is imminent. You still have time to take care of other people. You should be concerned about your own situation. 35. Swoosh. Hoshigaki Kisame quickly swam to Tuo Yu's side, relying on his extreme speed in the water, he performed with ease. 5 food sharks. The 5 chakra-shaped sharks rushed forward at high speed. Tuo Yu immediately raised the temperature. The water dungeon boiled almost in the blink of an eye. Even the shark transformed with chakra couldn't maintain its shape and dissipated. Tisk. Hoshigaki Kisame pouted, constantly replenishing chakra to maintain the size of the water prison. This is the key to this victory. However, the 5 food sharks were cracked so easily, which still made him unhappy. But that's okay. If water style doesn't work, he will go directly. A person with limited mobility in the water is just a slow target for him. 0. He kicked his feet hard and rushed out quickly. As with training, supplement with chakra at any time, and the volume of the water cell will not decrease. Pain nodded. Now, that Tuo Yu should be dead. Hey, give me death. Sinners who blaspheme the evil gods. Hidan smiled sinisterly. Everyone else also looked at Tuo Yu with burning eyes. Except Deidara looked resentful, but he has been suppressed, his mouth is bandaged, and he can't even speak. Whoosh. Why is it gone? Hoshigaki Kisame was taken aback, looking left and right looking for Tuo Yu. But suddenly, he felt his body shaking uncontrollably. This is Samahata. Hoshigaki Kisame frowned, and he could clearly feel that Samahata, who had merged with him, was shaking, as if he had encountered a natural enemy. Wait, where did Tuo Yu go? The people watching the battle outside also saw the strange situation in the water prison at this time. Hidan frowned, and Kisame is shaking, right? But, why is he shaking? Who knows? Kakuzu frowned slightly, but the next second, he noticed that the situation had changed. Because, he saw that Tuo Yu actually started to transform. The body is slightly curved, and a piece of fins grows on the spine, and the blue fins shine with a metallic luster. The spine and the outer sides of the 2 arms also grow fins, like sharp blades embedded in the arms. Gills appear on both sides of the neck, completely in the form of a mermaid. Hey, look at you, what's up with that gesture of Tuo Yu? The fins, gills, fangs and claws are similar to Kisami's changes. That guy has transformed. The crowd quickly looked over. Sure enough, I saw a strange-looking mermaid floating in the water. Although it looks like a mermaid, it is much more beautiful than Kisame. It's Tuo Yu. What's the matter? How did he transform? Hidan exclaimed. Sasori made a simple assessment. Yeah, how could he do such a thing? Isn't this something that can only be done with Samahata? New ability. Another piece of information has been updated. Conan recorded the discovery, then looked at Pain. What's next? It depends on the situation. Tuo Yu's speed is much faster than Kisami's, and in his state, he can definitely breathe in the water. Look at it first. 2.6 Pain frowned. At this time, he was also confused and his mind was blank. TM, why did you come up with a new ability? At every critical moment, Tuo Yu can show a new and unexpected power. Pain couldn't stand it either, but there was no good way. What are you looking for? Tuo Yu was in the sky above Hoshigaki Kisame at this time, looking down at Hoshigaki Kisame who kept shaking his head left and right looking for something. He couldn't help laughing softly. What? Hoshigaki Kisame raised his head in surprise. It's impossible. How could you be transformed like this? He looked at Tuo Yu's appearance at this time and had the same evaluation as Sasori. Samahata, what are you shaking? Hoshigaki Kisame asked in a low voice, but got no answer. Because at this point Samahata is already in fear. Although Samahata is a very strange honey creature, it can even devour chakra, including the chakra of the tailed beast. But it still has the sensory ability of living beings. Tuo Yu's ability to transform into a mermaid was acquired by devouring countless vicious fishes, going through countless fights, and even devouring 3 tails. In other words, this form of his is the form that he has practiced on the battlefield after going through the battlefield. The top predator in the ocean. Overlord of the ocean. This will naturally make Samahata intimidated. Chapter 209 Kisame. Slip away, who can beat this? 212-258. Chapter 209 Kisame. Slip away, who can beat this? There is no one in the way now, you were quite happy before. Tuo Yu crooked his neck, moved his hands and feet, and the sharp teeth around his mouth leaked out. The next thing is my counterattack. 99. Whoosh. Sound. There was no time to react. Tuo Yu disappeared in place, only a white ripple appeared, representing the path he traveled. This speed is several times faster than mine. Hoshigaki Kisame was shocked to discover the question, so he was able to outsmart my attacks before. While thinking wildly, he quickly turned sideways to avoid the attack. But it was too late. Swish. A deep scar appeared on Hoshigaki Kisami's waist, but fortunately Tuo Yu just said hello and didn't hit too hard. Subsequently, like an intercontinental missile, Tuo Yu turned a corner and continued to charge towards Hoshigaki Kisame. The speed is still fast. Anyway, he didn't need to slow down when he turned. This time, he opened his sharp mouth and slid across Hoshigaki Kisami's side in an instant, biting down a large piece of meat. Pooh. Tuo Yu spat out the flesh and blood in his mouth, and then continued to attack without a word of nonsense. Whoosh, 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 non-stop shuttle, keep creating wounds on Hoshigaki Kisame. Just a few short breaths in between. Hoshigaki Kisame is already scarred. That's why Samahata has been constantly replenishing Hoshigaki Kisame with chakra's recovery. Otherwise he might die here. And the members of the Shao organization who were watching the battle outside, only saw a white water pattern, all over the water polo. By the time they reacted, Kisame had already started to ooze 20 blood from his body. No, I can't fight. Hoshigaki Kisame made a decisive decision and immediately resorted to summoning ninjutsu, thousands of sharks. In an instant, a large number of sharks were summoned out by him. But in this scorching water dungeon, these sharks immediately showed the status quo of heat stroke, and they swam all around, unable to form an effective attack at all. But that's exactly what Hoshigaki Kisame needs. He just wants these sharks to interfere with Tuo Yu's sight so that he can escape. But the next second, puff puff, like a series of balloon explosions. The sharks that came out of Kisame's summoning, like being shot by bullets, pierced them all in an instant. That BD, what speed? At this moment, Kisame felt a deep fear. This is the first time in years that he has felt fear in an underwater home. In the past, as long as the enemy was dragged into the water, it was as if he was dealing with prisoners in his own kingdom, calm and relaxed. But today, it was him who was executed. I'm about to be killed in a water prison. Universal pull. Just at this juncture, Pain on the side, immediately unleashed the power of Rinnegan to blow up the entire water polo, and then pulled Kisame over. Such a big water polo exploded suddenly, and even Tuo Yu, no matter how good his perception ability, would be thrown into chaos for a while. And it takes a certain amount of time to change from Murloc form back to human form, which creates an opportunity to escape. Failed again. Pain said blankly. I didn't expect Tuo Yu to hide this ability. Go back and continue to discuss countermeasures. 35. It's a pity. I thought I found a good way, but I didn't expect him to win. Sasori shook his head, turned and left. Since you know that you can't beat it, there is no need to continue to consume it. Others also left. Only Didera was arrogant. This is my respected senior Tuo Yu, how could you be killed so easily? To shut up. Kakuzu snorted coldly, a fierce light flashed in his eyes. Okay, stop arguing, it's just a waste of time to continue arguing. Conan said coldly, rather than have time to fight, think about how to defeat Tuo Yu. Cut. Didera pouted, then glanced at Tuo Yu in the distance with reverence again, then turned around reluctantly, and turned back 3 steps to leave. And Tuo Yu was here. As Kisame escaped, the huge water dungeon dissipated. The sharks that were summoned turned into white eyes and disappeared. If they don't go, they won't be able to go. Going to be a boiled shark. Quote. The transformation was lifted, and the crisis was also perfectly lifted this time. Tuo Yu-kun, 35. As soon as little Sakura's voice entered Tuo Yu's ears, she rushed over and hugged Tuo Yu tightly. Hey, it's okay, you're fine. Sasuke also came quickly. Seeing Tuo Yu unscathed, he couldn't help but sighed in relief. He looked at Tuo Yu with burning eyes. You are my opponent, and you must not be defeated by someone other than me. Tuo Yu, I thought you. Little Sakura raised her head worriedly, and the sparkling tears in her eyes explained her previous worries. Don't worry, I'm fine. Tuo Yu rubbed her head gently, then looked up at the other Xiaoqiangs who came. The enemy has been repelled, let's go back, so as not to be attacked by them again. It is good, everyone nodded. Afterwards, everyone returned. On the way, Tuo Yu also helped Sasuke treat his broken hand. Under his medical ninjutsu, Sasuke's injury will heal quickly, although it is not convenient to exert force in the short term, but at least he can move. As soon as Tuo Yu and the others returned to the village, Anbu came over. The huge water prison of Hoshigaki Kisame can be seen from far away, and naturally found in the village. If Tuo Yu hadn't solved it fast enough, Sarutobi Hiruzen would have rushed over with someone. Tuo Yu is his baby, and there must be no accident. You find a place first. Tuo Yu turned around and said to little Sakura and the others. People are puzzled, where to look. Won't you celebrate? Tuo Yu said with a smile, I just experienced a thrilling battle, so it's worth celebrating anyway. After you find the location, let someone come and pick me up. I'll go see Lord Hokage first. Yeah, I'm going to have some fun. Boom. Little Sakura knocked Naruto off with a punch, then said to Tuo Yu with a smile, don't worry, we'll definitely find a good place. Yes, with me here, I will definitely find the best food for you. Choji patted his big belly to assure. Then I'm looking forward to it. Tuo Yu smiled slightly, then looked at Anbu and said, please lead the way. Whoosh. The sound of breaking the air was skipped. Tuo Yu and Anbu instantly disappeared in place. Are you all right? Is there any injury? Did you catch a cold? Are you in a good mood? Would you like me to take Hokage? How are you feeling? 99. As soon as Sarutobi Hiruzen saw Tuo Yu, he immediately stepped forward to ask for help. That enthusiastic look really made Tuo Yu a little unbearable. Well, I'm fine, Hokage-sama, it's the enemy who's in trouble. Tuo Yu stepped back and waved his hands. Yes, Sarutobi Hiruzen is still a little worried. After all, he is controlled by such a big water prison, even if he is not easy to break free, let alone defeat the opponent in the field that the enemy is good at. Really? Don't believe me, I haven't even torn my clothes. Tuo Yu turned around quickly and showed Sarutobi Hiruzen his undamaged clothes. It's alright. Sarutobi Hiruzen breathed a sigh of relief after looking at the intact clothes, but you must be careful, the person from the Shao organization doesn't know if he is crazy, and he has to stare at you to fight. I really don't know what these bastards are thinking, they have to target me Konoha. How ill-fated, Sarutobi Hiruzen groaned. At this point, he felt a mixture of sorrow and joy in his heart. On the one hand, Tuo Yu is constantly being attacked, which will bring him danger and accidentally bury his precious successor. On the other hand, it is precisely because these enemies continue to attack that Tuo Yu can exercise his strength. Maybe it can also trigger Tuo Yu's other abilities. On the Tuo Yu side, he just complained silently. What? I was hunted down because you made me a hero. Konoha doesn't allow such an awesome existence. If there is nothing else, then I will leave first. Tuo Yu showed a hearty smile. Okay, let's go, don't keep your friends waiting. Sarutobi Hiruzen watched Tuo Yu leave with relief. Really good and polite boy, don't you think? 39. He looked at Anbu on the left and right. Ah yes. Where can Anbu dare to say no? Even if not, he can only answer yes. Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't hear Anbu's perfunctory, only Tuo Yu's back was in his eyes. Exit the Hokage building. Little Sakura, who had been waiting for a long time, immediately stepped forward and wrapped his arms around him skillfully. Come on, let's hurry over. 35. Why are you the only one? Tuo Yu was a little surprised, usually Ino would not fall at such a time. Although it was inconvenient to be held by the two of them at ordinary times, but now there is one less, which makes him a little uncomfortable. Hey, Ino Pig was taken away by her parents, saying that she was too lazy to practice family secret arts recently, and she should be trained hard. 99. Speaking of Ino, little Sakura snickers immediately. I see. Tuo Yu was taken aback, then looked at little Sakura with pity. Ino still has family secrets to learn, but what about you? You don't have to learn if you want to learn. What's wrong? Little Sakura looked at Tuo Yu suspiciously, she felt that Tuo Yu's eyes made her feel weird. Nothing, let's go. 99. The perfect smile on Tuo Yu's face immediately made little Sakura drop that strange feeling. Come on, come this way. Little Sakura stopped thinking about it, dragged Tuo Yu and went to find a good restaurant in Choji. Along the way, he was still being teased by the people in the village. Tuo Yu, I heard that you completed another S-rank mission this time. I heard that you destroyed a base in Orochimaru, you are indeed a hero. Is this your little girlfriend? It's really enviable. I heard that you just defeated a powerful enemy with bad intentions, you really deserve to be our hero. Tuo Yu, you must continue to work hard, Konoha's future depends on you. Anywhere, I'm just a coincidence. 35. Tuo Yu pretended to be embarrassed, scratched the back of his head and responded with a sincere smile. Beside him, little Sakura's cheeks were flushed, but he wrapped Tuo Yu's arms tighter. Tuo Yu knows. It was only when someone recognized her as his girlfriend that made her so excited. Okay, take it easy, if you go in like this, you will definitely make them laugh. Standing at the door of the restaurant, Tuo Yu joked with a chuckle. Little Sakura's face was even more crimson, but she still didn't let go, just make fun of it, they have seen a lot anyway. Chapter 210 Tuo Yu, Hinata, why do you like to dance in the water naked? 213-258. Chapter 210 Tuo Yu, Hinata, why do you like to dance in the water naked? Okay then, Tuo Yu smiled and led her into the restaurant. Under the guidance of the waiter, I went to the private room, and the dishes were already served on a large table, but no one touched the chopsticks. Choji swallowed, his eyes fixed on the delicious dishes. When I saw Tuo Yu coming in, I immediately cheered, Tuo Yu is here. Let's have dinner. Tuo Yu couldn't help but laugh. Choji's tone of, chicken soup is coming, is really funny. Wait a minute, Choji. Shikamaru patted Choji's hand angrily, Tuo Yu hasn't sat down yet, please wait patiently, he is the protagonist this time. Quote. Choji sat back aggrieved, biting the chopsticks at the corner of his mouth and reluctant to look away from the food. It's okay, I've already come anyway, if it's not enough, just continue, I'll come to invite you today. Tuo Yu said with a smile. Hearing Tuo Yu say this, Choji immediately stood up and frantically served dishes. Hey, this store isn't cheap. 99. Shikamaru kindly reminded, if you let Choji let go of eating. No need to worry, Tuo Yu smiled slightly, I earn more. That's right, after all, you're an elite jonin, and a random S-rank mission is enough to overwhelm you for several meals. Shikamaru also thought at this moment that Tuo Yu had opened a huge gap with them now. Although he himself was promoted to Chunin because of the last joint Chunin exam. But there is still a big gap between Tuo Yu's elite jonin. Tuo Yu took a seat at the main seat that was reserved for him, and then raised his drink glass under the background sound of Choji eating, and said, this time we encountered a strong enemy without any loss of personnel. It is a great event to celebrate. I hope we can all come back safely in the future. Everyone, we are ninjas, we live with danger, and we are born with a heavy mission, that is, to protect our village. To this end, we all have the awareness to sacrifice ourselves, but I still sincerely hope that we can all live our lives safely, no matter how powerful the enemy is. This time, I was lucky enough to be there and fought off the enemy, but what about next time? We've now graduated from ninja school and we've seen death. We should restrain our inner fluke and take our next day more seriously. Everyone, let's raise our glasses to each day in the future. Cheers. Everyone, including Choji, was infected by Tuo Yu's words, and they raised their glasses to Tuo Yu. A crisp sound filled the box for a while. Have a drink. Sasuke's eyes were very serious. Shikamaru still looked like he didn't care, but just under the table his hand had been quietly clenched into a fist. Neji, Shaoli, Shino, and Ya all had serious faces, and they all thought that their state was very low recently. Compared to Tuo Yu, their performance can be described as no performance. As for the rest, although they felt that Tuo Yu said something important, they didn't listen to them much. Especially Naruto with thick nerves. Just like Choji, he ate the food in big mouthfuls. These are all good things he has never eaten. After a full meal, the group parted at the door of the hotel. Sasuke looked at Tuo Yu and opened his mouth to say something, but he shut up and left silently. What did he want to say? Tuo Yu looked at Sasuke suspiciously, and he saw the way Sasuke hesitated just now. Still waiting for Sasuke to speak. As a result, Sasuke left without saying anything. Don't say it, don't see it. 35. Tuo Yu shrugged, then turned around and sent little Sakura back to her home. Tuo Yu-kun, I enjoyed my meal today. Before parting, little Sakura hugged Tuo Yu hard, and then turned back home with a happy face. At the door, Tuo Yu saw a woman with a gentle face, who should be little Sakura's mother. He nodded politely and turned to leave after seeing little Sakura and the woman entering. In the evening, I had a good time with Yuhi Hong. Early the next morning, Hong Yuhi looked at a table with delicious breakfast in surprise. You did all this? She asked, pointing to the still steaming breakfast. Of course. 35. Tuo Yu said with a smile. Eat it while it's hot, it won't taste good when it's cold. 55. Okay. A hint of tenderness flashed in Yuhi's red eyes, and the two slowly finished the breakfast. By the way, Shino told me yesterday that he had something to tell you, did he tell me? 5. Hong Yuhi seemed to suddenly think of something, looked up and said to Tuo Yu. No, did he say something? Tuo Yu asked curiously. Well, it seems to be related to bugs, since he didn't say anything, it's better to wait for him to tell you in person. Hong Yuhi shook his head, however, it is his intention. Tuo Yu tilted his head and looked puzzled. Insect, shouldn't it be Aburame Shino, give yourself a few bugs as a gift. He can't afford it. Rain Country, Rain Shinobi Village. Akatsuki's secret base. No, we can't beat Senior Tuo Yu with our strength, so you should die. 5. Deidara waved her hand and said something dejected with a look of disdain on her face. It looks very irritating. That's right, Big Brother Kisame didn't kill him even after hitting that level. That guy definitely won't kill him. Hidan is also beside the fire. The main thing is to watch the fun without taking it too seriously. HMPH, no one is invincible, as long as you find the right way, even first Hokage can be killed. Kakuzu snorted coldly and said in a low voice. He can't stand his own people's demoralization. Moreover, Deidara has completely become Tuo Yu's little fanboy, and even his own position is almost unclear. This guy Hidan is even more mentally chaotic. After all, how can a guy who believes in evil gods be normal? In terms of performance, Kisame did push Tuo Yu to the edge, but it was still a little short. 35. Sasori said. However, with the current situation where we want to beat him, it is indeed unrealistic, so everyone may need to improve. You mean, let's improve our strength? Pain frowned, but how can something like strength be easily improved? Don't forget, you are all long-established powerhouses, but how many years have you not been improved? You and I may not be able to improve in a short time, but among us, there is indeed a more convenient candidate, and he can make it quickly. Sasori said, and looked at Kakuzu. Others followed his gaze, some showed a sudden look, and some were puzzled. Why watch Kakuzu-san? 99. Hidan looked puzzled. Idiot, of course because Kakuzu's strength is the easiest to improve. Konan said angrily. Kakuzu's ability, to put it bluntly, is the heart. If there is one more heart, or a few more hearts, his strength will definitely follow. 5. Do you understand now? Hidan suddenly realized. That's right, others may need some exercise to get stronger. But Kakuzu doesn't need it. All it takes is a few more hearts to be stuffed in. I have very good information here, maybe I can get you a good heart. 35. Black Zetsu said in a hoarse voice. I have no opinion, although it will delay their own money. But being able to improve his own strength, Kakuzu will naturally have no objection. And he was very unbearable for the last time. He didn't lose, but he also struggled to win. Because from start to finish, he never hit Tuo Yu once. Didn't even touch it. Besides, if Tuo Yu is not eliminated in one day, the work of their organization will not be carried out in one day. You can't even make money yourself. Then it's settled. Then please, Kakuzu. Pain said. Don't worry, this time I won't let him leave so easily, he will at least pay some price. Kakuzu's eyes were full of killing intent. I heard that you have something to do with me. Tuo Yu didn't understand why Shino was looking for himself, so he simply went directly to the master and asked him to understand. I wanted to say it yesterday, but there were too many people so I didn't say it. Shino said in his calm voice, do you know micro-fragrant bug? Small worms. Tuo Yu frowned slightly, he felt that the name sounded familiar. After thinking about it carefully, he suddenly understood, is it the kind of insect that can have a sense of smell thousands of times higher than that of a ninja dog after it becomes an adult? 35. It would be great if you knew. Shino said. Although the microfragrant insect is on the verge of extinction, there are still some surviving. If you can find it, it must be helpful for you to find Orochimaru. Indeed, if it goes well. Tuo Yu nodded and said, then let's apply for a mission with Hokage-sama. Then, Tuo Yu brought Shino, Hinata and Ya to the Hokage building. Are you going to find the micro-scented worms? Of course Sarutobi Hiruzen knew about this bug, it's really a good idea, so go ahead and be careful on the road. Sarutobi Hiruzen did not hold back. After all, just looking for a few bugs, what danger can there be? And what danger could stand in the way of his invincible Tuo Yu-kun? He now has 10,000 peace of mind for Tuo Yu. We'll be back as soon as possible. The four of Tuo Yu bid farewell to Sarutobi Hiruzen. The trip will take several days, so everyone goes home and does some prep work. Such as tents and the like, or some snacks that you carry on the road. This mission is not too dangerous and does not require secrecy. It's more of an outing than a mission. Are you all ready? Tuo Yu looked around. Well done anytime. 35. Teeth showed a thumbs up, as if infected by Might Guy, and showed a set of snow-white teeth. Yes, ready. Hinata looked a little twitchy. Shino just nodded slightly and didn't speak. Let's go then. Tuo Yu was at the forefront, advancing at an unhurried pace. It's not at all like running between the branches like when performing other tasks. The same goes for everyone else. Nothing happened along the way. Looking at the gradually sinking sun, Tuo Yu raised his hand and said, okay, get ready to rest. Kazuya and Shino immediately started to move, and pitched the sleeping tent. Tuo Yu started to prepare dinner while Hinata helped. After dinner, the four of them lay down in the tent. Soon, Toga and Shino fell asleep. Tuo Yu closed his eyes, but his ears were paying attention to the surroundings. Soon, with a very slight noise, he heard Hinata, who was sleeping on the outermost side, leave the tent. Open your eyes. Tuo Yu got up slowly and left the tent quietly. When Shino mentioned the micro-fragrant insect, he expected this scene. Hinata, who likes to train at night, sometimes shows a bold side that is very different from usual. Quietly came to a pool. He saw the clothes neatly stacked on the rocks on the shore. It is Hinata's clothing father. And Hinata himself, standing in the pool at this moment, dancing with the moonlight. Chapter 211 Aburame Shino. I'm ready to fight for a long time, you finish the task in 3 minutes. 214 258. Chapter 211 Aburame Shino. I'm ready to fight for a long time, you finish the task in 3 minutes. The water flowed around her along her dance, and at this moment, she seemed to be a fairy. Tuo Yu watched with burning eyes. Hinata looked completely different from usual. But there has been no sound. If such a beautiful scene is broken, it would be too sinful. Unconsciously, Hinata stopped dancing. She was breathing slowly, standing above the water. Seemingly dancing, Hinata is actually exercising his chakra control. Gentle Fist is a powerful boxing method based on the white eye, and its most commendable is the superb control ability of chakra. Hinata is not a genius, she is much worse than Neji. But she is very hardworking. So even when he came out to perform the task, he would continue to practice asceticism like this every night. But, she never imagined that someone would be watching her at this time. Good dance, Tuo Yu uttered abruptly, and patted his palm lightly. What? Hinata exclaimed, immediately crouched down, covered her body, and then raised her head in panic. Seeing that it was Tuo Yu, she breathed a sigh of relief, but her cheeks became very rosy. Tuo Yu-kun, when did you come? How long did you watch? Hinata's face turned red as he spoke, even as if there was a faint steam coming out of his head. It's been there since the beginning. Tuo Yu picked up Hinata's clothes, walked up slowly and said, I'm curious about what you want to do if you don't sleep at night. I didn't expect to see such a beautiful scene, your dance is beautiful. He put the clothes on Hinata's body, only to find that Hinata had turned his eyes in circles and passed out. Tuo Yu was a little surprised. Can you maintain such precise control of chakra after passing out of a coma? He is indeed a diligent genius. He picked up Hinata by the waist, came to the bank to put on all her clothes for her, and put her into the tent gently, without disturbing Shino and Ya. Early the next morning, Hinata opened his eyes slowly. She vaguely remembered that she should have practiced at night as usual yesterday. Her face suddenly turned red. Think of what happened yesterday. Are you awake? Tuo Yu's soft voice came into her ears. Shh, don't talk, if you wake up, then we should go. Hinata raised her head and looked at the three people who were already dressed, her face even more rosy. She quickly lowered her head and replied, yes. What's wrong Hinata? Do you have a fever? The teeth are still a bit strange, obviously they were fine yesterday, but today they are so red, and it is an unnatural red. No, it's fine. Hinata hurriedly got up, bowed her head and walked forward. Fine, tooth is even more strange, but you are going in the opposite direction. 99. Boom. White smoke rose from Hinata's head, she turned around, and no one looked at her and walked quickly. Why is she so strange? Ya looked curiously at Hinata who walked away quickly, not understanding how she reacted. Maybe for reasons we don't know. Shino looked at Tuo Yu, the sight hidden under the sunglasses was unpredictable. Let's go too. Tuo Yu smiled, and there was no ulterior motive in his will. The next road, by Shino was responsible for leading the way. Only Shino knew the habitat of the stingray insect. Under the leadership of Shino. A few days later they came to a large canyon inhabited by many insects. Is there that little fragrant worm here? Fang looked surprised, but how are we going to get down? Jump down. Kasi, Tuo Yu said and jumped straight down. Tooth looked at Tuo Yu with a pained face, and looked at Shino helplessly. What should we do? 5. We don't have the strength of Tuo Yu, so let's just keep going. 99. Shino said, attached chakra to the soles of his feet, and walked down the canyon step by step. Tuo Yu, who arrived first, waited for a while below before the three of Shino got down from above. Didn't I say jump off? Tuo Yu raised his brows. I'll continue below, I'll be fine. Hearing his words, Hinata's face suddenly turned red. Then, an image immediately appeared in her mind. She lay in Tuo Yu-kun's arms, and Tuo Yu-kun held her like a princess. The two looked at each other with tender love in their eyes. Boom. White smoke rose from Hinata's head again. I like a more secure approach. Shino said, okay, let's not talk too much. Now that we have reached our destination, what kind of bug should we look for? 99. Tooth looked at the various bugs that could be seen everywhere and said, there are so many bugs around here. Of course, this is a habitat exclusively for bugs, and there will naturally be a lot of bugs. Shino said. Then, he took out a photo and showed it to others. This is the worm, we have to find it before the next rain. Why before the rain? Tooth looked at the photo with a curious look at the bug that looked like an elephant's trunk. This bug looks really interesting. 99. The fragrant worms only lay their eggs after it rains. Now is the time when the fragrant worms breed. If you miss it, then this trip will be meaningless. 5. Shino explained. Tuo Yu took the photo and looked at it, and after confirming the characteristics of the microfragrant insect, he handed the photo to Shino. Then let's go. This place is not small, it is not easy to find such a small bug. 35. Tuo Yu said and walked out. Others follow. However, just after Tuo Yu and a few people left, on the rock behind them, 3 people appeared quietly. 2 men and 1 woman. Murderous. It looks like it has been in ambush here for a long time. Their targets are also microsense. Do you want to get rid of them? The blonde man with glasses said. Don't worry, Dibby. The woman in the middle, Suzumaki, smiled. Isn't that just right? Use them to find the fragrant bug first, and then kill the hateful Aburame clan. 5. When she said this, her eyes were full of hatred. If that's the case, then let's follow as soon as possible. The darker-skinned Black Bee said. Whoosh. Their figures flashed and disappeared. These 3 people are ninjas of the Shangshui family. The Shangshui Ryu clan is a clan of insect messengers in the village of Iwa, the land of the earth, and was once as famous as the Aburame clan. But there are not many people left in the ethnic group, and they are gradually forgotten by people. The reason for the decline of the Shangsilyu clan was precisely because of the Aburame clan. In the generation of Aburame Shino's grandfather, Rock Shinobi village had an action to attack Konoha village, and it was the ninjas of the Shangshui Ryu clan who marched as the vanguard. At that time, they wanted to use the bees to cause riots in Konoha village and then take the opportunity to attack. But they all planned to be noticed by the people of the Aburame clan in advance, so they had a rare battle with the Upper Stream clan to control the comrades in the history, and finally the Aburame clan won. Taking this as an opportunity, the Aburame family consolidated their position in Konoha village, but the Shangshui Lu family was pushed into the Cold Palace by Rock Shinobi village and gradually declined. So far, only a few people are still alive. However, what Suzumaki didn't expect was that the mantis caught the cicada, and the oriole was behind. After they left, 2 more people appeared. I didn't expect to meet them here, what a coincidence. Kakuzu sighed that he had just made a hard near here, greatly improved his strength, and was about to go to Konoha village. Unexpectedly, I met Tuo Yu on the road. Kakuzu-san, there are other spoilers, what should I do now? Hidan put the scythe on his shoulder with a bloodthirsty look on his face. Would you like to get rid of them first? That woman is pretty good looking, and Lord Cthulhu should like it. No, let's take a look at the situation first. If you can make a sneak attack while Tuo Yu's attention is on these 3 people, the probability of success will be higher. Kakuzu said immediately. He didn't want to let Hidan start to panic now. Although with the help of Black Zetsu, his strength has been greatly improved, but he is a stable person. After all, the person who singled out first Hokage with a shuriken from 800 miles away is naturally extremely stable. Cut. Hidan pouted, but he didn't refute either. The 2 disappeared and followed silently. Although Tuo Yu found the 3 members of the Shangshui clan, he did not find Kakuzu and Hidan. After all, there is a huge gap between Shangshui Ryu and Kakuzu Hidan, and the concealment ability is not the same. It's too hard to find a bug in such a big place, isn't it? Tooth couldn't help complaining that there were too many types of bugs. Just looking at it this way, he saw at least hundreds of different insects. Patience is the key to success, Shino said, and took her hand away from the stake. The insects attracted by him also quickly dispersed. Tuo Yu didn't want to wait too long. He immediately started observation haki. Soon, he found the little fragrant insect he was looking for. He put the found micro-fragrant insects in a ventilated plastic box. I found it. 5. What? Ya turned around in surprise, then quickly ran to him, looking down at the tiny incense bug in the plastic box. It's really 99. Find it so soon. Shino was also a little surprised. Although the microfragrant insect has a very strong tracking ability, but because it is on the verge of extinction, the number is very rare. Even in this canyon, it is very rare. He was already prepared to search for days and nights or even fail. Didn't expect it to take a few minutes. Tuo Yu has already found it. He hurriedly stepped forward to check it, and after confirming it carefully, he nodded and said, it's indeed a microfragrant worm. 35. Tuo Yu-kun is amazing. 95. Hinata exclaimed, but did not dare to look at Tuo Yu, and her cheeks were flushed. It's just luck, Tuo Yu said with a smile. Suddenly, his expression changed and he jumped back. A kunai was inserted where he was standing, with a detonating talisman on it. Hurry up, Tuo Yu yelled immediately. The 3 were not slow to react, and even Hinata quickly retreated. Boom. Chapter 212 Tuo Yu, you are Hinata. You said you would give me your body. 215-258. Chapter 212 Tuo Yu, you are Hinata. You said you would give me your body. Smoke rises. Then there was a small cracking sound. Tuo Yu, whose vision was blocked, quickly felt something stabbed into his body. Wind-style grade breakthrough. The strong wind blew the smoke away. Tuo Yu frowned and looked at the 3 people who appeared on the branch. Who are you? It doesn't matter who we are. If you don't want to die, then hand over the micro-scented worm in your hand. Suzumaki smiled proudly. If you don't want to be poisoned by my bee venom. Buzzing. A large swarm of bees appeared around her at the right time. Hey hey hey. The ground bee and the black bee beside her let out yin laughing laughter. Tuo Yu-kun. Hinata turned her head to look at Tuo Yu, her face, anxious. Hateful. Gritting his teeth, he secretly hated why he was so careless, not even noticing the enemy approaching. But that's not his fault either. The Shangshui Ryu clan are superb insect control ninjas who are very good at masking their own odors. Therefore, Yakai did not notice the approach of the enemy. Shino did not speak, but quietly released the bad insects. Always be ready to fight back. Bee venom, so are those bee stingers. Tuo Yu looked stunned, but it doesn't seem to work. What happened? Suzumaki also found the problem. If it were a normal person, she would faint after being hit by her bee venom. But what happened to this handsome young man in front of him? Why haven't you responded for so long? It looks like your poison has expired. Tuo Yu spread his hands and said, do you want this bug too? It's a pity that this bug is useful to us, so we won't give it to you. Humph. Suzumaki snorted coldly. Since the toxin is not good, then try this trick. The bees beside her came roaring and rushing. This amount. Teeth clenched his teeth and immediately counterattacked with his partner Akamaru, Tooth. It rotates its body at high speed, and its sharp claws form a good aggression. Lots of bees were killed. But these killed bees turned into orange things and stuck to the 3 of them. Tuo Yu jumped away easily and didn't let the thing stick to him. But the other 3 were not so good. This is. When Shino's expression changed, he immediately smelled that it was honey, but the enemy would definitely not use honey to attack. There must be other uses for this honey. And he soon discovered the usefulness of this honey. It turned out to be extremely sticky, and for a while they could only stand in place and couldn't move. What? Hinata exclaimed. The needle pierced her neck, and she quickly fell asleep. If you want her to live, then give me the micro-scented bug, and I'll give you an hour to think about it. Suzumaki picked up Hinata and jumped away in a few leaps. Tuo Yu watched them leave and did not pursue. Instead, he looked at Ya and Shino helplessly. You guys, why are you so careless? 5. He helplessly helped them get the sticky honey off their bodies. What now? Hinata was taken by them. Teeth are missing. He counterattacked, but unexpectedly fell into the enemy's trap. Caused Hinata to be captured by the enemy. He feels very guilty now. Now the only way to exchange it is to use the micro-scented worm. Shino was also helpless. His bad worm was about to be deployed, but it was caught in the enemy's trap first. Wait a minute, Tuo Yu said. Let's take a look at the situation first. If we can save Hinata directly, it will be fine. If not, we will exchange it with the microfragrant worm. That's all. Shino nodded. Don't worry, I will never make a mistake this time. Fang clenched his fists and said solemnly. I believe in you, I'll trouble you to find them now. Tuo Yu also said with a serious face. I will handle it. Tooth patted his chest, then lay on the ground with Akamaru and sniffed around. This way, he quickly discerned the direction. Tuo Yu and Shino immediately followed behind Fang and advanced quickly. Soon, they met the three Suzumaki and Hinata, who was hanging from a tree and unconscious. It seems that you have chosen very quickly. What is the result of the discussion? Suzumaki said with a look of victory in his hands. Our decision is, Tuo Yu said, looking at Shino out of the corner of his eyes. Shino nodded slightly, indicating that he was ready. We're not going to give you the micro-scented worm, and I have to save my companions. 35. Tuo Yu rushed forward. Do you think I dare not start? Suzumaki didn't expect that Tuo Yu was going to face him, and immediately threw a shuriken at Hinata in anger. It was at this time. Hidden parasites appear and devour the rope that hangs Hinata. Damn Aburame clan. Suzumaki saw that his attack failed, and Tuo Yu was charging straight towards her. She retreated immediately, not wanting to fight Tuo Yu in close quarters. She is a bug-controlling family, and she is not good at melee combat. Fighting bugs is what she does best. You wait for me. 35. She stopped the bee in front of her, and then quickly retreated. Beside her, the earth bee and the black bee also quickly retreated. Tuo Yu did not pursue further. Take the Hinata to safety first. He turned around and said. The three of them worked together to carry Hinata, who was wrapped into a zongzi, and came to a cave. It's safe now. Tooth wiped his forehead, revealing a relieved smile. Shino frowned slightly, and he winked at Tuo Yu covertly. However, he seemed to have forgotten that he was wearing sunglasses, and no one could read his eyes. Tooth quickly sensed something was wrong with his keen sense of smell. The Hinata they rescued had the scent of two people, and it is not contaminated with such a slight smell. Both smells are very strong. This situation suddenly made him vigilant. Hey, who are you? Tooth said coldly after waking. Hinata. Hinata slowly opened his eyes with a blank look on his face. I'm Hinata. What's wrong? You are not Hinata. Tooth frowned and said, who are you? Shino's two sleeves were filled with worms, and he was ready to attack at any time. What are you talking about? At this moment, Tuo Yu suddenly said, of course she is Hinata. Quote. Fang looked back in surprise. He didn't expect Tuo Yu to say that. Shino's brows were slightly wrinkled, and the bad bugs got into his cuffs again. You are too suspicious. If the Hinata in front of us was disguised, how could the enemy attack her? If Shino hadn't controlled the insect in time and bit the rope, the shuriken would have penetrated her throat. Tuo Yu said seriously, and handed the plastic box containing the fragrant insects to Shino. You guys should send the insects back first. I will stay here to take care of Hinata and see if she is injured. 35. Hey you. Teeth are more confused. What else did he want to say? But Shino on the side grabbed his sleeve and pulled him out of the hole. Since Tuo Yu-kun said so, let's finish the task as soon as possible, and leave it to Tuo Yu-kun here. 99. 0 flowers. Yes, you can rest assured when you leave it to me. Tuo Yu said with a smile. Toga was dragged away by Shino with a dazed expression. Go outside the cave. Tooth frowned and asked in a low voice, didn't you find that she was a fake? 5. Certainly, Shino said. I believe that Tuo Yu-kun also found out. He must have said that in order to paralyze that person, so as to know more information from her mouth. We don't know where Hinata is yet. So, Tuo Yu-kun must have wanted to hold her down first, and then let us go to find the whereabouts of the real Hinata. 39. Shino's analysis is straightforward. Ya nodded suddenly, then looked at the hole with admiration. I didn't expect Tuo Yu to think so much in an instant, as expected of him. We are still far from his realm. Shino said. Since he trusts us so much, we can't live up to his trust. Okay, we must save Hinata. Paragraph mark. Fang clenched his fist in one hand, his face full of fighting spirit. As for what is Tuo Yu doing at this time? He was in the cave, staring at Suzumaki disguised as Hinata, clasping each other's hands with both hands. You, what do you want to do? Suzumaki couldn't get rid of it, and she got goosebumps when she saw Tuo Yu's eyes. Don't you understand my heart yet? Hinata, Tuo Yu said affectionately. I like you so much. Ah ha ha. Suzumaki was a little confused and didn't know what the current situation was, and he didn't even know what to answer. What is he doing? Suzumbaki's heart was screaming wildly. At this time, the corners of her mouth were twitching, and the expression on her face was extremely strange. Last time, we had an agreement. 9. Tuo Yu is still affectionate. When I save you from a crisis next time, you promise me to give me your body. I thought, is this the time? 35. What? Suzumaki was shocked. Are you little brats playing so much? How old are you? Suzumaki is mad, but Tuo Yu is ready to act. He stretched out his hand, trying to rip off Suzumbaki's clothes. Suzumaki was startled, and quickly retreated with his hands and feet. He didn't stop until he reached the top, and looked at Tuo Yu in horror. Hey, are you still thinking about this at this time? 35. Suzumaki still wanted to struggle. Can't we wait until we go back? I don't want to be in a place like this. She pretended to be shy. I just hope they don't go too far. It doesn't matter, there is no one around anyway. Tuo Yu pressed closer, the gentle smile on his face fell into Suzumbaki's eyes like a devilish smile, making her shudder. Wait. 35. Seeing Tuo Yu approaching step by step, Suzumaki was completely panicked. She directly lifted her transformation and returned to her own appearance. Look carefully, I am not your companion, I am the one who attacked you before. Hinata, you really make me sad. Tuo Yu showed a heartbroken look, holding his right hand over the position of his heart. It turns out that in order to avoid responsibility, you actually resorted to such a method. Do you know my sincerity for you? At this moment, it seems that you have been smashed to pieces and trampled on the ground. What? Suzumaki was dumbfounded. No. 35. With a straight face, Tuo Yu said with a serious face, I can't watch you fall. You lie to yourself like this, can't your ninja cry? I must correct your mind. 99. As he said, he was about to take off his pants. Chapter 213 Hidan. Kakuzu, are you senile dementia? Why are all your skills missing? 216 258. Chapter 213 Hidan. Kakuzu, are you senile dementia? Why are all your skills missing? And many more. Suzumaki was completely panicked. She immediately summoned a large number of bees, and the stingers shot at Tuo Yu without money. Some of the bees even sent a suicide charge, turning into a pool of extremely sticky honey trying to entangle Tuo Yu, so that she can get away with Tuo Yu and escape. But her methods were easily resolved by Tuo Yu. The poison of the poison needle was ineffective against him, and the mucus was gently avoided by him, and not a single drop fell on him. Watching Tuo Yu approaching, Suzumaki finally cried out in despair. I've used all these ninjutsu. Do you still think I'm your companion? I'm really not that girl, she said sobbing, pulling back constantly and in vain, trying to get away from Tuo Yu. But the wall behind her prevented her from leaving. I didn't expect you to even learn the enemy's ninjutsu in order to escape the agreement between you and me. Tuo Yu looked surprised and sad, then became firm again. However, with your talent, it's not impossible. 99. Hinata, you have gone astray and I must correct your mind. Don't come here, Suzumaki shouted loudly. His face was full of horror. But everything she did was in vain. Tuo Yu grabbed her hands twice and clasped them against the wall. If you feel it with your body, you should return to your senses. Boss Kakuzu, he has been running in for so long, why hasn't 133 come out? Hidan asked in confusion. Is there another exit to that cave? Are we wasting time if we continue to crouch here? 5. Probably not, Kakuzu said. If there was another exit, those two little devils wouldn't have come out from here. Oh, Hidan suddenly said, but how did he go in for so long? How could I know? Kakuzu rolled his eyes. He is not an encyclopedia, he knows everything he asks. Yet at this moment, Hidan keenly heard some vague voices. Kakuzu boss, have you heard any voice? It seems to be a woman's voice, it sounds a little painful and sad. 35. Hidan asked curiously. This is. Kakuzu frowned and listened carefully. Indeed, from the cave, there seems to be a sound coming out of it. Kakuzu took a few steps closer and continued to listen. I always feel that this voice is familiar, but I haven't heard it for a long time. Well, wait, Kakuzu's eyes widened suddenly, he recognized what the voice was. Isn't that what the FK is that? Is a woman. There's a woman in there. FK. This. What is that kid Tuo Yu doing inside? This. Isn't that what it is? Kakuzu was completely stupid. After all, he has lived for so many years, he must know that kind of thing. Hidan heard it too. He looked at the cave dumbfounded, and for a moment felt that he and Kakuzu were waiting outside thinking about two big silly donkeys. FK. What are they doing? Is it there? Hidan asked with a ridiculous face. How could I know? Kakuzu doesn't want to answer this kind of question, because it's been out of his life since he got the grudge. After all, his body has turned into a monster. Are we going to wait any longer? 35. Hidan's eyes were a little blank. Wait, Kakuzu gritted his teeth and said. Generally, after men do these things, they will be mentally exhausted and physically weak. This is the best time to kill him. I don't know how long has passed. Tuo Yu put his clothes on. Looking back at Suzumaki, who had a dull expression and resentment on his face, there was a hint of a smile in his eyes. Of course he did it on purpose. But the woman can't find it yet. He pretended to be surprised and said, so what you said is true, are you really not Hinata? Suzumbaki's lost eyes slowly returned to her senses. She turned her head and looked at Tuo Yu complainingly. UBD. Ignoring the pain in her body, she rushed up and quickly knocked her small fist on Tuo Yu's firm chest. How can you do this? I said I'm not anymore. You are still here. You are so hateful. Woohoo. I obviously just want to revitalize the family. Why did I suffer like this? Woohoo. She squatted down and cried at a loss, her voice getting louder and sadder. Tuo Yu also crouched down and said with a smile. There are only 3 people anyway, so there is no need to revitalize this family, right? 35. You. Suzumbaki raised his head and looked at Tuo Yu angrily. She didn't expect Tuo Yu to be able to say such sarcastic words. If you want to revive the family, you might as well follow me, of course, not let you follow me to Konoha. Tuo Yu said suddenly and seriously. It's too early to say this, but I will definitely be a big name in the whole ninja world in the future. If you follow me, the possibility of revitalizing the family will be even higher. Who do you think you are, first Hokage? Suzumbaki rolled his eyes angrily, but the anger in his heart gradually subsided. Although forced, Tuo Yu is not irresponsible, but shows a sense of responsibility. Although in Suzumbaki's eyes, what Tuo Yu said when he was still a teenager could not fully convince her. And no one would say that he will become a big man in the future. It's too immodest. I'm the future 5th Hokage. Tuo Yu was not annoyed and said with a smile. Although I haven't taken office yet, as long as you wait until then, you will know how good I am. Wait. 39. Suzumbaki looked up in surprise. You're the 5th Hokage. Are you Tuo Yu, the recently rumored hero in Konoha village? You are so young. Oh, looks like you've heard my name. After recognizing the identity of the other party, Suzumbaki was shocked. Unexpectedly, she has become the woman of Konoha hero by accident. Tuo Yu said with a smile. Since that's the case, it's easy to say, but my companion also said my name before, why didn't you recognize me? Who knew you would be so young, even younger than me? Suzumbaki pouted and said, you are the hero of Konoha village, of course I thought it would be an uncle with a face full of vicissitudes. Why an uncle with a face full of vicissitudes? Tuo Yu twitched the corners of his mouth and suddenly felt that this woman was a little strange. Don't you think uncle is very manly? Suzumbaki suddenly raised his head with a look of reverence. Hello. Tuo Yu looked at her speechlessly. Even if it has anything to do with me being masculine, what I like is women and not men. Yes. Suzumbaki was stunned, and then said embarrassedly, then what should I do now? You have done that kind of thing to me, and you should be responsible. I'll be responsible for sure, but can you go back to Konoha with me? Tuo Yu raised his eyebrows and said, well, no. Suzumbaki shook his head in distress. Their upper water family once planned to attack Konoha, but they were finally blocked by the Aburame family, and achieved the status of the Aburame family in the wood industry, but their upper water family was abandoned by Tsuchikage. Until now, there are only 3 people left. Thinking of this, her face darkened. It's okay, when I see 3rd Tsuchikage in the future, let him make arrangements to accept your family again. Can you really do it? Tuo Yu said with a smile. Of course. 35. Suzumbaki took Tuo Yu's hand and looked at him affectionately. I didn't expect you to be a kind and righteous person, I thought Konoha's ninjas were all ruthless killers. In just a few moments, Suzumbaki completely changed his mind on Tuo Yu. Point 0. What enemy? Do not. This is her future man. Kind, fair, strong. This wave is not bad for yourself. Dressed neatly, the 2 walked out of the cave. But just got out. Tuo Yu saw 2 people in Shongyun uniforms. Impressively Kakuzu and Hidan. Hey, what are you doing there? You make that noise. Hidan said dissatisfiedly. Do you know how long we squatted outside? A full 2 hours. Hear this. Tuo Yu didn't say anything, but Suzumbaki's face suddenly turned red. She waved her hands again and again. What are you talking about? We didn't make strange noises. We didn't do strange things. Tuo Yu looked at her strangely, then said in a whisper, didn't you say everything? Quote. Suzumbaki's face flushed even more. Don't say those useless things. Kakuzu looked at Tuo Yu seriously. I'm here to find you this time to decide the unfinished outcome of the last time. This time I will definitely be able to kill you. Puff. Tuo Yu couldn't help laughing, then immediately retracted his smile, nodded and said, okay, no problem. Hidan, you go to the side first. Kakuzu pushes Hidan to the other side, then takes off his Shongyun uniform. Then his body wriggled, and 4 hearts popped out. Do you dare to take my move head on? Instead of hiding like a bereaved dog. 35. Morning dog. Tuo Yu smiled and said, okay, no problem. Tuo Yu heard Kakuzu's deliberately aggressive words, but he didn't care. Even if it doesn't apply infinite dodge, still have enough means to deal with you. Tuo Yu sneered in his heart. Then, he started the good luck once a day. A gleam of joy flashed in Kakuzu's eyes. Sure enough, he was still a young man, and he got carried away when he was excited. Quote. He was about to perform ninjutsu, but his foot suddenly stomped in the air. At the same time, Chakra's output was a little disordered, causing the ninjutsu to fail, and the mask representing fire style only spit out a circle of black smoke. Kakuzu blushed, and he hadn't made such a low-level mistake for decades. Humph. The old man was just careless. He futilely explained the situation just now. Then he snapped his hand 2.6 arm apart, revealing the blood vessels inside that looked like pitch-black tentacles. These tentacle blood vessels rushed out suddenly, but they became entangled in the middle, and they couldn't be unraveled for a while. Damn it, what's the matter? 35. Kakuzu's eyes were furious, and his dark cheeks looked a little red. This is shameful. Fire style head hard. A large amount of flame sprayed from the mouth of the mask. However, the direction. What happened? Kakuzu looked blank, turned to look at his mask, and found that the direction of the fire mask's ninjutsu turned out to be the sky. A pile of burning insects descended from the sky, carrying the fragrance of barbecued meat. It smells good. Would you like to try it? Tuo Yu simply sat cross-legged on the ground and looked at him with one hand on his chin. Damn, don't be arrogant. Kakuzu's mouth twitched. He feels like he's been hit. Earth-style earth thorn. 35. A gust of evil wind blew the mask crooked, causing the soil thorns emerging from the ground to fly out from Tuo Yu's side. Water-style water dragon bomb. A huge insect suddenly scrambled in, blocking Tuo Yu's face. Blue veins appeared on Kakuzu's forehead. And Hidan and Suzumaki on the side were already dumbfounded. What happened to Kakuzu, bro? What? Ninjutsu doesn't even look at the target. How did it all go wrong? Does he have dementia? Chapter 214. What? Kakuzu has 7 hearts. 217 258. Chapter 214. What? Kakuzu has 7 hearts. Yes, how old is he? Alzheimer's is also possible. Hidan nodded seriously, and the other side, Suzumaki was shocked by Kakuzu's powerful strength. What kind of ninja is this? How is it so strong? It's not on the same level as them at all. But what shocked her even more was Tuo Yu, who was unscathed in the face of Kakuzu's attack. Facing such a terrifying opponent, Tuo Yu sat on the ground so grandly, without dodging at all. Kakuzu constantly unleashes various attacks. However, each of his attacks encounters surprises. It's not that the mask is facing the wrong way. It's just that something came in and didn't attack Tuo Yu. Or the strange wind that suddenly appeared blew his mask crooked. In short, none of his attacks went smoothly. Kakuzu cursed angrily, speaking at an exaggerated speed, and his words were extremely vicious. In short, Tuo Yu didn't hear a word, but it can be seen from Kakuzu's blushing face that he is extremely angry now. After all, the cruel words were just released, and Tuo Yu didn't use the evasion ability to deal with him last time. As a result, after playing for a long time, it was all my own mistakes. Almost. Tuo Yu looked at the time. Well, the time for good luck is over. He stood up slowly, patted the dust on his buttocks, and said, I've been sitting here for so long, what about your attack? 5. Hearing this, Kakuzu's blood pressure surged up instantly, and he almost turned over in front of his eyes. Quote. After finally calming himself down, he made a seal again. The previous 20 were just mistakes, and no one has ever made mistakes. 35. Next time, I will definitely let you know how good I am. Lightning style pseudo dark. No top luck interference from Tuo Yu. Kakuzu's ninjutsu finally performed smoothly this time. Even Kakuzu himself was a little surprised. But Tuo Yu's deadly skills were more than just luck. In an instant, he turned on his physique. His body responded immediately, and after quickly forming the seal, he also returned to a ninjutsu. Fire style How Long Fire technique. Against Kakuzu, he didn't use fire physique to increase lethality. That would be too bullying. However, the large amount of chakra he has accumulated still increases the power of his ninjutsu. Boom. The ninjutsu collided and exploded. Thunder and fire meet. This is overload. Fire style and lightning style. HMPH, worm carving trick. Kakuzu saw that the ninjutsu could be performed smoothly, and the previous arrogance was regained. His hands quickly formed seals, and the 4 masks behind him kept spitting out escape techniques of various attributes. And Tuo Yu did not show weakness, relying on 5 open physiques, all returned. A time. The smoke filled the air between the two, and the sound of explosions could be heard incessantly. But neither of them was hurt. It's finally normal. Hidan shrugged as he sat watching the play. If he joins in this kind of battle, the aftermath may make him lose his ability to fight. Of course, it is still more difficult to kill him. Hidan's undead body is still very powerful. On the other hand, Suzumaki, another visitor, was completely dumbfounded. Is this the hero of Konoha? He has such a strong strength. Who is that weird guy on the opposite side? Why is he so powerful? Why do I feel like a child? What's wrong with this ninja world? Is there such a big gap in strength between ninjas and ninjas? Am I really a ninja too? Suzumaki looked at Tuo Yu with hope in his eyes. At this moment, she deeply realized that what Tuo Yu said before was not big words, but the truth. Does he really have a high chance of leading the rejuvenation of the Shangsilio family? Her hands covered her stomach involuntarily. I don't know if it was her delusion. She always felt, or she hoped, that a tenacious life was born here. Certainly, it's all just Suzumbaki's delusion. The probability of something going into the soul is too small. The bombing of ninjutsu continued for a long time. Kakuzu stopped panting, his chakra drained. If he continued to consume it, his trump card would be too late to use. Tuo Yu looked at Kakuzu with all his time. At this time, the 555 time has been exhausted. But he didn't panic at all. He still has too many cards. Based on his knowledge of Kakuzu, Kakuzu at this time has already exerted all his strength, and Kakuzu cannot hurt himself at all in such a situation. It really doesn't seem like that alone can do anything to you. 35. Kakuzu let out a long sigh, but so what? After his back squirmed for a while, two masks suddenly appeared again. What? Tuo Yu looked at the two masks in shock. Why are there two more? What is Kakuzu's grudge? Of course Tuo Yu knows. Including the body, there are only 5 in total. Corresponds to 5 different types of ninjutsu. These 2 extra hearts mean that Kakuzu has mastered 2 types of chakra ninjutsu. Kakuzu already has the heart of the 5 escaping techniques. The one who joins now must not be any of the 5 escape techniques. Looks like you're surprised too, so I'm relieved. Kakuzu was very satisfied with the shock on Tuo Yu's face. It didn't cost me 1,000 miles to get these 2 hearts. 5. It's really surprising. A reluctant smile appeared on Tuo Yu's face, followed by a solemn expression. He didn't expect that in order to deal with him, the people in Xiao's organization actually began to evolve. Actually improve yourself. He didn't want to launch an attack rashly until he didn't know the evasion properties of Kakuzu's 2 hearts. Then show you my newfound power. 35. Kakuzu howled, and the 2 new masked monsters behind him activated their abilities. Under the magnetic pull, the sand iron emerged from the ground, and then formed a sharp iron thorn under the control of Kakuzu. The other masked monster opened its mouth wide and sprayed out an icy white mist, instantly obscuring the sight of everyone present. Is this a remake of the Mist Shinobi technique? Tuo Yu's face was solemn, but fortunately, he had observation haki, and even if he lost his vision, he could dodge in advance. Whoosh! The sound of breaking the sky came. Tuo Yu immediately out of the way. However, Kakuzu's attacks continued one after another. Tuo Yu also kept dodging. Sudden, he found something unusual. Not all of Kakuzu's attacks were aimed at his vital points. What is he doing? Tuo Yu frowned, not understanding what Kakuzu was thinking. When dodging the attack again, something blocked his back. It's like a slender rope. Huh, this is. He turned back and looked at the black string made of sand iron in surprise. Have you noticed? Kakuzu's voice came from outside the white fog, but it's too late, the cage to hunt you down has been made. Tuo Yu's complexion changed, and he quickly made a seal and then spit out a gust of wind from his mouth, wind-style great breakthrough. The violent wind slowly dispelled the white mist. This fog, so heavy. Tuo Yu noticed this, but his attention was quickly drawn to his surroundings. Strings made of iron sand crisscrossed, forming a huge prison around him. Is it blocking my view just to trap me here? Tuo Yu breathed a sigh of relief. If it was just like that, it would not be enough to pose a fatal threat to him. Certainly more than that. 99. With a smug smile, Kakuzu quickly formed a seal in his hand, Ice Shield Ice Soul Needle. The white mist quickly condensed, forming countless small and sharp transparent ice needles. Tuo Yu's expression changed. Next moment, countless ice needles came madly like a shower. Ding ding dong. 35. Kakuzu frowned, and the sound of gold and iron made him stunned. What's the matter? Why is his body so hard? Can it resist the piercing ability of the Ice Soul Needle? Kakuzu was puzzled here. Tuo Yu heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he opened the steel skin in time, otherwise, if these ice needles full of cold air invaded his body, he would definitely freeze him from the inside out. In this case, he will become a fish to be slaughtered. Since ice is ineffective against you, what about this trick? 39. Kakuzu's hands clenched suddenly. The iron sand cage that trapped Tuo Yu began to shrink slowly. It's troublesome now. Tuo Yu scratched his head. The iron sand cage gradually shrank, compressing his movement space, and finally trapped him alive in it. It reminded him of Doflamingo's birdcage. With only the steel skin, although he can guarantee that he will not be injured, Kakuzu will immediately cover his body with iron sand to block his breathing. No matter what kind of creature, as long as it cannot breathe, it will inevitably die after a period of time. Boom! He punched with a mad force, and the iron sand cage didn't move at all. As this repulsion, Tuo Yu was a little puzzled. He didn't hit this punch, but was separated by an invisible force and didn't hit it. It's useless. This trick is specially designed to deal with you, and I specially researched it. 35. Kakuzu looked at the helpless Tuo Yu triumphantly. Finally, you are going to die in my hands. Since this cage can't be opened, let's get rid of you first, so that the cage can be opened by itself. Tuo Yu sighed lightly, and said words that seemed helpless, but the content of the words made Kakuzu's eyes widen in anger. You're not ashamed. Now that you're trapped in a cage, it's impossible to hit me. Still trying to get rid of me? Who said you can't hit people through the cage? Tuo Yu smiled slightly, and then quickly printed, Fire-style Great Fireball Technique. Spit fire style towards the gap of the iron cage. After the flame physique is strengthened, the Great Fireball expands rapidly, almost instantly, it expands to about 300 meters. This was because Tuo Yu completely ignited the forest in the canyon and compressed it to a certain extent. Otherwise the Great Fireball will only be bigger. Is this the Great Fireball that Samahata guy was talking about? Kakuzu was stunned and looked up at the huge Great Fireball, a flash of despair flashing in his eyes. This FG. 9. The ninjutsu that I have worked so hard for is actually broken in seconds. If I get hit by this thing, my heart will be broken. What are you doing standing there stupidly? Hidan ran at the critical moment, grabbed the stunned Kakuzu and quickly retreated. Do you want to die here? Of course not. Kakuzu came back to his senses, because Hidan took him away quickly, and the iron sand that had lost the control of magnet style also broke into pieces and became a mess of loose sand. It was a great opportunity, but Kakuzu couldn't deny it. If it continues, he will most likely die. Chapter 215 Uchiha Itachi Dispatches. Kill Tuo Yu. 218-258. Chapter 215 Uchiha Itachi Dispatches. Kill Tuo Yu. Did you escape? Tuo Yu squinted his eyes and started to think slightly in his mind. Unexpectedly, in order to kill him, the people of Shao's organization actually began to improve their strength. This is simply outrageous, but Tukao returns to Tukao, and some attention should still be paid. Kakuzu suddenly got 2 hearts, causing him a lot of trouble. This is still Kakuzu has just acquired, not skilled enough for the strength of these 2 hearts. If you wait until Kakuzu is proficient, and cooperate with several other hearts to form a new joint ninjutsu, I am afraid that the power will be stronger. Although the iron sand cage is troublesome, he can completely evaporate the iron sand by relying on his flame constitution. This cage was nothing to Tuo Yu, but he was a little worried about whether Kakuzu would make a few more hearts and then use the joint ninjutsu that gave him a headache. It seems that we have to continue to improve our strength. In the end, Tuo Yu still felt that his strength was not strong enough. After all, the Shao organization is continuing to become stronger, and he has no reason to stay in place. There are only a dozen or 20 horizontal push ninja skills on the body, which is far from enough. At this time, whoosh whoosh, the 3 figures came quickly, and Tuo Yu looked up at them. Are you here? 5. Well, we noticed that huge fireball. Were you attacked? Shino looked solemn and carefully observed the surrounding situation. Where is the enemy? There are 2 people who smell like they've smelled it somewhere. Tooth twitched his nose, frowning and sniffing the scent. There, they have escaped. That suit is from Shao's organization. Hinata, who opened his eyes, found Hidan and Kakuzu, but the 2 had already fled quickly, and it was impossible to catch up now. Kakuzu's side is not worried. However, the actions of these 3 people were a bit unexpected. Originally Tuo Yu knew that the Suzumaki 3 would not do anything to Hinata. She just pretended to be Hinata and came to grab the bug. So he wasn't particularly worried about Hinata's safety. From the current situation, Shino and Hinata clearly misunderstood what he meant. The 2 not only rescued Hinata surreptitiously, but also captured the guarding ground bee and black bee together. You are really strong. Should you be called Konoha's hero? Suzumaki looked complicated, full of shock, longing, admiration, and so on. Having that relationship with Tuo Yu, her perception of Tuo Yu has changed drastically. Especially after knowing the identity of Tuo Yu and the powerful strength he has now shown. She strengthened her determination to stand on Tuo Yu's side. Boss, hurry up and save us. The bee cried out for help. His voice woke Suzumaki, and she trotted over. A surprise flashed in the eyes of the ground bee and the black bee. However, her next move surprised both of them. Clap, clap, 2 resounding slaps slapped the 2 into a daze. Not just the 2 of them. Even Shino and the 3 were taken aback. What's the situation? Why did you suddenly hit yourself? I don't know, could it be an infighting? The 3 were dumbfounded, and Suzumaki just looked stern and started to criticize several people. Idiot, everyone said that we need to negotiate peacefully. Why do you have to use violence? Apologize to this lady immediately. Hear this, Earth Bee and Black Bee, look at me, I look at you, with a dazed look. Don't hurry up and do it. Suzumaki shouted angrily at the 2 of them, then turned around and bowed deeply to Hinata. I'm sorry, because some misunderstandings have hurt you. If you still refuse to forgive, you will kill or kill you. Suzumbaki's eyes are vicious. At a glance, it is obvious that Hinata is indecisive. This kind of person will definitely not do ruthless things. So although she said her decision to hand over her life and death to the other party, she was sure that Hinata would never choose. Ah, no, nothing. Hinata was completely flustered, and even waved his hands, sweat dripping from his forehead. Her mind was completely confused. What's going on? The other party suddenly changed his ways. Hey, what's going on? Ya said dissatisfiedly. You have done so much to Hinata that you are planning to apologize and be done with it. That, Tooth, forget it, I'm fine anyway. Hinata pulled Raj's sleeve, telling him not to care. Tuo Yu, what did you do to her? Shino went to Tuo Yu and asked curiously. In his opinion, the other party has such a completely different attitude, it must be because of what Tuo Yu has done. You must also know that the bleak experience of their Shui Lu family in the land of the earth, and now only a few of them are left. 35. Tuo Yu chuckled and said, I just persuade them not to have unrealistic ideas. If you want to revitalize the family, you can only do it down to earth. I see. Shino nodded. Have they been collected by you? Do you want to report it to Lord Hokage? No, there's no need to do that. Tuo Yu shook his head and said, they don't belong to Konoha after all, and there was a record of attacking Konoha. Although that was what their elders did, Konoha should have a hard time accommodating them. Anyway, after this time, it will be very difficult to meet again in the future. 35. Just relying on these few people, wanting to revitalize the family seems a little delusional to me, so I don't need to worry about them. Tuo Yu said and came to Suzumaki. Suzumaki looked at him, his eyes lit up. Even the name was changed. Don't ask adults to be like this. Tuo Yu smiled softly. Remember what I said, if you want to revitalize the family, don't think about those crooked ways, or you have to be down to earth. Yes, Tuo Yu-kun. Suzumaki nodded earnestly. Hey, did you just let them go? Fang was still a little dissatisfied, but Nai-he, as the kidnapped Hinata himself, didn't say anything. All he could do was whimper. Okay, this mission has been successfully completed, we should go. After saying that, Tuo Yu packed his luggage and prepared to go back. And Suzumaki just pulled his sleeve with a look of reluctance. Will you come to see me? I live near here, if you're okay, you can come and see me, or I'll go to Konoha to find you. Tuo Yu touched Suzumaki's hair and said fondly, of course it will. 35. Rain Country, Rain Shinobi Village. After running all the way back from the battlefield, Hidan and Kakuzu quickly returned to Akatsuki's secret base. How is the result? Pain looked at Kakuzu with emotionless eyes, without any sense of urgency. But he was the first to ask the question. Almost. Kakuzu didn't speak, and Hidan, who was watching the battle, pointedly said, Kakuzu's eldest brother trapped the Tuo Yu at that time. If he hadn't suddenly displayed a very strong fire style, Kakuzu's eldest brother would have killed him. Although it is a pity, it has brought extremely useful information. Sasori said, at least it proves that Tuo Yu is not an existence that cannot be killed. As long as he finds the right method, he can be killed. Then who went over this time? Let me explain in advance that my current strength has not made any progress. Hoshigaki Kisame said, this is a problem, we are not like Kakuzu, we can improve our strength easily. Deidara clasped her hands behind her head with a look of indifference, and my bombs can only be regarded as pediatrics in front of senior Tuo Yu, and they are nothing at all. Shut up for me. 9. Conan said angrily. At present, there is still no one who can win Tuo Yu, and if you send everyone rashly, it will be easy to panic. When we haven't declared war with the entire ninja world, our actions should be kept secret. Quote, Conan is right. Pain nodded. Since you can't figure it out for the time being, then let the meeting go, and everyone go back and think about the countermeasures. No matter what, Tuo Yu has to be removed, he will definitely be the biggest obstacle to our plan. All disbanded, and Uchiha Itachi, who was silent the whole time, walked silently in the dark passage. Itachi, leave this to you. A voice suddenly came from the darkness, and when I looked back, it was a man with a spiral mask. Uchiha Itachi looked in the direction of the voice, and with the help of the faint light from the crack in the wall, he saw the other party's spiral mask, Madara. Obito nodded gloomily. Tuo Yu is our biggest threat right now. Among the people present, you are the only one who has not yet fought against him, and your strength is unfathomable, not to mention that you still have the pupil technique of Mangekyo Sharingan. Obito is very thoughtful. Uchiha Itachi's strength is unfathomable and has a full pair of Mangekyo. And I only have one, so I can't exert the strongest strength. If the strength of Uchiha Itachi can be further improved, the probability of killing Tuo Yu will be higher. At this stage, killing the unplanned talent of Tuo Yu is the most critical. There is absolutely nothing wrong with Project Tsuki no Mi, and Uchiha Itachi won't betray me even if his strength increases. Everything he did was for the sake of his younger brother, and as long as the master's information, Uchiha Itachi would not dare to rashly become an enemy of himself. As a member of the Uchiha clan, he has the confidence to improve Uchiha Itachi's strength, and he will not be attacked by him. Others are not so good. Everyone is rebellious and forbearance, and loyalty may not be fully guaranteed. At the end of the day, they just gathered under the great strength of Nagato, and the strength of Nagato was the hub where they came together. Otherwise, they who possessed the arrogance of the strong would have long since become a piece of loose sand, and they would not condense at all. All of this relies on a powerful force. Kill Tuo Yu. Hearing Obito's words, Uchiha Itachi frowned slightly and his mind became alive. Let him attack Konoha. With his strength, if he wants to kill Tuo Yu, he must use all his strength. But in that case, the loss to Konoha will undoubtedly be huge. At that time, will Sarutobi Hiruzen and the others continue to abide by their agreement and protect Sasuke? No, he can't take the initiative now. I personally saw him in the snow country, and to be honest, his strength is too strong. I feel that he is not an opponent at all. Uchiha Itachi shied away. Why don't you do it yourself? You are Uchiha's genius, with unlimited potential. I'm afraid it's more than enough to deal with a kid. I have my considerations. Obito said, if you think you're not strong enough, consider my approach. Uchiha Itachi frowned. How to divide? 9. Let your Mangekyo be the eternal Mangekyo. Chapter 216 The Second Pillar of Sadness. Start learning 8 inner gates. 219-258. Chapter 216 The Second Pillar of Sadness. Start learning 8 inner gates. What? Let my Mangekyo be eternal Mangekyo. Uchiha Itachi's eyelids twitched, and he sensed an unprecedented danger. How do you want to do it? The face under Obito's mask had a wicked smile. It's very simple. First find a way to open your brother's eyes, and then take his eyes back. Obito spoke in a relaxed tone, but paid attention to Uchiha Itachi's attitude. His words were like jumping left and right on the fire pit, and if he was not careful, he would set himself on fire. But, he needed this to observe Uchiha Itachi's attitude. If Uchiha Itachi shoots directly, he can take out a destabilizing factor in Akatsuki's organization. If you don't make a move, you can naturally continue to advance. Uchiha Itachi's hand clenched subconsciously, but soon loosened. If it doesn't hurt his life, I can consider it. Don't worry, it's just to steal his eyes, and you can find a pair of eyes for him at any time, and it won't delay his vision. Obito was slightly relieved. He didn't want to clash with Uchiha Itachi here. Because Uchiha Itachi's strength should not be underestimated. He also dared not say that he has absolute certainty over Uchiha Itachi. Remember what you said, if you dare to hurt Sasuke's life. Uchiha Itachi didn't finish his sentence, but his threat was also revealed. I can promise, Obito said, his eyes slightly curved. Konoha village. It has been several days since Tuo Yu and the others' last mission. And this moment, in the training ground in the woods outside the village, a handsome but unhappy pillar was practicing ninjutsu in the woods at this time. Sasuke gasped, sweat dripping down his cheeks. Hateful, he punched the ground, and 137's face was full of unwillingness. I'm so weak. Why am I so weak? How can I kill you like this? Itachi. His eyes were filled with murderous intent. But in the depths of the killing intent, there are more complex emotions. In the end, Itachi has too many unique meanings for him. If he could, he really wanted to ask what really happened that night. But as time passed, he woke up from nightmares countless times, and this idea had been completely buried in his heart by him. There was only one thing he could think of right now. That's killing the weasel. Damn it. He threw his fist on the ground in anger. Unwilling tears rolled down his eyes. There is no such powerful person of the same age as Tuo Yu around him, and he may not be so unwilling. But as the gap between him and Tuo Yu widened, he became more and more aware of his weakness. The talent that was once taken as a warning seems to be only a short-lived dream. It was as if the whole world was telling him, "You are a genius, you are nothing." He once firmly believed that as long as he worked hard enough, he would definitely be able to take revenge. But now, this belief has been shattered. He felt more and more that the burden on his body gradually became heavier. The scenes he had seen on countless nightmare nights appeared before his eyes one by one. The lifeless corpses on the street. Itachi's eyes were expressionless and cold, witnessing the death of a parent and more, all turned into invisible pressure on his thin shoulders. Do you think this is good? Might Guy frowned and looked at Sasuke not far away. He is deep in revenge, and giving him strength at this time is not helping him. If you don't help him guide him to the right path, he will only be destroyed by himself in the end. Lose. I can't help it. 99. Kakashi sighed deeply and looked at Sasuke with complicated eyes. Even if you don't know how powerful Itachi is, you should know, even if you and I face Itachi, it's hard to say victory or defeat. I am worried that if Sasuke and Itachi meet one day, I am afraid that Sasuke will be killed by Itachi. I just want to give Sasuke enough strength to protect himself. Kakashi's eyes were full of worry, both the fear that Sasuke was out of control, and the fear that Sasuke was helpless and killed. Might Guy gave Kakashi a deep look, then withdrew his gaze with a solemn expression. Since you have made a decision, you must be prepared to bear the consequences. 55. Kakashi glanced gratefully at Might Guy. Thanks a lot, Guy. You are the enemy of my life, don't say such a raw thing. Might Guy burst into a smile, and then stepped towards Sasuke, who was resting in the training ground. Sasuke stared blankly at Kakashi and Might Guy in front of him. What do you guys say? Young Sasuke, seeing you practice so hard, I am touched by your burning blood. How about it? Would you like to learn from me? Might Guy shows his trademark thumb, showing his white teeth. Learn what? Sasuke was still at a loss. Sasuke boy, we all know that you carry hatred on your back, so we hope that you can quickly increase your power. 35. Might Guy's face suddenly turned serious, so I'm going to teach you the 8 inner gates technique. Sasuke's eyes lit up. 8 inner gates. He had already seen Locke perform this trick. That kind of powerful improvement in physical fitness made him understand that the potential of this move is very strong. However, this move puts a lot of burden on the body. With your current physique, I estimate that opening the 4th gate is already the limit. If you continue, I'm afraid your body will be unable to bear the burden, and you will eventually collapse and die. 99. Might Guy said solemnly. 8 inner gates is a double-edged sword. Although it can greatly improve one's own strength, it also places a heavy burden on the body, and if you are not careful, you will fall into a dead end. So, don't use it unless you have to, you know. Might Guy kept his eyes on Sasuke. He wanted to observe Sasuke's attitude. If there is a problem with his attitude, he will have to consider whether to teach. If the temptation of power cannot be resisted, the 8 inner gates will only become a poison to hasten death. I know. Sasuke's face was solemn. I still have things to do, Kasi, and I'm not going to die casually. During the Chunin exam, although Rock Lee showed great strength, it is also a fact that he was defeated by guard due to the mistakes after overloading. He knew how burdensome this move was. If that's the case, then I'll teach you. Might Guy is slightly satisfied. Although it wasn't the perfect answer in his heart, at least Sasuke's appearance wasn't tempted by power. Sasuke, next I will teach you how to use Reikiri. 99. Kakashi then stepped forward and said, and, about the way Sharingan is used. 35. So when do we start? Sasuke buried his joy deep in his heart after the initial shock. He knows, only the power of the master in the hands is real. If there is no master, the joy will only turn into disappointment, or even despair. Start now, Kakashi said. I know you are eager to take revenge on Itachi, but you must stabilize your heart. You are young enough, and the burden of revitalizing the Uchiha family is also very important. Don't put all your thoughts on revenge. 5. I understand, thank you, Kakashi-sensei. Sasuke's eyes moved for a moment, but soon became firm. I know what to do. That's good. Kakashi looked into Sasuke's eyes and sighed inwardly. He knew that Sasuke didn't quite listen to him. But now he has no other choice. If you don't want Sasuke to be killed by Itachi outside for no apparent reason, all he can do is improve the strength of the collar. The next few days, under the guidance of Kakashi and Might Guy, Sasuke quickly masters new knowledge. A piercing bird chirping emanated from Sasuke's palm. White electricity scurried in his palms. With Sasuke's talent, in just a few days, he has already mastered Chidori, the predecessor of Reikiri. As this Chidori, Sasuke stared obsessively at the white electric current in his hand, which was his master's first advanced ninjutsu. However, he still had some doubts in his heart. Is there any difference between Chidori and Reikiri? Actually, Kakashi was about to explain. Might Guy on the side said, Chidori and Reikiri are a ninjutsu, but Kakashi used Reikiri to cut the thunder and lightning in the sky, so he changed his name to Reikiri. Cut off the lightning. Sasuke looked at Kakashi in shock. Kakashi has always been very laid back, and has no mastery at all. Although he knew that Kakashi was strong, he didn't expect Kakashi to be able to achieve that level. Cut off the lightning in the sky. How strong is that? Yes, but you certainly can't do that now. Might Guy smiled and said, so you have to keep working hard. I've already mastered the injury door, should the next Duman continue? 35. Sasuke asked, when I saw Xiao Li, he opened Duman, didn't he? But you also saw what happened to Xiao Li who opened Duman. Might Guy said with a serious face, don't be a prisoner of power, but control power, otherwise you will only bury yourself. All right, Sasuke was a little unwilling. But he also knew through the experience of the past few days how huge the burden of 8 inner gates was on the body. We have taught you everything we can teach at this stage, and you need to become proficient in them now. Kakashi said, you can't master the power of master right now. Okay, I will. Sasuke nodded, I want to continue practicing. Well, let's go first. Don't put yourself too tight, you still have a lot of room for improvement. Kakashi ordered and left with Might Guy. Sasuke watched the two leave silently. The black pupils in his eyes suddenly turned scarlet. Originally there were only 2 Tomo eyes, but it became 3 Tomo. Finally, I have finally mastered my true power. After confirming that Kakashi and Might Guy really left, Sasuke's face was calm. The rest is only madness. He's been waiting too long for this day. Now, I finally have power. Don't worry, I have to continue to work hard. 8 inner gates has 8 gate. Opening the 4th gate already has such a strong increase. How strong will it be if the 8th gate is opened? Chapter 217 Uchiha Itachi was killed. What happened? 220-258. Chapter 217 Uchiha Itachi was killed. What happened? Sasuke tried to calm his excitement. But the crazy smile on his face was hard to hide. In front of Kakashi and Might Guy, he needs to hide his inner ecstasy. Because he knows that once he acts too crazy, the next study will definitely be opposed by Kakashi and Might Guy. Maybe the two are well-intentioned. But in Sasuke's eyes all he wanted was power. Kindness. It's a good idea to give him strength. Sasuke, I heard from Mr. Guy that you have made great progress recently, and you have also learned 8 inner gates. How about you? Do you want to learn from each other? 99. Lockley suddenly appeared. He came here on purpose. As a mediocre ninja unable to perform ninjutsu and illusion, he became a taijutsu genius with his perseverance. However, the mediocrity of the past made him resent those geniuses. He wanted to prove that it wasn't a genius to be a good ninja. Anyone can become a great ninja if they work hard. So, after hearing that Sasuke had also learned 8 inner gates, he began to think about asking Sasuke to learn from it. This proves that even a mediocre person like him can overcome a genius. Oh, it's you. Sasuke turned his head and tilted his neck, his eyes slightly horrified. Just right, I also want to try my current strength. Boom, boom. Lockley took off the weight on his body and stirred up a lot of dust. He put on a serious posture. Please enlighten me. No problem. 35. Sasuke had a crazy smile on his face. Not in front of Kakashi and Might Guy, he didn't need to pretend. And he also needs someone to vent the ecstasy that has accumulated in his heart. He needs a hearty battle to show how strong he is now. Boom, 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 boom. The training ground roared. Rock Lee and Sasuke, who opened the 4th gate before the 8 inner gates, were so fast that the naked eye couldn't catch up with them. The collision between the two always made a violent muffled sound, and the ground became pitted under their bombardment. After a fierce battle, Rock Lee eventually lost to Sasuke, who was knocked out by his punch. Boom. Smashing the tree heavily, Rock Lee automatically released the 8 inner gates state and fell into a coma. Is this my power now? Sasuke also lifted the 8 inner gates, panting slightly, looking at his slightly trembling palm with excitement on his face. In this battle, although he won, the head-to-head battle made it difficult for him to resist. If it wasn't for Sharingan's strong dynamic vision, he wouldn't necessarily be able to defeat Rock Lee. But he did not use Chidori in this battle, because he was afraid that when he used Chidori, he would not be able to stop the car and kill Rock Lee. He has only one goal after all. The current Sasuke is not the one who will do anything to achieve his goals. Ha ha ha, ha ha ha, ha 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 ha. In the devastated training ground, only Sasuke's wild laughter spread. I can't help it, I can't help it. This is the posture of the strong, the pleasure of having power. The other side, who is it? Outside Konoha village, in the forest. The Konoha shinobi who were on patrol were taken aback. 2 people suddenly appeared in front of him, and one of them actually had a Sharingan from the Uchiha clan. He immediately realized who this man was. Damn, this message must be passed back. He threw 2 kunai, trying to restrain each other. But, puff, he stared blankly at the palm that penetrated his chest, the light in his eyes slowly disappearing. Uchiha Itachi glanced at the dead Konoha shinobi, and Obito who killed him. You strike too hard. Don't forget, we agreed not to hurt my brother. Don't worry, I'll keep my word. Obito shook off the blood from his palms, and the two sneaked into the Konoha village. Soon, they found Sasuke who was laughing wildly just after the battle. Obito gave Uchiha Itachi a strange look, your brother is really unique. 5. Humph. Uchiha Itachi didn't speak, but he also frowned unconsciously. What happened? I haven't seen you for so long, why does my brother seem to be an idiot? Now that you've found it, let's get down to business. Obito doesn't want to waste time either, this is Konoha village after all. If you wait for a long time, accidents can happen. Everything is going according to plan, and I will be there at the critical moment. Obito said, go, Uchiha Itachi, let me see your performance. You don't need to say more, I know what to do. Uchiha Itachi said, his hands in a seal. In the forest, seemingly tired, Sasuke stopped laughing and gasped. At this time, several crows flew in front of him. He frowned, and an ominous premonition suddenly appeared in his heart, what's going on with these crows? However, something shocked him. Those crows flew to the opposite side of him, and finally formed a person. A man he thought about and wanted to kill. Long time no see, Sasuke. Uchiha Itachi's face was expressionless, and there was no warmth in his words. Uchiha, Itachi. Sasuke's eyes widened, filled with disbelief. But then, he gritted his teeth and called out Uchiha Itachi's name, and quickly gathered Chidori in his hands. How dare you appear in front of me? I must kill you today. 3 Tomo Sharingan appeared in his eyes. This surprised Obito, who was watching in secret. Is there even a 3 Tomo? It's surprising, but it makes the plan go smoothly. 99. You seem to have some power. Uchiha Itachi was also a little surprised, but his face remained indifferent, but it's not enough. That's it. With extreme hatred in his eyes, Sasuke forcibly opened 8 inner gates regardless of his physical fatigue. Open the door, open. 8 inner gates. Uchiha Itachi finally frowned, of course it's not enough. Death to me, Itachi. 35. Sasuke turned into an electric light and stepped on the ground with force, and the whole ground was shattered by his power. The powerful force turned into thrust and instantly made him eject like a bullet. The piercing Chidori in his hand flashed a white electric current. The already powerful penetrating power coupled with the ultra-high speed provided by 8 inner gates makes this move extremely powerful. 18. Tips for carving insects. Uchiha Itachi didn't move, standing still to face Sasuke's attack. Boom. Sasuke was bounced back by a powerful force, and he looked at the chakra condensate like a rib wrapped around Uchiha Itachi in shock. That is, what? 0 flowers. You don't need to know now because you don't deserve it. 5. Uchiha Itachi looked at Sasuke with a look of disappointment in his eyes. Is that all you have? My stupid brother, you really let me down. Hateful. How could Sasuke endure Itachi's sarcasm? He stood up, gathered Chidori in his hands again, and charged towards Uchiha Itachi. How is this going? Kakashi looked shocked, as did Might Guy next to him. After they left, they heard a loud noise from the training ground, so they went back the same way. That's when Sasuke and Rock Lee were fighting. By the time they arrived, the battle between Sasuke and Xiao Li was already over. But what they didn't expect was that the one who was fighting Sasuke was the one Sasuke was thinking of. What should I do now? Sasuke is not his opponent at all, what is that on him? Such a high defense. Might Guy's expression was solemn. Even if it's me, I'm afraid I can't easily break through that layer of defense. I have no idea. Kakashi has only one eye, so naturally he can't condense Susanoo, but if we don't make a move, Sasuke will definitely be killed by him. Alright then, I'll rush up to stop it. You take Xiao Li and Sasuke and leave first. Might Guy said, and was about to rush out. And many more. Kakashi grabbed Might Guy and said, he's an illusionist, what should you do if you've been involved in illusions in the past? Leave the delay to me, and you take them to a safe place. Well, Might Guy nodded. Don't die, we haven't decided yet. Don't worry, I won't die so easily. 5. Kakashi smiled, albeit reluctantly. However this time, there was a sudden change in the field. How can you use it for me if yours is only so much? 55. Uchiha Itachi pressed Sasuke step by step. At this time, Sasuke was already stunned, slumped on the ground and his legs trembled uncontrollably. His attack was completely ineffective and could not break through Susanoo's defenses around Uchiha Itachi at all. Don't come here. Sasuke crawled back helplessly, a look of fear on his face. Puff. Sasuke's eyes widened, looking ahead in disbelief. In his sight, a hand penetrated Uchiha Itachi's chest, the blood on the palm of the hand holding kunai was clear, and the stunned look in Uchiha Itachi's eyes was so real. Shit. Sasuke let out a soft moan that he couldn't believe. He couldn't believe that such a powerful Itachi could be killed so easily. The uncontrollable sadness that emerged in his heart caused tears to fall from the corners of his eyes involuntarily. In his eyes, Tomo seemed to have undergone some changes, but it didn't seem to have happened. Who is he? Kakashi looked shocked. He is also wearing Akatsuki's clothes, but why did he raid Uchiha Itachi? Infighting. But why at this time? Might Guy was also puzzled. They were still thinking about how to save Xiao Li and Sasuke, but they didn't expect such a change. Uchiha Itachi, I didn't expect you to be a spy who infiltrated our organization. Fortunately, I found out in time. Obito smiled wickedly, but I'm also kind enough, and letting you see your brother before you die can make up for your regrets, isn't it? Chapter 218 Sasuke opens Mangekyo. Third generation panics. 221-258. Chapter 218 Sasuke opens Mangekyo. Third generation panics. Uchiha Itachi's eyes were full of disbelief. He wanted to turn back, and reached out weakly and grabbed behind him. But in the end, his hand fell, and even his head drooped down, unable to rest his eyes. Susanoo also dissipated. Although you are a spy, your body is very precious and cannot be left here. Saying that, Obito took back Uchiha Itachi's body with his Mangekyo Sharingan. Ignorant kid, wake up and still alive. Obito said something to Sasuke, who was stunned, and then he disappeared in a spiral. How about it? Secretly, Uchiha Itachi asked Obito, who had returned. There is a change, he seems to be digesting the news that you died in front of him. 35. Obito chuckled and said, however, it's really a realistic body replacement technique, and it's almost like the real thing. That's the only way to make him think I'm dead. Uchiha Itachi looked at Sasuke, who was still sluggish in the field, with a blank expression. Otherwise, it is very likely that he will be worn out. He seems to have reacted. Obito looked carefully, and Sasuke finally had a reaction. Sasuke covered his cheeks with trembling hands, and he could see his pupils shaking violently through his fingers. What? He uttered a cry of 137, and his voice contained fear, confusion and pain. Sasuke never thought that Uchiha Itachi, who he wanted to kill with all his heart, died in front of him, and what he felt was not joy, but pain. He just realized how painful it is to see one's enemy killed by someone else. Finally, the complex emotions turned into negative energy and gathered in his pupils, causing his pupils to change. It worked. Obito nodded with satisfaction. Now withdraw for the time being, I don't want to rush to get his eyes. You mean we were discovered? Uchiha Itachi's eyes drifted to where Kakashi and Might Guy were hiding. The two of them are not easy opponents, and there is no need to make trouble at this time. Obito said, using Kamui to leave the place. Uchiha Itachi gave Sasuke a deep look and disappeared into the same place as a crow. Sasuke, Kakashi and Might Guy came out of their hideout only after seeing the two leave. Although I don't know what their purpose is, it is certain that it must be related to Sasuke. Their priority now is to get Sasuke back to safety. Kakashi-sensei. Sasuke's blank face was aimed at Kakashi, and the change in his pupils made Kakashi frown deeply. Kakashi's Sharingan also has Mangekyo Hitomi. Although the pattern was different, he recognized what had changed in Sasuke's eyes. But at this time he didn't have time to think about it, he just wanted Sasuke to leave quickly. On the other hand, Might Guy simply checked it out, and after confirming that Locke was only slightly injured and that his physical strength was excessive, he could not help but breathe a sigh of relief. He carried Xiao Li on his back and said to Kakashi, it is not advisable to stay here for a long time, let's leave first. It is good. Kakashi nodded, and Sasuke, who was unable to get up on his back, also left. On the way back to the village, jumping between the trees, Sasuke suddenly spoke up. The man said that Itachi was a spy. Sasuke was a little dazed when he said this. What exactly does he mean? Spy. Kakashi's face was shocked, and he thought of many things in an instant. Did he really say that? That's right. 35. Sasuke nodded slowly, but Itachi is a rebel, not a spy. I'm afraid this is a bit strange. Kakashi frowned and said, if anyone knows the specifics of this matter, I'm afraid it's only that one. The one. Sasuke's head was very confused at this time, and he didn't understand who Kakashi was talking about. Let's go now. Kakashi's eyes narrowed and he changed his direction, heading towards the Hokage building. Boom. For the first time, Kakashi slammed into the door very rudely. Surprised by Sarutobi Hiruzen, he hurriedly closed the crystal ball peeping at the women's bathhouse. Kakashi, why are you so flustered? Sarutobi Hiruzen said with some dissatisfaction. Don't you know you have to knock on the door when you come in? At this time, Kakashi can't care about this. Hokage-sama, I have something to ask about Uchiha Itachi. Itachi. 35. Now Sarutobi Hiruzen was a little flustered. Why did he suddenly say something about him? Because he appeared. Kakashi said with a solemn expression. He appeared on the training ground and showed great strength, and Sasuke was almost killed by him. But it's not this that matters, it's what happens next. Kakashi paused, watching Sarutobi Hiruzen's face carefully. Obviously, Sarutobi Hiruzen panicked. What happened next? Sarutobi Hiruzen hurriedly asked. A man wearing a spiral mask suddenly appeared and killed Uchiha Itachi from behind, saying he was a spy who had infiltrated the organization. When Kakashi said this, his eyes did not leave Sarutobi Hiruzen's face. Hokage-sama, is Itachi really a spy sent by the village? If that's the case, the tragedy a few years ago. Hearing Kakashi's unfinished words, Sasuke could not help but pique his ears and listen intently. Could it be that Itachi didn't kill his clan? Sasuke's heart Chunin couldn't help but feel a glimmer of hope. Of course not, Sarutobi Hiruzen said decisively. Uchiha Itachi is the culprit who killed the Uchiha clan. Of course the village will not let him be a spy, and he will not help the village to do anything. Think about it, if he was still part of the village, how could he have created that tragedy? Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression did not change at all. But the heart is already very anxious. Weasel was killed. This is too sudden. Although such a confidant was killed, Sarutobi Hiruzen should be grateful. But at the same time, the information about Akatsuki's organization was also interrupted. How to guard against this mysterious organization? But fortunately, there is still Tuo Yu. As long as Tuo Yu is there is hope for everything. Thinking of this, Sarutobi Hiruzen's troubled mind gradually calmed down. Is that so? Seeing that Sarutobi Hiruzen's face was slowly calming down, Kakashi sighed inwardly, then took 2 steps back and said, I'm sorry, it's too shocking, so I'm a little rude this time. After hearing the conversation between the two, Sasuke's eyes darkened again. Sure enough, that guy was the murderer. Just to test my so-called power, I actually killed all the clansmen. Uchiha Itachi, I must kill, Sasuke suddenly remembered that Uchiha Itachi had been killed in front of him. 0. Suddenly, Sasuke lost his goal. All of a sudden he looked a little dazed. It's okay, you are also concerned about the village, so you are so flustered. 35. Sarutobi Hiruzen breathed a sigh of relief, with a dignified look on his face. However, the village was quietly sneaked in. It's too dangerous. Is there something wrong with the village's enchantment? Kakashi, go check the barrier. If there is a loophole, you must repair it in time, otherwise the enemy will take the opportunity to enter and cause unimaginable damage to the village. Sarutobi Hiruzen decisively gave orders to Kakashi. Yes, Hokage-sama. Kakashi nodded, then walked out of the office with a weak Sasuke on his back. However, as soon as Kakashi left, Danzo followed him to Hokage's office. Danzo, since you are here, your roots must have gotten the news, right? Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned immediately when he saw Danzo. Why didn't you tell me about this? If it wasn't for my quick reaction, I'm afraid Kakashi would have seen the clue. It's good to deny it, no one knows about it except Uchiha Itachi and his .35. Danzo said lightly. Now we have another question before us, and that is what to do with the remaining Uchiha. You want to get rid of Sasuke. Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes widened. He's still just a child. You can't get rid of him. If I find out that you assassinated secretly, I will never spare you. HMPH, you are still indecisive as always. Danzo snorted and turned to leave. Only one sentence was left in Sarutobi Hiruzen's ears. Uchiha has always been a troublemaker. You'll regret it sooner or later. You don't need to worry about it. Sarutobi Hiruzen said coldly. I am Konoha's Hokage, not you. Danzo's figure paused, and his cheeks couldn't help twitching. He resisted the urge to turn back and curse, and continued walking out of Hokage's office. Sasuke, your injury is not serious, just rest at home for a while. Kakashi sent the weak Sasuke back to his home, and then seriously exhorted, you have experienced enough things today. 2.6 Don't think about it, take good care of your body first, and we will think about the next things carefully later. 99. Understood, Kakashi-sensei. Sasuke nodded, the expression on his face very indifferent. It was this indifference that made Kakashi even more worried. Unfortunately, he is not good at comforting others after all. Uchiha Itachi was killed with his own hands in front of Sasuke's eyes. The shock was too great for Sasuke. Kakashi can imagine the torment Sasuke went through at this time. It was as if he had killed Rin Nohara with his own hands. Fortunately, now that Nohara Rin is resurrected because of Tuo Yu's relationship, he also has a chance to make up for his regrets. At least, his buddy came back with one. After a year, maybe even Obito will be able to come back to him. Thinking of this, Kakashi's heart was filled with tenderness. Also sadly, it would be nice if Tuo Yu resurrected others without so many restrictions. If it could be like Orochimaru's Impure World Reincarnation. No, Impure World Reincarnation is a forbidden technique. What am I thinking about? Kakashi left Uchiha's mansion with some confused thoughts. Sasuke was left alone to face the empty mansion. Chapter 219 It started. Sasuke is pretending again. 222-258. Chapter 219 It started. Sasuke is pretending again. Itachi died, but I didn't kill it. Sasuke's expression became complicated. He wanted to kill Uchiha Itachi with his own hands, but when Uchiha Itachi died in front of him, he couldn't bear it. It is up to me to kill him to count as complete revenge. What is this situation now? Correct. At that time my eyes seemed to. 35. Sasuke suddenly remembered that there were some strange changes in his eyes when he saw Itachi being killed. He hurriedly came to the mirror and turned on his Sharingan. 3 Tomo, very normal. But next, swish, his Sharingan turned into something weird. The original 3 Tomo were connected together to form a triangular shuriken. And outside this triangular shuriken, there is a pattern of a 6-pointed star. This, Sasuke immediately thought of what he had heard and what was recorded in the family books he found. Is this the legendary Mangekyo Sharingan? Sasuke couldn't help stroking his eyes, and his eyes gradually became wild. I'm afraid Itachi's powerful defensive ninjutsu is also because of Mangekyo Sharingan. I will also have that powerful power in the future. With this power, I will definitely be able to revitalize my Uchiha clan, and let the great name of my Uchiha clan resound throughout the entire ninja world. It started. Sasuke has started again. 20. Seeing himself driving Mangekyo, Sasuke became more and more excited, and the corners of his mouth curved in an exaggerated range. He can't wait to experiment with these eyes now, completely ignoring that he has not fully recovered at this time. He rushed out of the house and went straight to the training ground. Certainly, is another training ground. He didn't want to encounter any accident. Sasuke. A call came from behind, and Sasuke turned around and was surprised to find that it was Rock Lee. At this time, Locke's face was a little tired, but he didn't have many injuries. Rock Lee woke up shortly after Might Guy sent him to the hospital. And the first thing he did when he woke up was to find Sasuke. He didn't know what he wanted to say, but he just couldn't help but want to find Sasuke. It seemed that finding him would find some of the answers he was looking for. Is it you? Sasuke's face was indifferent, he turned around and wanted to leave. But he quickly stopped. It's not enough for me to test alone. Although Xiao Li's strength is not as good as mine, he is still very strong, especially when 8 inner gates are activated. But this time it's just a test, you don't need to use 8 inner gates. But there is no problem with having Xiao Li assist with some tests. Little Li, I want to test my current strength, come and do me a favor. He turned his head to Rock Lee and said. After speaking, he continued to run towards the training ground. Good. 35. Locke was stunned for a while, but he didn't expect that Sasuke would ask him to help with the test. It just so happened that he was also at a loss, and Sasuke's words relieved some of his embarrassment. The two came to the quiet and unmanned training ground. Well, what test are you going to do, Sasuke? Rock Lee scratched the back of his head, looking a little dazed. Test your reflexes and use your strongest strength to throw kunai at me. Sasuke stood 5 meters away from Rock Lee. Don't worry about hurting me, just do your best. 99. Since you say so, all right. 35. Rock Lee nodded, then took out a few kunai from the prop bag, and then threw them out with all his strength. Sasuke turns on the Mangekyo Sharingan immediately. Under the extremely strong dynamic vision, the few kunai that were hard to see with the naked eye were like fallen leaves drifting by in his eyes at this time. At this time, he seemed to be in bullet time, and he could clearly see the slow trajectory of things. With this extremely strong dynamic vision, Sasuke immediately calculated where several kunai would fall. He dodged easily, and then said excitedly, go on. Rock Lee was still a little worried, but when he saw Sasuke dodging easily, he felt relieved immediately. He threw dozens of kunai in a row, but he still didn't touch a single hair of Sasuke. This cannot help but arouse Locke's heart of victory or defeat. I can't believe I can't beat him today. Locke's eyes were firm, and the kunai in his hand clenched tightly. At this time, test of responsiveness ends. 35. Sasuke moved his muscles and muscles, then put on a posture and said, next, we will do actual combat training. 5. Of course, you won't have to cast 8 inner gates this time. The side effects of 8 inner gates are too great, even Sasuke dare not face it easily. Good. 35. In the face of challenges, Rock Lee will naturally not back down. I will show you my true strength. That's the best. Sasuke grinned wildly. Then his figure rushed towards Rock Lee at an extremely fast speed. Rock Lee rose to the challenge and rushed over. The two immediately went head to head, using both hands and feet, either attacking or defending. In just a short period of time, the two fought a dozen times. Not only dynamic vision, taijutsu's movements are smoother, and ninjutsu has become much easier. Is this the power of Mangekyo? Sasuke got more and more excited as he fought. Finally, he didn't hold back his strength with another punch, and knocked Rock Lee out. This discussion is over, but at this moment, my stupid brother, you really let me down. The sudden appearance of Uchiha Itachi's voice immediately gave Sasuke goosebumps. Who's making a fool of yourself? He immediately looked around, but saw no one in sight. I am here. Uchiha Itachi's voice came from behind, and Sasuke's body immediately stiffened. He turned his head slowly and saw Uchiha Itachi looking at him expressionlessly from behind him. Impossible. You are already dead. I saw it with my own eyes. After Sasuke was stunned, his expression changed greatly. Even Rock Lee was surprised. He only roughly heard the second half of what Might Guy said. But he also knows that the man who looks very similar to Sasuke, but is older, is actually Sasuke's brother. And this brother was stabbed to death directly under his nose before. Perhaps because of this, Rock Lee really regarded Sasuke as his companion. I will break your loneliness. Before Rock Lee found Sasuke, he vowed to say this sentence. Now, however, Uchiha Itachi, who was thought to be dead, suddenly appears. His pure brain was thrown into chaos. Didn't you say he's dead? Locke backed back in panic. How could he be here? He hadn't seen how strong Uchiha Itachi was. But his master Might Guy himself stated that he was no match for Uchiha Itachi. I didn't expect that you haven't seen through the little tricks I've played. I'm so disappointed. 5. Uchiha Itachi's eyes were extremely cold, and the scarlet Sharingan was full of oppression. The trick. 35. Sasuke was stunned for a moment, and suddenly thought of a possibility. 137. His face suddenly became ugly. You used illusion on me. Of course it's magic. Obito appeared in a spiral mask, standing beside Uchiha Itachi, equally condescending, and we designed all this to get you to break the string in your head. Sasuke, after all, you only exist to measure my device, and your eyes are also for me. Uchiha Itachi pressed hard, but Sasuke stepped back again and again, daring not to resist. Now, hand over your eyes. Uchiha Itachi squeezed Sasuke's neck and slowly reached his eyes with the other hand. Sasuke trembled uncontrollably. He felt the fierce killing intent emanating from Uchiha Itachi. This killing intent was stronger than the one he felt from Orochimaru. This biting cold feeling made Sasuke almost think his body would freeze. But now, he faces bigger troubles. The fingers stretched out like the death knell of the countdown. He tried to reach out to block, but in the end there was nothing he could do. Puff. What? Sasuke covered his eyes and fell to the ground struggling in pain. After taking out Sasuke's eyes, Uchiha Itachi carefully put Sasuke's eyes into a glass container. There is a large amount of normal saline in the container, in order to ensure the freshness of Sharingan. You, what are you doing with Sasuke's eyes? Rock Lee gathered up his courage and stood in front of Uchiha Itachi. He's your brother. 99. Brother. 35. Uchiha Itachi turned his body, looked at the shivering Rock Lee and said, Sasuke's body exists for me. Now is the time to let Sasuke play his part. Chapter 220 Start the simulation. This time we will open Susugo Gundam. 223-258. Chapter 220 Start the simulation. This time we will open Susugo Gundam. Puff. Uchiha Itachi closed his eyes and let the tears of blood slide from the corners of his eyes. Tell him when he wakes up and let him chase me with these eyes. 35. Uchiha threw his eyes to Shaoli casually. Your companions should know medical ninjutsu. Give him these eyes, and let him use the power of these eyes to find me. I'll be waiting for him. Complete the quest to catch the worms. The three of Tuo Yu and Hinata finally returned to Konoha. However, before Tuo Yu went to enjoy Konoha's leisure time, a group of people rushed in front of him. Quick, Tuo Yu-kun. Please save Sasuke-kun. A female genin of his time wailed. Sasuke, what's wrong with him? Tuo Yu frowned, always feeling that something was wrong. However, others were shouting in his ear, and he couldn't figure out the ins and outs of the matter at all. Listen to me all, he shouted, and when everyone stopped in surprise, he pointed to a person and said, what happened? You tell everything you know. After listening to this man's excited narration, Tuo Yu also understood what happened. Kakuzu said before that everyone in the Akatsuki organization is working hard to improve. Tuo Yu was secretly shocked, as this what Uchiha Itachi thought of. He would not hesitate to hurt his younger brother to get Sasuke's Mangekyo. But has Sasuke awakened Mangekyo? How could it be so fast? The scene of Uchiha Itachi and Obito on the training ground was not seen by many. Otherwise, he knew that Uchiha Itachi was forced to take me to find him. Tuo Yu made a decisive decision and planned to treat Sasuke's injury first. Eye transplantation is not a problem for him. In just a moment, Tuo Yu completed the operation and left the ward. And Sasuke fell into a deep drowsiness under the effect of anesthesia. Since Uchiha Itachi took Sasuke's eyes, it must prove that Sasuke also opened Mangekyo. Tuo Yu walked to the corner, groping his chin and thinking, in that case, Uchiha Itachi, who has greatly increased his strength, will definitely come to him. No, I must check the situation. System, use fixed point simulation. Confirm the whereabouts of Uchiha Itachi in the future. 35. Simulation starts. Sasuke's encounter makes you immediately realize that the enemy's target is still you. Uchiha Itachi is very powerful, and Amaterasu is known as the strongest fire-style ninjutsu. You are careful, always keep yourself in the sight of the people and never leave. However, a day passed and no one suspected of Uchiha Itachi was found. The next day you are still full of alertness, but after a whole day of trepidation, you find that Uchiha Madara still does not appear. On the third day, it was still the same. On the fourth day, you relaxed your vigilance and began to follow the patrol team to patrol the outer periphery of Konoha. There is still no trace of Uchiha Madara. On the fifth day, nothing happened. On the sixth day, Ibid. On the seventh day, while you were patrolling, Uchiha Itachi finally appeared. You were taken aback, but soon start fighting with Uchiha Itachi. Uchiha Itachi displays the complete Susanoo, which is extremely powerful, and the 10-fist sword in Susanoo's hands makes you full of fear. But during the battle, the 10-fist sword in Susanoo's hand touched your body, and Uchiha Itachi immediately sealed the 10-fist sword. It was sealed. Tuo Yu looked at the results of the simulation and was filled with a sense of absurdity. The perfect Susanoo is so powerful. Tuo Yu didn't wrinkle tightly. In this case, after 7 days, you will be dead. Of course Tuo Yu didn't want to die. But Uchiha Itachi's 10-fist sword is too strong. You don't need to hurt anyone, you just need to touch the target, and the 10-fist sword can seal the target in the blade. This is an invincible artifact. If you don't find a way to solve it, you will definitely die at that time. Tuo Yu's face was extremely solemn. And this time, the only way he could think of, just rely on the simulator. But before that, he also needs some assistance. Good luck. On. System, start the simulation. 35. Ding. Talent is being drawn for you. The roulette wheel of the system turns. After 3 seconds, the pointer stops. Ding. Extraction is successful. You have drawn talent. You have a father, Black, the king of fighters, Black, a cold face, Black. A black level family background, coupled with a black level king of fighters, but what's with this indifferent face? This is the simulation talent that good luck opens up. Only with these talents, what kind of abilities can be obtained after the simulation? Can it really be against Uchiha Itachi's 10-fist sword? Tuo Yu was puzzled and full of worry. And what is the effect of this black level indifference face? Indifferent face, as the name suggests, should be putting on a stinky face, right? What's the point of this? Do you scare the enemy to death with your face? This is too fantastical, isn't it? Incomprehensible, although Tuo Yu couldn't understand. But the simulation has quietly begun. Simulation starts. Inherited talent. You have a father, the king of fighters, and an indifferent face. The creek is gurgling, the water is flowing, and there is a light in the haze. The light suddenly brightens, and there is noise everywhere, and a face is seen in the haze. You were born in this magical ninja world. When you can see things, you will quickly recognize your parents' identities. They are Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Makoto. This time in the Uchiha clan. Tuo Yu's eyes lit up. And also the child of Uchiha Fugaku and Makoto. But I still don't know if he is Itachi's older brother or younger brother. But no matter what, at least there is a chance to get close to Itachi. You are the first child of the two, and Uchiha Fugaku is full of expectations for you. He will be the future of our Uchiha family. Uchiha Fugaku said to his wife. And you didn't show any affection for him at all, and you directly rewarded him with a bath of boy urine. Looks like I'm my brother. Tuo Yu nodded, looking forward to the next episode. He once got the talent of King of Fighters. It also gained great power. I just don't know what the King of Fighters will bring him this time. At least he was born in Uchiha Fugaku's family, and there is also a black level King of Fighters. As long as it can survive the night of genocide, future achievements are unpredictable. Look at how lively he is. Uchiha Fugaku was not angry, but laughed. Time passes quickly with your mischief. The next year, Uchiha Makoto gave you a younger brother, and you know Itachi was born. You have been able to walk down the ground, and you are always around Itachi, so Uchiha Makoto makes fun of you. And you just want to take the initiative to cultivate the bond, so that Itachi can listen to your words in the future. Good intentions. Tuo Yu silently likes it. Did you get it? As long as Itachi's mind can be drawn from the very beginning, the night of the genocide won't even happen. Maybe he will join the radical faction and take the initiative to overthrow Sarutobi Hiruzen. With Itachi and Shisui's power, it would be more than enough to defeat Sarutobi Hiruzen. 95. Husband, look at our child, why doesn't he laugh? Uchiha Makoto rushed to you with an indifferent face all day long. He was worried that you had a problem with your body. Please rest assured, mother, I'm fine. You take the initiative to show that you have no problem with your body. What's wrong with him? Is it good to be smiling all day long? Only after this kind of majesty can I take over and lead the entire Uchiha clan. Uchiha Fugaku was very satisfied with your appearance. Uchiha Makoto was very worried, but soon she found out that you were just indifferent, but you are usually very respectful to Itachi and her warehouse. Only ignore Uchiha Fugaku. Nonsense, an old man, and the master has a powerful power but can't use it. It can be said that he is the main responsible object for the decline of the Uchiha family. How can he respect him? Chapter 221 Susan plus the King of Fighters, become the strongest Susanoo. 224-258. Chapter 221 Susan plus the King of Fighters, become the strongest Susanoo. Tuo Yu understood his own thoughts in the simulation very well. If it were him, he would definitely not give Uchiha Fugaku a good look. At the age of 3, you start learning to refine chakra, and that's when you start your own project. Open Sharingan manually. Opening Sharingan requires a lot of negative emotions as a guide, and you are very aware of this principle, so try to imagine some tragic things to hypnosis yourself. After a month of trying, after you imagined the scene of Uchiha Makoto dying in your arms countless times, you successfully hypnosis yourself in Open Sharingan. And after this successful attempt, you continued to make persistent efforts and soon had 3 Tomo Sharingan. All of this is being carried out by you secretly, without being discovered by anyone. But you did not continue to try to awaken the Mangekyo Sharingan, because that requires a very large amount of negative emotions, and at the same time you need Itachi to also turn on 3 Tomo, and then get the Mangekyo Sharingan with you. So you can have the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan with Itachi. Is it a side function of the indifferent face with a clear plan? 35. Tuo Yu raised his brows, and at the age of 3, he was able to open 3 Tomo, which has never happened in the history of the entire Uchiha family. Seeing this, Tuo Yu's heart became stable. At least there will be no accidents due to reckless behavior. When Itachi is 140 years old, you start your next plan to let Itachi have the Sharingan of 3 Tomo. Unbeknownst to Itachi, you performed an extremely realistic illusion, successfully made him fall into grief and opened the 3 Tomo Sharingan, and told him not to leak these eyes. After that, you start to secretly plan the next step, which is to find a friend who is very important to Itachi, and you have already chosen this person from the beginning. Uchiha Shisui, a rare and mild-mannered person in Uchiha. Although the current Shisui does not have Master Mangekyo, it is suitable enough as a tool for Itachi to open Mangekyo Sharingan. You cast an illusion. Itachi was not prepared for you, and successfully fell into the illusion you carefully prepared. After witnessing the death of Shisui and you, Uchiha Itachi successfully opened Mangekyo. And you, through this time, used the old method to succeed in hypnosis yourself, and also have your own Mangekyo Sharingan. Now, there is only one last step left in owning the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, which is to transplant the eyes of you and Itachi into each other. At this time, things are no longer under your control. You need a person you can trust enough to help you with the transplant operation, and there is only one most suitable person at present, Uchiha Fugaku, who is the patriarch. The plan went very well, and it went a little too far. Tuo Yu was happy, CACG, but also a little worried. In the past simulation, there were always various difficulties. But this time it went very smoothly. Without any related talent, he succeeded in obtaining the Mangekyo Sharingan at the age of 4. This is so heaven-defying. He was a little worried that something very happy and sad would happen. Uchiha Fugaku almost danced with excitement after knowing that both you and Itachi had opened the Mangekyo Sharingan. He also knew that this matter was of great importance, and he wanted to report this matter to the elders of the clan, but was stopped by you. Father, this matter has not yet been publicized, although I believe in the elders of the clan, but if too many people know about this matter, it will definitely spread to Sarutobi Hiruzen's ears, and then they will definitely hear about it. You are even more afraid of us, and even take action to eradicate us. You carefully analyzed the pros and cons, and finally dispelled the idea of Uchiha Fugaku trying to announce your excellence to all the Uchiha clan. Uchiha Fugaku secretly found several Grandmaster medical ninjas, asked them to help you and Itachi transplant eyes to each other, and then dealt with these medical ninjas in secret without leaving any clues. And you finally got the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. Your plan has finally entered the next stage. Tuo Yu's lips were tightly closed, and the hot air gushed out from his nostrils, suppressing his excitement. As usual, he must have cheered. But now, everything is going too smoothly, which makes him not dare to get too excited. Didn't even dare to speak. For fear of setting up some flags that should not be established, the current good situation will collapse. Mangekyo Sharingan is the strongest in addition to his unique pupil technique, Susanoo, who is both offensive and defensive. And your eyes are also aimed at the ultimate ability of this Sharingan. Although Mangekyo Sharingan is turned on, due to age restrictions, you and Itachi have a lot of pupil power compared to Uchiha Fugaku, who also has Mangekyo. Therefore, even if you exert all your strength, you can only defend yourself by condensing the ribs of Susanoo that wrap around your body, and you cannot even condense the attacking fists. You were very dissatisfied with this, and you started to train hard, and finally condensed two huge fists. Could it be? Tuo Yu wondered for a moment, and suddenly thought of the King of Fighters' talent. Excitement flashed in his eyes. If it really is what he thinks, this Susanoo's fist is probably very powerful. Condensing your fists, you immediately called Itachi to discuss and test the strength of the two. Simple and unpretentious collide with a punch, you are surprised to find that your Susanoo's attack power is very strong. The same Susanoo fist that has just been condensed, your Susanoo punch will blow Itachi's arm. This power surprised you, and after multiple confirmations, and even after consulting with Uchiha Fugaku, you found that your Susanoo fist has extraordinary destructive power. You have been gifted since childhood, even your Susanoo. Uchiha Fugaku sighed with excitement. And after you confirmed that your talent is unusual, you also began to speed up your plan. Really? After confirming what was in his mind, Tuo Yu immediately clapped his palms excitedly. The talent of the King of Fighters really appeared in Susanoo's body. This power is really too strong. I'm afraid it can blow up everything. Susanoo's fist is powerful, how can we continue to strengthen this power? You have made a choice, that is to increase Susanoo's attack speed. As long as you can hit more attacks in 1 second, the power will be improved accordingly. So, while you are perfecting Susanoo, you keep practicing with Susanoo, until the chakra in your body is almost exhausted before you stop and rest. After a month, your condensed Susanoo ribs, fists, and arms have grown a little bigger, and they have become the size you remember. After 2 months, you have successfully condensed your head. After 4 months, you have successfully condensed your entire upper body. After a year, you wrap a layer of Utengu armor on the Susanoo on the upper body, which further enhances the defense and attack capabilities. After another year, you succeeded in condensing your lower body. Although you can only last for a short period of time due to the limitation of chakra, the power is enough. It took years, but it was worth it. 95. It's Susanoo. It's not perfect though. 35. But how old are you in the simulation? If anyone else knew, they'd be jaw-dropping. 35. Tuo Yu's excitement at this time was unbearable. The strength is already so strong. With Sarutobi Hiruzen, how can it be an opponent? I'm only afraid that one blow will turn into ashes. In the process of gathering Susanoo, you continue to train day after day in boxing. After 2 years of training, your fists are fast and accurate. Even Susanoo, who also has armor attached to Itachi, can't stop your punches. Although you feel that there is still room for improvement in your heart, you can't wait to start your plan. Master Konoha project, come yet. Tuo Yu watched expectantly. He had already expected this scene. Now that I know that you will massacre us in the future, why don't I do it first? Anyway, your strength is not strong. As long as you kill a few of your leaders, with the powerful strength of the Uchiha clan, integrating Konoha is just an easy thing. Chapter 222,100% hit the white blade, crack the 10-fist sword. 225 258. Chapter 222,100% hit the white blade, crack the 10-fist sword. Previous. Next. Your childish appearance is the best disguise. When you appear around Sarutobi Hiruzen, even the most elite Anbu is not the slightest vigilant. At a moment that no one expected, you suddenly condensed Susanoo's fist and punched Sarutobi Hiruzen unexpectedly. The violent force directly smashed Sarutobi Hiruzen into a pool of flesh and blood, and it was impossible to tell that this was once a person. Everyone present was shocked, and then they all began to besiege you. You opened Susanoo calmly. The huge mountain-like Susanoo shocked everyone. They have never seen this scene, and they don't know how to deal with it. Ninjutsu or taijutsu can't break through Susanoo's defense and illusion. Performing illusions in front of Uchiha is like a joke. You stunned everyone with your mighty power and killed Danzo, Udatain Kaharu and Mitokado Homura while taking advantage of the chaos. In your heart, Danzo, the culprit of the night of extermination, must die, and there is no reason for Udatain Kaharu and Mitokado Homura who did nothing or even contribute to the flames. After using force to forcibly shock the entire village, the Uchiha family officially took over Konoha and became the absolute leadership of Konoha. Other ninjas had to swallow their voices and submit to the power of Uchiha. It's neat and tidy. It's just like this, grinding and chirping will only make mistakes. Tuo Yu was full of admiration. Now that you are sure, attack with thunderous momentum and achieve your goal with one strike. Dragging will only bring more unknown changes. The news that the Uchiha clan is in charge of Konoha spreads rapidly, and Uchiha Fugaku and the clan elders are busy managing the village. And you step back behind the scenes and don't participate in these things, because your interest is not in it. You are just trying to solve the night of extermination that will happen in the future. Now that the source of the night of extermination has been solved, you plan to pursue your own ideals. Make the best use of your talents. You have already noticed that although your Susanoo fist is strong, there is still a very high room for improvement. So, you silently left the village and started special training. Set a small goal first, 1,000 punches in 1 second. You have made a plan that seems impossible to achieve, but only by setting a lofty goal can you have more motivation. However, at the beginning of the plan, you encountered a lot of obstacles. Susanoo's huge body increases the power of his fists, but it is also his huge body that makes it extremely difficult to speed up. When the volume is larger and the fist is swung out, the power will be stronger, but correspondingly, the resistance will also become greater. Even if you use all your strength, you can still only throw 2 punches in 1 second. Can't you really do it? You are not reconciled, and you train day after day. But the improvement is very small, and you are not discouraged at all, because you have a lot of time. With such a huge body, it is too unrealistic to want to hit 1,000 punches in 1 second. 9. Not to mention the fact that it is large in size and slow in action, the air family is also a very big problem. 35. Tuo Yu is not optimistic, but there is also a trace of expectation in his heart. If you can really hit thousands of punches in a second like the Platinum Star, what a devastating scene. After each punch, you will carefully think about what is wrong with the punch. Find a place that can be modified, and then try it. It took a month of effort, you can finally hit 3 punches in 1 second. Although only 1 punch is raised, it means that you can continue to improve. With hope, you become more assiduous, and your life like an ascetic makes you gradually numb to the passage of time. Unconsciously, your body has become as tall as Uchiha Fugaku, and your body has become stronger and stronger. There is even an undressed beard on the chin. 10 years have passed. Susanoo stands quietly in the same place. You close your eyes and concentrate on Susanoo's head, the tranquility spreads. Suddenly, you opened your eyes, and at that moment, the wind whistled, and a chilling aura appeared. You throw 1 punch, Susanoo throws 1 punch, or a lot of punches. In an instant, there seem to be a lot of fist shadows appearing, and it seems that only 1 punch appears. The realm of the master. Tuo Yu exclaimed. This momentum, this power. After exclaiming, his eyes became hot. This power is really too strong. With this power, who can stop the entire ninja world? You have successfully cultivated, and you have finally returned to Konoha, who has been away for a long time. Under the leadership of the Uchiha family, Konoha village is prosperous, and other shinobi villagers dare not take action against Konoha village, because the things Yu and Itachi opened their eyes to inspired the village elders. They started mass-producing the 3 Tomo Sharingan's clan. Although the success rate is not high, and there is basically no awakening of Mangekyo's clansmen, the power of the 3 Tomo Sharingan alone is enough to shock everyone. It is this powerful force that makes other shinobi villages dare not act rashly in the face of Konoha. At this moment, the power of Konoha village has reached its peak. Your arrival was warmly cheered by the clan, because it was you who killed Sarutobi Hiruzen 10 years ago that allowed them to live their current lives. In charge of Konoha, you no longer need to look at other people's faces. And you came back for only one purpose, and that is to find Uchiha Itachi to fight. A fight with Itachi? Why so suddenly? Tuo Yu was a little puzzled, and at the same time, he was looking forward to it. Since you found Itachi, you must know the 10-fist sword in Itachi's hand, right? What will you do then? If you are accidentally hit, you will be directly sealed. 5. Although it is a competition, it will not be sealed, but being hit by the 10-fist sword means failure. 0. Seeking flowers. The reason for finding Uchiha Itachi is simple. With the power of 1,000 punches in 1 second, you believe that no one is an opponent in front of you. But only Uchiha Itachi is an exception, because his Susanoo master has a weapon called a bug, a 10-punch sword that can seal the target. Only by defeating Itachi's 10-fist sword head-on, can you be called invincible. Itachi agrees to your challenge. Under the public eye, you and Itachi opened Susanoo at the same time. 2 hills appear, and the surrounding Uchiha people can't help but look envious. They also want to have such a power to destroy the world, but unfortunately they can't open the Mangekyo Sharingan. Facing Itachi, you dare not say that you have complete certainty, at least before the official battle, so you are on guard and do not take the initiative to attack. 1. Itachi is not ambiguous, with a 10-punch sword in one hand and an 8-foot mirror in the other, both offensive and defensive. 0. Faced with Itachi's slash, you dodge sideways and suddenly punch. Everyone saw the shadow of the fist flashing in front of them, and saw Itachi's Susanoo had broken an arm, which was the arm holding the 10-fist sword. The broken arm gradually dissipated, and Itachi's Susanoo grew an arm again. Possible. Tuo Yu's eyes lit up. What if it's powerful? As long as you don't get hit. 35. This really fits that sentence. In the face of absolute speed, everything is meaningless. You find that you have enough strength to fight back, and you feel a lot more at ease. Uchiha Itachi senses the gap between him and you, and has no idea of fighting. But seeing that you haven't lifted Susanoo's thoughts, I understand that you plan to continue fighting. In desperation, he can only continue to attack you. And this time, you didn't dodge or evade. Just when the Ten-Fist Sword was about to slash on Susanoo, with a snap, the Ten-Fist Sword was firmly clamped and unable to move. You actually came to pick up a bare-handed blade once. Now you are finally sure that Uchiha Itachi's Ten-Fist Sword is no longer a threat to you. Just with the slow speed of Uchiha Itachi's Susanoo, it can't keep up with your speed at all. Shisui is watching from the sidelines, and he also has the idea of fighting with you. However, your battle was one-sided. Shisui dismissed Susanoo neatly, and waved his hand to indicate that he would never fight with you again. Our Susan is not at the same level at all, your Susanoo is really too powerful. Shisui sighed without any jealous look on his face, only a gentle smile. Only fast. This move is really too strong. Tuo Yu was excited, not only because the simulation clearly stated that it could fight the Ten-Fist Sword. It's more because he seems to be able to open a full-body Gundam. Loss. Chapter 223 Head-to-Head. Full-body Uchiha Itachi vs Tuo Yu. 226-258. Chapter 223 Head-to-Head. Full-body Uchiha Itachi vs Tuo Yu. After showing extremely powerful power in front of everyone, you vaguely became the leader of the Uchiha clan. Uchiha Fugaku is also always ready to teach you the position of Hokage. However, you refused with a cold face. Because you don't care about the position of Hokage, you care more about your own strength. And what you are looking forward to more now is the war that will sweep the entire ninja world a few years later. You were fully prepared for this. However, accidents will happen. You suddenly contract a serious disease. Even Tsunade, the strongest medical ninjutsu, can't do anything about it. You can feel your body getting weaker a little bit. This makes you very desperate. After all the pain, you finally decided to end your life. It's not that the pain is unbearable, it's that you can't accept the fact that your power is fading. So, surrounded by the Uchiha people, you ended your life. And your name will also be engraved in the history of the Uchiha family. 140. This. Tuo Yu was at a loss. It was as if he and Tsunade had done foreplay and were just waiting for the final blow. It turned out that he was just dreaming. Just one feeling, that is anticlimactic. If it continues, Tuo Yu will definitely have a very good performance in the 4th Ninja War. Punching Uchiha Madara, stepping on Otsutsuki Kagaya is nothing. Pity. All this can't be seen. Tuo Yu quickly restrained his disappointment. Because the scoring settlement after the simulation ends has already started. Ding. Simulation is over. In the process of settlement. Please wait. Ding. This simulation, the score is S. S grade rating. Although it didn't reach the SS rank, it was because the whole ending suddenly came to an end. If it continues, by imitating Tuo Yu's current strength, he will definitely be able to win an SS level evaluation. But now it's superfluous to say more. He cannot interfere with the simulation process. All he can do is watch silently and accept the simulation results. Speaking of results, Tuo Yu got excited immediately. Because, he is about to have a complete Susanoo. That's Susanoo. Ding. Given that your simulation evaluation reached S this time, you can choose 2 from the following rewards. 1. Obtain a complete Susanoo. 2. Obtain the Susanoo Rapid Punch that has been tempered for a lifetime. 3. Obtain the amount of chakra accumulated in a lifetime. Choose 2 out of 3. But is there still any hesitation? There is no need to hesitate at all. I choose 1 and 2. Tuo Yu shouted excitedly. Fortunately he was looking for an unoccupied corner, otherwise he would definitely be regarded as a madman. Soon, he felt the simulated memories pouring into his mind. The moment you turn on Susanoo, how to control it, and more. With the help of the system, he instantly crossed the time span of more than 10 years in the simulation process. Everything is ready now, only the east wind is owed. 35. Tuo Yu clenched his fists, and there was only excitement and anticipation in his eyes. The next time is as usual. Tuo Yu didn't want to startle the snake. He can be sure that there are black Zetsu or black Zetsu prepared eyeliners lurking in imperceptible places around him, keeping an eye on his whereabouts. He was ready to fight against Uchiha Itachi. He didn't want to have branches outside the festival. If because of him, there will be a few more people at that time, then he will lose more than the gain. The transplant process went very smoothly. Obito said in a low voice. The next thing is to you, Tuo Yu must be killed. Give it to me. Uchiha Itachi nodded and slowly opened his eyes. The newly transplanted eyes are still very blurry. After getting used to it for a while, Uchiha Itachi felt the world again. The previous negative effects of Mangekyo Sharingan reducing vision have disappeared. It had been a long time since he had seen such a clear picture through his own eyes. For a time, Uchiha Itachi was actually a little excited. The two returned to the organization base. The rest of Akatsuki's organization had already been waiting there. How's it going? Pain looked at Obito, but at this time there were other people. Obito pretended to be Faye's exaggerated voice and said, everything is normal, Senior Itachi's strength has been greatly improved. 39. That's good. Pain nodded and looked at Uchiha Itachi. Come on, we believe you can do it. Itachi nodded silently, then asked, where is he now? When are we going? Tuo Yu is already in Konoha village and is on patrol these days, and the timing is perfect. Black Zetsu said suddenly. If that's the case, then without further ado, let's go. Today is the day Itachi came to attack me. Tuo Yu paid attention to the date. It had been 6 days since the last simulation. Today is the 7th day, and it is also the day when Itachi appeared in the simulation. Tuo Yu, as usual, is doing some simple patrol tasks under the arrangement of Sarutobi Hiruzen these days. Let's go, it's time to go patrol. Kakashi came to the door, and he was on patrol with Tuo Yu. Also on the mission are Naruto and little Sakura of Kakashi's squad, as well as Yuhika and Hinata. Hold on. Tuo Yu took 2 deep breaths, making his complexion look the same as usual. Then he walked out the door, and there were people waiting outside. Without much nonsense, the group dodged and disappeared on the street, and then quickly moved towards the patrol location. They have been on patrol together for several days. Was able to chat at first. Now it's more to finish the task silently, and then go home to rest. Point 0. On the surface, Tuo Yu looked no different than usual. But he was always on guard. When he was in the forest, Tuo Yu's alert was raised to the highest level. Any bells and whistles will attract his attention. What's the matter with you? Is there anything in there? Kakashi noticed that Tuo Yu was unusually sensitive, and stretched his neck to look in the direction Tuo Yu was staring at before. I don't see anything. Nothing. Maybe I saw it wrong. Tuo Yu made a random excuse and moved on. Finally, came to a more open place. Tuo Yu sighed. This venue is really suitable for ambushes. 5. What did you say? Kakashi looked back. He seemed to hear Tuo Yu say something, but Tuo Yu said in a low voice, he couldn't hear it clearly. Tuo Yu hasn't answered yet. That's what happened. There's someone ahead. Tooth suddenly issued a warning, and then everyone stopped. Everyone looked ahead cautiously. Hinata opened his eyes for the first time, and quickly found the hidden target through his see-through ability, Shongyun uniform. It's someone from Shao's organization. That's Sharingan. It's a weasel. Kakashi was shocked when he heard Hinata's words. He immediately identified the identity of the hider, because he only knew Uchiha Itachi in the Akatsuki organization and the Sharingan. Coming. With a low growl, Tuo Yu rushed forward and came to Kakashi. Senior Kakashi, hurry up and call for more support, I'll entangle him. Can you? Kakashi is a little worried. Although Tuo Yu's strength is strong, Itachi's strength is not weak. Don't worry, I'll be fine. 39. Tuo Yu quietly set up a flag, but he didn't care. Because there is a system to hit the bottom of 2.6, even if he sets up flag, he does not need to worry about being beaten in the face. Okay, I'll leave it to you here, I'll come with rescue soldiers as soon as possible. Kakashi said, and the figure disappeared in a flash. Did one go? At this time, Itachi appeared from behind the tree, looked in the direction where Kakashi was leaving, then turned to look at Tuo Yu and everyone. His eyes stopped on Hinata's body. I didn't expect that there were people from the Hyuga clan, and I was a little misguided. Saying that, he sighed with some regret. Uchiha Itachi, this is Konoha's territory. You, a wanted criminal, dare to appear in front of us. Tuo Yu shouted loudly, today, I must make the price. Cost. Uchiha Itachi looked at Tuo Yu, the one who paid the price is you. His eyes suddenly changed to Mangekyo, and in a split second he performed his fastest illusion on Tuo Yu. Tsukuyomi. But Tuo Yu's pupil power is too strong, and he is immune to illusion. It's just an illusion, and you want to trap me. Chapter 224 Uchiha Itachi. You are not from the Uchiha clan, why are you, why? Susa. 227-258. Chapter 224 Uchiha Itachi. You are not from the Uchiha clan, why are you, why? Susa. Tuo Yu roared and rushed up. Just as Naruto was about to rush up, he was grabbed by Hong Yuhi. Their battle is not something you can join. If you don't want to die, stay away. As she said that, she led the other Shaoqiangs back quickly for a distance. And Uchiha Itachi was already in shock. This is the first time he has met someone who is immune to his Tsukuyomi. However, Tuo Yu, who rushed to his face, still made him take back his chaotic thinking, and quickly spit out a great fireball. Fire-style great fireball technique. Tuo Yu dexterously dodged and retreated slightly. Fire-style Howlongfire technique. A fire dragon sprayed out of Uchiha Itachi's mouth and roared towards Tuo Yu. Tips for carving insects. Tuo Yu snorted coldly and also used the dragon fire technique. Because the flame constitution is not turned on, the dragon fire technique has not been increased. The two fire dragons collided, causing an explosion immediately, and a large amount of smoke blocked the sight. But neither Tuo Yu nor Uchiha Itachi stayed put. The moment Tuo Yu left, several kunai emerged from the smoke and stabbed at his original location. And when Tuo Yu dodged, the kunai suddenly collided and shot in different directions immediately. Tuo Yu grabbed Kuwu and squeezed it hard. Don't show this kind of trick. Where are you talking to? 99. The voice came from behind. Tuo Yu was startled and turned around quickly. But there is Uchiha Itachi behind him. Be cheated. Tuo Yu understood immediately. He turned around, and the figure of Uchiha Itachi had appeared, holding a sharp kunai in his hand. Snapped. Tuo Yu grabbed his wrist and stopped him from sending kunai into his body. But his hands were blocked, and Uchiha Itachi had feet. He slammed his knees into Tuo Yu's stomach. At this moment, Tuo Yu grabbed Itachi's wrist with one hand and couldn't dodge this move. Since he can't dodge, he simply won't dodge. Steel skins are on. In an instant, the body's defense was greatly improved. Boom. Uchiha Itachi frowned, pulled out his wrist and stepped back. Just then, he felt his knee hit an iron body, causing pain. I can't do illusions, and neither can I use ninjutsu. It seems that I can only use ninjutsu. 35. Uchiha Itachi made a seal with both hands. This is his forte, unlocking the seal with one hand. And if both hands are sealed with one hand at the same time, he can perform two kinds of ninjutsu at the same time. One is a feint attack, and the other is a real killer move. Fire-style Great Fireball Technique. Fire-style Balsam Claw Red. With the help of the cover of the Great Fireball, the shuriken hidden in the flames flew out in great numbers and the speed was very fast. Moreover, the power of the shuriken smeared with flames increases greatly. Tuo Yu immediately made a seal with both hands and responded. Water-style Water Barrier. The shuriken fell on the water wall, the flames disappeared one after another, and the shuriken lost its strength and fell. Water-style Water Dragon Bomb Technique. Clone Technique. Uchiha Itachi immediately launched the next round. The water dragons came together and rushed towards Tuo Yu. But that's just a feint for Uchiha Itachi. His real killer move is the clone technique. What he performed was not a simple clone technique, but a cannon breaker. Create a crow clone and detonate it when it is close to the enemy, with amazing power. Boom. After the violent roar, Uchiha Itachi did not stop and continued to release ninjutsu. He knew that Tuo Yu was not an enemy that could be easily dealt with. Tuo Yu was naturally fine. Before the clone got close to him, Tuo Yu had already discovered Uchiha Itachi's plans through observation haki. So he first covered the avatar with his chakra, and then detonated the avatar. In this way, he can control the range of the explosion very precisely without hurting himself. And, with the help of the smoke from the explosion, he immediately shifted his position and rushed towards Uchiha Itachi. But his plans have already been seen through by Uchiha Itachi. The battle between the two of you is dazzling. They are so strong. Naruto's voice was full of admiration. His most proficient ninjutsu so far are only Shadow Clone Technique and Transformation Technique. In other battles he relies more on his strong body. That is reckless. Now the ninjutsu is so chaotic, it seems that it is the battle between ninjas. Of course, that was the ninja known as the genius, Uchiha Itachi. 55. Red Yuhi looked at both sides of the battle with a solemn expression, and looked at Tuo Yu with a worried look in her eyes. Genius. Uchiha. Naruto was taken aback, he and Sasuke. He's Sasuke's brother. Kurenai Yuhi replied to Naruto's guess, and he's the one Sasuke wants to kill the most. Why? Naruto was even more surprised. Naruto, who didn't know the night of the genocide, didn't understand the grievances between the two brothers at all. You don't need to know about this now. 35. Hong Yuhi herself didn't have much insight into this matter, and she was also a little embarrassed by Naruto's question. I am coming. Kakashi, who went to ask for help, returned, along with Might Guy, Nara Shikaku and other Jonin. Sure enough, it's Uchiha Itachi. 99. Might Guy looked solemn. He seriously injured the Sasuke boy before, gouged out his eyes, and then gave his own eyes to the Sasuke boy. What is he trying to do? I don't know, but I can feel that his strength is probably raised by another level. Kakashi's face was extremely solemn. At this time, the battle on the field has changed a bit. Even ninjutsu is such a grandmaster, it seems that he can only use the last resort. Uchiha Itachi pulled back, and then the pupils of both eyes became Mangekyo Sharingan. Then, with the extensive use of his pupil power, a fiery red giant slowly appeared. Finally used Susanoo. I thought it would take a while. Tuo Yu raised his head, his face solemn. What is this? Naruto's eyes widened and his mouth gaped blankly. Is this also ninjutsu? Is it too exaggerated? Fang gasped, hoping that what he saw was just an illusion. Otherwise, he could not imagine how to defeat such a powerful giant. At this time, the full-body Susanoo of Uchiha Itachi has appeared. The ten-fist sword is held in the right hand, and the Yata mirror is held in the left hand. Offensive and defensive. Everyone step back, Kakashi shouted, then pulled the sluggish Naruto back quickly. The giant as tall as a hill in front of him was really shocking. And the power is definitely not trivial. Just striding can do a decent amount of damage. Let alone fighting with it. In terms of volume, Tuo Yu has fallen into an absolute disadvantage. But how is it actually? Tuo Yu was indeed at a disadvantage. Facing the attack of the ten-fist sword, Tuo Yu could only dodge in order to avoid being sealed. That's not the way. 99. Tuo Yu frowned, he converged the steel skin and turned on the flame skin. Fire-style Great Fireball Technique. A huge fireball was summoned by him. 143. The onlookers exclaimed again. Even if they didn't see this scene for the first time, they would be very shocked even if they watched this kind of shocking scene a few more times. However, the giant Great Fireball with a diameter of more than several hundred meters was cut off by a sword. It is Uchiha Itachi's ten-fist sword. And after being cut off, all the great fireballs poured into the body of the ten-fist sword. Tuo Yu's great fireball was sealed. Can it still be like this? Tuo Yu was also a little surprised. He originally thought that the ten-fist sword could only seal the living, but he did not expect that even the dead could be summoned again. This time, in the face of Uchiha Itachi's pressing attack, Tuo Yu could only dodge in embarrassment. Even if he made a counterattack, he would not be able to break through the blockade of the ten-fist sword in the end. It can't go on like this. Tuo Yu frowned. then made up his mind. He stretched his brows, and his face regained confidence. Sure enough, trying to beat you without using Susanoo is a bit whimsical. 35. Since that's the case, then let you see what true power is. Tuo Yu's words were inexplicable. At least in Uchiha Itachi's ears, you mean you can use Susanoo? It's impossible. Uchiha Itachi expressed disbelief on the spot. Tuo Yu is not from the Uchiha tribe, and there is no Sharingan yet. How to open Susanoo without Sharingan? However, the chakra rising from Tuo Yu surprised him. It's really Susanoo. Uchiha Itachi watched in amazement as Tuo Yu summoned Susanoo, which was completely unexpected. How is this possible? He is obviously not a member of the Uchiha family, so he shouldn't be. What on earth is it?